I'm not sure if you're trying to fool me as if I'm not here for the past 5 minutes.
I'm trying to fool you. I'm trying to
Like,
show
this is
you that you do
again
not have
10
the conditions
seconds, and I'm being
required to
interrupted again.
refract any light around any globes, nor do the effects of refraction show up in any long-range images.
I'm not sure if you want like a yes or no question.
Your delusional ad hoc excuse is not enough here.
So my problem is, last time you brought this up, and you did bring it up 10 minutes ago.
You didn't address it, yeah.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Talking about how the fucking conversation was being moderated or whatever. We're not putting up with it. Either move on or you're just going to be permanently muted. It's your choice, man.
So are you going to attempt to even address it, or are you just going to sit there in silence or waffle on about the conversation?
No, we can just move on. Because clearly we're at a standpoint now, right?
No, we're still waiting for you to answer the question that was asked.
Apparently I can't answer through my perspective and my opinions
No,
because...
that's not true, bro. The reason I muted you is because you continue talking about how the conversation...
Well, I'm willing to move on, though. We can just move on.
You're fucking interrupting me.
Okay.
That's why, bro. That's why you're being muted, because you're rude. You're an asshole. You've shown that to the ladies, and we all heard it. So now you're trying to do the same thing here. What do you think? You have cloaking or something? Listen, bro. Stick to the topic. If you start talking about how the conversation was going and how displeased you are with it, you're going to be muted. It's stupid. It's against the TOS. We don't allow it here. So you can continue on. Answer the question asked.
Okay. Hello? Are we all good here? Okay, so I'm going to say no to that. That's wrong. Here's my reason why. This is again about angle of incidence. That when an angle of incidence happens, it's from the normal interface. So when light's traveling at a straight line, to when it's in its first medium, it hits the second medium, and let's say it bends down as light bends, called refraction.
Down, as proven by Snell's
Come on, man. 20 seconds, dude.
Stop lying to the audience. I showed you Snell's law earlier. You said you looked at it, so why are you lying to the audience?
See, you just want an answer of yes, you're right. Like, I don't know, like, what I can do to you.
I want you to not lie to the audience and address
I'm trying
with your argument.
Okay, so angle of incidence is the angle from the first medium to the second in which light bends. That angle from the light going straight and bending down, the bending motion between straight and bent, that's the angle of incidence. The angle between the normal and the incident ray. So the refraction part is angle of refraction between normal and interface of refracted ray.
You're still missing the point.
So when you bring up angle of incidence in Snell's law, this just proves that I'm correct because...
No, it proves you're wrong because you do not have the angle of incidence required to refract any rays. When the ray hits directly onto the boundary at a 90-degree angle, it is not refracted, you numpty, dumb shit motherfucker.
So what's happening is, it's not bending.
Yeah, it is. It bends down. It never bends up.
Yeah, so how does it bend up if the
light bends up? It's called miraging.
So listen, if the light, look, on a curved surface, you have an apex, the sagitta, right? Everything beyond that geometric horizon on a ball is dropping in elevation, right? So where is the light hitting? If the sun is off in front of us and we're looking over, let's say, the ocean, where is the light hitting the surface of this supposed globe? It's below the line of sight, right? Yeah. So what angle is the light being refracted? Is it going up? Because if it is going up, it's going up into the air, and you would never see it because it's below your elevation. below a physical geometric horizon. It's ridiculous. He has no idea what refraction is. But he wants to keep going blah, blah, blah with his religious indoctrination. Doctrinal reading is what it is. It's like, it's religious chants from the globe side.
So what he's trying to do, really, right? He's trying to explain why it looks flat, right? And we kind of need a little more than an explanation, right? Because any village idiot can give an explanation of why they should see, an object on the other side of a 60-foot, Earth curve, right? Any village idiot it doesn't have to be, a specialist at a college, right? Anybody can explain, right? But if you want to demonstrate rather than explain, that's different, right? Because we can look at your demonstrations, right? But your explanations are, a little more than poetry, right? With, fancy science words sprinkled in. Because there's no cowbell. You didn't modify the cause and see the effect. This isn't science, right? We're taking measurements. And you're saying this is happening, and we're saying, yeah, but how much, really, honestly? Through one medium, through slightly, 4 or 5 degrees different temperature? How much of that is actually happening? And you're saying, well, it's just enough to make it look flat. And really, the argument's kind of bust at that point. Because all you have is words. Am I still on?
Yep. You're still got it.
So we can demonstrate, the false horizon making things disappear from the bottom up due to refraction, right? We can demonstrate that all day long with, not all day long, but yeah, we can demonstrate it with Skunk Bay time lapse. So we need you guys to demonstrate the opposite. If you guys could just demonstrate what you guys are talking about, that'd be great. And because it gets colder, and then the further out into the ocean it gets colder, and then colder, and then colder. I don't think that's how the ocean works, right?
Yeah, they need the.
Maybe if you go deeper.
They need this vertical stacking, like coming as it's coming towards us. It needs to be continually getting denser and denser and denser. This is not how air works. That should be taught at the school. Like, don't listen to these people telling you refraction. It's only an excuse for why there's no curvature.
What I want to know is, how do they even know that refraction is there in the first place? And then it's not just your eyes seeing things as they are. How do they actually even know it's there?
I know.
So dumb.
That's really fun. When you put it like that, yeah, we're not moving. How do you know it? Do you feel yourself moving? Do you know when every other surface is flat? And yes, pretty much so. You can measure that. Funny, the Earth looks just like every other flat surface and behaves the same too. Who would have thunk?
Can you imagine reporting to your captain? I was shooting at the refracted enemy, sir, but they're just too damn refracted.
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't hit my targets. Mm-hmm. Those damn refracted soldiers.
Yep. So I want one single glober to explain to me how on a surface that is pointing away from the viewer and is below the elevation or altitude of the viewer, how is that light refracting up and then back down? Because if it's reflecting off the water, the angle that it would be bouncing off of would be up into air, into the sky. Just like if Earth was curved and if we were spinning backwards while I'm looking west, watching a sunset, you would have light pointing upward into windows. As the sun went down, you would see the wall being lit from the bottom up. The light would be coming up to the ceiling, not the other way around, as we always see. West facing windows, it gets dark from the top down.
Yeah, so I think it should just be pointed out here that Bob still hasn't brought any proof of curvature or rotation. In fact, earlier he said he didn't even want to claim that he lived on a spinning globe, and yet he's going into all this stuff that he's clearly not equipped to handle. So I don't know if there's any other contenders here that want to defend their globe model. Bob kind of struck out there.
Yeah, Bob's a sophist. Lots of words, no proof.
Proton's a globe believer, but I don't know if he wants to talk. Proton.
Who is?
Proton up at the top there.
Proton.
Less than Proton.
Oh, yeah. VC verified.
And he talked earlier.
Oh, he did? Oh, okay.
I mean, he didn't say a lot. He said hello to us on Ladies' Night. We didn't really get into the globe with him. Oh, and there's Globe Earth, but yeah, not recommended. But you guys could try it if you want. He doesn't have any proof either, as you know.
Yeah, I never saw anybody that would take all the evidence that's being presented and say, I don't know enough about that, but then present other evidence claiming they know all about that when it was shown to the whole entire audience that he didn't know anything about the topic he was discussing.
Yeah, he knew all about Snow's law.
I thought Drace had to post it for him. I don't think he had Snell's law. He was reading it after Drace. Am I wrong about that?
No, not Snell's law. Snow's law.
Oh, Snow's. Forgive my ignorance.
Does that have anything to do with the Earth measuring flat? I'm just checking.
You ever heard of snow?
Well, you see, the reason the Earth's measuring flat is because, light kind of waves around. There's a little bit of heat waves sometimes, and that can make the sun look set when it's not set and make it, look all over the place. Like, you can see stuff that isn't really there. Really?
It's a magical world.
I swear it. You can see stuff that isn't really there. It's on the other side of the hill. You can't really see it, but it looks like it's there.
Are you guys talking about Bob User, by the way? I've been in VC checking the whole time.
Yeah, I was being facetious a little bit.
No, I know you were, because I've kind of been on the sidelines back and forth between. I've just heard of the results of his behavior here, so it's interesting.
It's pretty sad. Kind of a rude a-hole type character with the ladies, just continually being.
Yeah, that's what I heard, and I was like, all right, well, I'm not going down there. Shit.
Yeah, and then
the one thing I can't stand.
And then just ignoring when it's pointed out, and then continuing to do the same thing.
Right.
Amazing.
Yeah, he was pretty insulting.
See, the ladies can handle it. It's not that. I can't stand it when they're not respectful of ladies.
I can't stand that either. But I believe the ladies handled themselves very good tonight.
Yeah,
They always do.
They do quite a good job. Very good, very good. Top notch, our flat Earth ladies.
Top shelf, top tier.
That's right.
Grade A.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, I thought everyone did a great job tonight. It was Dan Semitic, everybody that was there.
Hey, I got a quick question.
We've got some ladies coming in. Mrs. Gets it in Flat Earth got us, even though we officially ended it, because for now, if you ladies had been here an hour ago, you could have been the tag team second show.
Just start it up again. Just do it 4 more hours.
Hello. Can I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
Have we or do we ever get any female ballers in here?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a good question. We used to have Twitwit that came in sometimes. She came to Ladies' Night. She never really wanted to talk about the globe. She was just kind of here. I don't know.
Because
but she's from the server, and then I've heard there's other lady over there. Somebody said they were going to invite them, but we haven't. There was one last week that was like not a hardcore Glober, but she believed she was on a globe. So more often we just get like your random person who thinks that just because they've been told. Like there's not a lot of women who spend a lot of time arguing for the globe.
I just never thought of it before because it's basically rare to get a female in here, but when it is a female, it's usually a female flat earther or somebody that's like on the fence or whatever looking into it. But I never ever heard like a quote unquote baller like just like to debate that it is a ball. Most of them are like on the fence and open to it. I mean somebody who's like, it's a ball and this is why. I've never heard a female baller before, and I just wondered if I just missed it or has there been one? Like you said, there was one, but then she didn't say anything. But has there been one that actually was like, trying to debate the ball side from the from a female?
I don't think I've ever seen a serious one. I don't know if anybody else has, but I don't feel like I've ever encountered like somebody who is like really in the argument, for argument's sake or whatever, not just because they saw it on TV or whatever.
Witsit and Kai debated a male and female once.
So there
I
was
heard about that.
obnoxious female.
Was that person serious? Like, did she have real arguments?
No.
Yeah, there's one in Panesar where she's from New Zealand or Australian, I can't tell. But that woman, all she ever does is attack the person, so I can't really say I've ever heard one argue for the globe either.
Yeah,
Straight ad hom.
Male and female, it doesn't matter. They always go after the person instead of the information, right?
On that thing you just said with the guy and the girl, so it was the guy who was basically just doing the talking the whole time?
Yeah, she got some lines in some space. Yeah. But yeah, you're right.
Wow, right.
Yeah, I remember seeing that debate. It was like the girl was actually somewhat receptive to what Witsit and Kai were saying. Like she was actually kind of listening, where the other guy was just he wasn't even listening or giving them the time of day.
Right.
It was awful.
The only time I've kind of seen like a baller argument from a female is that Sleeping Warrior video where he was debating two like college students or whatever he was doing like some on the street flat smacking or whatever, and then we got into a conversation with this guy and this girl who were like, in college and all that kind of stuff. And that was the only time I've really only seen like an authentic female art type of argument against the arguments.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, it's funny. I've never, in that vein, I've never seen a female Glober freak out like any of the males have.
Right. Yep. They're usually more like open to it. Like, okay, so even I used to listen, I don't so much anymore, but I used to listen to like all Mark Sargent's like interviews when he would go on these like radio stations or whatever. And usually on the radio station, there'd be like a host and a co-host, and one would be a guy, one would be a girl. And it always seemed, even in listening to those interviews, that they were the female was either more open to it and kind of like neutral, like playing both sides, or they were just like saying, like making fun of it, like saying, like they were there for comic relief, so they were like just making jokes about it the whole time, but not really making any points, just like making, like, yeah, like you said, like ad homs or jokes.
Yeah, for sure. I just mean kind of like what has been considered like gamma freakouts, like guys who aren't alpha and they're just, taking their stuff out on people all over the place. Like, I've never seen a female do that ever, like raise their voice to the point where they're yelling and calling names and shit. I've never seen it. Never.
This might be inappropriate to say, but the only now that I had to think about it for a second, the only female like baller, and I would even go as far as to say anti-flat earther that I've ever heard is not actually a female.
Oh, right. I hear you.
You talking about dog bones and clocks? We talking about Splenda?
Yeah, Shoe.
You talking about Brandon?
Phenomenon Shoe. Yeah.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah. That's the closest thing to a female baller. That's the closest thing.
And then like calls names and stuff. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah. Huh.
Well, and I think that's why Ladies' Night is so popular. In my opinion, is it's like it's just easier to talk to girls. I think guys are fucking. I don't know.
So we need to put out a public service announcement to all the female flat earthers. The easiest way to get some female globers on here is flat earth females. Y'all got friends. I know they're not all flat earthers. So find one of your friends and talk them into one that's confident and that's cool with it, but like lure them in and get them on here.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. I think it's gonna happen how it happens. What's that? Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I just had to jump in on that. The thing is that, and I don't know, I'm not gonna say women versus men type thing, but I think the thing with the women thing is like I've invited plenty of chicks. Like I'll make posts on my Facebook and people, have some girls like make the laughing thing or something, I'm like, well, listen, right. I just call them out. I'm like, hey, here's this flat earth girls night. Come talk about it then. If you got so much to say about the globe earth, and then, but they never do. They never do because they're not confident. They're just trying to be liked. They're just trying to fit in. They're just trying to get the guy to like them. That's why they're going with what the guy is saying. They don't really know their own model. Like we always go through this, but I think the women kind of realize it. They don't have confidence because they know deep down, they know that it's not a ball. They know it.
Right.
Maybe it's more of a function that women might be able to be honest with themselves more than guys. Guys are like, no, I'm fucking right all the time, and women are more easily like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I can see that.
Well, I think it has to do with the trait openness, being open a standard deviation higher in women than men. So men have higher conscientiousness. Not that women can't be lawyers, right? We're talking by and large over the, big numbers, right? Women have higher openness.
I thought women were. Oh, sorry. Yep. I thought women were.
I want to say one thing. I want to say no. Right. See, there you go. No, I want to kind of maybe stop this where it's at because we've had a good conversation about this so far, and it could, especially on Ladies' Night, it just could turn into something we don't want it to be. So,
I like this combo.
Well, wait a minute. The ladies agree.
It's a good combo.
Right?
I just don't want anybody to.
Pig-headed, right?
I don't want anybody to say something stupid. That's all. Go ahead.
You guys are funny. Yes, I see what you mean. Maybe women are a little bit more open to thinking of something other than what it could be. That's the thing, is the questioning. And, some people are just so deep into their commitment to what they think they know, they can't even admit. It's the ego. It's the ego death,
Right,
I think,
right.
Yeah. A lot of people in general have a hard time with the ego death, but more sensitive type personalities maybe are a little bit more open to it. Yeah.
Ego's a protective thing too, by the way. So men are programmed to have a little bit more of an ego so that we can help survive. I think. I'm not sure, but maybe. Anyway.
Okay.
I don't know, dude. I'm just speculating. Someone else was going to say something. Because what I was going to say is testosterone has an ego about it, whereas estrogen does not.
I love testosterone.
I was waiting for you to chime in.
Hello.
It's great.
So this might be wrong to say, but so I was trying to think about like men liking to debate or argue, but I was like, but women also like to argue. So I was like, but what's the difference? And then I was gonna say, one's arguing maybe from a place of emotion and how they feel, and then men are like to argue and debate about what's logical, and that's why it causes a lot of relationship problems because they're coming from different angles. One's coming from how they feel, one's coming from what makes sense, and what you feel might not make sense. So you'll never win the argument because no logic can override how you feel. That's her truth, and so you'll never. That's why you'll never win an argument. So it's like men and women both like to argue for different reasons, but we tend to use, like we like logical fallacies and all that kind of stuff to do that kind of debate. Like they might like to argue, but we like to debate because we like logic. And
hold on, I think there's a distinction you need to make though, in that men. If you think we're just pure logic, that's nonsense because we use our emotions, whether or not we know it or admit it, all the time in our debates.
I would just say, yeah, like maybe left brain dominant is what I'm saying a little bit. Not, of course, we have a balance, and different people have different balances of, those things.
Yeah,
so I
it's stimulating too.
I didn't mean to make it like women aren't logical and men are logical.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying.
We have to. The thing about arguing is like I don't think people really like to argue. I think that it's an addiction. It's an addiction. We get in this habit of constantly responding with defensive mechanisms. And we have to get out of these habits, instead of getting offended, instead of coming at it like in a defensive way, like, okay, and this is what a lot of the Globe people have a hard time. They have a hard time accepting new information that they haven't been presented. And then it automatically, no. But that's not what we're not trying to argue. That's what people, maybe some people are. I'm speaking for myself. I do not argue. I don't like the debating thing. I'm not going to sit here and try to convince somebody to see things my way. If they want to know, they can ask questions and show me that they're open. Right. But otherwise, I've gotten out of that. I don't have time, energy, none of that. I have no desire to argue with people. So, it's just, we have to learn how to communicate. People just don't know how to communicate.
Yep.
I try to explain. I hate to argue, but I like to debate.
There you go. Yeah, that's the way.
But people always like,
The thing is, do you want to progress your fellow man? Do you want to help each other grow, or do you want to be right?
All right. Well, that's why I usually only talk about the subject to somebody who asks me about it, or I'm not out here trying to push it on people because that's not gonna work. But if it comes up and we talk about it and they're open to it, then then I will.
None of us are, right? Nobody has to join the server and nobody has to mic up. You can listen to it on YouTube for free, right? So we're just wanting to seek out the seekers, right? Because everybody has so much potential, right? And a lot of people have potential to be, the sheep, right? And some people have potential to be the sheepdog, right? Or the lion, right? That's what we're looking for. We're looking for the seekers. And, for someone who's already got their mind set on refraction and gravity and, whatever else philosophy they want to come up with that can't be scientifically validated, we don't care. Go ahead. Be merry, right? Go out there and, believe in the curve even though you can't see it. Go out there. Have fun. So we're just trying to make an argument good enough to get someone to go out there, and I say out there in the world, right, in the earth, and check it themselves. That's all we're trying to do.
Yeah, totally. Like, and we have to take a step back too, as people who are very forward thinkers, who see a lot that a lot of people aren't seeing it. It's scary to them, and a lot of people, they don't even realize that they're scared of it. And that's why I think flat earth seems scary to people. I hear, I don't remember what even platform this was on, but somebody was talking about how flat earth is a fear-based thing. I'll have a friend. It's a friend of mine. This is what he says. Flat earth is a fear-based thing. And I'm like, no, it's not. It's complete opposite. It's about not being scared. It's about realizing that we're more important. Everything's better and bigger than we thought it was, and it's to hide our importance. It should be revealing. But for a lot of people, it's really emotional and it's scary, and they can't even think of it the other way. It's like the end of their existence. So a lot of it is a survival instinct, I think, that people kick in when they get presented with the information, or they come on here like, okay, maybe I do want to know about this, but not really commit to it. So I'm going to say I'm a ball earther, even though I'm really interested in flat earth, So I think we just have to learn to accept people, not attack them when they come in the room. We have to be more sensitive to people's emotions when we're talking about this stuff, because it's really deep. The stuff goes very deep.
Me, I kind of can't really see why emotions get involved, other than frustration. Like, I think you should be allowed frustration, right? But deep emotions like anger,
Okay, I feel what you're saying, but think of it this way, okay? Think of the deep emotional ties just that people have to food, okay? People connect emotions with experiences with food, and the food that their parents cooked them or their grandparents cooked them growing up. And so to come to somebody and tell them, hey, stop eating that. That's bad for you. They go into, no, it's not. I've ate this my whole life. Oh my God, no, this is something else. It's got to be something else, right? Instead of just eliminating everything they know and learning the new information. And because it's emotional, that's why I say, people, they go into, oh, my grandfather sailed around the ball. No, you didn't. It's cool that you think that, and I'm sure your grandpa's still a great guy, but he didn't do what he thought he did, and that's okay. But people, they just have to let go of being in love with that idea of the globe and what all that means, and their fantasy of aliens and outer space and space exploration. And I think it is emotional. I think people are tied to the globe emotionally in ways that we don't see. So, there's so much psychological things to it. It's not just physically saying, hey, well, this is what it is. Can't you see it? And then expecting them to just accept the information just because, whoever was talking about illegal, I think, was talking about the difference in, arguing and all that. It's I don't know. There's so much deep stuff to it that we just can't expect someone to just see things our way. But if they're coming in and they're open to the information, I think that's the first thing. Opening the door, planting the seed. Sometimes it takes years for people to really ponder this, to be able to experience it and see it for themselves,
seeds, right? Because it really is fun talking about this stuff. And if you get frustrated, just pass the mic.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. People don't realize that a lot of times they get into this conversation and they get really heated. They don't even realize they're getting upset. And it's like, okay, well, let's take a step back. Why are you so emotional? Why do you love it so much? Is it hard to let go? Is that what it is? And then it's once people start kind of realizing oh, wait, maybe things are different. Maybe it is. Then they can accept a different reality. Then they can start accepting the different information about that reality.
Yeah, here's the thing, man. Everybody is just stuck on what they saw on TV. They're like, I believe it because I saw it on TV. I have anchor bias because it's the only thing I've ever known. I've got investment bias because this is all I've ever invested. And you start saying, well, hey, your philosophy isn't really working here. And it's like, then else and start spiraling out of control. It's like, it's not really their philosophy. They didn't make it up. It's just the one that was presented to them, and they believe it because they saw it on TV.
Hey, Dandelion. Where you at? You're roboting.
I'm here.
Oh, okay, I can hear you now. So, tell me, what's an alpha female?
You were the one who was asking the question, so I figured you must know the answer.
I was asking Sasha. No, you don't remember? We had this discussion with Crypto before. It's very interesting. Like, it's actually quite interesting. What's an alpha female?
Going to give you the wrong answer?
Well, whatever you think is the right answer. I don't know if there's a right or wrong answer. It's just,
I mean, I think some women act like there is, and it's more like when they're, they've built this lie of society where they think they're supposed to act like men to be equal, go out there and do all this stuff instead of like just playing on the natural strengths of womanhood. I mean, to me, it's just absurd that anyone would think that, I actually remember the first time in college when I heard this other girl who was, probably 18 years old like me, she said, men and women are just all the same. I'm like, oh, really? Like, how could anyone even, say that with a straight face? I mean, come on. It's just so obvious. And to deny that difference is just ridiculous. But I think, sometimes women think that they should be competing with other women and they act in maybe some of those alpha ways like a man would do. But, obviously, the society is not set up that way. It's set up for women to cooperate together. It always works much better when women, help each other, help each other shine, help each other develop their strengths and so on. I mean, which, in the server we've actually learned to do, believe it or not, Cyrus, but I think you do know that. But when you get these women that come in here and think they have to tear down other women in order to be like you said, I guess it's like the idea of the alpha female, but those women never become actually the alpha female, right? Because nobody likes them, right? So they end up and then they're frustrated. They're like, what's going on? Don't they see how wonderful I am? I've torn all those other women down and bitched about them and said how horrible they are. Then don't they see how I'm the best? No, nobody likes you. Go away. I'm sorry. That's just my off-the-cuff answer, Cyrus. But what's your answer?
My answer? I'm trying to figure it out. I think an alpha female is a female that's trying to act like an alpha male, which is very unattractive.
Perhaps.
That's what I just said. You just said it much shorter than me. Thank you, Cyrus. And that's because you're a man, right? You cut right to the point.
That's me. I know I'm ADD or something. I like bulletin points for everything, that's just me. I like math.
If an alpha male becomes transgender, could they be an alpha female? Or
By definition, no, because
by definition, an alpha male cannot be transgendered.
Your testosterone, once you take that away, well, you're not really male, are you?
Yep.
And you're not alpha if you don't have, sufficient testosterone. Normal,
in other species, a lot of the women are the hunters.
Hyenas. You talk about hyenas, bro. That's it.
Yeah, and lions also. And
not the hunters.
The male lions fight to the death.
Yeah, well, the male lions fight, but the female lions...
Male lions are lazy, because she's a dude. Why hunt when a chick can hunt for you, right? But that's a cat. However, hyenas, they're alpha or they're pack leaders.
The lions are like, dude, she wants to do it anyway. She's lighter, she's smaller, she's quicker, she wants to do it. I'm just gonna fucking sit here. Are you kidding me?
And look at her. She's having so much fun.
The chick cat is much more nimble.
Probably a better hunter than I could ever be anyway. Fuck it.
Isn't there an alpha male and female in the wolf packs? Wolf packs? Alpha male and alpha female.
In my wolf pack, you bet. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
the alpha female won't allow other females to breed. And if they do, she will kill the puppies.
There you go. There's an alpha female right there.
Yeah. Standards.
Yeah.
But then again, you have omegas, and don't get me started on omegas because there's a few of them. I'll show.
Look, because in the animal world,
I guess it depends on the woman's goal. Like, I don't want to say that if someone like wants to be cutthroat and wants to become like the CEO of a major company or whatever, like more power to him. I'm not going to stop him. You know, whatever.
I mean, are you guys like getting this from a list? Is there like a list of levels or something you're going by? Where are you getting these terms from?
It's an actual psychological test. I can't remember the name set of it, but it lets you know what wolf are you, what kind of wolf are you.
What kind of wolf are you? Okay, so you're going by wolf.
I am not a
levels
wolf.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like
this is
some
for people
cultures,
that have animalistic
the
things.
alpha
I
is just
prefer.
literally the firstborn, and some like Muslim culture, like Arabic, the firstborn or the guide or whatever they say, the eldest is the alpha. So it doesn't necessarily even mean the same to everyone. And being an alpha isn't necessarily a bad thing, just like being a beta is not a bad thing. But I don't know. I feel like these are just terms that have been another way to divide us. And I don't know if like having this conversation about like, you know, like, oh, what makes an alpha, female alpha? Like, I don't know really what's productive about that conversation, but I do hope that we can all just find ways to find solutions to the work
I just want to talk about it.
We should just be fascinated by our differences and not focus on fascinated by the things that we share, our similarities, and not be distracted by our differences. There we go.
We can
and it helps not to
talk
interrupt.
about Einstein's tensors if you want. Would you like to be productive?
Or those are like
productive,
subject to change with time. Right?
What's the question? I can't hear y'all.
If you want to talk about tensor fields, we can talk about tensor fields.
Okay, Josh, your mic is like, it's really hard to understand you. It's not consistently clear. I don't know how else to explain it.
Oh, it's because I'm on my phone.
Okay.
Anyways, I'm about solutions, fix the world's issues.
Okay, I'm seeking a lab assistant. I'm only kidding.
You're quiet, Sonny.
Oh. Did you say I'm quiet?
Talk, could you? I turned you up now.
Test.
Okay, that's good. That's fine. Yeah, it was me.
Had to be closer.
Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Does anyone have any is there like a local, we need local meetups. I need to put them on the app. So if anyone is having any meetups, let me know.
Well, are you guys familiar with the tensor equations?
Who's this?
What do you want, Sasha? Shut up.
Well, I was
wondering. There's no local here, so yeah.
If there was a flat Earth meetup on Antarctica, like just imagine that. That would be pretty fun, don't you think?
Oh God,
dude.
No.
Antarctica's horrible.
But Antarctica is the place where you know we no longer know the boundaries of the ball.
Do you like the cold weather, Sasha?
It's also like
it's snow. It's a blizzard where I live right now.
Yeah, that
I'd
checks
rather have
out.
a meetup in Jamaica, somewhere else.
Yeah,
not Antarctica.
I know Moscow's pretty cold this time of year.
Yeah, there's lots of water in Jamaica.
Yeah, Jamaica's amazing. And there's a lot of flat earthers there.
Wait,
you can smoke it.
Oh yeah, I love Jamaica. It's like a second home to me.
I've been there when I was 7, so I didn't get to experience it really.
Yeah, I'm on the no-flight list, so.
You didn't get to experience what? Jamaica?
Yeah, I was 7 years old.
You went there?
The whole family went, my friend.
Oh, nice.
Apparently, when he was
I went there by myself at 7 years old. I just wanted to do something nutty.
He sailed there.
Right.
I would like to visit ancient Rome or ancient Egypt.
That's sweet.
Why would you like
does anybody
to
want to talk
visit
about
ancient Rome?
Well, mostly
because that's sweet.
Well, I like Rome is the birthplace of democracy.
No, it's
fascinating. It's also France was the anyway.
I don't really like rule by mass media anyway. So,
do you know what democracy is, Sasha?
Yeah, I do.
What is
rule
it?
by mass media.
It's government by the people.
No.
It is. It's where the people
No,
elect
that's not democracy. I'm sorry.
That is.
Yes,
it is. Democracy is where
that's
you elect the
autocracy, right?
No, that's not.
That's
Autocracy is
representative autocracy.
Yeah, auto means
What you're
self.
talking about. What you're talking about, right? Democracy is mob rule. So a lynch mob in action is democracy.
Correct.
So I guess that worked out the last couple of years here.
Oh, okay, you guys, you got to go back. Okay, so this is where we struggle because I always come at people with the etymology, and then when I come in these rooms, you guys get mad at me for using etymology. But
No, I
the
love that.
etymology of democracy is the people's power.
Yeah, exactly.
The people's rule. That's literally what the word means.
Yeah, but the people's rule is hijacked by elites who just tell them what to think with mass media.
Well, you realize we don't
The people
live in a
is the mob.
democracy. We live in a constitutional republic.
Okay, there's two truths going on. One is hers, she had the definition, and then the etymology, and then there's y'all's interpretation given societal stimuli.
We don't have any kind of a democracy here. Are you kidding me? We have a totalitarian dictatorship.
No, I said constitutional republic.
No, we don't have a constitution.
You mean representative republic?
Constitution doesn't exist.
Constitutional.
Constitution, not for you.
It's a republic based on a constitution.
Listen, the Constitution only adheres to those that are eligible to be president or eligible for a seat in office.
So, yeah.
Well, no, the Constitution is
them.
for anyone in the U.S. That's a
It gives them legitimacy. It doesn't grant you anything. God grants you those rights.
Well, actually, the Constitution grants you your fundamental rights.
No,
it does not.
They can't be breached by the government.
It does not. It does
They
not
claim
grant,
God does that.
It does not grant anything. You're out of your mind.
God given
Okay, it doesn't grant you, but it guarantees you. That's what I should say.
God given rights. How can you have something? How can you be given something that you haven't already had? You know, how can they take something away from you that has always been yours? How can they say you have a privilege to do this when you've always had a privilege?
Easy. They use the police. This is how they use the police. They use
if you're breaking the law, they use the police.
Fake law.
No, they use the police all the time to do whatever they want. They use the police, whether you're breaking the law or not.
14th Amendment is when the sheriffs came about.
Well,
Before that, it was a marshal system.
Well, I think the police are corrupt, but I think the Constitution is a great document, and that's why the U.S. is so good.
It's fascinating. Which Constitution are you talking about? The Declaration of Independence or the Constitution of the United States?
The second one.
Declaration of Supreme
those
Law.
are not the same.
I wasn't talking. The Declaration of Independence is declaring independence. I'm talking about the Constitution.
Listen, the Declaration of Independence is the Constitution. The Constitution of the United States of America. However, the Constitution of the United States is a separate article. This is what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay.
Yeah, there was one written.
Hey, Sasha, is your name on the document?
No.
You didn't sign that.
Yeah, but it still applies to me.
No, it don't.
Really?
Sasha, no
It still applies to you, huh?
How about that?
Where in a free culture do they have lockdowns? Tell me that. In a free society, where do they have
Well, I mean, that's a state thing. That's not... The Constitution never says anything about lockdowns.
Oh, so then it's okay.
So you're saying the Constitution doesn't talk about martial law?
We're not
14th Amendment, 18th Amendment?
Oh, shit.
We violate our First Amendment, Second Amendment, Fourth Amendment, Seventh Amendment.
Yeah.
You ever heard of Article 12? Article 12 of the Constitution? Come on, Sasha. This is for prisoners. Prisoners of war. Clearly, you've never been in trouble with the law.
Stop the cap.
Probably never missed.
What about the doctrine of necessity? Isn't that in the Constitution too? The doctrine of necessity.
Where if a law is created that goes against the law of the land, it is repugnant and shall not be enforced.
Yeah. Is that the one you meant, Hank?
That's not what I was talking about.
Oh, okay.
I can't cite it because I can't remember. I think it's the necessity clause in the doctrine.
Well, if I may interrupt, as far as like democracy, this idea of democracy isn't necessarily built into any type of Republican ideology. Does anyone understand what I'm saying? You don't build democracy necessarily into a Republican ideology, and I think that's a safe way to look at it for even the Canadian. And this is why Canada is getting all up in arms about. Wait, we have a similar constitution to what was established, but we're going to get into other
Hang on. There's about the truckers in Canada right now that are protesting. They've stopped their trucks. They've disconnected their air brakes. They've made it so the trucks can't be moved.
They shut down the city.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think that's a good thing for everyone.
Hold on. I wanted to finish it out and just say that's like those trucks, they're refusing to go anywhere. They're refusing to let that bit of their country function at all unless they lift the mandates. Excuse me. So I think this is a turning point, and I just want to let people know about it. Thank you.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah. I mean, they're standing against, the powers that be.
And the cops right now are dealing with them, so we're going to hear about it here shortly. So anyway,
I've already seen some stuff, in social media, whatever, from that. But yeah, but as far as the general democratic system versus the Republican system, and the Act of 1871 versus all of that, it's not even the same thing. Because it establishes Washington, D.C. as a corporation, and then the Republican and Democratic system are both subject to that system. It's more of a corporation. But there are rules in the Constitution that can establish a certain state. There's so much minutia involved that you can't really tell the difference unless you study it. You know what I mean? And so people, they participate in the corporate system more than they actually understand their individual rights. So anyway, go ahead, guys. That's all I wanted to say about that.
That's all I got to say about that.
Well, I mean, am I right or wrong about that? I mean, if a state has to be a participant in the Washington D.C. corporation to actually
under a union,
any advance. It's a union.
They enter a union, like a marriage.
Yeah, but that's not what the Constitution says.
I know.
Yeah, the union is anyway.
It basically nullifies local government.
Yeah, I mean, if you read the Act of 1871, you understand why that the United States of America is a corporation, not the United States of America. Anyway, go ahead.
You are correct.
There really are two Americas.
Oh, I wanted to talk to you about something, Helio. Try to get something going.
Oh,
I figured out that stupid bot.
What bot? What do you want to talk to me about? If you're talking about like technical stuff inside the server, I don't know shit about that.
No, it's just like I have one set up already on my end as a demo, and it's been working.
Inside the server, or
the Restream bot inside my server.
Yeah, I mean, you might want to talk to India. I don't even mess with bots.
Well, it has to be hooked up to your YouTube though.
Well, Well, let's talk about it later.
That's what I was saying. I want to talk to you about.
All right,
So
cool,
when you have
cool.
time,
Yeah, we
probably
might have to
tomorrow
get
sometime.
Indio. We might have to get Indio involved because he's the one that does all that shit. Anyway, go ahead.
What are my responsibilities as a mod?
Hank, you're already doing it. Don't worry about it. Just keep participating. Do what you do. You'll figure this out. Hey, you have access to, some inside information. That we always, we have a large server here. You have access to inside information. You participate. You reciprocate. It's pretty much it. You'll figure it out, man. Your responsibilities are just to pay attention to the chat, and you have another level of power which you didn't necessarily want, but bro, you're here all the time, and we want you to be a good. I don't know. I recommended you for mod because, as a matter of fact, somebody else recommended you for mod like 3-4 months ago, and I was like, I don't think he wants it. I don't think he's ready or whatever. But
The only thing you have to worry
the
about,
more participation you've done, as much as you've done so far here, Hank, I was like, boom! I think Hank's ready for mod, man.
yeah, he's ready for mod. So the only thing you have to worry about is your mod monthly fee, and I'm the treasury. So
Just you have to link to my PayPal account and then give me $10.
Oh, does your PayPal accept NFTs? Because my children are artists. So I'll tell you what, I'll make some really good artwork for you guys.
No
problem. I have a warehouse full of NFTs.
No, it's all good. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the club, Hank.
Warehouse full of NFTs.
Well, it's just like when I first got you in here, I was like, I didn't. You remember when you first joined the server, Hank? Right? You were. I don't know. We don't have to do this on a live stream.
Was a little green, wasn't I? Yeah, go ahead, bro. Yeah, I was green and on the.
No, yeah, but you've always been interested, right? And so you've always had great conversations, great questions, and you've always challenged people, And so I've always been a fan of you. Whenever I hear you speak, I've always, I'm just like, man, I want to hear what people respond to what Hank says, because I mean you've always been a great speaker. So anyway. And so yeah, I mean you've been here for a couple of years, and you've done a great job, and it's not about necessarily being a flat earther. The flat earth role. To be honest, when you first joined, you weren't a flat earther, right? But you've always had great questions, but you've made so many great challenges to flat earth arguments that it's almost impossible for us, not to make you, a prominent member in this server,
Oh yeah, Hank Hill. I gotta tell you, you probably don't even. I'm sorry, Hank Hill. Go ahead and accept Helio's compliment. I don't know if you remember.
No, you, bro.
To you, it was probably like just one of many conversations with crazy people in the middle of the night. But I remember when I first joined the server, like one of the conversations you had with this kid, Chopstick, and Chopstick has come back. Chopstick's voice has dropped since this conversation, which was in 2019. But anyway, yeah, I think you were on the fence, and but you were totally the voice of reason in the room. Like, it was one of the craziest guys. I laughed so hard. I even went back and listened to it again. I don't know if you remember, but it was about it was the usual, like, is the sun flat, is the moon flat, and so on. And this one, I won't mention who it is. It's gold. So, like this person came in and was like telling this chopstick, like, I don't think you're really a boy. I think you're a college girl. You're definitely pretending to be a boy, like, and like for whatever bizarre reason, like going out, and you were just kind of like, doesn't matter, none of that matters. Let's continue on with the point. And you were like the on the fence person, but like dealing with these wacko flat earthers that were like totally derailing the conversation nonstop. You're trying to get it back on like what can be provable, observable, and so on. And then like Miggy came in and was like, "What's going on here?" Because I think somebody actually banned poor little chopstick. And then you're trying to do the hallway conversation, the perspective thing and all that. But you were totally the voice of reason, Hank, and you always have been, because we are a little wacky here in the flat Earth, aren't we? And and so I truly appreciate that. And your honesty is very refreshing, And so it's great that you actually, because I think that's cool. You didn't want to jump on the flat Earth bandwagon, so you were.
So
And pretty much, like you said, long after you were able to explain the flat Earth arguments better than a bunch of these flat Earth people. All right, that's my what do you call it? I don't know. My speech, I guess. My appreciation speech.
In answer to your question, Hank, what your role here is now, what you're supposed to do as moderator, just keep doing what you're doing. You're already doing it. Now you have access to some back rooms with the moderators. Just keep doing what you're doing, bro. I mean, you're doing it well.
Hey, I appreciate that, man. Yeah, for me, and grow my own understanding, and then my own understanding grew, and at that point, it was like, okay, there's just nothing, and it's, they respond to this. These flat earthers asking these questions, and they're not responding. They're just coming up with, all this deflective conversation.
That's cool, man. Most of that was robotic, but I think we got it.
I think I heard him knocking on the
I thought
door.
it was my connection.
I think he's making
to be
it
honest,
deliberate.
I didn't think he expected, to get the mod roll yesterday. Which is funny. A lot of us don't. When you get the mod roll, it's like, oh shit, I'm just hanging out, bro, doing the best.
So yes, you should be. Hank can be an inspiration to poor Sasha 2.0. He doesn't like being on the fence with Sasha 2.0. Wear with pride. Hank Hill did for a really long time, and to examine the arguments, Sasha 2.0, and yeah, you can be, like I said, you can be the leader of the on the fence people.
The leader of the on the fence people.
You don't think Sasha 2.0 is up for that?
Well, I don't know. We'll see. That's funny.
Dandelion. No more fans. I'm sorry.
Huge man, you should say hello to us.
Yo, good evening.
Hello, Future Man. How are you doing?
I don't want to talk, but yeah, it's cool to be here. I just listen, and yeah, all is good.
What is wrong with people when they say, I don't want to talk, but I opened my microphone and started talking?
I was just being polite because I talked to him.
Yeah, and he knows you're doing most of the talking, Helio, so he's gonna allow you to keep, bro.
Okay, how about you do most of the talking,
That's right,
Jamesy?
Jen. He doesn't want to interrupt Helio. That's right, Jamesy.
He can't because he doesn't want to interrupt you.
No, that's cool. All right, so if you don't want to talk, what don't you want to talk about?
Good question. Not really. I'm just here to listen. I think that's fine for you.
So you're very new to the server. You don't want to talk about what we're talking about, which is flat Earth.
Well, I'm just no native English speaker, so I don't want be always concentrated and focused and talk in English. So I just
That's
listen
understandable.
and just enjoy it.
Your English is very good, actually.
Do you have any hobbies? Just so I can get to know you better?
Place to practice.
Yeah, I'm working, I'm playing PC, and I have a wife and a daughter. That's my hobbies.
So you play PC and you have wife and daughters.
And listens to flat earthers.
And listens to flat earthers talk all night.
When are you going to become a
But he
professional?
doesn't want to talk about flat Earth. This is weird.
No, he's trying to play a video game. Oh boy, no big deal. He wants to listen. So maybe we should talk about.
Does your wife care if you talk to flat earthers all night?
To be honest, I wasn't talking much about it because I'm feeling stupid when I talk about it.
No, nobody's stupid. Flat Earth is really easy to figure out. You go outside your door, you look at Earth, you look at the sun, moon, and sky. You observe Earth. If you live near the coast, it's even easier to figure out. The coast of an ocean, that it's very, very easy to figure out that the Earth cannot be a globe. Very easy to figure out.
Yeah, what should I say? There are other conspiracies where I'm confident
This
to talk
isn't
about.
a conspiracy. We're talking about what you.
It is for the most people. It is for the most people.
I know that, but you're not
That's the point.
amongst the most people.
Yeah, but when I'm talking to my wife or colleagues from work, then it is a conspiracy. Right?
Yeah, I know that. We all know that. Yes.
So, for example, there are other things I can talk about it, and it's okay for me when they call me.
Let me ask you something. Have you personally come to the conclusion that Earth cannot be a globe from your personal observations, or have you been convinced by some YouTube videos that that the Earth is a globe by watching? I won't even mention anything like that because I feel like what you've said so far, I think you've already seen some of that imagery and stuff from the. You wouldn't have come here and talked to us anyways,
it's
unless you've already seen some of it.
It's the third weekend in a row that I'm listening here, so yeah, there's a reason for it. But
hey, Helio, let me say something. Hey, how you doing? Anyway, the conspiracy aspect. I mean, are you serious? That's where they go, conspiracy. I mean, just think about how just dumb that is. They think the Earth's a globe because of social reasons, not because of science, not because of what they can measure, not because of what they can observe, but because of what they think people would or would not do. That's pretty fucking dumb.
Absolutely, yeah, 100%.
That's so.
But
just
we
put
were
it from like this. So your argument is sociology.
One sentence, please.
So
One sentence, please.
Oh,
One sentence,
ahead.
please. We were only talking about if I talk to other people about the story, and no, I don't, because they are so clueless.
That's how you should present it to them. Because I don't think a lot of times, like some people on the server have been interacting with people that don't believe the Earth is flat, just the general public for about 4 years. Okay, so a long time. Interact with thousands of people I have. And they don't even, a lot of times, they don't even understand their own argument. They just go by like this gut feeling, right? They don't really think about what they're saying. Do you understand what I'm saying? They don't understand that their argument against the globe is basically psychology and sociology, which is so silly. But they don't understand that that's the type of argument they're making. They're not saying, well, the Earth's a globe because we measured it as something else. Basically, they're saying, I can't believe human beings would do such a thing, so they didn't do such a thing.
Yeah, and they do so many other things which are lies, and they know even about it, and still all the other things can never be lies. I know all that stuff, but still, it's different.
Here's what happened.
Oh,
they didn't do anything.
Helio, I just want to ask you one more question.
I want to say
it's called an appeal to personal incredulity. So
I
it's a
want to say
logical
I want to
fallacy.
say one sentence and then I'm quiet again because
Yeah, okay.
I can't help you here in
I'm
discussion.
just trying to help you. I'm just trying to help you, like, deal with
I
people.
know that's why I'm here. That's why I'm here, but I don't want to discuss. I mean, I'm here to listen and to learn something. That's why I'm here.
Yeah, but you said to us
Give
that
up a
you can't
specific
speak
example.
English well, but you can.
But Helio, leave it that. He said that he want to learn. That means he will get now information. Give
He
them
wants to say
information.
one more sentence. Say your piece.
I just want to say I'm 30 years old from Germany, and I'm like in conspiracies. You know what I mean, like that. It's not like a flat Earth is a conspiracy or whatever. Just the whole thing, like 9/11 and so on.
Yeah, you're a realist.
Yeah, I'm in that whole thing like 15 years. I was 15 when I started it, and most of the people never started it, and then try to talk about
Started what? Started what?
Helio, don't interrupt them. Come on, let him finish. Jesus Christ.
Then try to talk with people who never ever listened to anything about that, and then argue with them about that story. Yeah, that will never happen. Like,
yeah, you're giving them too much, too fast, basically. Yeah, I get it.
I hope you know. I'm not trolling here. I'm just here to listen. And
No, yeah, I get it. I'm just trying to tell you, like,
I'm here
it
to learn
helps
anyway.
if we understand. It helps when we talk to people about it. It really helps if we understand the people we're talking to, because they're actually, to be honest, they're really confused. They don't even understand how to critically think and determine the truth. You have to teach them that before you can even present them with flat Earth. You literally have to teach them how to think, and it's sad and it's depressing that people don't even know how to think. But like that is the first step.
I know what you mean, but the point is, for example, 9/11 for them is unimaginable. Never ever could someone be so evil and do that. And now imagine telling them, yeah, but the Earth is flat. They will never believe. So why should I try? It's just like
because they're brainwashed.
It's like shooting in my
Hold
own
on. Hold on. So it's not up to you to convince people, my friend from Germany, right? Your only job is to give them the ability to think about it, because before they hear it, they do not know that they possess the ability to contemplate and think about such things. So I would say that if you make a flat earth argument, it's not meant to convince anyone that the earth is flat. It's only there to convince them to go outside and check for themselves. That's just my opinion, my friend.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Makes sense, but still, it's really hard to even talk about it.
I share that opinion, and that's pretty much a lot of people on this server share that we don't want to replace. We're not trying to be a replacement, right? Oh, don't believe them, believe me. I'm not going to give you any. I'm going to give you evidence. Believe my evidence and not their evidence. We just say, hey, don't believe me and don't believe them. Believe yourself and go out there and test it for yourself. This is not a hard thing to figure out. It's a third grade level geometry problem. I mean, really, a little child could test this.
I think I wrote something like that, like maybe 45 hours ago in the voice chat channel. I think I will search it out and tag you. Like,
how long have you been on the server?
2 months, 3 months, or something.
Oh, 2 months. Oh, you've been here a while. Oh, yes, you heard all our bullshit.
Yeah.
He's a ladies' night fan. He comes to ladies' night.
Oh, that's it. Oh, okay. Does your wife know about this?
Yeah, it's fine. It's only the internet.
Oh man,
who doesn't love ladies' night?
Famous last
I mean,
words.
goddamn, ladies' night is the
exactly.
greatest
Famous
shit
last
ever.
words. You know, you're catching a fight.
She even accepted that I'm sitting here in the morning at 4 o'clock in the PC, in front of PC. So yeah, I think that's fine.
We're just joshing with you, future man. I'm sure you're a great father and husband.
It's okay, but yeah, I still want to. Still don't want to talk, but yeah, now I was forced, and yeah, it's okay.
No, you don't have to talk. If you don't want to talk, you don't have to, bro. You can just listen. That's fine.
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, we'll search for my comment like 45 minutes ago and post it again. So yeah, I'm someone who making I think about that stuff, but yeah, explaining that to others is difficult when they don't have the basics about what I'm thinking.
Wait, but what are you thinking? What the basics of what? What
Let me search.
globe? What globe? That's what we're talking about. What globe? What are the basics of what you're thinking? What globe?
Let me search for it. Please talk about something else for 2 minutes.
No, we can't. You're in a flat Earth server.
He's looking for it, Helio. He's going to look for something. You're stressing him out, Helio. Back off.
My bad. My bad. My bad. My bad.
Helio's looking for a
1
fight.
second. Yeah, look for
Friday
someone.
night and I need a fight. My motorcycle in a
I just
switchblade
don't
knife.
understand.
Yeah, that's what I posted 1 hour ago. You can check
What
the
don't
channel.
you understand?
About why would they lie to us?
No, that's what I
Okay, it's
posted.
really
Good question. We want to know too.
Yeah, he's right.
It's
He's
really
posted what
important.
he before. He said, "I had a great moment today, afternoon in Germany. Maybe it's pretty common, but I never looked for it. I guess 50% of my neighbor's house was sunlight, 50% was in shadows. I was smoking a cigarette and just thought, let's see if the shadow is moving. And yes, it didn't at all in that 6 to 7 minutes. I was wondering if that makes sense if the whole 25,000 miles Earth has to rotate around itself in only 24 hours if a small shadow in a small house doesn't move in all that time."
Huh?
That's what he's talking about.
I don't get it.
I think that's fine.
So his brain is trying to figure out how to test. So he's coming up with these ideas like maybe I should watch the shadows, right? But really what you need to do is make a long distance observation over a large body of water that's at rest and pull out your Earth curve calculator and see what you can see and see what you can't see. And look for the things that you shouldn't be able to see.
Yes, but you do realize the Earth is very big, right?
So how was the
even
Earth
if you're,
measured if it's
looking on the
But don't
sun,
you think that we accounted for that? Like, I mean, seriously, do you think that we didn't like check that?
obviously, but you don't understand
No,
the size of
hold
the
on. We
entire
do
Earth.
understand. We checked it, right? So
Alright, then
they
what is
make
the
a claim.
measurement?
They say the Earth is this big, 3,959 miles. In kilometers, it's 7,000 something. Blah blah blah. Whatever. So we can check that. It's a simple math formula. So we can check, and it makes a prediction. It's real simple. It makes a prediction. So at 10 miles, there's a prediction of, there's this much drop. At 20 miles, there's this much drop. At 30 miles, there's this much drop. So we can check that. It's their prediction. It's not ours. We're checking we're checking their geometry against the real world.
I thought what Future Man was saying in that thing was why the Earth is spinning at, what is it? It's 1,000 miles at the equator, so I don't know what it would be in Germany, but that the shadow should have moved more quickly. I thought that's what he was saying, but I don't know. What you were saying?
Well, I'm making a prediction that he's about to say that you can see something over the curve or something. And, the
The
prediction
thing is
will
that
be
he
the
made an
size of
observation
Earth.
of a shadow, and that wouldn't prove anything in any way. He's looking at a
Okay,
shadow,
well, you guys have
light
at it
phenomena, shadow
then.
phenomena that
Anyway,
we can see
somebody
in many
muted me, and
ways
I
during
think
the
it was
day, but
Kimsey, but whatever.
Are you
that wouldn't
talking over
prove anything.
Jamesy, Helio?
Yeah, I'm being
Can't hear
up,
a fucking
Dave.
word he's saying.
I'm just saying that he mentioned a shadow. He's just observing a phenomena, a shadow, but that wouldn't prove anything on the globe or the flat side, right?
Right.
Well, I think he's trying to
Doesn't measure
disprove the globe, and yeah, that's what he's telling me in the messages here. So yeah, he's going for a cigarette now, though. So yeah,
For
that's
Battle
cool.
of Shadows.
Yeah, I mean, I think yeah. Fine. So,
Holy shit.
yeah, I thought he was trying to say the shadow should be moving more than it was if the Earth was spinning. I thought he was trying to disprove the globe. I don't know. That's not what you guys got out of that.
Kelsey's just saying that type of test doesn't prove anything.
Oh, okay, yeah, I understand, but he's trying to ask the question. Yes, so I understand what you're saying. Yep. I know. I agree, Slimes. That the squiggly line earlier. I don't know. Does he just want us to call him squiggly line? Hi, squiggly line.
What the hell is squiggly?
Whoever said the Earth was too big, like, how big do you think it is? How much drop do you think there is in, say, 25 miles? Like, if I eye level, right? So we drew a line from my eye level out 25 miles, and then I went down to the surface of the Earth. How far do you think that distance is? 25 miles to the surface, 25 miles away. How far? What do you think that is? That distance?
What?
I'm not sure who said that. I don't know who's.
How much drop do you think there is from curvature? Due to curvature, the curving Earth, right? The Earth is supposed to be curving away. So how much drop do you think there is in 25 miles?
Who are you asking?
This is addressed to
Okay, I'll say it again. Okay.
I said, who are you
Say
asking?
I had a ruler in a basketball. Okay, we'll do it this way. Say I had a ruler in a basketball, and I took the ruler and stuck it on top of the basketball, right? So there's going to be a space between the ruler and the surface of the ball. And as I go down the ruler, right, as I go away from like where the ruler touches the ball, and as I move away from that along the ruler, that space between the ball and the ruler is going to grow, right? It's going to get bigger, that space.
Yes.
Okay. So that's what we're talking about. My eye level is the ruler. The surface of the Earth is the basketball. So that space is going to grow. So 25 miles away from my eyes, how big do you think that space is on the Earth?
Well,
Look,
we don't have a
look in
giant.
live stream voice text.
We don't have a giant ruler to rule the entire.
We have lasers, dude. We have lasers.
A laser is not the ruler.
A laser goes straight, dude. It's just like the ruler. Light travels straight.
Yes, but light can bend.
It can bend?
Can it?
Yes.
Is that the general rule, or is that a rare occurrence?
Light can bend.
What happens?
Listen, I'm asking you, answer my question. Is that the general condition, or is that a rare occurrence? So does light bend generally, or does it only do it sometimes in special circumstances?
I mean, you flat earthers like to bring up perspective, right? So
you flat earthers? So now you're going to talk about us?
Well, you guys bring up perspective, so why would the perspective not work on a light?
What are you...
Wow. Why'd you have to insult me too, man? Answer the question. What the hell?
Yeah, how much drop?
Say that? Did you just really say that? You have no clue what perspective is if you just said that.
What is perspective? Tell me right now. What is the definition?
Okay, so what is the definition? Perspective is how we describe projective geometry. So the 3D world is projected onto a 2D surface, our retina, or a camera sensor, or a camera film, right? So it's called a linear perspective. So as things move away from us, the absolute size of something, their angular size gets smaller linearly with distance. So something that is one distance away, if I double that distance, it'll be half the size. And it follows this linear relationship. And when I say size, I mean it's angular size. What the hell does any of that have to do with a laser?
Well, it gets smaller.
What do you mean it gets smaller?
Yes, because when it goes further, it gets smaller.
Yeah, but we're not measuring it from that point. We're measuring it from the far away point.
How do you
perspective is there's a point of view, right? That's what it is. Perspective is a point of view. So I have a laser and I'm shining it, right? I'm not measuring it from the place I'm shining the laser from. I'm measuring it from where the laser's going.
Okay.
So I'm measuring it from a place
So did you
25
do
miles
this
away
yourself?
from the laser. Pardon
Did
me?
you do this yourself?
Why do I have to do it myself?
So you believe what other people do or
Dude,
say,
do you
right?
guys have like a script or something?
It's not a belief.
You literally, I've heard probably 50 different people say that in those exact words in the exact order you just said that. Exactly.
It's just a question.
Who else has heard this exactly say it in the exact way? The exact way.
Me?
Yes. Sure.
Dude, that was almost
At
scary
least
what
3
you just
times
did, dude.
today.
Like, it was almost
Because you
scary.
use this argument against us. You say
Well,
why do you believe NASA?
No.
You
So, and
go
I'm
there
gonna
yourself.
say,
So I'm using the
listen,
same argument against you.
wrong. That's a straw man. That's false. Okay, you're trying to compare what we say. Okay, when we say, "Did you do it yourself?" You're making an extraordinary claim. Oh, there's people in space. They measured the Earth from space. That's an extraordinary claim because it's outside the realm of common human experience, right? Somebody measuring something with a tape measure is a normal, everyday, common human experience. It's not extraordinary. So this is a conflation of two different ideas. Something that's plausible and ordinary versus something that is extraordinary. And our
Yeah, I'm
claim
wondering.
isn't whether you did it yourself, right? It's not that at all. You don't understand the argument. And I just can't believe you just said it that way. It blows me away that you said it the exact way, like you read from a fucking script. The same script I've heard 50 other people read. No, listen. It isn't that. It isn't the fact that you made that argument. It's the fact the way you said it was just like I've heard 500 other people say in the exact same way. The words are in the exact same order.
Are you okay?
Could you care to explain that to me?
Are you
I'm really
okay?
curious
I'm
now.
trying
Like,
to
that
have
really
a
just
good
blew me
discussion
away,
here,
dude.
and you're over here cussing at me because you're mad because
Now we're going to talk about
simply
me.
ask you a
So
question.
it's the same, like, dude, you guys are like little fucking, is there like a factory somewhere pumping you guys out? Now you're going to talk about me.
Now
You
you're
guys
making
do
an
the
assumption.
exact same thing back and forth. You're cornering on evidence, so you talk
making a
about us.
claim.
Flat
You're
earthers
making
think
a claim.
this, flat
Squiggles,
earthers
that
think
is a
that.
female response.
Now you're going to
you're
talk
giving.
about me. Now you're cussing. Now you're going to complain about the freaking way the server is administered. Now you're going to complain about the way I'm going to talk to you.
I didn't say that.
Everything but the issue, right? The fact is, that 25 miles away, a laser beam should be 440 feet above the surface of the Earth. It is easy, trivial to measure that
No,
distance.
because the Earth is huge.
Trivial.
The
I
Earth
just
is
gave
huge.
you the numbers. It doesn't matter how huge the Earth is. The number is a laser is 440 feet above the ground, 25 miles away.
Wait,
We
can
can
I
measure
ask you a question?
440
Do you understand
feet
how a water
easily.
level works?
Don't interrupt me anymore, or I'm going to
Sorry.
kick you off the fucking server. I'm sick of your fucking stupid propaganda tactics. They're not going to fucking work. The fact is, a laser 25 miles away is 440 feet above the ground. Can a human being measure 440 feet fucking easily? Yes or no?
What'd you say?
Can a human being measure 440 feet distance easily?
I guess.
You get? How many soccer pitches exist in the world? Or football pitches?
Football field?
Yeah, football field. How many exist in this fucking world? Could you measure one?
Yeah, but I like I said, the Earth is
Could you
huge.
measure one? Or is it
Yes.
beyond your fucking, or is it too small to measure?
No, it's small, so I can measure the
Football
football
field
field.
is small.
Yeah, compared to the entire Earth, yes.
Yeah. Can you measure the distance of a football field?
Yes.
That is this distance. The distance of a laser from the ground is a football field. It is easy to see if I go 25 miles away. Is the laser a football field over my head? Guess what? When you do this test, it's not. And there's nothing you can do about it. Your fucking silly words and your little propaganda tactics aren't going to change the results. Period.
Look, I'm just trying to learn here, man.
No, you're not. You're trying to spin a narrative, and it ain't going to work.
No, it's just
That's what you're trying to do. Listen, nobody has to do it themselves. If you'd like to do it yourself, please go do it yourself. Because this has been replicated, I don't know, 20 times now. You can go replicate it yourself.
No, but like,
and the
what's
thing is,
the
the fact we're
longest
using a
distance?
laser, the purpose of using a laser is to eliminate the subjective looking at things. That's why we're doing a measurement.
Okay.
Right? We're measuring the distance of the laser from the ground.
Okay, can I
And the
talk
bulb
now?
makes a prediction. It says laser 440 feet from ground, 25 miles away. Oh, it isn't 440 feet above the ground. It's 4 feet above the ground. Why is that? Why is it 2 orders of magnitude different than the prediction?
Where?
Where? The fucking 7 tests they did in the Netherlands. That's where.
And who did these tests? Flat earthers,
Why
right?
does it matter who did it?
No, I'm asking what is the longest distance they have measured? Can you
With
name
a
it?
laser?
Yes.
25 miles.
Longest distance.
25 miles.
So what would that be on a map? That would be small, right?
So what? It's over water.
No, but has anyone ever tried to do this laser test from 2 different countries?
How would that even be? First of all,
exactly.
Yeah, you could do it 2 different countries. You just go to the border and shine it across the border. I mean,
All
stop
right,
being silly, dude.
now find the
Give
test
me a
that did it.
distance. Give me a distance.
1,000 miles.
How could you do it? How could you shine a laser 1,000 miles?
I thought you said the Earth was flat, right?
Yeah, dude. How could you shine a laser 1,000 miles? There's other variables, right, that prohibit a laser from going 1,000 miles.
Yes, because light bends.
Wait, let me ask.
Light bending. It's not light bending. Oh my God! Did you just really say that?
Yeah, I mean.
So what are you saying? Like, if the Earth is flat and I tried to shine a laser 1,000 miles, it's going to bend, and then what? Go into the Earth? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know.
What are you saying?
I'm just asking.
Listen, you can't shine a laser 1,000 miles because the air is not transparent. There's something called optical extinction. You know what a lighthouse is? So when they make a lighthouse, they have a formula for optical extinction. They want to know, I need a light that's this bright to see 40 miles away. Guess what they don't account for? Curvature of the Earth. They don't account for that. They account for how much the air absorbs light.
Not only
You
that, the
can't shine
dispersion
a
of the laser.
laser 1,000 miles because A, there's optical extinction. B, beam divergence, right? C, laser power, the inverse square law. D,
So you're saying the
collimator.
laser is
You have
not
to
too powerful.
listen, you have to collimate the beam, and if you had a collimator with that precision, you would melt the fucking collimator, and it would last for fucking 1 nanosecond before it melted. There's practical reasons and limitations why it would never work that have nothing to do with curvature of the Earth.
Name one
Nothing
reason.
whatsoever.
He just gave you 3.
He just gave you 4. No, it wasn't 3. It was 4.
Dude, your
Jesus
mic.
fucking Christ, dude! You're like I
can't
said, you're
even
not here to
understand
learn.
you, dude.
You're dishonest. You're here to spin a narrative, and you
No.
saying name one after I just listed 4 is just blows me away, dude.
You said
Blows me away.
optical what? I forgot.
Extinction.
Distinction. Okay.
Optical extinction. So there's something air. Listen, any medium. You can also. It's called what the fuck's the name of it? I have to look it up. Okay.
Yes, look it up.
And I'll tell you. Like, listen, I'll give you an example that you can understand. If I go underwater into the ocean, when is it completely black? How deep do I have to be?
Very deep.
1
How
kilometer.
deep?
Maybe close to like the bottom of the ocean.
Google
Ocean,
it.
right?
Google it. Not even
Not
close,
true.
dude. It's like
Why
100
would I
meters.
Google it?
It is completely black at 100 meters.
Really?
Why is that? Why is it completely black at 100 meters?
Okay, let me look this up.
I mean,
but it wouldn't even matter. Say it's 1,000
Yeah, it
meters.
wouldn't matter.
Say it's
I mean,
10,000
it
meters.
could be 10
We're talking about
meters.
shining a light 1,000 miles.
Could be fucking 10 meters.
Dude, you know how hard it was for me to just come in and hear exactly. That's exactly the first thing that I heard when I hopped in here. Why don't you guys shine a laser at 1,000 miles? And I was just like, dude, I haven't even been here long enough, and I already want to jump in.
Do what?
But I bit my tongue.
Dude, Jose, you should rewind the stream. This guy literally, you know how they say, did you do it yourself? Don't you flat earthers say you have to do it all yourself? Like, he just said it like in like they have a script, dude. Like it's a paragraph somewhere that they've all read. Dude, it's.
Yeah, he
I'm not
doesn't.
considering
He
it
hasn't
you're
done
making a
shit.
claim
He
that I
hasn't
have
done
script.
shit.
that.
He hasn't done shit. Then you ask him the first question again after all this shit. You asked him the first question again, and what did he just say? All right, man, I'm gonna look this up.
All right, let's go back to the ocean. Hold on. Let's go back to the ocean. So did you look it up? Was it at like roughly 100 meters or what? What did you look up when you looked it up?
Nothing popped up.
All right, I guess I'll look it up and take over, and I'll look it up.
Nothing popped up. Okay.
No.
Let's
What do
Google.
I have to type to see the answer?
How
What do I have
deep do you have to be until it's completely black?
Was it just me, or did the sound just get all screwy for everyone, and everyone just talked over everyone?
Yes, you.
I think it's
3,300
feet. It sounds great here.
3,300 feet.
3,000 feet, yes.
3,000 feet. 3,000 feet is less than 1 mile.
It's interesting. Like I read what I got. It says after the aphonic zone, there's a complete darkness from 1,000 meters below the surface.
But guess what? Air is different than water, so
Of course, but it still has the same property. It has the same property, like where light can't penetrate the atmosphere indefinitely. You know, there's also a limit to it.
If you keep
So
reading
how
that,
far can you see a candle? How far can you see a candle? They've tested this empirically.
Who?
University of Texas A&M. Published paper. How far away can you see a candle with binoculars?
Do you think I know this by heart?
10 miles.
So why should I believe you?
You're not believing me. You're believing their results of their tests. That is another parroting fucking bullshit you just did. Why should I believe you? No one asked you to believe me.
But guess what? The University of Texas also think the Earth is round. Should I believe them?
Dude, it's like fucking reading a script. I swear to God, I'm gonna die. Dude, like, fuck out of here. I'm just kicking you the fuck out of here. Listen, I already heard this like for the last 4 years. Dude, you're a clown. Dude, you're the most.
Here, let me go ahead and real quick.
Why are you calling me names? You're insulting me.
That's a appeal to
calling me names.
They do this on Fiverr. They also think the Earth is round. You know what that is? What you just did? That's called an all or nothing fallacy.
What?
That you either have to believe all of it or none of it. That's a logical fallacy.
So is that what I'm a fallacy or you're a fallacy?
No, your logical fallacy. The fact that Texas A&M, who don't think anything, so there's some scientists that did this experiment. So it doesn't matter who did it, and it also does not matter where they were. It only matters as a result of the experiment. You can go do this test yourself and get the same result, and you don't have to believe anybody. Right? But that's a problem for you because you'd rather believe in your retarded religion.
What is my religion?
Hold on, idiot.
It's the fact that it's the fact you believe the Earth is a spinning fucking water pair in space, even though you've never experienced that and you never will.
And what he said right before he said,
where did you go to experience the Earth as a ball? From where? Where are you? Where were you? And what
he said, why should I believe you? That's what he said before that.
We're all past that. Go ahead, India. Answer the question, whatever quotation mark.
Where were you when you experienced the Earth as a globe, and how did you perceive it, and with what sense? With what sense did you perceive it with?
I've been in the tallest building in the world.
Okay, that's not answering the question.
I was in my mind. I'm betting he's going to say airplane, but so you're a tiny earther. So you're in the Burj Khalifa, and you saw curvature from the Burj Khalifa.
Yes, the Burj Khalifa. I've seen the curve for myself.
You've seen curvature from the Burj Khalifa.
Yes.
So how big do you think the Earth is then? You were just saying the Earth is gigantic. To see curvature from the Burj Khalifa, the Earth would have to be 20-kilometer fucking radius.
No.
Yeah, because you have to be 1/8 of the radius away to see a curved horizon, because you have to see the whole ball. You have to be a significant portion away.
It's not a perfect ball. They never said it was a perfect ball. You think
Nobody
it's
said.
like
Listen,
you think it's
it's
like you
irrelevant.
think it's a
That's a red
basketball.
herring. It's irrelevant whether it's a perfect ball or not.
Why?
Listen, when you make a claim that you can see curvature from a height, we can do the math to determine whether that's possible. We can determine what that arc is of what you'd see because we can do something called geometry. You're lying. So why did you lie to us? Why did you lie to us?
How am I lying?
Why did they even say that? How are you lying? You cannot see curvature from the Burj Khalifa. You've never seen curvature from the Burj Khalifa. That's an absolute 100% lie. And you know
I've
it's a lie.
seen it with my own eyes.
You're a liar.
I can't even
You're a
see
fucking
far away.
liar.
The
Keep
reason
saying it, dude. You're just a degenerate.
you're cutting me
seriously,
off.
you're a degenerate for even trying to pass that lie off.
All you're doing is cutting
Did you
me
know
off
that
and
the
calling me
International
insult.
Space Station is not high enough to see curvature? And that's not according to me. That's according to the fucking math.
Who said
This
that?
isn't my opinion. That's what you don't get. Mathematics is not a fucking opinion. When you make a claim that you can see something from some height, we can just do the fucking math. And if you think that the Earth has a radius of 20 fucking kilometers, dude, you're high.
I never said that.
That's what it would have to be for you to see curvature from the Burj Khalifa. Is
Why
a
would that
radius
have
of
to
20
be? Why
fucking
would that have to
kilometers.
be?
Because of the math dictates it. Because we know what the horizon is, and the only way you can see an arc. There's a maximum resolution to our eye. We know it's 1 arc second, or 0.202 degrees. To detect a fucking arc,
you didn't let me
to
explain
detect
what
an
I saw.
arc, listen, pardon me?
You didn't explain what you didn't let me explain
You didn't
what I
see
saw.
anything, you're fucking lying.
No. I did not say I seen the perfect curvature of the earth. I said I look out and you cannot see all the way out like a flat earth.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm
What he's
saying
talking about is that
everything
he thinks
disappeared because of the
he
curvature.
thinks that if it's
of Earth.
flat, Indio, he should be able to see indefinitely. That's what he's
Yeah, and we just
assuming.
covered this with the laser and the 3,000 miles, right? You don't see out. Light comes to you.
So light is a random invisible
Light
force.
light reflects off an object, it comes to you and goes through your fucking pupil. Right? So the same thing with the laser can't shine 1,000 miles. The light of the sun that reflects off a mountain 1,000 miles away can't travel to your fucking eye.
So what do you think the sun is, huh?
Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm done. Someone else fucking deal with this clown.
Wow, you're calling me
Anybody
names.
else want to play with this clown?
Jose said he. Jose
The
said
fucking
he.
Gish is disgusting, dude. Like, I can't, this guy is obviously, I don't know what we're, send me a copy of the script, man, because, you're saying shit. And,
it seems like you're getting emotional, buddy.
Look, you're looking for a reaction. That's what you're doing right now. Look, I'd be interested in talking.
No, I'm not even saying anything.
Want to know what my emotion is right now? It's called disgust.
Wow, you're judging me.
Look, I'd be interested in having a conversation with you.
You're goddamn right I'm judging you.
The problem is that, India's presented a bunch of things to you that you haven't even acknowledged or cared to. So it seems like you're just going through, kind of like
Gish
galloping.
He said he's here to learn, dude. He said he's just here to learn.
He's gish galloping through the whole conversation and not absorbing anything. So to be honest, I don't really see it being fruitful.
I'm absorbing the information. It just don't make sense. It makes no sense.
Well, it makes sense. It's just your comprehension that isn't working.
So it's because you're all are flat earthers. So obviously you all agree. It makes sense to you guys.
Quiet.
Make it make sense to me. A globe earther. Make it make sense to me.
Angular resolution doesn't exist because a flat earther says it. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying make it make sense to a globe earther. What do you think we were?
Listen, I cited modern physics, dude. The fact is you don't understand physics. I cited geometry. You don't understand geometry. I cited math. If it doesn't make sense, you have a piss poor education. What do you want me to tell you?
I don't think you understand because gravity
you have a piss poor education. I'm sorry.
Works. So do you believe?
What do you mean? Gravity works on a flat Earth. What are you talking about?
So what is the force?
There is no force. What are you talking about?
So what happened when you jump up? Something a leprechaun pull you
You
down?
fall. You fall.
Oh no, you fly off to space. That's what should happen.
Watch this. Watch this shit. So you fall because of the bending of space-time. There's no force.
That makes no sense,
Space is
dude.
warping. You just
Tell Einstein it makes no sense, buddy.
The warping of space-time refraction.
That makes no sense, bro.
It makes no sense.
Yeah, tell
Hold
Einstein.
on. Let me listen. Well, go take it up with Albert Einstein. Because in the theory
I
of
don't
general
believe what
relativity,
he's saying.
gravity is not a force. It's the bending of space-time. So you just
I
told
don't
me
care about
that Albert
Einstein.
Einstein makes no sense. You just told me that.
I don't care about Einstein. Who said I believe in him?
Yo, somebody.
You obviously don't. You just proved you don't.
Einstein didn't make fucking gravity.
Yeah, he defined it.
Somebody has to clip that because he just told you the bending of space time, which Einstein supposedly came up with, right?
Who said I agree with Einstein? You're already
You
making
kinda
an
did.
assumption.
Yeah, you did.
You
'Cause you said
invoked gravity.
Gravity was discovered by Isaac Newton.
Gravity was discovered. People didn't fall until Isaac Newton discovered it.
No, not like that. It's the same way how Christopher Columbus discovered America, but there was people in America, so it's not like that.
So tell me, how did Newton discover gravity?
He found out the meaning of gravity, not discovered the
How?
gravity.
What
he
did
didn't
he
invent
find
gravity,
out?
idiot.
How? Tell me how.
An apple fell.
Wrong. Try again.
No.
Tell me how. That's not it.
Yes, an apple
I know
fell.
exactly how. He wrote it down. So tell me how.
I told you, apple fell in front of
No.
his face.
What? No. Newton wrote it down, dude. Newton wrote down how he
Alright, tell
discovered
me what
it.
he wrote then.
And it wasn't from an apple falling from a tree. That's not what he wrote down.
What did he write?
No, you tell me.
You said you know
said
what
he
he wrote.
discovered it. No. You said he discovered it. So obviously you know how he discovered it. Tell me how he discovered it. I want to know. I want you to tell me. You don't know shit.
You said you know
You're
what
talking
he
out
said.
your ass, and that's all you've been doing since you got here. Talking out your ass.
I told you,
Exposed,
he sat under a tree, he was drinking tea, and he observed
Nobody
the apple
even-
falling from the tree.
Okay, give me a citation for that. Like seriously,
Okay?
give me a
Search it
citation
up on
because
Google.
nobody believes
Search
that
it up
shit
on
anymore.
Google. Search it up on
No,
Google.
I don't. No. I don't want Google. Google's not a citation. I want the citation. The
But you told me
historical
to search up
citation.
the.
The
You told me
historical
to search it up.
citation.
So why don't you search it up?
Because I already know the answer. I don't have to search it up, and you're fucking wrong. You should Google it.
No, but you told me to search up the depth of the
Yeah,
ocean.
that's right. Because you didn't know what it
Exactly.
was. Because you didn't know what it was. I do know. There's a difference. See, you didn't know what optical extinction was. I do know what Newton did. There's a difference there. See, you're ignorant.
You don't
I'm
know.
not. I do know.
You know nothing.
Do you want me to explain it to you?
No, I can tell you right now, but you're just gonna keep saying.
How did Newton
You're gonna deny it.
determine? How did Newton? I don't have. I can cite Newton's own fucking handwriting. I don't have
Then
to deny
cite it
anything.
right now.
The Principia Mathematica.
Excuse me?
The inverse square law is a consequence of Kepler's second law of motion when the force points towards one foci of an ellipse. That force is inversely proportional to the square of the distance, and this is where he came up with the universal law of gravitation. But you knew that, of course. He proved it using conic sections. You also knew that, right? You don't know anything. You're just a parent. I'm
Dude,
sorry
I
to
do
say
not
that.
understand what you're saying, dude. You're saying a lot of.
That's not my problem.
You're like
Your
blah
lack of
blah blah blah
understanding is not
blah,
my
and then
problem.
you think it's the truth.
He wrote it down.
You didn't
It's
tell me.
his handwriting. I cited the text. The Principia
But your mic kept cutting
Mathematica.
out.
The Principia. Oh, now you can't hear me. Oh my God, I can't hear you. I don't understand. Now we're going to play stupid. Principia Mathematica.
Okay.
It's on archive.org. You can read the whole thing. I suggest you do it.
So it's not even his own writing. You go on archive.org.
Oh my God. Listen, it's books. There's scans of the book he wrote.
What is the book called?
He's a troll, man.
Principia Mathematica.
Okay, I'll search it up myself.
What's his name? So I can kick him the fuck out of here. Goodbye. Go read it. Dude, that's fucking creepy though, dude. That shit was absolutely creepy to me, dude.
Why are you entertaining this dude?
I had this no, because I had this conversation before. with like 50 different people, like the exact same thing. It's like almost like it's like learning a dance, right? I learned like the calypso or something, and then someone starts dancing. I'm like, holy shit, I know that dance. Like, what the fuck? Like this is like all this shit happened for like deja vu.
I'm not even convinced they're human anymore. Like they might be NPCs of the Matrix.
Oh my god, there's no way, dude. He said that the exact same way. Did you do it yourself? Like that, like the exact words, because I gave my standard response and he had the standard reply to my response. If he was the same person I talked to before, yeah, I could understand that. But this is a completely different person. Like, that was just absolutely fucking creepy.
It shows their bias when they're so biased against you and sets the standard of proof so high for you, right? Did you do it yourself? But you know he didn't step into an astronaut suit and doing spacewalks himself, but that doesn't really matter, right?
Zero standard of proof for the globe and just insanely high expectations for the base axiom that everyone experiences.
Hey, what do you think he was actually here to learn? Assuming he was telling the truth and he was here to learn, what do you think he was actually trying to learn?
Nothing. Everything you were saying was way above his head. He can't understand any of it. That's what I was trying to say. You should have handed him over to me. Well, yeah, go ahead.
That's the thing. Like, listen, I understand it's above his head. How is he responding just like fucking 50 other Globers have responded? Like, in the same...
Because they're mindless. They don't have their own thoughts. They're just conditioned with this narrative.
Has to be reading something.
Oh, man. It's a script.
They must
It's
be watching
definitely a fucking
an
script. There's no doubt in my mind, dude. I remember shit. Listen, I got a pretty good memory. I know when I've done something before. I've done this lots of times before. He said shit in the exact same goddamn order. I used to, in the lobby, back on the old server, they would come in, and they definitely had a script. They would come in and say stuff, and I would literally tell them, ask Jose the next question they were going to ask. Literally, there was like an order. They would ask about eclipses, then like, the Coriolis effect. They literally had like this order of asking questions in the text chat. And like I would say, okay, ask me this next. Ask Jose. We used to do this all the time.
NPCs, man. It's not just a meme.
Like a call center script. If they say this, go to page 5, and then refer to page 5. Then you go there. It's like, oh, what about the eclipses?
Hey, do you remember when we started predicting their next question, like way ahead of time? You're like, okay, so then you're gonna ask about eclipses, right? And they're like, no. And then they would skip that one to go to the one that was coming up next that we already knew. So it's like, oh, so then it must be this. And then they're like, fuck, this guy just went through all my questions. And eventually they'd have to go through those questions, but they would try to make them randomized after when they they knew we cut on.
Jose, a few times they didn't read the chat and they still asked the question. I remember that happened a couple times. We're like, okay, you're going to ask this next, and they didn't read or something, and they still asked the question.
I do that all the time.
The script.
Completely mindless.
The original script, though, that I got really familiar with was the 10 ways to debunk flat Earth. Do you remember that one?
Oh yeah,
I remember that. I remember you.
And the seasoned Globers wouldn't touch this because they know it's stupid. This is for like the novice Glober that like freaking saw one video about like someone making fun of flat Earth. Like, I want to go troll flat Earthers, and then they posted that video somewhere, and that was like their go-to evidence. Dude, I had that one memorized to the point where like either in the text chat or in the voice chat, I was just like, next is gonna be this. I already knew what to cover and like I had my own script in my head from doing it so fucking much.
That's it. Exactly what I think has happened. Yep.
I remember you, Jose, and Midi HC doing that. Taking bets on what would be next. And usually you were right.
Man, it's scary, man. Yeah. I said, I don't really believe that, like, there's agents and shit, man, but when stuff like this happens, I'm like, man, I don't know.
They literally can't think and just have to be told what to think.
I honestly think these guys are just like fanatics, like atheistic globe Earth fanatics, and they don't have to pay those guys. Like those guys are already like that. I don't want to be political, but like, you know how like there's like a cancel culture, like how they're like on it, like as soon as someone does something, they're just on it, and the trolls just pile up, and they all have the same fucking argument, even though it makes no sense. That's the same shit that these guys do, but with us. That's how I
Yep.
see it. Like how leftist fucking retards look at things. That's how these people, you know, deal with that same type, the same type of issue. You know, just in a different conversation, different.
Yep. It's like a That's like a way of thinking.
Yes, it's almost like a herd thinking within a little group of people. You know, a group of people. Like, you know, that's kind of how I see it.
Yeah, it's a cult. That's what it is.
Yeah, they're just completely conditioned by whatever the cult says. If they were feeding them flat Earth, then they would defend that just as rapidly as they do the globe. They don't do any thinking. They just regurgitate their script and their conditioning.
But that was a lot of good stuff, Indio. I mean, if he didn't get that, he's 100% not listening. You know, he's like on something else. Like you're talking, but he's not listening. He's waiting for the next opportunity to ask the next question. That's what it's, because he keeps saying, because you flat earthers, and then he'll say stuff like, well, is the university believe in, you know what I mean? It's like,
They're ignoring the response, and they're just waiting to get to their next Gish Gallop point.
They have no idea how to debate.
Threw Gravity under the bus in a hurry, though, and made a complete fool of himself while he was at it. He doesn't believe in bendy space-time, but that was the thing he was just arguing for.
No, he's one of those globe earthers that's not seasoned, so he's still with the idea that Newton is supreme, and he doesn't understand that it's been superseded or anything like that. Even though some of the globers still like they know it's been superseded, and they kind of let go of Newton. There's still some that'll be like, oh, it's been superseded, but it still works because of we could predict with it, we could do this. So like they hold on to part of it, or they like the Cavendish, you know, so they won't let go of it completely because they feel that's the closest thing to like an experiment, you know.
Yeah,
that they don't have for that. So, you know, they hold on to it for that reason, in my opinion. But dude, like, I just read a paper the other day, and it was like a physics paper, and they were talking about how like they need to revisit Einstein because it's just falling apart.
Time for another reboot, I guess. They need a new Einstein now. But it's crazy how the only experimental evidence they claim for gravity is this 1700s parlor trick. Like, you would think by now they would have, like, anti-gravity tech. Like, where's my hovercraft? You know? Like, there'd be technologies built out of it, but no. Just this parlor trick from the 1700s with some wooden rods and balls.
Funny thing is, during the early 1800s, that's actually what they predicted would be in the future because of all these stories they were being told.
Yeah, and where are they? Still the same stories from that time frame.
I honestly still think Coulomb's law and Newton, one of them have to, like, I'm pretty sure this is, I don't know which one came first, so I don't want to misquote my idea here, but if Coulomb's, what came first, India, Coulomb's law or Newton? Equations. Who knows? Anybody know? That's what I'm trying to figure out who copied who, and if I had to guess, I would say like, dude, like they literally just took Coulomb's law equation of attraction and repulsion and gave it to fucking gravity because it's the same math equation. The only thing that they changed is charge. For like Coulomb's law, it's charge, and for Newton's, he's got his little G shit going on.
Yeah.
Coulomb's was quite a bit after, I think.
Well, you can't falsify the mass. That's why with Newton, it's like a trick. They put in the formula. You know what I mean? Like, what is this? What are these two masses? What are you talking about? What? The Earth is the other one. Oh yeah, that's cool. Convenient.
I think we should have.
Big mass.
Well, as soon as he said that the curve is too small to measure any, the conversation was basically just over. He was already conceding that nobody could have ever measured the globe. So, what else is there to say?
You can't say that because we're talking about the radius. It's not too. It's too big. It's not. The radius.
Yeah, but he said, he's saying the Earth is just too big. We can't measure it. Oh, okay. Well, I guess that's it for the globe then.
Except
Thanks.
when you go to the Burj Khalifa Tower, then all of a sudden it shrinks. Yeah.
Oh look, somebody measured it. Okay, his name is Eratosthenes. So
Yeah, only
don't
Wait,
look at us.
he said Burj Khalifa, not Mia Khalifa?
well, only special people can measure the Earth curvature. Normal people can't see it.
Real quick, according to Wiki, Coulom's law was 1785. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Dave. Appreciate it.
And I did that, by the way, just in case a Glober comes on here and asks me if I did that. Yeah, I did. 17. But Indio, you're upset because the answer is in Ephesians 6:12. They're saying the same thing because they're possessed by the same spirit. I've been banned several times for this, but that's what this is about. You're wrestling against the same spirit. These people are possessed by the same being. So they repeat and Polly want a cracker the exact same thing over and over again. Like the psychopath helioskeptic is talking to in the YouTube chat. When I said, yeah, we've measured the earth is flat. Oh, how do you explain the sun not shrinking? Well, never mind.
Except it kind of does, and it's also just really far away from the beginning to the middle to the end of the day, and it's not the same as a boat going from 100 meters away to like miles away.
Matter. Yeah, don't make that claim though. That's irrelevant. To entertain the claim that matters, you've already lost. If you entertain that as if that's a conscientious, honest question, why doesn't the sun shrink if you measured the earth flat? That person again is possessed.
Yeah, you're indulging.
Needs to be told stop acting like a psychopath. Yeah,
you're letting them get away with the red herring. Like, I mean, as soon as they start pointing at other things, it's like, okay, I guess you're conceding on Earth curvature, so it's over.
Yeah,
right.
Got some new people
That's right.
Here. Did you want to say something? Anyway, I would. Let's see. There's Roz. If you want to say hello, Crispy's here. Hello, Roz.
Hi, Roz.
AWS.
Hello.
How are you doing tonight?
Good. How are you?
Good. Thank you for asking.
Was my mic unmuted? Muted or? Ooh.
It's unmuted. Yeah, we would like to have a conversation with you for it. Yeah, like I'm curious to know what your position is about the globe Earth concept. What do you think about the globe?
Well, I was here a while back, but I always thought the Earth was flat. So I was
You've
here.
always thought that. Like, how did that come about? How did you?
I mean, my science teacher. My parents, my dad, that I don't talk to as much anymore. He didn't think that NASA was telling the truth and everything, and my dad told me never to believe my science teacher, what she was telling me about the Earth and the moon landing and all of that. So I think that was part of that. And watched a lot of YouTube videos about the ISS, I think. And I think that's very fishy what they do with the videos and everything. You could see with the wires and the cuts and everything, so I think that's all staged and all that.
So what do you do, like, out in the world? You know, let's say you're just talking to someone casually, and you say the Earth is flat, and they have like a reaction. You know, the emotional reaction, like a lot of the occultist globe heads have when you try to explain that their globe is fantasy. Like, what kind of evidence do you show them? Like, do you ever explain to them the predicted curvature of 8 inches per mile squared has never been measured? Or do you ever explain the X1 observation to them or any of those things?
I mean, you see, I like to keep that to myself because I did talk to a few people and they definitely gave me like I think he's a little bit crazy part, and they just got into like a heated argument and everything. I lost a couple of friends from that. So usually I just like to keep that to myself when people like say like, oh yeah, the Earth is round. Like, no. And I just say no. And then I said, okay, next topic, because usually things don't really work out like that. So
I'd like to get your dad in here. He must be a pioneer. Like, is your dad around that we could talk to him?
I mean, me and him aren't so close now after we had a nasty divorce with my mom, so we don't really talk that much, but I do chat with him time to time. So, but he isn't doing too well, so he's been going through a lot of things, so yeah, personally.
Hi, Jenny. I saw you said you were at an open mic night. I saw that. You got done with your open mic night. Was it fun? Were you performing?
I did not like original content or anything, but I sang a song by Harry Nilsson from a movie from 1971 called The Point, and he collaborated with Ringo Starr, and the main character was Mike Lookinland, who played Bobby Brady from the Brady Bunch. But anyway, the song was called Think About Your Troubles, what I sang.
Nice. I wish I could have heard it. I don't think I've ever heard that song.
Have you heard of the movie? Let me find a link for you.
I don't think so. What's it called?
Oh, The Point.
I don't think I've ever heard of that, no. Is it good?
Well, yeah, I think so.
Maybe I'd like to watch it then. Crispy's here too. Hi, Crispy. If you can say hello to us. You said you've talked here before. I just have never heard you.
Yep.
What's going on? Are you a globe believer, Crispy? Mr. Crispy. I think you are, because I know earlier you were saying you were upset about the detention thing. I was trying to explain to you how it's just a bot, not to take it personally. But anywho, if you decide to talk to us about the globe belief, Crispy, we're here for you. Thank you, Jenny.
Yeah, and I post the song too.
Oh, thank you.
I mean, not me singing it, but
yeah, I want to hear it. Crispy, he started to say something, but I don't know. Then he went away again. Are you there?
Yeah, I was looking at the moon, and why does the moon have different stages of light, like crescents, like more or less throughout the month or year?
You would like to know what causes the moon phases? Is that what you would like to know?
Yes. As I am told by someone else that, I don't know if it was you, Daniel, or someone else in the chat above for this voice chat, that it creates its own light. It generates its self-luminescent.
Yeah, well, I know the heliocentric explanation doesn't work, so a lot of people, it's interesting that you looked in that moon channel. I mean, people have different proposals and ideas about it. And so what have you seen so far?
Well, it was Prince Seb, or Prince B, said it's self-luminescent. From the moon channel there, I saw a video where the sun and the moon were visible at the same time, which I've seen in my daily life as well. And it seems to be that the moon side of the moon that is illuminated is relative to the direction the sunlight is coming from. So that's what I observe. I'm not really sure what to make of it at this point, but that is what I observe. And people have seen for thousands of years the different phases of the moon. So what would you make of the phases of the moon and the way those crescents are shaped?
So, do you want a real explanation of what's going on, or are you just looking to find a way to go back to the globe model here?
No, I want your explanation as you know it, as truthfully as the truth that you know.
The moon has its own light, does not reflect the sun's light. Ridiculous to think that.
What I would say is, for instance, I live in Iceland. I see the moon oftentimes when the sky is out, with weird configurations of where the phases are considering where the sun is. So it's not directly correlating to where the phases are. That's not correct. That's just sometimes, and sometimes it's off.
Okay, so the phases of the moon are not always related to the position of the sun.
No, nothing in the heliocentric model works. That's why it can't be used to predict eclipses, and they go back to the Saros cycles devised by ancient flat earthers.
Okay.
Yeah.
If I had no idea about...
I can give you stories. Like, personally, I subscribe to the black bodies idea, that there are other unseen celestial bodies that eclipse the moon and the sun, but I can't verify it, so it's just another story. I think it's a more compatible story with what we know about the Earth, but it's still just a cool story, so I won't stand by it as if it's something that I can validate with, like, a valid hypothesis test or anything like that.
Hmm. If I say I was like the first person on Earth and I had no idea if it was spherical or flat, I would probably guess flat at first because I look around me and see that
Would spherical... Sorry to rumpus you there. Would spherical even occur to you?
At first, no.
Yeah, I don't think it would even... Yeah, for me...
And for quite a while, people didn't even have a thought
When would
for it to be
spherical...
except much later on in history,
When would
where someone came
spherical
up with
occur
that
to you?
theory.
At what point would it occur to you, spherical?
For me personally, I don't know, but someone apparently throughout history came up with a theory that it was.
Has someone ever lied throughout history?
So, I think...
Yeah, people lie. Was that Copernicus or whoever it was?
Well, I mean, we could go back and back and back. There are different figures, but it kind of seems like you just kind of hit it. That what it is it's a story that man has told you, right? That this isn't like a natural understanding that you ever would have come to on your own. This needed to be told to you.
It was originally a theory, and a proposal, an idea that is not a law or.
Yeah. It was originally a theory. It was originally.
It's proven true by actual, scientific method.
Yeah, but that was never done because that's not what it is. It's not reality. So you can't use the scientific method to validate something that doesn't exist and is just a cool story. So maybe it started out as a theory. If that's the case, and it only started out as a theory and it's something else now, then what it is now is like an abject religion.
Okay.
Well, what scientific... Sorry, go ahead. Well, I was going to ask, what scientific validation do you know of that exists for the globe?
I don't know a lot myself. That's why I'm asking questions.
Okay. So what was your question?
Got to start somewhere.
Yeah, for sure. I agree.
Jeez. How does the moon generate its own light? Or would you fall back onto scriptural evidence?
I gave you... Yeah, so... I mean, I kind of gave you a rough idea of what I think might be happening with eclipses as far as how it actually generates its own light. That would be way in speculation land there. The best thing that I can do is talk about the globe story and why that absolutely cannot work.
Oh, okay. You're just gonna have to take my word on this, but it was pretty cool. I pulled into my driveway at night with my nephew and his friends in the car. We got out, and my buddy Mark, he turns around. He's like, "Dude, look up in the sky." We turned around, and we saw a bunch of white specks in like a row of 50 plus flying across the sky.
That's sweet.
It was the SpaceX satellites. We caught it. It was like a phenomenon type of 1 in a million chance that we just got out of the car after we pulled in the driveway, turned around, looked at the sky, and saw that.
So it was the SpaceX satellites.
Yes, it was.
How did you go about verifying that?
I know that's ridiculous to say, but
They're actually drones.
I want to know how you verified that.
Drones?
Did you grab a telescope?
And they got fried.
Yeah, did you zoom right in to verify exactly what it was that you were looking at, or did you just see a bunch of lights that correlated with a story that the government told you?
Oh, the government.
Or SpaceX, yeah, okay, whatever, whichever one. SpaceX is basically a government entity, but don't get hung up on that. Are you tying a story that these people told you together with some lights? Hey, are you tying a story together about some lights that you see that you can't verify the nature of?
I am recalling an instance in my life some months ago, I think, or a year ago, or whatever, where I heard about that these satellites were supposed to be going to the sky.
So they told you that's
Shortly thereafter, I saw those. I'm like, oh, that's what they must have been talking about. I just saw it.
okay. So you
And
jumped
they
to
said
conclusions.
satellites. They could be all right, dude. They could. I was told they were satellites. I don't know for sure if they were.
Okay.
They could be drones as well. Drones sounds like just as much of a realistic
Well, what they are, from what
explanation
either
as well.
you or I can tell, are unverified lights in the sky that correlate with a
Okay.
story that these people at SpaceX told you, right?
Yes, I understand that. I'm just
Yeah,
saying I saw it with my own eyes.
Well,
Not saying
whatever
I
it
knew
was.
exactly what it was, but
Yeah.
I saw it. And
Exactly.
I was gonna say that, like, they were so bright like that, wouldn't that be the sun reflecting off them
I
from
have
over
no
the horizon
idea.
at nighttime?
We
But I'm just saying that
Did you look
that
at it
sounds
at
similar.
nighttime?
That sounds similar to like the way that, like, I was saying. I'm not trying to go globe here. I don't mean that.
No.
But I mean, don't get the
But
wrong
can you
idea.
answer my question real quick?
But
Did you
but
see?
the way
Did you see this so-called satellite? Can you answer this question
I'm
real
just trying
quick?
to. I'm just no. I'm just going to try to finish what I'm saying.
I just want a little
Wow, you're sure you're
clarification on
upset.
what you're telling us.
I'm just saying, like, the way the sunlight reflected off the quote unquote satellites seems
Well,
similar to
yeah,
the way
that's what I want
sunlight would reflect.
clarification
The
on.
way the sunlight would reflect off the moon to create its phases.
Okay,
Is
so
what I say. Okay, ask your question.
I'm just asking you. Was it nighttime when you think you saw this? What you think is a satellite?
Yes, it was pretty well into nighttime.
Yeah. How is it able to reflect the sun's light when it's in the shadow that you think can occult the whole moon?
Because they were high enough to catch the sun's light from the
But the
horizon.
shadow extends all the way to the moon, buddy. In your idea.
What?
In your idea of globes in space, then the shadow of the Earth would extend all the way to the moon, which we know it doesn't, but then your satellite would then be in that shadow and would not be able to reflect any light from the sun.
Well, if it's high enough, it would catch the sun.
No, because it's not beyond the moon.
Yeah. The satellites were not beyond the moon.
Yeah, so
That's his point.
It's not high enough.
I mean, they don't have to be beyond the moon. They can be outwards in the atmosphere.
According to your belief, it's in the shadow of the Earth and therefore cannot reflect the sun.
I never said it was in the shadow of the Earth.
Well, if it's in the nighttime sky above your head, then it's in the shadow of the Earth.
Not necessarily, depending on the angle. It could still be high enough to catch light.
Well, is it higher than the moon? Is it higher than the moon?
That's why I specified.
I'm going to definitely say no. They were in the Earth's orbit.
So it's not high enough to catch the sun's light.
Let me try. Look.
I think we
The sun
just
is
did
supposed
it.
to be, at
Just because
nighttime.
I don't
The sun's supposed to
understand
be on
that
the other
just
side
because
of the
it's
world, right?
not as far as the moon doesn't mean that it can't catch sunlight.
Okay, draw
Other
your
things
idea
going
on a
space,
picture
I
and
think
put
we'll
it
be
in
able to
live
catch
stream for
sunlight
us.
if they're not quite as far as the moon.
Yeah,
Get
but
out your
as long as
paint
they
and
would
try
be
to draw
able to be
this.
intercepted by light coming past the horizon where we can't see the sun
yeah,
anymore.
but it's so many cool
Like a
stories.
vantage
I mean,
point, like the higher up where you can see further out.
you're just making
not
so many
thinking about this.
presuppositions.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, you're not thinking about this geometrically. Like, if it's on the other side of the ball, the sunlight cannot reach it. Do you understand?
It was not on the other side of the ball as I
If you're on the
perceived.
night side and you're looking into the sky, where are you looking? Are you
I
looking
get it.
towards the
I
sun?
understand what you're saying. There would be a cutoff. It would be in the literal shadow, no longer visible to the light coming from the sun to hit it. I understand what you're saying.
Well, that's your claim is that it's light reflected from the sun. I see no proof of it. So I'm just asking you how that works when it's supposed to be traveling across the sky on the night side. So across the backside of the imagined globe through the shadow, and it's still a light, and you think it's reflecting sunlight through the globe somehow.
So they were drones with lights on them, flying really fast?
We're not saying what they were. They're unverified lights in the sky.
There is phenomena that is observed up above, but there is also technology and balloons and drones and things that can be sent really high up. So that works. That there is no globe required for that kind of stuff to be done.
From
You
my
can
vantage
send
point,
rockets
they looked
up.
like they were going like in excess of 300 miles per hour easily.
Well, you don't know exactly where they were, so you're not really able to make that judgment of how fast they're going.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I don't know where they launched from, but I'm in Wisconsin, so they came past my sky at random, and I saw it.
It went above your head?
Way up in the sky, yes. Very bright things in a very long group, like a train of a bunch of little specks flew
Yeah, so you
across the
just
sky.
destroyed your argument from earlier, because obviously if they go above your head, then they would have to be passing through the imagined shadow on the backside of the globe where you think you are.
Can I say something here? So he thinks it's sunlight, right? So are you familiar with how big the ISS is and how far away it is?
No, I'm not familiar with its size and
So
location specifically.
the Starlink is said to be, I think it's like 50 miles above us, and the ISS is said to be 255 miles, but it's way, way, way bigger. It's the size of a football field. It's at least 3 times bigger. And you cannot see that ever at night. It does not light up the same way you would see a Starlink. Starlink is
The
incredibly
International
bright.
Space Station is the size of a football field.
Oh yeah, it's huge.
Oh,
So what I'm saying is you
pretty
can't
damn
see
big.
that light up at night, but how come you claim you can see a Starlink 50 miles away light up a light that big?
I don't know. I've never seen the International Space Station
No, that's what I'm saying. How come you can't
except
see it?
from its photos from
No, that's not what I'm
space?
asking you. I'm
Question
saying
mark?
why wouldn't the ISS light up as bright or brighter than the Starlink? It's further away, it's bigger, and the sun's going to be hitting it, right? Because it's further away, and you've never
Mhm.
seen it light up as big as the Starlink.
All I can say is I've never been in the right position, but I think I would have seen it by now, though.
Oh, it
At some
traverses
point
the
over the
sky.
cameras.
What is it? 16 times. It sees like 30 sunsets in a day. You would see it, right? It goes 17,000 miles per hour through the sky. It looked like a giant light just zooming, right? But you've never seen it.
Oh yeah, I'm seeing. I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty versed in Photoshop and video editing, so I'm looking at pictures here, and there's what is labeled to be at a quick search on the internet. Rather large speck in the sky, labeled as the International Space Station, from 3 different photos.
That's all I
Labeled
wanted to
as
say.
keywords.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
I
all I
know.
wanted to
I
say.
know. We can go back to relativity and who knows if anything is anything. I know. And
Well,
we know
not
why.
really. Not really. We can know whether or not there's Earth
There are
curvature
things
because
that we
that's just a
can
simple
know,
direct
but there's a
measurement.
lot of
Yeah,
lies out there. So I know
I
I can't
agree.
take everything with as gospel as soon as I see it. I don't know that.
I agree that there are things that we can know, like whether or not the Earth is curving, because it's easy enough for any of us to just go up and measure something like that for ourselves. But as to an unverified light in the sky, yeah, that's open to question.
Elijah, send me an invite.
So it seems like the core of the issue here is you think that there might be Earth curvature. Well, we've been looking for some for quite a while. Would you be able to show us any measurements?
No, they
I don't know
can't.
as
They
much as
can't
you
show
do.
us shit.
I don't know as much as you do about it because I haven't researched it as much as you.
Well, that's kind of the core of the whole issue, though, because if the Earth isn't curving, then it's not a ball, and then all the other stuff about that ball model all falls apart. Of having satellites and things in orbit and all this stuff that SpaceX and NASA claims to
Yeah, I
do,
get
it's
that.
all
Its
dependent on that
foundation would be
idea,
based
right?
on
That's the
that.
foundation, exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So we can just go to that and just be done with the whole thing, just uproot the tree right from its roots, just chop the thing down.
Does anyone or would anyone be able to have access to how triangulated like GPS signal is calculated?
Yeah, towers,
Assuming that would
balloons,
be
perhaps.
based on their, as they say, satellites. So you say towers.
Yeah, well, for one thing, 99% of transmissions worldwide are acknowledged to go through cables, right? And so the other 1% are what towers and balloons are for. I don't think that you need any cartoon satellites to cover any of that.
Yo, dude, could you hear me right now?
Yeah, you're coming through.
All right, cool. All right.
Okay, so I'm gonna do a 200 mile an hour crash course here. So the globe, sorry, Earth, what? Fuck, Earth flat. The motive to create a lie that it is a globe.
Yeah. Well, you want me to speculate on the motives of liars? I can do that.
I saw a long, I don't know if it was in this server or somewhere else online, but it's basically like this equals this equals this equals this equals this all the way down the line, like a chain reaction of like a conspiracy like thing.
Yeah.
Like,
well,
for to lie about the Earth being a globe equals this, and this is why this is they do that and that and that and that, and it went on forever.
I mean, it's kind of speculation as to why somebody would lie about this. I mean, are you kind of trying to get at, like, there's no reason for them to lie, so it must not be a lie?
I don't know what.
Or are you just honestly asking, like, why? Or are you just honestly asking, like, why? Sorry, I rumpused you there. Are you just on? I'm just trying to get clarity. Like, are you looking for some sort of gotcha? Like, there's no reason why they would do it, so it must not be a lie. Or are you just honestly asking, like, why?
I'm honestly asking, like, why would they lie? What would their motive be? But you said that's speculation, right?
Yeah, I mean, like, the best thing to do would probably be to ask the liar, but then again, they're a liar, so they'd probably lie. If you want me to speculate, I would say that it's because knowledge is power, and being the only one with the knowledge of where we actually are gives you a humongous upper hand over the population. Wouldn't you think so?
Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, if they're the only ones who know what place is and what can be done with it, like, I mean, that gives them a huge advantage over the rest of us. Maybe there's more land, more resources, beyond the perimeter that they let us explore, and so they just keep us in a little circle, and they don't let us go beyond that, and they control the rest of whatever's out there or whatever. I mean, like I said, this is speculation, but I could see some pretty clear-cut reasons for megalomaniac power, hungry freaks to lie about the fundamental questions of life and where we are.
Yeah, I know it's nothing new.
You want to say something really fast?
Man with power.
For sure.
What?
I just want to say something really fast. Can I be heard?
Yeah, can hear you.
Right. So, people kind of ask these questions like, why would they lie? And it's like, even though we don't really ever know, you still have to acknowledge the fact that people do lie. Because I've met people who are so much like an NPC that this type of person, they're all for the Big Bang cosmology and evolution and everything. And, they think everything's a conspiracy, right? And it's like, they don't believe that rich men would get together, conspire on how they're going to consolidate wealth and power for generations. They don't think that men would do that. And I think you have to be like an imbecile to think that men wouldn't do that, because that's what men do. Like, if you can count on one thing, right? Men are going to be greedy, right? That's why they say, you're going to, pay your taxes and you're going to die. Like, right? The whole pay your taxes part boils down to men being greedy. So I don't know why they would lie, right? It's kind of like, why wouldn't they lie?
Yeah.
Why would they just tell you on the TV, like, 100 globes a day, right? They show you on TV and all these different channels, and then it's all over school. Why would they tell you that the Earth is spinning if you can't feel it, you can't detect it, you can't verify it? Why is it so important for you to know that you live on a spinning water ball that's sometimes pear-shaped, or it's not perfectly a sphere, but it's smoother than a
cue ball.
pool ball? Yeah. So why is it so important for them to tell us?
I think
Why
it's
would they
because
need to tell us?
they have everything to gain from being the only ones who know where we are. I mean, personally, like I said, it would be speculation, but that seems to make sense to me.
I'm going to shoot off topic, not wildly, but still off topic. I pulled a picture from this server of it's a very pretty picture of the sun above the peak of a mountain with a rainbow in front of it. Why are rainbows arced?
Mm-hmm. Is this going to like the firmament or dome type of argument or something?
Would that be because of a dome?
I don't know.
Why
I've heard that
rainbows
before.
are-
Well, here's an interesting fact.
we've all
You
seen
can't make it
rainbows.
inside your house. You can't make a rainbow inside your house. You
I've seen it in.
have to use some sort of mirror.
I remember seeing it in a sort of a smaller instance. It's not so much of an arc, but like at least like a stripe of like the colors breaking off.
Yeah, but why do you think?
Individual colors?
Yeah, you can make a prism inside your
Like
house,
that.
but I'm saying like you can't make a rainbow inside your house without two mirrors. So where's the second mirror in the sky or outside?
The double rainbow is interesting also, where the top rainbow is the colors reversed. Like
what's that got to do with it?
Like it's reflected in a mirror type of thing or something, but I have no idea.
I don't know if it was edited or not, but I was also looking in the, I think it was the Moon Channel or somewhere else, or maybe it was some random YouTube video of before the Apollo.
Hey, before you guys, oh, sorry, continue, please. Sorry.
Apollo 14, whatever. I know I don't know my shit at all. Apollo whatever launch in 1960, whatever.
The 11.
Not
Neil
whatever.
Armstrong, you mean?
Yeah, the moon landing one.
11 doesn't matter.
Before
Whatever. Go on.
Some guy, they were like having like a little meeting, and some guy was standing up like on a higher area, like just kneeling over, like leaning over a railing. He's like, "So we all know the Earth is flat, blah blah blah," and he just like nonchalantly said that before they were like, "We're gonna plan to take off."
Yeah, that's some pretty key info to have before you take off, wouldn't you think?
Why did he say that?
I don't know. I didn't hear him say that, but that's interesting.
He just like dead ass told an entire group of people in the room. So we know the Earth is flat.
Oh, cool. Yeah, probably. Yeah, because they would have to know that doing what they're doing. NASA knows that. They have lots of technical papers that treat the Earth as flat and non-rotating.
Oh.
Because they have to in order to launch a rocket, fly a helicopter, do any of that. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Now that we told you that NASA has papers saying that the Earth is flat, now we're going to ask you, why would they lie and say the Earth is flat?
Power. Control.
And
well, there's different motives to lie, either to protect yourself or to gain something over someone else, or just you're purely tyrannical and just are a troll. Entertainment.
Good God, man!
I think you're coming a long way in this conversation here. I like it.
I mean, that's the only reason I can think to lie. You either don't want something to be revealed about yourself, you want to gain something over someone else, or you're just a dick.
You're taking the subject a lot more seriously than a lot of people do when they come in and ask these questions. It's good. Like you're actually taking the time to think about it. So
I want to play that video again, but I don't know if I will. But yeah, that's all I got for now. Thanks for the feedback.
Yeah, of course. Because usually when people ask why would they lie, they're looking for some kind of silly gotcha. But you're already asking that question, so that's a whole different thing. Because it is an interesting question to have an honest conversation about it. But when somebody's just asking it like, is that me? Sorry.
I don't know. I just keep hearing like an echo. Like it sounds like maybe you're listening. Somebody's listening to it in the background or something.
Is my mic weird or something? Maybe.
No, it's just I keep on hearing like an echo in the background, like repeating of whatever you're saying. Like after a second, it starts to repeat. Like like it's feedback.
Yeah, I'm hearing that too. It's really annoying. I don't know. MacBook issues. I'm not sure.
No, I'm not sure if it's you. I'm just saying. I didn't wonder if everybody else noticed it.
Yeah, there it is. Well, anyway, Crispy, yeah, kudos to you, bro.
Yeah, go figure it out, Chris. Go measure yourself. Don't worry about what other people say.
No, listen. If people still think we live on a ball in 2022, they got problems. No, they're lost. That's it.
Or they just haven't thought about it at all.
Yeah,
A lot of
yeah.
people
They're
haven't been given the.
It's starting to piss me off because there's only so many people I can talk to. Everyone's a fucking
That's how it
retard.
is now. This is your reality now.
I just push ahead with the flat Earth conversation anyway. I just say, get with it, man. Come on.
Everyone's fucking retarded.
It's just
You know what I
like
mean?
just push forward and be like,
I'm a fucking crazy conspiracy theorist.
There goes the neighbor.
Just ask him.
you still think the Earth is a ball? What is wrong with you? let's just address it that way. You still think the Earth is the ball? What is wrong with
Exactly.
you? Where did you come up with that?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Who told you that?
Yeah, I just ask him, like, really, you actually think that oceans are bending and convexing around a ball? You actually, really? Have you seen that happen before?
My eighth grade biology teacher told me that. No fucking shit. She told you that because she's supposed to. You fucking moron.
Well, sure, I mean, but they're with biology and different aspects of mathematics. They're gonna say physics is involved. Everything, all physics proves that the Earth is a ball, and you're dumb if you don't think so.
Fucking Mama Luke's.
I wonder if...
Spacist.
Spacist, yeah, I love it.
That was you only 10 years ago.
Are you being
racist?
Helio? Are you being spurious right now, dude? Are you being spurious right now?
I might be. I don't know.
I think you are.
Are you seriously fucking with me right now?
Are you?
I think yeah.
What did you say?
Fuck with me.
He's being really super spurious right now.
I thought he was being super drunk.
The year is 20.
Wait a minute. I ain't gonna lie. I have been drinking, but still, I'm still having the conversation. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah.
I wonder if Crispy has any more...
I didn't pick on you. It doesn't mean I don't like you anymore.
I wonder if Crispy has any more conversation material for us, because he's pretty good for that.
Yeah, I was still just looking on the Moon channel. And,
Let me ask you some questions, Chris.
There's a Moon channel? No way.
Is it okay if I ask you a question?
Yeah, I had one more really quick, though.
All right, so we're going to do something called word association. You know what it is?
Yeah.
All right, I'll say a word, and you tell me what pops in your head. So close your eyes. What pops into your mind's eye when I say Earth?
Rock.
Exactly. The stuff that's outside, right? The stuff that gets in between your toes when you're at the beach, right?
Yeah, it's the same.
So that's what the Earth is. It's dry land. So when I ask a flat earther, hey, where does the Earth end? At the beach. Duh.
I get it.
Right?
It's
So
the land, and the sea is not the Earth.
Right. So
But there is Earth
I'm gonna,
under the sea because the water's on top of it.
well, there's land at the sea floor, right? It's but it's not dry land. So I wouldn't call it Earth. I would call it like sand. All right. So, but my thing is that someone told you that Earth is that model. That 1980 WGS 1984, right? Somebody told you that it was the blue marble that you see on TV, right? But that's just a model. So you know the difference between a Porsche and a model Porsche, right?
What?
So the problem is, the difference between a Porsche and a model Porsche.
Oh, yeah, the scale.
Right. It's not just the scale, right?
Oh,
one's a model and one's the real thing.
One's a representation.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So the thing about it is that their model isn't even that good. Are you familiar with the cosmological constant problem?
No.
Can you type it in like your search engine?
What was it called? Cosmological what problem? problem.
Cosmological constant problem.
Constant.
Yeah. Problem.
Give me a second.
And it'll take you to Wikipedia, but I'm going to ask you to click on the first link. That takes you to a Harvard link. Do you see that first link there? In Wikipedia?
Oh, do I click on the Wikipedia one?
Yeah, just click on Wikipedia.
Okay.
Right, do you see the first link, the number one? You're going to click on it, and it should bring you to the bottom of the page, and then you click on the link. And you should get a Harvard link, right?
I don't see a Harvard link here right away.
It's not going to say Harvard until after you click it. So you just click on the first link. It'll take you to the bottom of the page. And then you click on the first link.
I'm
you
on
with me so far?
I'm on the main page of the cosmological constant page on Wikipedia.
Right. Now, do you see where the source is cited? The first source is a little tiny one.
A little tiny one.
Yeah,
dark energy.
It should be beside it. Yeah, click on that.
I clicked on
Not
the
dark
one.
energy, but the one.
I clicked on the one.
Right. Or did it take you to the bottom of the page?
No, it just popped something up. It popped something up on the bottom of my screen. It says citation. It talks about dark energy quintessence. It doesn't say anything about Harvard.
Okay. I'm sorry, bro. Let me see. I'll get it for you. Instead of making you cite my source, I apologize.
I'm just going to control F or I'm on mobile.
Yeah, it might be better if you
I'll
just
find
go
that
ahead and
page.
post a link to what you're talking about, Hank.
Looks like somebody did. Atticus did? Vacuum catastrophe?
Atticus.
Way to go, man. All right, so we're talking about quantum field theory. And the quantum field theory is where they try to make gravity and quantum physics like work together as one, but they don't work. So give this a little read, right? It talks about where we get that number with 120 orders of magnitude. So just give it a little read. You know, I mean, it's a well-known fact that the whole gravity thing doesn't work. We've known for a long, long time. There's no scientific experiment for Einsteinian or Newtonian.
Bro, that's their go-to word.
And if there were an
So the only
experiment, I would have my anti-gravity hovercraft already.
Well, let Hank finish this.
So the
I was just trying to help.
No,
yeah, you're good, man. The only gravity left then is specific gravity, and you can search that later if you want to. But specific gravity is relative density. You can test this in your bathtub, in your kitchen, I mean anywhere, right? You can scientifically do an experiment, and you'll find out that when you cause a change in the relative density between an object and the medium that it's in, it will cause the object to sink, or, in other words, fall. And you've been told that it has to do with the bending and warping of space-time, and I would like you to do an experiment where you can manipulate the bending and warping of space-time and see something fall. But you can't, because it's a mathematical concept. The bending and warping of space-time, it's kind of like you trying to bend and warp my liberty.
Right, you can't use
wait.
any. Go ahead, Jen. I'm sorry.
A mathematical concept sounds like the perfect MO that scientism uses, posing calculations as measurements, like all over the place. So
Sure,
anyway, you guys.
it's something you can't demonstrate physically. You can draw it all day on a chalkboard, but you can't demonstrate it physically.
Right.
So, do you see the live stream voice text now where I posted a little thing called Gravity Debunked? Can you see that, bro?
Yeah.
Check that out.
Save that.
So when you ask an astrophysicist, what is gravity? And they say, I don't know. They're exactly right. Because nobody knows. What is gravity?
What is Glober Insider? Is he in here at least? Hey, yeah, he is here. Oh,
Yeah,
he's
we talked to
muted.
him. We talked to him earlier. Actually, I had quite an exchange with him on Ladies' Night, but Bunk. So, if you feel like talking to him, be my guest.
No, that's fine.
He used to be called Globe Earther. I don't know if he changed the name or someone else does, but he also acknowledged, which I did it when people are honest, because Veronica said he'd been here before under many different names, and he did acknowledge that he had these other aliases. So I did appreciate that at least he came clean about that.
Yeah, that's not uncommon for a lot of people that join us. Anyway.
That's fine. He's in live stream listics trolling. That's why I asked. All good.
But you're welcome to try it if you want to. I'm probably the one who. I don't even remember, but yeah, whatever. You're feeling adventurous.
I don't feel like opening a can of worms right now.
Yeah, he doesn't have any globe proof. Let's just put it that way. He's come up with some in the last,
He got
6
nothing.
hours.
If any of the Globers would like to bring me an experiment for gravity, I'd love to see it. I got one that actually works. Sorry.
Well, Tony V's a Glober. The other night he couldn't talk. I don't know if he can talk tonight. Tony V, can you speak?
Yeah, Tony. We've been looking everywhere for this Earth curvature. Please help.
Help us out, Globies.
Flat Earthers in distress.
Help.
Help, we need Earth curve. Except for don't show us the stuff on the TV, because, we can show you the curving of, the bosoms of Bigfoot if you really want to check it out.
Are you talking about the female Sasquatch?
Really, when you think
about the bosom of the female Sasquatch.
When you think about it, though,
bouncing around.
It is really funny that they went to Earth. They went from Earth curvature with no measurements to space-time curvature. I mean, they're just imposing curvature everywhere, anywhere, with absolutely zero.
So why would Einstein propose space-time? Because time is the most convoluted subject we could argue to the end of the world till we're blue in our face. And then when you add space with time together and you make it like the fourth dimension, now people can argue for like 100 years while we take Tesla Tech underground and we'll advance all kinds of technology and we'll hold back the populace. And maybe if they're lucky, they'll get an iPhone before the year 2000.
I think Tony was lighting up there and I rumpused in on him. We almost had Tony. Hey, Tony. Drum roll. This could be the build up to curvature.
Come on, Tony, get your ass in here, man.
I think he's trying to talk. It's lighting up, but I don't hear anything. Tony, I don't know what's going on there. Something may be wrong with your settings.
He's sending us Morse code.
That's right.
Morse code with just taps on his microphone. Tap, tap, tap. It's probably an SOS for the globe.
Help. Globe in distress.
Tap, tap, tap.
1032, pimp down.
Tap, 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 tap. Anyway.
He's trying. He's really trying.
I'd have to give him the microphone. What's it called?
He quit. I think he's coming back. He's trying to restart or something.
Give him the microphone. My microphone doesn't work.
I need glow proof. I need Earth curvature right now. I've been searching everywhere. Please help.
Please, help us out here, man. We've been looking for the the curvature of Earth for 6 years. Come on, help us.
And a scientific experiment where I could manipulate the space time. I've been looking for space time everywhere.
Oh,
I can't find it.
space time. That's another thing we're looking for.
Yeah,
Only place I ever saw it was on a chalkboard, just like I was saying earlier. The only place I ever saw.
I just want to take the space time to the laundromat and get that fabric clean.
Well, I mean, I think that space time, there's fibers involved. So I don't know if it's made out of a wool or anything, but you might have to dry clean the space time if you're going to take it to a laundromat.
I just want a sample of it, like Kent Hovind said. Shout out to Kent Hovind. Where you at, bruh? You late? Kent Hovind said, how come we can't put space time in a jar and paint it yellow? Then we can talk about it.
There you go.
Ooh.
Who's the other guy that misleads Christians away from the flat Earth truth besides Kent Hovind?
Oh man, just about all of them.
Oh, it's Stephen.
One Matthew
something.
guy.
No,
Yeah,
Stephen something.
Steven.
What's his name? Stephen something. I can't remember his last name.
I don't think it's Stephen. I don't know. There's one in particular I was trying to remember.
No, there's one dude that hates flat Earth. One like Christian preacher that really hates flat Earth. Who is it?
He's the only King James guy.
What's the guy who made that documentary Marching to Zion again? He's pretty much against us. Yeah, Steven. You said Steven, right? Steven Anderson?
Anderson, yes.
Yeah. That's the guy I'm thinking of, yeah.
Yeah, he just makes... he's made videos just like, you Christians shouldn't even take a look at flat Earth. I mean, he's totally... Ken Hovind just is like, ignores it for the most part. But Steven Anderson has made like some videos just... It's like he just makes a total ass of himself. So anyway.
Yeah, the church isn't even worth our time.
Globe Insider wants to talk. I don't know if he's got any globe proof.
I sure hope so. Been searching
You want to talk to him, central banker?
I'd love to.
You want to be called Slimes, or did someone make you?
Yeah, I got myself into hot water by copying Slime. This other member named Slimes' name. I stole it from him, and then a mod made me Slimes the imposter.
Oh, I see. I don't even know who the original Slimes is.
He was only here for a few minutes in the lobby, and I was just trolling him, and then I got stuck with this.
Oh, so it's like an inside joke thing. Okay.
Well, I mean, I thought they would change it back within a few minutes, but it's been a day. I'm starting to worry.
Okay.
That's cool. Hey, man, this is a comfortable place to be
ritual,
as long as
right?
you're cool.
Hazing ritual.
That's fine. It's funny. Whatever. As long as people know who I am, I don't care. But what was the guy's name?
Globe Insider is his current name. I'm not interested in talking to him, but if you're interested in talking to him, I'll unmute him for you.
Oh, yeah, sure. Let's give it a try.
Dandelion, are you thinking of Danny Faulkner?
That's the one. Thank you. Who said that?
He's another Christian guy that wrote a
Yeah.
book about... Yeah.
Right, that's what I was thinking of. Thank you for...
It says who here. No problem.
Two.
Yeah, sure. Let's hear from Globe Insider. What globe curvature measurements have you got for us?
You guys are evil people, dude. Y'all are mean.
Straight
We're
to the
so
eyeball.
evil. We're so evil.
Just show me on this doll here where Flat Earth violated you.
Just because the surface is flat doesn't mean a globe cannot be a part of the model.
Well, Globe Insider, that is exactly what it means.
Yeah,
that's exactly what that means. Globe Insider, you're just kidding, aren't you?
Yeah, go ahead.
You're not being real about this, are you?
No, y'all don't give a fuck about the globe. Y'all think y'all know everything.
Yeah,
the
we just
Earth
don't
is flat, yada yada yada.
So how
Yeah.
Shit about spaceships.
I've been in the research for over 8 years. Globe.
Okay, dude.
Okay.
Globe's clowning.
So just flat Earth though, because I already learned the globe when I was in high school, and got on the honor roll and then got my programming degree in college. So you can fuck right off because you don't know any of us in here.
Hey, be nice.
No, he's being rude to us, first of all, telling us that we don't give a fuck about anything. But yeah, we do. We gave a fuck about the globe for a long time.
You're in the live stream chat, right? This is what you said. That it's both flat and a globe. That's what you said.
He's clowning, man.
So yeah, that's how.
I did not say that. You cannot prove that I said that, so I don't even want to hear it.
And read it.
Man, who let this guy in, man? Oh my
It's
God, I'm
recorded
muting his
with
punk
2
ass.
channels in here.
Well, fill a globe with Earth until it's flat. You think it's hard? Well, what's a globe? Give me a globe so I can fill it.
He got muted again yeah, maybe Jenny's up. Jenny said she was going to sing a song for us. Maybe you could sing a song for us, and while that's happening, maybe some globe believers will
It's
come
the same
in.
dude. Don't unmute him. Don't unmute him, please. Or I'll just ban him. Bong, it's the same guy from the check-in, man.
Yeah, and he's the urine drinker. You're right. Whoever said that he's the. Dovid said, "Yeah, he's the."
I was talking to that guy last night. He's just talking about chicken piss all night. It was hilarious.
That's him, man. You know what?
Let's not do that tonight. I don't think that's.
He's funny.
I feel like if I engage a guy like that in a serious conversation, the joke is on me.
Are we evil because we don't believe the lies we're told? Because if that's what evil is, then I'm very evil. I'm the most evilest person.
We're evil because
everybody else. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Wait, Bong. I'll forgive you for that, for saying the most evilest, but that's not proper English. I'm just saying.
Exactly why I said it that way.
I know, because you're a joker, and that's all good. And you're a smoker too. And I'm just putting it out there.
A midnight toker.
At a midnight, he's probably a midnight toker too. It's just like he wakes up in the middle of the night and he's like, I gotta take another toke. And then I'm going back to bed.
I toke around the clock, man. Constantly toking.
I love it.
I'm sorry, I brought that, but only because he.
I know. I'm just messing around. I'm just trying to. What's the next topic? I mean, we have to freaking bust each other's balls all
Have
the
another
time.
question, Crispy, or is anybody else who has a question about the Fantasy Globe model?
Crispy has good questions. They're sincere, at least.
Oh, well, I'm more eviler than you.
What do you want to say, Sasha? What's up?
I was going to talk about space time because you guys don't think that's real.
Can you measure something for us? Can you weigh me a dime bag of space time?
Well, you realize there are things that exist that you can't measure.
So then you can't perform the scientific method on them.
Give me a gram of that 33% space time.
Yeah, hold on. I want him to repeat.
That's a good strain, Justin.
Hold on. I want him to repeat. I want him to
space-time continuum.
Hold on. I want him to repeat that phrase that he just said. Don't you realize that you can that you can measure space-time?
Hey, but Sasha, when you say that, don't you realize that you're coming off sounding awfully similar when you talk about space-time to the way that you did when you talked about the globe when you first came in here?
No, he's saying that just because we can't see or measure it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Well, then why don't you believe it?
Wait, hold on. I got a better one. Sasha, a second ago you just said that there are plenty of things that exist that we can't see. Like what?
Like the globe?
Well, most people believe in God, so...
He said things that exist.
I mean, you can't see electricity.
Yeah, but I mean things that are tangible. Like, let me ask you this: is there anything tangible that exists that, we can't see, apart from glass, I suppose.
What about the strong nuclear force and the weak nuclear force?
Wait, hold on. Where can
those are
hold on? Where can we see space
In
time?
space time?
Where can we see space time? Like what can we see?
I mean, it's not like a physical thing, so you can't see it. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, but we don't necessarily have to see it. I mean,
if you look at a trampoline and throw some bowling balls on it, there's your space time. What? Not good enough
I
for
know,
you?
spandex, dude.
I
Spandex.
can do that.
Space time is spandex. Want to debate it?
It'll stretch as far as you want it to go.
But like, is there a reason you guys don't want to believe in space time? Like, do you guys think time exists?
Hey, no, it's not. Hold on. It's not about a want to. Hold on, it's not about a want to. It's whether or not it exists.
Right, that's what I was trying to get to. I was just wondering, do you guys believe that time exists?
well, hey, here's the thing. The reason that we're taking the stance on it that we are is because your best evidence for it is, well, there are things we can't measure. There are things we can't see. There are things that we can't manipulate or do anything with. So what are we supposed to take you up on here?
Oh, wait. If I measure something, right, and I say this is 1 foot long, 1 foot long is not a thing. Okay? It's a concept. It's an idea. Okay? And just because you can measure something doesn't mean you take that measurement and say, this is a thing because I measured it. Like what?
I mean, doesn't it seem logical that time is just like the fourth dimension and it's just like a continuation of space?
The fourth dimension.
How is that logical?
Time is just a concept in your mind. It's a human construct. It's a concept, but it's not a physical thing. You can't pour me a glass of time, can you? Unless you're talking about
maybe you can walk us through the logic. Walk us through. We're dumb.
What do you mean the logic?
Everybody.
Well, the thing that you just said that we don't have.
Hold on. Let Indio do this with him, please. If
No,
you guys
he's
don't
doing
mind.
it. I'm not doing shit. I'm just asking a question. Walk us through the logic. You said it's logical, so walk us through it.
So the first dimension is, for the first three are width, height, and depth, right? And then time is just the manipulation of those and how they change over time. Like, I mean, I think it's kind of it makes sense to think of time as the fourth dimension, in my opinion.
Okay, no, that's like an appeal to common sense fallacy. You just said it was logical. That's not logical. That's illogical.
What's illogical about it?
Because it's an appeal to common sense fallacy. You just said it makes sense.
But like, what's illogical about the idea that time is the fourth dimension?
Can you give us an example? I'm asking again. Can you give us an example?
I got you, man.
What do you mean an example? I don't. It's kind of hard to give an example of space time.
Exactly what you said. Space time. Give me an example.
For example, like if you were to get closer
in my
to like,
reality.
right. So if you get closer to a supermassive object such as a black hole, that literally eats up time. So time.
No, that's no good. I'm never going to get next to a black hole.
You're telling stories.
Eats up time.
The Earth where I live, please.
Eats up light. Not.
I live here on Earth, please.
But what do you get when you multiply space with time, bro? Tell me, Sasha. Educate me. Since it's the fourth dimension, what do you get? So if you multiply,
I don't know how you
1 meter, multiply by 1 meter.
I mean, it doesn't really make sense to say what do you get when you multiply width.
Why not? It's you're
You're just asserting it doesn't make sense. Listen, 3 dimensions to 3 dimensions.
Can you see having a problem, aren't you?
Come on, Jen.
Okay, here, I'll try to explain it in another way.
I'm going to tell you why it doesn't.
Yeah,
I'm going to tell you why it doesn't make sense. And Sears just illustrated it. He said, when he's asked you multiply them, you're not even in the same units, right? Height, width, depth are in 1 unit, right? They're in a dimensional unit. It's arbitrary. You can pick whatever you want. You know, feet, meters, whatever. Time is not in those units.
Okay,
calling it a dimension is something completely different.
Okay, so you could imagine the first.
Calling a dog a cat, dude.
Here, wait, just let me try to explain it because I think I have a good idea. All right, so you can imagine.
I thought before you continue, you just said imagine continue.
Well,
I mean, yeah, it's kind of an abstract concept. You kind of have
exactly.
to imagine it.
Well, that's the thing. If you want to talk about it, but if you want to talk about it as a conceptual thing, that's cool. But when you put it forth as a scientific reality, that's the problem.
As it applies to our experience here on Earth, then we do definitely have a problem with that, because we live in a three-dimensional stationary plane, and so when you try to introduce this nonsense that you claim exists when it actually doesn't exist physically, it only exists in concept. We do have an issue with that.
I just want to say this about time. I know I said it a few minutes ago, but I just want to add something to it. Time is the most convoluted subject in the world, right? So our concept of time is, the sun once every 24 hours, so we divide it into 24 slots, right? But what if we didn't use that as our concept of time? What if we said, hey, every time the sun passes by, right, we blink so many thousands of times. So what if I said, hey, I'm going to get some gasoline and some groceries, and then I'll meet you at grandma's in about 300 blinks, right? And you knew that 300 blinks was about this many hours, right? So,
Blinks is not a fixed measurement. It's not like feet or inches. You could say seconds.
Well, I'm just saying that's a different concept. So I just showed you a different concept of how to keep time, right? Because we know that you blink however many thousands of times a day, right? So you could just divide the day into blinks, right? And that, we could tell each other, hey, I'll be over there in about, 4.5 blinks, which means, a few seconds or a few, less than a minute, right?
Yeah, I guess.
So that's what they're doing. They're taking how convoluted time is, and they're saying, now we're going to add space to time. We're going to sprinkle a little bit of space on the time, and that'll really cook their noodle. They'll be chasing their tails for 100 years. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm just going to take 40 winks rest. Yeah.
Right, okay, so I think...
40 winks.
I thought I'd do it.
Right, okay, what?
Okay, so you can imagine the first dimension as like a line.
Oh, here we go with imagine again.
No, we're not. No, it's not.
You can imagine the second dimension as a plane, the third dimension as a cube,
we can't
and
do
then
it to
the
reality
fourth
where we live.
dimension as an array of cubes.
Those are axes, by the way. Those are coordinates. Just to let you know.
And the other and
dimensions and units. What's the difference between a dimension and a unit and a metrical unit?
Why would you have to imagine when you actually are standing on Earth? You can actually measure physical reality. You don't have to imagine where you are. You live on Earth.
And we have Globers talking about bending and warping things that, as you say, we have to imagine.
That are concepts that you have to imagine.
Hey, so give me 3 cubic inch seconds of ice cream.
Well, it doesn't make sense.
Come on, inch seconds or whatever cubic. That's a unit of space, right? Yeah.
I want to blow
That's
this
the idea of stuff shows it doesn't make sense.
I want to blow his mind.
Exactly.
So we already have a fourth. We already have a fourth dimension, right? So when I imagine your line, your plane, or your cube, right? I visualize that in my mind. We already have a fourth dimension. Those shapes projected onto a plane, onto our retina, or onto a film camera or sensor. That is actually a fourth dimension. When they do computer graphics, they do it in 4 dimensions, homogeneous coordinates. So we already have a fourth dimension. So what are you talking about?
Yeah, we're ahead of you now. Now it's time to
because in reality, we actually perceive things, right? We look out into the world. That is the fourth dimension, our perspective.
No, that's not how dimensions work.
Oh, that is exactly how dimensions work. Go look up homogeneous coordinates in 4 dimensions.
So wait, are you saying each person is a different dimension?
What?
No.
You're saying it's the real dimension.
Visualizing something, when you visualize something, right? When I visualize your cube, plane, or line, or point, right? The 0 dimension.
Right.
when we visualize that, it's actually projective, right? We're seeing something. That distance between you and that object is the fourth dimension.
No, that would
I'm
just
telling
be
you, go
width
homogeneous
or
coordinates.
depth.
It's like it's
That
super
would be
simple,
width or
man.
depth. That wouldn't be time.
Sasha, see that
It's
diagram?
called projective geometry. In the horizon is the line at infinity.
See that 1D, 2D, 3D, 4D thing you posted? All those are 2D projection from your screen. So they're all XY coordinates, all of them. There's no 4D, nothing there.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a 2D surface. So.
All right, then.
So is time orthogonal to the other three dimensions?
I would think so.
Good one.
When you realize all the other dimensions are orthogonal, so time should be true theoretically.
Wow, dude, that's a fucking good one, man. You know what, bro? I'm gonna steal that one. I'm sorry, Indio. I'm stealing that shit.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay.
Like only me and you get the joke, but that's okay.
I know.
Orthogonal just means it's another axis. So this fourth axis, like if you had an original coordinates, right? You'd have your three dimensions X, Y, Z. So we're gonna add W or something, right? So that would be perpendicular to all those other directions.
Somehow. In the fourth dimension, man.
Yo, take that ayahuasca and let's go to the fourth dimension.
Man, I was in the fourth dimension yesterday, and I lost my shoes, and I was like, man, I'm never gonna get my shoe back because I don't know which way it went.
Have you ever seen they have these try to visualize the fourth dimension, and like some of these visualizations are like, oh, if a four-dimensional sphere entered through three-dimensional space, it would be a sphere that like expanded to infinity and then shrunk again as it passed by us. It's just completely silly. Like you said, you admitted it. It's abstractions. They're abstractions. We can think about them. We can think about a lot of things, but they don't exist in reality.
Bro, when I was
There was a very scary Twilight Zone episode. You guys remember that one where the girl had a portal to the fourth dimension in her room and she fell in
Wait, but a tesseract is a real shape and exists in reality.
Oh my gosh, that was terrible.
Listen. I've been to a tesseract house, dude. I know all about it. But it does not exist in the fourth dimension. It still only exists in three dimensions.
Right. A three-dimensional projection of whatever you think that 4D thing should look like in your mind.
I mean, do you think it's possible
3D.
that we live in three dimensions, but there could still be higher dimensions?
Well, the fourth dimension is just a mathematical construct. That's all it is. It doesn't exist.
Like, time is awesome when you use it properly in, like, physics, you know? Per unit time, you know?
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
Per unit time, okay, separates events that can happen in space, in the physical space.
All right, is time linear? Is time linear?
No, listen, it's just vector math, right? So they just have the three vectors, X, Y, and Z, and they just add another vector, this fourth dimension, and that fourth dimension is time. And it's just a vector like the other vectors. You can multiply them, add them, rotate them, what else you call it? Translations and scale them. And that's it, dude. It's just vector mathematics, but it's completely an abstraction.
See, and that's why I was asking him if he thinks time is linear, because he's going to have to, with this concept, he's going to have to answer no.
But here's the kick.
I don't think time is linear.
Man, I didn't even give you the kick.
Time can be bent and
I didn't even give you the kick because Einstein's mathematics are nonlinear. They're only linear if there's one mass in the entire universe. So,
or no,
yeah.
or no mass, right?
Or no mass, yeah.
Yeah. The Hilbert solution. The Schwarzschild, I think. Not sure. The Schwarzschild.
Hilbert's, yeah. Well, I mean, they're nearly identical. But
yeah, Schwarzschild, I think, plagiarized Hilbert or something like that.
What's so funny about it? I mean, this is. Most of the people don't necessarily pay attention to this, but as far as time goes, and and what they tell us about history of Earth and the universe and the galaxy and time and all this kind of stuff. This is not a joke, bro. I mean, people actually are very confused by this nonsense.
Yeah, people are running around at the water coolers, watching Neil deGrasse Tyson give lectures, and then talking about it at the water cooler like this is some reality. Meanwhile, millions of Iraqi children are dying, but they're talking about, Neil deGrasse Tyson's, space time. It's, it's mental masturbation. It's fairy tale land for adults. It's like Hansel and Gretel, Aesop's fables. It's silliness.
Get the fuck out.
I just noticed that Iron Dan is back. He's been looking around for Earth curvature for us. Maybe he has something to show us finally.
Doubtful.
I don't think.
Hashtag doubt.
Let us shut this server
No, that's
down.
a hard negative.
Bring it? Did you bring it?
Go home.
Didn't find.
Sit, pack your bags, man.
See, this is why Justin's so grouchy. He's sick of being here. He hates this fucking place. Bring him some. He's proud. He's not leaving until he gets some curvature. He's not leaving until he gets some curvature. So bring it.
Every day I come here expecting to see some curvature. These Globers promise me curvature every single day, and I leave the same way. Every single day, I leave disappointed.
At least Justin got to yell at Globe Insider. That he deserved that, Justin. I appreciated that.
No, bro, he came back again. India Globe Insider, well, whatever. The piss dude again.
No way.
3 times.
Oh my god. He'll be back.
Oh, for sure.
Here the same.
He's probably in YouTube chat right now.
He's listening.
He'll understand. We're all in the same boat. You're not leaving this boat that we're all in. So.
Look, if he's in our boat, I'm leaving the boat. Well, we don't have to have him leave.
I'm going on the other end, so yeah, we don't have to actually see and talk to. Yeah, but we're on the same boat.
I'll throw him off again and have him swim back to the boat.
He'll have to swim back. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll just keep doing that.
Oh my goodness, Sasha found the Earth curvature.
Right? I mean, come on. Why are we leaving his boat? Get him out of there.
Yeah, it's not his boat. It's our boat.
So, Sasha, what's up with space time, man? Are you satisfied?
Sasha, do you find these stories comforting? Like, is that why you believe them?
Yeah, I believe them because they make sense to me.
They make sense to you.
I don't understand how they make sense when you have no idea, like, any of the gory details.
Here, I got him. I got him.
It's like saying, "Oh, this news article makes sense, but you only read the headline."
Here, bro, coming right at you. The field equation. You're about to demonstrate how this makes sense.
So, like, remember the what was that rag? What was it? Weekly World News. So, like, there was a headline once that said, "Baby born pregnant." Yeah, that makes sense. But it's not happening.
Hey,
I'm not joking about that either. It was an actual headline in Weekly World News. Baby born pregnant.
I'll make a confession to you guys. I've been listening to this series of fiction novels. I'm on the 7th book now. It's the finale. I haven't finished it yet. It's about galaxy, but it's kind of like Star Wars versus Star Trek, or like Star Wars and Star Trek kind of thing. But I listen to these audiobooks when I'm at work, and I love the story. I mean, I've always loved Star Trek and Star Wars or whatever. But this is just a different kind of thing. I mean, it's novels read out by a guy. He's reading these novels, and it's all involved with black holes and subspace and all this kind of shit, about all that kind of stuff. So, it's my, it's a thing for me, just because I really love it more for the relationships or whatever. I'm a huge fan of drama and stuff. So, but anyway, so I'll put up with the bullshit about subspace and all the mathematical models and all the black holes and weird.
Sasha's ears perk up every time you say black holes, space, galaxies. He's just like, whoa.
Dude, Sasha, What kind of black hole are you talking about? How many types of black holes are there?
Man, everybody knows what happens when you walk into a black hole.
There are no black holes.
No, sure. No, Indio. Sure there is. Of course there is. There are 3 types. Which type are you talking about, Sasha?
If you were given an opportunity to go into a rocket, would you do it?
Supermassive black hole.
If we were going to go, like,
Dan's asking one of
if we went to a rocket and you went to space and you saw the Earth was a ball, would you admit it's a ball? Listen, if you went outside and saw the ocean and it was flat, would you admit it's flat?
If I looked outside and saw the ocean as flat.
Fair point, but I'm just
sorry he had to be the victim, but man, I've been waiting to use that for like 3 days.
Proofs aside, if you had the opportunity to go into a rocket, would you go?
I do have the opportunity to buy a ride.
No.
No thanks, bro.
Wait, is this
and
the same guy
supermassive is a description of the size, bro? It's not a type.
Like, fuck whether proof whether
it's
it
pretty
exists
big.
or not. Would you go? Like, do you think if they would try to kill you or something? Or
But we can
I don't
just
know.
do that. I'll post a video of that being done right now. Let's see what you think.
How as far as
what are the 3 types of black holes you got, Sasha?
Yeah, I mean, how would you measure
You're not gonna get
the
an answer.
size of a black hole?
He's googling. He's googling. Types of black holes. I got
As a matter of
Google
fact,
Earth are
like
all
a
coming
little
right up.
over a year ago, they actually, they had they finally captured one of like what they claimed was an image of a black hole. Finally, which over many years they've been
Google Earther.
See,
No, they didn't,
black
Julio.
holes before that were just conceptual and only.
Man, we all see that it's indistinguishable between the black hole image that we saw in Snoop Dogg's Blunt Cherry.
Hello.
So the answer to my question is no. Nobody would go in a rocket.
Iron Dan, regardless of what any of us would do,
Listen, why would I go in a rocket?
Correct. I said super.
I'm just getting a car because I can get in a car, dude. I'm not that fascinated. Why are we getting into the rocket?
Nah, bro. That's what is this?
Fly around?
Citation.
I just posted a video though of Jeff Bezos' rocket going to the edge of space. Can you find some curvature in that video for me, please, Iron Dan?
I've asked a simple question. I'm saying, like, proofs aside, like, would you, if somebody offered you to go into a rocket, would you go?
For what purpose?
I'll answer you. Can I answer
It would have to be for a purpose. I'm not just getting in a rocket. Like, dude, you used to get in a car?
Purposeless.
Yeah,
They wouldn't go into a rocket.
No, I would not. I'm not just getting into a rocket.
No, check it out.
You would have definitive.
There's a non-zero risk of death.
Flat. Why wouldn't you do that?
What?
If all proofs aside, if Santa's sleigh landed on your rooftop and you got in and traveled to the North Pole with his magic reindeer, would you believe in Santa Claus?
Yeah.
That doesn't sound like the same question I asked.
That sounds a little like sketchy right there, man. Don't talk to strangers.
What was your question?
Come on, okay, get in the sleigh. We're going to the North Pole.
If you asked me the same
I got some
question
gummy bears.
and said, would I get into Santa's sleigh if all of a sudden it appeared, I probably would, honestly, just for curiosity.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool.
I'm gonna go see the elves.
Yeah, but I think
Gonna touch your no-no spot. You better watch it.
I think you're thinking of a different Santa than I'm thinking of.
Do you always get straight?
The point being,
quality of the photo.
But why should we?
The point being is that, like, what is the likelihood of that ever actually happening in reality? If you want to ask fantasy questions, we can do that all day. You have to prove. I mean, the point is that you haven't proven space or gravity or rotation or curvature yet.
I'm not trying to prove anything. I'm just asking you your opinion.
If in a fantasy you could get in this thing and see this fantasy that we just imagined, would you believe it?
That's a really good point. Do you know anyone that has ever done that before?
That has been to space?
I would do it if it was an ICBM nuclear missile, because I would just reenact Dr. Strangelove.
I do know someone that's been to space.
You
know someone who's been to space.
Hold on. So he
Define
just said
space.
he knows someone that has been to.
I know someone that has went to the International Space Station and returned.
All right. And so what did they experience when they went to space on the ISS? And did they tell you about the whole story? How they were launched there, docked with the ISS, told you about their entire experience, because you're going to have to tell us about this, because nobody here knows when anyone.
I don't believe them.
I want to clarify.
But when there's a group of 600 very rare people in the world, and you say you know somebody, I need evidence of that, dude.
Yeah.
600
like
is 7
serious.
billion.
There's less astronauts than people that have won Academy Awards. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So tell us about your friend that went to space and docked with the ISS, went through the airlocks, and then
253 miles above the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Tell us about it.
Did you a fun fact? Do you know that the
what would you like me to tell you?
Did you know
Everybody, I want him to
and also,
tell us
why
about
do you
it.
want me to tell you about it when you wouldn't believe anything I'd say anyway?
Hold on.
What's the point?
We don't believe you now, and we just want you to prove that you're lying. We're calling your bluff. That's what this is. It's called calling your bullshit.
Okay, but you still wouldn't believe it whether I was saying something truthful or not.
Look, if you had
I'm not going to believe them that they told you, but I don't think anybody told you anything.
You're lying. Yeah, he said shit.
Would you believe the director of a planetarium that says you can't see curvature from the ISS?
Dude, you don't believe NASA. Why would you believe me?
No, I'm asking you.
Well, hey, I'll tell you why I would believe you. I would believe you if you brought empirical proof.
The director.
Hold on. He's conflating two things, and I want to point out he's conflating two things. I may or may not believe you that you met somebody, okay, depending on what you say. But whether we believe he went to space in the ISS, then we'd be believing him. We wouldn't be believing you, right? But whether you actually met an astronaut or not, that is in doubt. That is what we want to know. Did you meet someone that claimed they've been to space? I doubt that. So tell us your experience, what he told you of his experience.
Space. Why would the person I know be indifferent?
Let me add this.
There's no such fucking thing as
yeah.
Hold
on,
you know everybody. If he has met someone that claims that they've been to the ISS,
no, he says he knows somebody, which means that he's a personal friend or a very good.
Yeah, I know. He said it was his friend.
No,
let him tell the story.
Every single person that goes to the ISS then claims that they went to space.
Stop.
Why are you hanging out here and not discussing this with him?
Oh, anytime you hear the word space, automatically end the convo. End the conversation. End it. There's no such thing as space. Just end it.
So here's a funny thing. If you believed your friend, you wouldn't be here.
Yeah, exactly.
This is a fair point, maybe.
That's called checkmate.
I mean, I think you're just assuming that I would be here because I would have some assumptions
be
that
like,
flat
shut
Earth
the
is real.
fuck
But
up. There's no such fucking thing
but
as
there
space.
are people in this Discord, right, that believe in globe Earth are just here to learn, right, or argue or whatever.
Well, Iron Dan, you started off
but
with
if you believed your friend went to space, then you would have no doubt. Like, why would you be here wasting your time?
Exactly.
Would you still be entertaining the possibility that the Earth is flat if you believe your friend went to space? No, of course not. Unless you're really weird.
Not even Buzz Aldrin.
I'm capable of taking in information that I don't agree with, which is fine. But I'm here to possibly hear something that I don't know yet.
Well, here's what you don't have: Earth curvature. So why do you still think you're on a thing that?
Yeah,
curves?
that's what I was about to say too. Yeah, exactly. So
I was gonna say that too. Yeah.
Where's the?
You guys really want to get into this?
Yeah. Where's the curve?
That's what we do here. Yeah.
Where's the curve?
All right.
Can you start with the fact that the director of a planetarium says that you can't see curvature from the ISS? Let's start with that.
That stuff is flat.
Let's start at 1 foot off the ground, where we should be seeing the horizon at 1.2 miles, but it's at 10, or it's at 20, or it's at 30. What about that?
But wait, what does what does your astronaut friend say? Could he see it from the ISS? The curvature. Tell us that.
Hold on.
Hold on. What? Here's another good question.
Hold on, guys. We can't just keep firing questions in. Let's go back to the first question, which was Slime's question.
We're being bad boys.
Was at 1 foot above the Earth, the horizon should be at 1.22 miles, and yet we see it at 10, 20 miles, and so on. What's your answer to that particular question right there, Iron Dan?
I'm wondering, I'd like to ask a question in turn that actually has something to do with this.
You're not going to answer the question. You're just going to ask a question and
No,
dissect the question.
everybody, slow down.
I don't know why there's such a discrepancy, but I'd like to get down to a more elemental issue, right? That I'm wondering, why, compared to globe earthers, right? Why flat earthers feel the need to say that
now you're going
to answer the question.
You're trying to address beliefs now. No, that's not.
I haven't gotten to what I was saying yet.
Iron.
Can we hear him out? Can we hear him out? Let's hear him out, please.
If we can test and
You
verify
said you wanted to get into
then
this,
it's
so
good.
let's. I'm trying to. I'm wondering.
Show us something that we can test and verify, Iron. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Test
guys,
and verify.
We should just let him. We should just let him hang himself. Like, let's just let him go.
Yeah, let's hear him out, please. Go ahead.
Go
ahead.
Go ahead, Iron Dan. What's your response to the question of why we can see too far? What's your answer?
Sorry, hold on. Give me a moment, please.
Oh, and on a side note, lots of people in the voice text want you to bring in your space friend. So maybe you can invite him to come and join us.
Oh, that'd be great.
No pressure.
But just answer the question.
He might, there might be a lag if he's on the ISS. I'm not sure about that one.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, he said to wait. He's checking something or doing something, so he'll be back.
Well, there's no lag from the moon, so what's the problem?
That's right. In fact, it's very quick.
It would be the first thing I tell my friends. Oh, it's beautiful. You could see the whole globe, so beautiful. That's what I'd be telling my friends, man.
It would be on your home screen. It will be on your home screen, wouldn't it?
Because he went there. Hold on, let me look it up. Really? You'd think a person that went to space would know, right?
Repeat the question.
I think the question had to do
Slimes,
with...
can you repeat it? Isn't it
Right.
Slime's question we're answering? Yeah.
Yeah, so I was just wondering why we're not seeing the horizon at 1.2 miles a foot off the ground. Instead, we're seeing it at 10, 20, 30 miles, so on.
20, 30 miles. Is it not feasible at all that the Earth is not a perfect sphere?
No, not in that situation, because you're talking about proportions that make the Earth radius something like 265,000 miles or whatever, so that gives it a circumference of like 1.6 million miles. So you're saying basically the equator would have to be like 1.6 million miles around?
Be at that exact distance everywhere, right? Like you've seen holes before.
Right. The exact shape doesn't matter. What matters is the radius. So let's say it's a pear. Okay.
Can you defer to the person that actually he's talking to?
Well, look, guys. What he did is he went with it's not a perfect sphere. We're seeing a flat section where there's absolutely zero curvature. There's zero reason to think that it's any kind of a sphere, and he just goes, "Well, it's not a perfect one." Well, where is the positive evidence for the sphere?
It would be off by a margin of error.
Yeah, but
Is it like even possibly assume that like it may be flat all the way until what you see, and then afterwards it curves around?
No,
you don't
Dan,
understand the magnitude.
You're begging the question.
By orders of magnitude, Brett. It is the size of.
So your measurements are that far off, you're saying?
Yeah, it would be like the Earth was the size of Jupiter one day, and then the next day it was the size of and then there's the size of the sun the next.
You're basing this on measurements of like eyesight of the horizon.
The magnitude of how off that the measurement.
Hey, Iron Dan. That's exactly what the guys who measured your Earth radius in the first place did. They measured the distance to the horizon, the exact same thing we're talking about. That's how they did it. So if what we're seeing is so far off from what they claim their conclusions were, what's up?
So Iron, they have a model.
I mean, are we going to base like
model,
the
right,
belief of whether it is flat or a globe based solely on just that bit of incorrect information, or potentially not? Maybe there might be a different reason that we're getting this result, right? And we haven't checked it, and the only way that we've done it is by just looking at it, and it just doesn't fit. So like it feels weird to disclaim like something that is backed by so many other pieces of information.
This is really fun. You make it unlistenable. Okay.
Fuck. We're talking about a ball, man. We're not talking about fucking magic here or some kind of fucking illusion. Listen, man, geometry, this is radius. Where is the curve that corresponds to that radius? Don't go off into fucking Narnia, man. Stick with the ball. Geometry.
Well, again, it's not feasible.
You're
It's
saying
not a perfect sphere.
You're saying, Dan, that there's so much evidence that backs this globe, but every single time we show you evidence of what the Earth's surface actually is, you beg the question, and then you just go, "Oh, geez, well, there could be evidence somewhere else out there." You keep talking about how much evidence there is. All the evidence is completely contradictory to what you claim, and you just say, "Well, maybe."
It's not that. It's not the radius. 1.22. Do you understand what 1.225 miles, 1 foot off of sea level means? Do you know what that means? That means it's right here. Right here. You're not looking at the horizon and then somehow it's curving back there. No. The radius says 1.225 miles, 1 foot off of sea level. Right here. So you have to explain this magic, this thing.
Yeah, but Bong, he's going to hand wave that. He's going to say, well, it's flat there, but the rest must be a globe. That's what he's going to do.
I'm angry because you are hand waving something that you shouldn't be hand waving. Now you're talking about not science. Now you're talking about philosophy. Now you're talking about some kind of belief system. You're straying from math and science and physical observations and experiments. You cannot ignore the radius. God damn it.
And just water. I mean, Iron Dan.
Like in the Mariana Trench, is the radius the same?
No, man.
Yeah, there's topography, but here's the thing, that he has absolutely no positive evidence for his claim, and he's putting us in the defensive position, like we're the ones who have to defend.
I haven't said anything.
Yeah. Okay, so you
I'm
come
answering
here.
your questions.
Yeah, but you come here presupposing a globe. You have absolutely no evidence to support it, and your only thing is to basically hand wave whatever we show you that completely contradicts that and say, well, maybe somewhere out there is some proof that it's a globe. So what are you even talking about?
I mean, come on. But if you find a telescope and you go into your backyard and
okay,
you
telescope.
in the sky and you see that they're all
I'm going to stop you right up.
I'm not listening.
Stop you right up front because you're pointing a telescope in the wrong direction from the thing that we're talking about. Yeah, we're talking about the Earth.
Let's look at the sky, guys, instead of the fucking Earth.
Look, there's a radius, okay? Now, if you look at the radius and then go test it, all right? You cannot explain it. Okay? What you're looking at the horizon back there, that's in your imagination. We're talking about the actual radius of the actual globe that they tell us that they use to make so that they can calculate trajectories to frickin' Jupiter. Okay? We're talking about that geometric horizon being way too small. You seeing flat, okay? That has nothing to do with this missing curve that should be all the way up here. Up here, it's so small. Up here. So in your mind, you're thinking it's too big. That's why it looks flat. No, there's a radius. It's too small. Too small. We're up in arms.
He concedes that what we see is flat. And then he says that there's millions of proofs for the globe, and then he offers not even one. He just says, well, maybe somewhere where we haven't checked it is curving. What is this fucking guy talking about?
Yeah, Iron Dan, I'll unmute you in a minute. I'd like to challenge you to watch Dr. John E's video, Black Swan Rising, and where it's very similar to the oil rig Black Swan. It's just a different observation. And so what you need to get to is the point where you can just calmly examine the facts and evidence and where they lead you instead of this imagination that you're going into. So, yeah, we're given this radius. We're not, your little thing about maybe it's not perfectly spherical, all that stuff, like that might be something that pseudoscientific entertainers like Bill Nye or Neil deGrasse Tyson might say just to appease people who aren't willing to actually examine the evidence. You're here. So as somebody said earlier, we assume that means you're actually willing to examine the evidence. So, I mean, just think about water. Water lies flat in a container. So, Iron Dan, do you accept the commonly held claim that the Earth is composed of over 70% water?
Well, water has a meniscus. And
does an ocean have a meniscus?
The ocean probably does, somewhere at the edge.
Probably does. You have no idea.
Well, at the
Okay, so
edge,
you
I
want to
haven't gone
use
and
your
checked.
imagination because you want to stay on the globe. That's, I mean, will you at least admit that? Because you're not willing to openly examine this. You're not willing to set aside your preconceived notion and actually accept the possibility that the globe model is a failure. Are you acknowledging your lack of open-mindedness?
The meniscus
I guess
argument
so.
doesn't.
Yeah, I guess I'll have
Yeah, well, Dan, you went to meniscus. Is a meniscus spherical curvature?
Right. It only works when
partially,
water
yeah.
is contained in a cup, right? Not when it's on a ball. Have you ever seen water on a ball bend around a ball because of tension? That doesn't make any goddamn sense at all. It has to be inside something for you to even make that claim. And it has to be small, a tiny little freaking test tube. Yeah, maybe that.
Water's not going to hold on a ball because it's just tension, right? Like there's
On a
gravity as
ball.
well.
Like, where
no
did you get
gravity.
that science from, huh? Don't bring things right that work on like, water is contained. Okay, don't bring that and say this applies if water was stuck to a ball. What? No. Well, it's not that. Okay, it's not that. And you're still missing the point, man. The radius is way too small, way too small. Okay, and Neil deGrasse Tyson is lying to you, telling you it's way too big, ignoring everything, all the geometry, all the math. Why doesn't he say refraction? Why doesn't Neil deGrasse Tyson say refraction? Because why? Because it's stupid. That's why, because they made it up. I'm not going to answer that question. That's what he always fucking says. These people. Come on, man. We could do this.
Yeah. Yeah, Iron Dan, I don't know why we're in the defensive position here. You said there's millions of globe proofs. Can you give us even one? You still haven't done that, and you've been here a while.
I mean, you guys said I can't do anything involving the sky, so that's
it. Yeah,
that's because those aren't
proofs.
proofs.
Point to is the sky.
Yeah, because that's just you diverting. We want measurements of what the ground is. We don't want you to point in the opposite direction of the thing that we're asking you to prove your claim about.
Can I point to airplanes or no?
Hold on. Are you guys saying that I can't use my hat size to prove my shoe size? Well, why not?
Hank.
Why not?
Because it's there.
Does this guy appreciate at least why? Like if we say we have a super tight proof.
Yo,
You just all you have to do is look up at all you have to do is look up at the sky, and we've got this whole system worked out that proves that it's flat. Would you accept that just by looking at the sky? Like that's not proof of anything, right?
Yeah, totally. Let's put the shoe on the other foot and see what you think.
Yo, Hank.
Yeah, bro.
Are you in Texas?
Yeah, bro. And even in Texas, us dumbass rednecks that know that if you want to prove your shoe size, you hand somebody your foot, not your head. Right? Because you can't measure one thing and then associate it to the other.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. What do you think about the Texas 7?
I have no idea what that is. No idea. It's pretty off topic, but I have no idea what it is.
Okay, I'm just curious. That's all.
Okay. Yeah, so moving back onto the Earth. Yeah, so in order to measure the Earth, we don't look at the sky. We don't look at the sun, the moon, the stars. Yeah, we don't look at dark matter or dark gravity or anything like that. We just measure it directly, right? And we use water because it eliminates most of the topography, because water does have, waves. But you look at a large body of water at rest, and you can make measurements over long distances by making observations. So if you can see it, Occam's razor says the least amount of theory or the least amount of assumption, right, the better off your theory is. Well, we're saying, hey, you see that thing over there? That's that thing, right? And it should be behind that thing you call curvature, but it's not, right? And then someone violates Occam's razor and says, but what about refraction? Okay, demonstrate. Well, why do I have to demonstrate? Can't I just say the word and then you're debunked? No, that's not how it works. You have to demonstrate that light can indeed continuously bend down at 8 inches per mile square, the same curvature rate as the Earth, and some sort of parallel curve. I can't say parallel curve, that doesn't make sense. And some sort of weird, parabolic. Light doesn't travel in parabolic curves, but that's what it would have to be doing, right? it would have to be going down around the curve in order to make it look flat. How do you prove something like that? Well, I guess you would have to take the temperature of the water and the air like every few meters and prove that it's getting colder and colder and colder, like a deep freeze. But that's not what air does in reality. It's actually dynamic, and it changes temperatures slightly, hotter, colder, hotter, colder. It doesn't just go colder, 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 down, down, down. So you guys got some splaining to do.
No, they just need to tell us to look at the sky, and we're fine. Find all of our answers in the sky.
So, Iron Dan, do you have any? Yeah,
Sorry,
do you have any curvature? No, same thing as you said, Hank. I'm just asking Iron Dan if he's got any proof of curvature on the ground, which is where you would need to measure the curvature, or we'll take proof of rotation as well. Either one. Got any evidence for us,
Have you seen the sky? The sky is so beautiful. We don't need curvature. You just look at the stars.
Yeah, that's why they have to look, because you're trying to figure out why it looks flat, because you have to accept, right, that it appears flat no matter what, and you're trying to figure out how it can be a ball. You're trying to go against your senses, man, and good luck, magic, dude. I mean,
your senses are usually accurate.
Okay, so welcome to Flat Earth. Our senses are usually accurate. Our senses sense a horizon at 10 miles at 1 foot observer height. I guess it's not a ball with a radius of 59 miles. Congratulations, Iron Dan. Welcome to Flat Earth.
I mean, what science communicator is?
Your senses aren't accurate. It's
okay, flippity flop. Flippity flop.
Perfect, dude. I don't know about you, but my senses work. They've worked for me my whole life, and this is how I've grown and become the.
Our senses don't work.
You can only see like 7% of the visual spectrum.
Do what I needed to do.
Doing
I know
multiple tests here.
I'm not saying I'm Superman.
We can see enough of the visual spectrum to tell whether or not we're looking at a ball versus a flat surface.
Hey, let me add to this. Hold on.
Optimized, to be.
It's about
no. Let me add to this just for a second.
Go ahead.
Every single person in here used to think the Earth was a globe. Now, that was because I was going to say mind control or whatever, but it's really just
TV.
What? No. We thought the Earth was a globe because they told us it was a globe, right? Until we took a look at Earth. When you take a look at Earth, you'll find out that what they told us cannot possibly be true.
Exactly. What they told us does not comport with the reality that we're observing.
But, so if we look at Earth on TV.
Hold on, I want to hear his response.
Well, let me add this one thing. Without science communicators, okay, you would say it's bullshit, it's not a ball. But this is why science communicators are needed. This is why Discovery Channel, movies are needed to reinforce the idea so that you don't look at the math and the science. That's why you have science communicators, right? I mean, what the hell are school teachers? Right?
He wouldn't say it's bullshit. He would never have even entertained the idea that it's a ball.
Sure, until the idea was introduced to you that Earth was a globe or flat. Flat being a term where Earth obviously is not flat. It, has dimensions or whatever. The oceans are level. That's why they call it sea level.
You're not qualified to challenge the authority, the science, communications, right? If they say it's this, well, you're not a scientist. You're not an astronomer. You're not an astrophysicist. You haven't gone through the proper indoctrination. You don't know the secret handshake. All that shit. Right? We're just stupid laymen who can't understand the complexity, the sophistication, all that bullshit, right? That's what a pastor does. This is what a priest does. This is what the fucking Pope does. They tell you, this is what God said. Pay me, bitch. And people pay.
I think we hit him with a lot there. We should see what he has to say.
Yeah, I want to hear his response to some of that. Because
Iron Dan, any response?
all of us used to think the Earth was a globe, so it's not.
No, I wish I honestly vehemently believed in something as tough as you guys believe in this. Like, I don't know. Like,
It's not a belief.
I just
We
can't
went
get there.
outside
Like,
and measured
I
it.
don't know.
Did you believe
Let me help you out,
No,
bro.
like,
Let
how
me
can
help
you
you out. You said
explain
you can't
people on the
measure.
south,
Sorry.
like,
Hold
south
on.
pole part of
Let
the,
him.
Hold on.
Earth
Relax.
seeing the moon, like the southern hemisphere? Like,
Iron
the moon is
Dan,
the same for everyone.
you're
every
looking at
night,
the sky.
all
Exactly,
night,
it's the
the whole
same.
year.
So you're saying that the moon has one face?
Use some fucking
I'm saying that it's the
Professor
same
Dave
face.
bullshit.
Everyone sees it. It's always
Yeah,
the same
so?
face.
And?
Please,
And
please,
Yeah,
for the
and?
love of
Hold on.
God,
And?
everyone let him say his piece, and then someone respond one at a time.
Now, I'm
Please.
asking him what that means. Everyone can see the same moon face, and?
I have a question for you guys.
Nope.
Oh.
No, we're gonna let him answer. And? Everyone
No,
can see the same face of the moon, no matter where they are. And?
Stop it.
Like, please stop interrupting me. I want him to answer.
Stop it.
And?
One face of the moon. Answer.
Sorry, did you ask me something? I didn't hear you.
Yeah. You said you can see one face of the moon no matter where you are, and that means what? That means what?
Exactly. And that means
Yeah,
that
and that
there's
means what?
something rotating around us, right? That, like, that other people can see at the same time. Because if there was
And
a
that
moon
means
rotating on a
first of
flat
all,
plane, that we
nothing
could
is
all see at
rotating.
once, then we would be able to see different sides of it, right?
Well, no, because it's not rotating. What are you talking about?
Yeah, does it have different sides? What are you talking
I'm
about?
saying it's because it's moving around a circle, right? It's like that's what the flat Earth map says, right? That it goes around a circle, right? Over the flat plane. No, is that not what it is?
The concept.
Listen. And so what?
So
what are you saying? It doesn't work geometrically?
People standing on a plane looking at the same moon will not see the same face of it.
You're presupposing
who? Hold on, it says who?
Says like vision and objects. That's
Let me ask you a question. Why would you see the same face of the moon on a globe?
because it's
that's what we
rotating
do see
around
the
you, and
same
it's
face.
tidally locked to the said sphere that it's rotating around.
Oh, how do you know that? How do you know that? How do you know,
I know that?
How do you know it's
all the
tidally locked and
presuppositions
it's
I gave you.
rotating perfectly so we see the same face?
How do you know what?
How do you know that? You just made a claim that it's tidally locked and that's why we see the same face. How do you know that? Because we see the same face?
Because we see the same face.
So circular logic is your reasoning.
It's a said sphere.
We see the same face, therefore it must be rotating perfectly so that we see the same face, which is proof that it's rotating perfectly.
Well, I mean, without any other information, that's as good as we'll get at the level that we're currently at, right? Because if we're discussing the difference between our what we're currently living on is either a sphere or
I'm
flat,
trying to get you
and
to
we're not debating anything else, then yes, okay,
I'm trying to get you great, dude, but you still didn't answer the question.
Okay,
everybody on a flat Earth can see the same face, and are you saying that's not possible on a flat Earth? Why?
Because two people standing on the same plane, staring at the same object from two different positions, will see different sides of the object.
What do they see?
Because there's no rotation, there's no movement, and there's no that's just because if you go outside and you and a friend, you and two friends, and one stands between you, and you try to you can't see the same face of that person, on opposite sides. You just can't. That's because that's not how objects work. You know what I mean? Like you gotta see it from
objects.
So when I show you that it's possible, and this was shown 2,000 years ago, are you gonna be like a flat earther then?
Well, no, because me,
you
it's
got
more
this from
than just
Professor
this
Dave,
big,
and I'm gonna see if you're as
it's not
cowardly as
just
Dave is.
it's not just this
When I
big
asked him if
here,
he
it's
would,
much
if
more.
he would, God damn, can you guys stop interrupting me? So serious. So I asked Professor Dave if he would concede if I showed him that this was possible, and all he did was call me names. So that was his response. So this was shown to be possible 2,000 years ago by Euclid.
I'm sure there was a flat earther,
No, it's
around for as
geometrically
long as-
possible. You have no basis for what you're saying.
What's geometrically possible?
Because all you see is a circle.
What is geometrically possible? Like,
To
please
see the
elaborate.
same circle from no matter what position you're in. Because that's what you see as a circle. You don't see a sphere. You see a circle.
But it would be like it wouldn't you
It would
couldn't
turn
see
into an
it at the
oval,
same
right?
angle from any.
Yeah, it would turn into an oval, right? It would look like an oval.
I don't know what it would look like. I guess probably.
So you're
That
just
sounds
saying
probable.
shit. You haven't even really thought about it. You watched the Professor Dave video, said that sounds good, I guess, and then you're in here.
No, but I mean that's like a simple way to.
But it's not
do it,
true.
like,
You never
I don't
actually
even know if
analyzed it. It's not true. It's demonstrably not true. And before Professor Dave ever made his video, this video's been on my channel 9 months before Dave ever made his video. It's not a video I made.
I'm sure
It's a video
this is why
someone that has a degree in a dual degree in physics and mathematics. He made the video, and it's on my channel way before Professor Dave made his stupid shit. That's why I asked him if he would concede, but he can't concede to a flat earther because that's cash. So listen, it is possible. As long as you're a certain distance away, the optical path is a certain distance away from the center of a circle, it'll always appear as a circle no matter what angle you're at. This is geometrical fact. It's not my opinion.
How though? You like you're just telling me. Like, can you show me how that would occur? Like,
Listen, not only is it listen, I'm going to post a video. Not only is it Euclid's optics, it's demonstrated in GeoGebra. So it's an actual demonstration.
Mm-hmm.
But you think the moon is a sphere, but you've never seen the moon as a sphere. See, that's what your problem is, and Dave does the same thing. He said, the idea, if the moon was a sphere and we looked at it from any angle, assuming a whole bunch of other things, right? Assuming straight paths of light, assuming a whole bunch of other shit, right? So you have to assume, we're going to assume pure geometry, that's the way it works, straight lines, yada, yada, yada. Yeah, if you assume all that and the moon's a sphere, I guess you would see the side. Well, it actually depends on how far away it is. Because that matters too. But because if it's far enough away and there's no parallax, then you're not going to see the side.
But there is parallax.
Oh, there's lunar parallax.
There's stellar parallax as well.
There's stellar parallax. When was that measured?
I just said experiment.
Listen, is stellar parallax measured or calculated?
Spheres are not going to show you the same face. I can prove it.
I'm sorry if this is triggering you guys, but like
nobody's triggering. You're just wrong. Listen, you believe things without ever researching them. They sound good, and that's where your investigation ended.
90%.
You kind of investigated. You know what you investigated? You typed in flat Earth debunk. That was your investigation. And you're like, well, this is plausible, so I'll just parrot this for the rest of my life.
I mean, but come on, flat Earth has been around for like 2,000 years, and there's still no functioning map. Like,
What
really?
the fuck are you talking about? Every map is flat.
Listen,
every map is flat.
Justin. What Justin said. Every map is flat. If the Earth was a ball, how come every map has a linear scale on it?
Undeniable. This is
because
undeniable.
a curved surface, you can't use a linear scale on a curved surface.
You're not using a globe when you look at a map. Sorry.
If a curved surface was projected onto a flat map, you could not use a linear scale. Every map that you've ever seen has a linear scale, right? When I say linear scale, it means there's so many inches per mile, right? So 1 inch equals a mile, and that's the way it is across the entire map. The entire map has a linear scale. What should happen is there's one scale, and the scale changes as you go towards the edges. But that's not what happens, is it? You've never seen a map that looks like that. And now I'm going to ask you another question. Have you ever tested a physical globe? A physical globe that you buy at the store. Have you ever tested one of them?
What do you mean?
See if it's accurate. To see if you have a working globe.
A spinning globe.
You said we don't have a working map. Do you have a working globe? You've ever spun Yeah, go ahead, Justin.
It was so fundamental. I never felt the need.
Have you ever spun a globe? So fundamental.
I left that to other people. Like I didn't want to, start from zero. Like as if I was.
What is
monkey,
fundamental
right?
about the Earth?
I'd like to, stand on the shoulders of people that I believe,
Wow.
more than myself.
Listen, what did Heaviside said? Heaviside said, yes, maybe we're standing on the shoulders of giants, repeating their mistakes forever and ever.
Holy.
Perhaps, yeah. That might be the case,
So check this out. It is not fundamental that the Earth's a globe. It's fundamental that it's flat because that's what you experience, and this is undeniable. You've never experienced the Earth as a globe. That's why you're trying to get us into a rocket.
No, I'd like to personally.
But you haven't. The fact is you haven't. So it's not fundamental that's a globe. And because you want to go on a rocket and you want to believe in space, and this is really just a fantastic desire of yours.
I'll crash into that dome. I don't care, man.
It's just the point is this is a fantastic desire of yours, and that's why you never checked the globe, a physical globe, but you've checked a flat map, and you evaluated it incorrectly. But that's okay. I won't hold it against you. Because you checked. Why did you check the flat Earth map? Why did you check a map to see if the flat Earth worked?
I didn't. What do you mean?
You didn't check a physical globe to see if that works.
You mean like?
You just said, "Why is there no flat Earth map?" Didn't you just say, "Why is there's no working flat Earth map"? How do you know there's no working flat Earth map? When you say that, I assumed you went into the internet or wherever, a library, and checked if there was a working flat Earth map. We know you didn't. It's just something you say. You're just parroting other anti-flat earthers. You have no idea what you're talking about because there is working flat maps. Listen, don't interrupt me, please. Let me finish. Sorry. There is working flat maps. Every map is a flat map, and we can prove they're flat Earth maps because they have a linear scale. They're not projections of a globe. They're linear scale maps. A projection of the globe would have a varying scale. This is a mathematical fact, dude. It's not like, listen, maybe it's just your ignorance of geometry. I don't know. But the fact is, you never gave flat Earth the fair shot. You presupposed the globe and said, that's good enough for me because I love space. And that's, like, listen, you have not honestly evaluated the information. Period. Sorry, you haven't.
Dan,
if it's not that important to you, who cares? Because I sure don't.
I mean, I was just all this shit yourself with me. Like I'll do it.
It's like this analogous is like this. If you're getting in the car with someone you respect, right? They're really respected in the community, and you're going to take a trip with them, right? And out of the driveway, they take the wrong way. You're supposed to go left, and they went right, and they're following. They're following their directions in the completely opposite direction of where you came from or where you should be going. Now, when you say you stand on the shoulder of giants, that's like saying, well, I really respect this guy, so I don't want to tell him that you're in the wrong direction. So let's just see how long it takes for him to get to it himself. You're always going to be in the wrong direction until you go back from the beginning and start over and go the correct way from the start. You can't just... does that make sense?
And they're only giants if they're correct.
Yeah, when did the giants...
I want to say something.
Correct. And
slightly off topic.
I want to say one sentence. By the way, if you go check a physical globe, it doesn't work. Thank you very much. That's all I say.
Yeah, end of story.
Yeah, I just want to say, he said something early on in the conversation that kind of caught me, right? He said that you can't trust your senses. So I've been delivering pizza for like 20 years, literally 20 years. And I haven't caused an accident in 20 years. I'm 39. I haven't caused an accident since I was 19. So 1 million miles, at least, under my belt, right? Why do you think it is that I haven't caused an accident in 20 years?
There could be so many factors to that. You're probably a good driver. There's the likelihood of, I don't know, maybe the car accidents in your city is not as high as other places.
Well, maybe it's because I trust
so many variables. Come on.
I trust my senses, right? I see a car heading towards me in my lane, and I dodge it, right? Because my senses told me, hey, that truck is going to hurt if it hits you. Right, so I dodge it. Now, the ones I can't dodge is when I get rear-ended, right? Because if you're at a stoplight, where are you going to go? right? And I've been successful, even though I've seen so many other people come and go, right? Their cars break down, they get in a wreck. And I've been successful because when I watch someone on YouTube change a alternator and I go, hey, I can do that. Right? It's because I trust my senses. I trust my senses to tell me, hey, that's where that bolt is into there because I can feel it with my foot. Okay, that's where I need to sell a socket right down that little hill. Right? But you think that the Earth is an object or the moon is an object. Like, who told you that? Like, did they ever verify any of this stuff for you? I mean, because the truth is verified. That would be the definition of question. What is truth?
Well,
truth verifiable, right? So if you're telling us that, the moon is totally locked, how did you manipulate the moon's gravity to see if that was causing the tides, and the tides causing the locking of the moon? You never did, bro. So if you never did manipulate the cause of anything, and you're just going affirming the consequent, which is a logical fallacy, you're affirming the cause without testing it. I mean, that's kind of a religion, bro. You don't trust your senses.
And you can't test gravity, right? Like we can't test gravity.
You can't test it. It's not a scientific claim.
I've been trying to get in real quick. I took a photo of an apricot face looking at the ball, and then I rotated it so it's tidally locked. So now you see the left ear. Now you don't see the left ear. See, as it goes around the ball, if you're looking at a 3D object sphere, you're going to be if it's tidally locked, you're going to see the different sides: the left side, the right side, the front. It's not going to look the way it looks. But if you're looking at
tidally locked means,
painting, you're looking at a painting. Right, a
tidally
painting
locked means the same face is facing the object that it's orbiting around.
It means that you have an ad hoc cool story for why things aren't making sense on your ball that you never had any curvature for, which was the first thing you told us when you came in here.
Yeah, exactly.
But a painting on the ceiling, okay? No matter where you go in the house, you're going to see the same face. I mean, if you adjust the shape of the painting, maybe it'll look exactly the same. Like, I don't know, concave or something, right? I don't know what the moon is, but it can't be a sphere that's tidally locked, because that's not what we would see. We would see all the different sides of the moon, because the moon has to go that way to your side, right? And as I see it go to your side, I'm going to see the other side. I mean, the left side or the right side. It depends, right? Right? 3D spheres.
Then the orbit of the moon's like almost it's supposed to be a perfect circle, which is a violation of Kepler's laws, which you can't even model it using the second law of planetary motion, because it's a near perfect circle. That's why Galileo made his model, or Copernicus' model, was perfect circles. But there was something wrong with it, because they noticed that the angular size changes didn't happen. Because Ptolemy. Ptolemy. So like the angular size of Mars would have had to change almost by a factor of 60. Mars would vary; it would be 60 times one size than the other. So they had to abandon that for Kepler. But Kepler's laws don't work with the moon, and Kepler, it's a well-known fact. It's an absolute fact. Kepler faked his data. It's a fact. And you think this is not important? Newton's universal law of gravitation is a consequence of Kepler's laws. So these are the giants whose shoulders you're standing on. Error, error, error. I'm not making it up, dude. You can just go look it up. I'm not a Glober, dude. I don't make shit up.
I mean, it's better than the alternative. I mean, like,
no,
you guys got, right?
No,
S wall, right?
You're shifting the burden, buddy. What have you got? You came in here telling us that you have no measurements of Earth curvature.
I got black holes, man. I got time dilation and relativity and all of this fantastic shit, and y'all are just ice wall, flat Earth maps.
Hey, all right. He said he has all this
gravity, but he just said that it's not scientific. Sorry, bro.
He also said it was fantastic, which the root word is fantasy. Fantasy. Fantastic, fantastical shit. Okay, cool.
Sure. What's going to happen as you ride the beam of light?
Awesome.
I'm going to assume that as I increase and approach the speed of light, my math is going to increase indefinitely because math, right? Is that what you got? You got some fucking thought experiments? Nice.
Oh, you mean like there's some cool thought experiments about that. Like, you mean like relativity and time dilation?
Stellar that came how love crosses through time and space and all that bullshit. Right?
What crosses through time and space?
You got some philosophy. I mean, come on, man. Curvature. Explain.
Yeah, that's the first part of your model, buddy. Explain.
So again, I told you, is it not feasible that it's not a perfect sphere?
You're whistling right past the graveyard, you idiot.
And we told you it's not off by an order. It's off by an order of magnitude, not by a margin of error. So if it's off by a margin of error, we could say, yeah, it's not a perfect sphere, right? We don't got anything, but it's off by orders of magnitude, bro. So that's a huge problem.
That's not explaining why it's not. Okay, that is not a perfect sphere. What are you saying? It's flat, 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 and then what? We just can't get to the curvature. It's flat, man. What do you mean it's not a perfect sphere?
He's making excuses. He doesn't actually have any positive curvature measurements. He just ham waves all the measurements away, which show that there is none.
Is it a hexagon? Is it a cube with round edges and corners? What are you saying? What do you mean it's not a perfect sphere? Is a cue ball a perfect sphere? No, actually, it's not. What the hell, man? There's a radius then. Where is that curving? And then you're going to say, not a perfect sphere to explain that it looks flat, to explain that at 1.22 miles, dude, you're going to explain that away with it's not a perfect sphere. It just looks flat. Why? How do you science shit if it's not appearing the way it looks, if it's not measuring the way it looks? How do you do science? How do you go to the moon? How do you even fly an airplane?
That's the first part of his claim. Make him show it. Let's see the curvature.
You have to assume a flat.
When I go in a rocket, I'll take you guys with me, I swear.
Look, these are the words that are in the manual.
Okay, the Eratosthenes
plane. You have to assume a flat, non-rotating.
You wouldn't believe me though. Like, even if I was live streaming it to you.
Bong, he said, I'll take you in a rocket, bro. Was that the Eratosthenes method? Is that how he measured Earth curvature? He took someone in a rocket? Was that it?
No, I don't know the Eratosthenes method.
Right.
Okay, you have no idea this claim you believe is ever verified in the first place. You just believe it like a religious zealot.
Yeah, for me it is pretty much, I guess, religious zealot.
Okay, thanks.
Pretty much.
Take that. Stop defending, man. Stop defending those people. Stop denying yourself. Stop denying yourself.
Why do you keep on bringing up a rocket like we got to go to space to measure the Earth? We got to go to space to get to the Earth. No, bro, you're on the Earth right now. You can go outside over a large body of water and take some observational measurements, right? And when you see lights that shouldn't be there, right, like people in islands.
Yeah, but we already went over this. Your senses are really like.
No.
That's why I haven't caused a wreck in 20 years, because I can't trust my senses. Oh, that's not a stoplight. My senses are wrong.
Hey,
maybe for that they're pretty good, but like you can't really measure like the distance from you to the wall in front of you perfectly, like to the 0.000 centimeter.
You know what I can do? I can do third grade geometry. Can you?
How can we have a radius with senses, man, without having good senses? How can they radius? How can they build bones?
He's refuting his own claim here, because he's saying that humans don't have the senses necessary to measure the thing that he believes in. So who measured the thing that you believe in?
So people have like laser guided systems and like stuff that like, doesn't actually use human eyes to come out with a result.
Yeah, we've got multiple channels on that very thing on this server here. Check them out.
Next time, you know what I'm hearing? I'm hearing that eventually we're going to have to rely on AI to do everything for us because our senses are terrible, right? That's why we built these things. That's why we've evolved.
We already do that, right? Like you get in a car because your feet suck, right? You get into an elevator because your feet suck, right? You put glasses on because your eyes suck. You put headphones on because your ears suck. You put on,
that's
so much shit. Stuff sucks.
We use
it. Can I say one thing and I gotta go?
Something, okay? And then
your skin sucks, so you wear clothes, right? Like
we got more things if we don't use the thing they built. Okay, especially the nature of your reality. You must ask us because we've built this thing that you can't use, that you can't, ever have access to, and that's how we know things because your senses are not good enough. But this thing we do.
Why are you guys giving him? Why are you guys letting him drag you into the weeds? He already gave you the rope to hang him. He already said. He already said what he needed to say. That it's positive that the Earth isn't always curving at the same rate. So what you're saying though is that you admit that it isn't even close to what it is supposed to be. Correct? Is that what you're saying? That it's clearly off.
Is that what I'm saying?
See.
Right? Is that? I just want some clarity. Are you saying it's off? Right? By seeing too far, we see too far than from what the globe model purports. Yeah.
We don't have the eye, the all-seeing eye.
Iron Dan. Is it? Is that what you're saying? When you see how far we can see from a 1 foot observer height, you see that it's not necessarily the 3959 radius. Therefore, you said
something wrong with our eyes.
Right, you just no, it's not wrong with the eyes. It's that the Earth isn't always flat, isn't always curving everywhere. That's what you said, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you admit there's a problem, right? So the problem is that this. So it's no. So here it is. Here's the problem. The problem is that it's off by so much that it would make the Earth like the size of the sun or the size of Jupiter. It's off by so much that basically everything that NASA claims that everything that where the ISS is, but everything day and night changes based on this number being wrong by that much. Does that make sense?
No.
So, okay, when you say it's off by like when you say it's not quite spherical everywhere by the same rate, but how many miles would you give or take?
Well, the difference, right, is like the supposed difference is right is like a mile, right? A mile of
curvature, or like of
mile how far of like.
Okay, so
the point of like the tallest point and the lowest point of the Earth is like a mile difference.
Okay, so I guess
I don't know. That's what it's supposed to be.
I got you. So, but has anyone gone? Have people really gone through the Black Swan?
Yeah, we probably have. He's been around for a while. What he just said was wrong anyway.
I know. I'm trying to stay here. Okay, so I'm trying to.
More than a mile.
So the point. All right, here's the point, though. Here's the problem. And you said what we see observably, right, from the shore of water. We can look from 1 foot and we can see something that's 30 miles away.
Mm-hmm.
You see that, and that's why you said, well, it's not curving everywhere at the same rate. Okay. So, but the point is that if we're able to see 30 miles away, that means that the radius has to be a minimum of, I don't know the math off the top of my head, but many thousands or millions of miles off.
260,000 miles, so it's a little bit more than. That would be the radius of Earth. So the radius would be a little more than the distance to the moon.
So that would mean that the size of Earth from the core to the crust would.
I mean, again, if you're basing all of this from a visual assertion from a shoreline, and that's what I'm saying. Like your vision just isn't good enough to make that sort of like a claim, right?
These are optic. No, that's the point. Is that, but I guess how many days in a row can we see this?
Because, like we know, right, on the globe, right, the gravity has the potential to be able to bend light. So why would it not bend the light?
Oh, here we go.
All right.
Here we go.
Good luck with this guy. Good luck, guys.
Bending light.
You just say things like, we know the Earth spins, right? I mean, we know this. So, but that's not why it's chubby. Come on, Neil, stop.
Okay, so he just made a claim that gravity can bend the light, right? So I'm gonna need you to back that up, bro.
Mm-hmm. The gravity.
Go ahead and cite your source. Yeah, go ahead and cite your source.
I mean, there's gravitational
Earth's
lensing
gravity
that occurs in like
in
gravity
deep space.
In space,
in deep space. Right? We're talking about here on Earth. You're claiming the Earth's gravity can bend the light. How much?
Bend light that's coming to you directly from the horizon, specifically those beams entering your eyes. Yeah, right. And then along with the error of your eyes, as well as refraction, the air density, the air that's in the way, that can cause like an effect. Can it not?
By how much?
You've heard.
Cite your source.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm not going to let him get away with this one. He's saying the Earth's gravity can bend light here on Earth.
No,
happened, bro. I'm just a religious zealot preaching my.
You say that because when light passes by,
Calling us
zealots, say that those stars are bending the light and it's going around the star, and that's why we can see the star. It's like what? That's why you.
Sometimes it goes actually around a galaxy itself. But yeah.
Light. What about the sun? How is the sun affecting the lights from the stars?
Don't let him wiggle. Don't let him wiggle, bro. He said that gravity can bend the light. Can you cite your source for that, bro? Earth's gravity bending the light?
No.
Well, then you got to consider the sun's gravity also bending the light. It's 1,000,000 times bigger than the Earth, guys.
Hey, Hank, I just have one thing to say. Just one thing to say. Flat is justice.
Yeah, okay. What, crazy, stupid? Yeah, we get it. But look, how can you say the Earth's gravity is affecting the light, bending the light, and then ignore the sun that's 1,000,000 times bigger than it? For God's sake, it's affecting the Earth. Come on, man.
Sure, it bends light to a degree as well, right? But if it's directly shooting photons at you as well, there's also that.
You're letting this guy get way too far away from it. The thing is that he needs to show a physical demonstration of light actually extending your line of sight 10 times beyond the physical limitations of a physical obstruction.
Every time, man. It's like entering the Twilight Zone. I'm sorry. Gee. I wake up in the morning and I get excited to enter the Twilight Zone, man.
So if you go to the beach and you can see too far, you need new eyes, not a new theory.
I do need new eyes.
Not a new theory, right? Because you couldn't possibly throw out the Earth model. That's your favorite theory.
It is.
It's your favorite, bro.
It really
you
is.
love balls.
You know
I love balls, bro.
Is that the things you should be learning?
I love
right?
big wet balls that hold out the water because of gravity.
The things we should be learning to understand all this, right? You only learn if you become a certain kind of thing, like an engineer, right? That's sad that we could be learning all that, right?
What's this dude's name?
Things work, but here we are arguing about some theories that are so far out, right, and missing.
Yeah, right. But they're awesome, dude. They're sick.
To us, the nature of our reality.
They're not scientific theories.
It's infinite out there, man. It could be literally anything.
Well, it is way out
there. All right, Iron Dan, what are the 3 things that you need for a scientific experiment? What are the 3 things you need for a hypothesis test?
Yeah.
Also known as an experiment.
I'm sorry,
Iron Dan.
Did you ask me a question?
What are the 3 things you need for a scientific experiment when dealing with natural science?
Hypothesis, right?
Where does that come from? A hypothesis.
Okay, so what's a hypothesis?
Conjecture?
No. That's called poetry.
You use small words.
No. So I just exposed that you don't have a 5th grade science acumen, right? The 3 things you need for a scientific experiment is your independent, dependent, and control variables. So you're in here, right, and you're in a science forum, and you don't even know about the scientific method, right? You just said conjecture, right, which is what I said earlier, affirmation, from your indoctrination, replacing experimentation, while in the meantime masquerading as a scientific theory. Like, oh, these theories are great. I love my balls. Like, no, bro, this isn't how it works. So you just mentioned, all this stuff about gravity and stuff, right? So when the apple fell and landed on Newton's head, why did it fall?
Because it's a ball.
Do you want me to repeat it, or do you know, and we can just continue?
Why did the apple fall, Dan?
I mean, you know what I'm going to say, so do we just skip that?
Yeah, I know you're an NPC. If you want to skip that part, that's fine. So, which gravity?
Which gravity?
Yeah.
The only one, the big one that pulls stuff.
Ha 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 ha.
Okay, so specific gravity? You're talking about
Well,
specific
he's
gravity,
combined
right?
both of them, Hank. That's what he's done. You got to understand. They've combined both of them. They work with both now, and they call it one.
Oh, so he doesn't know there's a difference between Newtonian three space
Oh no, he
and
doesn't.
Einsteinian four
Gravity, which is
space.
different. They're working on that,
Quantum
but,
gravity. Oh,
they're
tell me
working on it.
more. Tell me about this quantum
See what
gravity.
I'm telling you?
Whoa. Did this guy say quantum gravity? Did that happen?
It's in process, but like whatever.
It's in the process, huh? So, when you said
I'm working
gravity,
on it in
did
my
you mean the
basement.
bend? I'm trying to help you out, bro. When you said gravity, did you mean mass attracting mass or the bending and warping of space-time?
Well, it's both.
Really?
It's both in one. You
So-
kind of just explained two parts of the same thing. Like,
Stop trolling.
Okay, so let's say they are one together, right?
am I trolling?
And
No, really. Like, if you feel bad, like I'll
No,
log
he
off.
really thinks
I
this.
don't-
He really thinks this, guys. He's not trolling. All right, so you've heard that nothing can move faster than the speed of light, according to Einstein, right?
Well, except like the expansion of space time can move faster than light, right? Like, then there is I saw like a meme literally of like four.
Yeah, I'm aware of the inflation theory. Yeah, space can move faster than light. Right. So what happens when you got a pencil and you push the eraser? Doesn't that energy move the other side of the pencil where the lead's sticking out like faster than the speed of light, instantaneous?
No.
Yeah. Is there a lag? When you push the pencil from the eraser, is there a lag? It's
no.
instantaneous, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right. That violates Einstein right there. So with Einstein, you got 4 space, right? And Newton, you got 3 space. So how could they be the same gravity?
So you're saying that the tip of the pencil moves after the push of the eraser?
Immediately. Immediately.
Well, because it's contact between all of the atoms, right? So it would move.
Exactly.
It would.
So it would move faster than the speed of light. It would be instant. There's no delay.
But it's the same structure, right? So it's moving the same object.
Yeah, spooky action at a distance where the gravity, everything has a gravitational pull that's pulling on everything in the entire universe. Right? That spooky action at a distance is instantaneous. Once again, violating Einstein. You can't marry them both together. They're two totally different things. Space-time doesn't exist in Newton's world. He never conceived of a space-time continuum.
Well, he was a little before.
So my point is, I have a gravity that you can actually test, right? In your home, in your kitchen. It's called specific gravity. Do you mind looking it up for me?
Do you know it takes time for your brain to send signals to your hands, to your fingers to type things? It takes time for that to happen.
But that's actually not instantaneous because your brain saves it like as like a buffer, and then the next time it literally just gives you that immediately. That's why people can pickpocket you, which is crazy because they literally just touch you in the right place and you feel as though somebody's just regularly brushing up against you, but they're actually already inside your pocket. That's why your senses are not great. You know what I mean?
But no, it takes time for that to happen. The pencil
in your senses, dude.
The pencil is one thing. Yeah,
your senses are like really easily like
so is your mind.
Easily,
so is
like,
your mind.
Subverted.
So is your
crazy.
mind. So is your mind.
You ever been in a fight with somebody? Do you know how easy you
like
tunnel
ignoring
vision
me?
that person? Like, wow.
Yeah, this guy just keeps going.
Are you like ignoring me? So is your mind. So we have our senses on one hand and our reason on the other hand, right?
Gravity.
Senses have flaws. They're not perfect. But reason also has flaws. It's not perfect. And I can guarantee you've made more mental mistakes than physical mistakes. Guaranteed that you have hallucinated less, smelt something that wasn't there, saw something that wasn't there, heard something that wasn't there, but you've thought a lot of thoughts of events that never happened.
Yeah.
Anticipated things that never happened, did things that turned out to have bad results. Your reason is way worse than your senses.
Oh yeah, he just said like less than 30 minutes ago.
Gravity.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. I wanted to say something about what Hank said in the pencil. Modern science actually says that there is a delay. I don't know if this has ever been tested. They said the delay is the speed of sound in the material. So whatever the speed of sound is in the pencil is the speed at which it's called a phonon wave, a pressure wave. That is the speed at which that displacement will go through the pencil.
Okay, I stand corrected.
This is what they say. This is like, I don't know if this has ever been tested, but it's a model. But I don't,
Hank,
like I
don't know
said.
if you heard me. I said I found the definition for specific gravity.
Yeah, right. So you see specific gravity, right?
Yeah.
So why does the apple in a pail fall when I drain the water?
When you drain the water, right? When there's no water in there.
Yeah.
Okay. Why does
so
it
I got
fall?
an apple.
Because of gravity, right?
No, because you manipulated the medium, and the apple went down when you directly poured the water.
There's no water in there, so it's falling through air. You said you poured the water out, no? I asked you this like specifically before you asked the question. Should we start over?
Yeah, my headphones died. I apologize. So you got an apple, it's in a pail of water, right? And then you shoot up to 22 and the water drains and the apple falls.
Mm-hmm.
Why did the apple fall?
Again, it's in a pail with no water in it, and the apple fell, right? Why?
Yeah.
Okay, gravity. Right?
Okay,
Because
I don't think you understand how cause and effect work. Okay, so if I pick up an apple and I let go, why did it fall?
Because there's a large body called the Earth, and it's stronger than the centrifugal force of you rotating around it.
Okay, again, I don't think you understand how the cause and effect works. Okay, I picked it up, I dropped it, it fell because I dropped it, and because I picked it up. Because if I never would have picked it up, it never would have fell, right? So the direct cause of it falling is because I let it go. So now if there's water holding up an apple because of buoyancy or specific gravity, and I remove the water and I change the relative density between the object and the medium that it was in, why did it fall down?
It didn't necessarily fall down. Based on the parameters of what you just said, if you change the relative density, right, of either the medium or the object, then you've changed the relative density of either the medium or the object, and the object may not necessarily fall. If you put honey there, right, instead of water, it would float.
Right.
If you put wood there instead of water, it would not fall.
Okay, so I remove the water, it goes down. Why did it go down?
You remove the water, it went down because the medium is now air, which it is heavier than, which the gravity pulls on it harder than and pulls it down to the bottom of the pail.
Now, do you see how my gravity is experimental and yours is not?
Well, again, right, it's hard to prove something that's on that scale and that like finite and that is extremely like we have no sense to be able to pick that up, right? Like that's what I'm saying. Like you don't have a sense to be able to see gravity or feel gravity or intuitively check that it's there. Like, and then when it's not there, you instantly know. Like, you don't have that, and you maybe even do, right? Like if gravity disappeared, you're probably like the cochlear fluid in your ears would like make you dizzy as fuck. Most likely, if not, that wasn't the biggest issue at play.
So my issue was that you talk like you know about science, but you didn't know anything when I started talking about the scientific method.
No,
I
I'm just a religious zealot, bro. We reached this conclusion.
Right. But the thing that got me the most is that you claimed that Earth's gravity can cause light to bend. Like, is there any way that you could demonstrate that?
I don't know exactly. I'm just saying that that accurate, like that measurement of standing at a shoreline and saying that the end is visible to me in some way, and that because of that it can't possibly be a globe. That just seems to me like I found one hole in this and it's that's it. It's no way.
Well, I'm gonna let someone else take over, but the thing about it is that it's not one hole. Like, we can prove your gravity wrong by using tests designed to prove specific gravity, and these are scientific experiments, right? And all you got is conjecture. Wait a minute, I heard about space-time, and I'm willing to put my hand on the Bible and affirm the consequent right here in front of everybody that it has to do with space-time. Yeah, I know your type. You know, you didn't have to tell me. I recognize an NPC when I hear one.
Cool. Is there more like me? Do you know where I can go?
Well, I would say to hell, but that would be mean.
Where? Hell?
Yeah,
that's
joking,
mean.
bro.
I thought you were allowed
I'm
to insult
joking.
people. That's uncool.
No, it wasn't an insult. You said, where can I find other people like me? Don't atheists always talk about they want to go to hell, they don't like heaven? I heard them say that.
No, hell is a negative connotation in religion or atheism, and that was uncool to say.
Really?
And I didn't insult anyone this entire time, so I mean, at least like
It wasn't
directly.
an
At least I
insult.
apologize if I
If you
did
took
indirectly.
offense, it's because you took it. It wasn't given.
He wasn't sending you. He was telling
I mean, he didn't
you
send me. He told me where I
you
could
will.
go. He literally directed me.
You are going there because of what you say.
Oh, really? Like, an incorrect belief in
he's not going
the
to hell.
basis
I'm
of
really
reality would be
I'm really
enough
sorry,
reason
bro.
to end up in a negative place in afterlife.
He wasn't.
Listen,
he
I
wasn't
was
sending
joking.
you. You know. Yeah.
I was joking.
He's
You
telling
asked
you
for
that.
Well,
I mean, I don't know you, dude. I wouldn't presume to say something like that.
Well, look,
Actual questions.
look, the globe's going to hell for sure. If you're the best thing it's got defending it. Sorry.
Okay.
I mean, sure,
So-
that may be the case.
So I've been looking.
I'm not defending,
There's,
dude. I'm here listening to maybe you guys have something I don't know yet. So
I've been looking at. There's a
Someone
piece of
wants to
evidence
ask a
that's
question.
good. It's good evidence for heliocentrism, and I've looked for flat Earth explanations for this, and I didn't really find any. Maybe you guys could explain this. Basically, if you look at the moon.
Okay, whatever it is, if it's not measurements of curvature, it's not good evidence for the globe.
yeah, apparently
Or
only curvature is what
good
flies around
evidence
here.
for heliocentrism.
Is it evidence of curvature?
No.
No. Okay, so it's not evidence for the globe. Sorry.
Well, it's evidence of.
Hey, can you come back after you've measured some curvature?
I'm just asking you guys a simple question.
Yeah, you're trying to divert. You're trying to point in the opposite direction of the thing in question. Just measure some curvature, and then you can have a globe. Okay.
Okay, he wants to ask something else and maybe present
I'm familiar with how the flat Earth debate goes.
If I live stream to you specifically, would you believe it, or would you say that like I fabricated the whole thing?
I wouldn't care.
Okay, can I make my?
So you wouldn't? It wouldn't change your opinion if I went into a rocket and then brought a phone with me and somehow was able to stream it.
Iron Dan, this conversation started with me showing you a rocket ride in Blue Origin, the Jeff Bezos rocket to the edge of space. Still no visible curvature, so who cares? Let's let this guy ask his question.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So pretty much, what this is it's evidence that the sun's rays are parallel. And I'm not saying this for sure. I'm just wanting to know your explanation for this. All right. So if you look at the moon, if you look at the lunar craters, the lunar craters cast a shadow that's basically, it makes it look like the sunlight is parallel coming from the sun. So assuming the sun is at the center and the light rays are parallel.
Well, if that's
You're
true,
making
your
some
moon
assumptions here. I mean, do you have evidence for collimated light? Did you just say that?
For what light? I'm sorry.
Collimated light source.
Collimated. What does that mean?
Parallel rays of light.
Yeah, on the moon.
You claim that there are collimated light coming from one light source, yeah? Because the sun is one light source. It's not 2 or 3. Correct?
You can't see to the other side of every body of water, so you can't tell me that you know that there's no curvature in
Wait,
water.
I didn't finish the point.
Sorry, I'm responding to what someone's writing in the voice text.
Yeah, I need him to answer. I need him to answer my question. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Can you ask that again?
For collimated light rays, what do you need?
For collimated light rays.
Yeah.
I'm gonna Google that.
Actually, really cool.
I want to inform you that if you manage to achieve a collimated light source, a light source which emits parallel light rays, that will be the most astonishing discovery in mankind's history and science and everything. Because physically, physics forbids.
There were so many assumptions built into his question that I forgot them all.
All right. This has been great. I'll see you guys another time.
But
have a good night.
I can't seem to do it.
I'm working on
peace out,
getting off there, I promise.
Good night.
Okay, we'll go one day.
I'll take you guys with me. I will.
Sweet.
No, sorry, but there is no physician, no scientist ever to say that it is possible to achieve a collimated light source.
And he was
To achieve 2 parallel light rays, you need 2 light sources, and you can't really choose which ray is going to be parallel with which other one.
Okay. I just want to know what your counter argument to. Are you able to allow me to post pictures in the live stream voice text? Because
no, I don't have those kind of powers in here. But you can DM me a picture and then I post it for you.
Okay.
Just do not post anything that we wouldn't want here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I will make sure to not do that. Okay. Yeah. You see. Pretty much.
That's a picture, first of all, right? A photograph.
Yeah.
Can you verify anything in that photograph by just looking at that photograph?
Probably not.
Okay, so what you're circling is something that we cannot verify, right?
Okay.
So we can't. So one thing about the Earth is we don't need to look at the sky to test it, right? So why are we looking at the moon to test the Earth?
I think I know why. I think it's because he can't measure any Earth curvature on the Earth.
There we go.
Yeah.
So
and the problem in that picture.
Let's just go to your question about. I just wanted to make sure that was clear. Just let's go to your question about the picture.
I understand that, like we, like assuming the
just
flat
ask us
Earth
your
model.
question about this picture. I want to hear it now.
Okay, sorry. What's my question? Sorry, I'm brain farting.
All right, bro. Take your time.
It just looks like the sun is casting its light on the moon. It's like I agree with you.
But not
we can't
but
really
not
go
parallel rays. It doesn't cast parallel rays. They are divergent. The rays.
What about this one? that I just posted. Is that the sunlight?
Yep.
And just letting you know, it's a photograph. So I mean, is that weird?
Okay. Well, I guess I'd have to go out with my own telescope and take a photo of it.
No,
But
no,
every
no, no,
picture
no.
that
We're
I've
telling
seen,
you not to do any of that. We don't need you to go and look at the moon for any testing. Why are you up in the sky? What is the reasoning for you to be in the sky at all? At all?
Okay, let me be clear. So I'm not trying to argue.
No. We're not arguing here. We
Global.
want to prove the Earth. But why are you in the sky trying to prove something? I don't understand.
It's like I want to take the measurement.
You're not
listen.
hearing me,
What?
right? Archard, you're really not hearing me? So that's the whole thing that we are getting at right here. We do not need to look into the sky at all. We are on the ground. We're trying to test the surface. Why are we in the sky at all? The sky is literally like a place where it's all imagination. It literally is imagination up there. You're imagining.
Like this.
Archer, when you want to know the dimensions of your kitchen table, are you going to measure the ceiling?
No.
No, exactly. You're going to measure the table. So why are you looking at the ceiling?
I really
Because
want
this
to
is
get
what
out.
you're doing here. Yeah.
It's what the globe has done to everyone. It's what the globe needs for you to do with your imagination and your life is to look in the sky and never test what's on the ground. Never.
And I want to address another point for you to understand. When you started telling about this evidence, you called it like this, you invoked collimated light, parallel light rays coming. You assume that the sun is a collimated light source. And then you are showing a picture of the moon, maybe photograph, showing something which looks like craters and shadows. But you are assuming that the light is falling parallel on the surface of the moon, and you know the dimensions, the height of those craters, all the dimensions, which nobody has been there to measure anything. So you cannot make any kind of claim about them. And those who told you this story, you have to verify scientifically. You found this information over the internet. I don't think you made it yourself. But you should check those people. What do they know about light? Because whoever invokes collimated light is a fool.
Okay, that's a good enough explanation. I just wanted to know what your guys' explanation for this phenomenon is.
Yeah, we can give you all the explanations or speculations or assumptions, but we don't want what we really don't want to go there.
Yeah, I can show you also picture, made at home with sticks and shadows, on a flat surface and also on a curved surface, and you will see that the shadows are the same length and dimensions.
Yeah,
using the same light source. Using the same light source. So it doesn't make any strong point or evidence,
Well, the whole. I watched a lot of flat Earth debates on YouTube, and it seems to go with the flat Earth presents the black swan, which gets into refraction, which assumes the radius of the Earth, which the radius is unfalsifiable, pretty much. And
That's not true. Who told you that? So
I believe it
if
was.
you're talking about digging a hole to the center of the Earth, yeah, that's unfalsifiable, right? But if you're making measurements over long distances and the horizon isn't where it's supposed to be, in fact, the horizon moves around during different hours, different parts of the day due to atmospheric conditions, then you're not measuring the radius of the.
Celebrate my community service.
Ending.
Well, wait, you got a hot mic on
Someone
there.
is hot micing.
Yeah, Dustpan, is that you, bro? Hey, Dustpan. I'm gonna
Maybe
mute you, bro.
Iron then.
No, I think it's Dustpan.
She looks great.
Okay.
Yep. So what was I saying? Yeah, we can falsify the radius, right? When we're measuring the horizon distance, we're not measuring the radius, right? We're measuring the distance to the horizon because it changes throughout the day. And that shouldn't happen if the radius is in a fixed position due to Earth curve. So think about it. You got a pregnant woman, she's laying on the table on her back. Can she see her toenails if she's 9 months pregnant?
No.
Right, and if she can see her toenails, then she's not 9 months pregnant. She obviously has a flat stomach or a giraffe neck, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you can disprove the radius. In fact, we've been doing it for years now, all over the world. And they say, well, even though we can see past the geometric horizon and there is no actual Earth edge because of the curvature, right? We'll just say that, well, you can see that far because of refraction. It's like, okay, cool story, bro. How do you verify that? Because we verified that you can see too far. We can demonstrate it. It's falsifiable. It's verifiable. But some people says, well, what about refraction? It's like, okay, how do you demonstrate that it can go 10 miles and bend around the curve 8 inches per mile squared when you haven't proven the curve yet? That's the tricky part, right? That's where it gets all circular. Well, we're breathing on Earth. That's how we know that, there has to be containment, right? That makes sense. But to say that we're breathing on Earth, that's how we know that gravity is holding it in, that's circular.
Mm-hmm.
Which one makes more sense? The Bible's true because the Bible says that it's true, or I went and verified and there's over 50 different archaeological digs that, provide evidence toward the Bible being true. You want the evidence, right? You'd want the 50 plus archaeological digs. That's what we're asking for. We're asking for evidence. And you know what we get instead? Affirmation of their indoctrination, completely replacing all scientific experimentation. That's what we get.
Okay. I guess my point is I agree with you that pretty much all of the globe Earth math relies on each other in order to stay afloat. Like the math for refraction assumes the radius, gravity assumes the radius, and just about all math that assumes that the Earth is a sphere assumes the radius. But what I'm saying is that if we assume the heliocentric model for the sake of argument, the light that's cast on the shadows, or the light that's cast on the lunar craters, the shadows that's cast on the lunar craters, is pretty good evidence that the sun is casting a shadow on the moon.
Well, first of all, where's the sun? And second of all, what's the point when the very first part of the model has been completely falsified?
Well, it hasn't been falsified because, well, all the math is assuming all the math just pretty much relies on itself.
I should probably be more clear when I say the very first part of the model. I'm talking about the Earth radius and the curvature. That's the core of the whole model, and that's definitely been falsified. So what's the point of the rest of this reification argument?
Well, it hasn't been falsified if you assume that their math is true.
Okay, so if we assume that the story they're telling us is real, then it's real.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're just talking about cool
that's
stories.
really bad logic, because I could assume all sorts of things about your mom,
I
right?
agree.
And that's not going to make it real, right?
Yeah, I agree that all the math relies on each other in order to pretty much propagate itself. But I guess I'm just saying that the light being cast in the craters, the lunar craters, it seems like it's good evidence.
That's like step 500, though. You're like 500 steps deep into the model when you didn't do step 1. I mean, was this Eratosthenes' method for determining the radius of the globe? He looked at the moon and saw some craters and made some assumptions about shadows and stuff like. Well, it actually is kind of close to what he actually did, but I mean, the first thing you need is to measure the radius. That's the first step.
It's really easy once you begin to understand that this whole model, right, is exactly what they're telling you that it is. It's a model. And what you're doing is called a reification fallacy, where you add concreteness to an abstract idea, right? This model is abstract. And what you're doing is you're saying, look, Timmy, you live here. Like, no, Timmy, you don't live on a ball on the teacher's desk. That's just a model, right? When you go outside and you look at the real earth outside, dirt, it's different than what they tell you on TV, much like everything else, right? Like, if you watch TV recently, right, and the news is like, this message brought to you by Pfizer, right? This message brought to you by, and then what are they saying after that? Oh, get your Pfizer. You need Pfizer, right? So think about that. Yeah, think about that. Don't say anything about it, but just think about it. So do you want to listen to those guys? Because, so there used to be this thing back in the day where if someone murdered the judge's son, he couldn't be the judge on trial, right? Conflict of interest. Well, apparently that's completely went away now, and we usually ignore conflict of interest. Unless a judge's son gets murdered, then they're probably taken into consideration. But for most everything else, right? So if NASA's telling you that this is what's going on, and the Earth is shaped like this, right, but they're getting $60 million a day to tell you this, I mean, think about it. It doesn't take, a whole lot of common sense. Maybe I should go verify that. And the thing is that you don't have to go to space. You don't have to look at the craters on the moon. I don't know what you think you found with the craters on the moon, but it doesn't prove anything, except for it appears that the moon has craters, and when the sunlight hits it, that it actually makes it look spherical. But the thing about a sphere is if I toss you a sphere, you'll be able to tell because it's an object that you can see with both sides of your hands. Can you see the other side of the moon?
I don't.
How do you know it has another side? What if it's just a light phenomenon? Like when you see lightning, right? It could be, that's right. When you see lightning, right, or fire, you know that's plasma, right? Excited gas particles. Okay. So how do you know that all the other lights in the sky aren't plasma? Like, you don't. The thing is, you don't know anything about the sky because we can't science space. We can't manipulate the cause and see the effect, right? Like if your car breaks down, I can start manipulating the causes one by one until I find the actual cause, right? And then when I test that hypothesis, it's kind of like me changing your starter. I put a new starter, now your car runs again. Well, what did I do? I eliminated all the other variables and manipulated the variables one at a time until I found the cause. So what is the cause of the tides? Did you manipulate the moon's gravity? Did you turn it on and off? No. So what causes the tides in reality?
It's just water moving around. The water has
Well,
momentum.
The answer would be we don't know what causes the tides. You don't know until you use the scientific method, and that's why we say the word science, because after you manipulate the cause and you see the effect, that at that point it becomes knowledge. So anything you've ever heard about space has been pure conjecture. None of it has been knowledge. Everything you've ever heard. So I would say that if you're talking about natural science, there's not one valid hypothesis in astronomy, cosmology, or theoretical astrophysics. Not one. Would you agree or disagree?
I agree. I've seen the pictures from space; they don't look real at all.
There you go.
All right. Well, that's a fair enough explanation. Thank you, I guess.
Yeah, if you want to know what the shape of the ground is, look at the ground. Look at the water. Because it's not outrageous to say, well, if 70% of the Earth's surface is covered in water, what if I were to measure the water, try to find the curvature there? Because if it doesn't exist there, well, then the Earth is 70% flat and level with, minor topography waves and swells and stuff like that, tides. But for the most part, it would have to be curved if the Earth is curved. So where's the curvature at? The moon? The stars? The sky? Eratosthenes' shadow? Anywhere, but don't look at the Earth. Whatever you do, don't look at the Earth. You might actually find that there's no curvature if you try to measure large bodies of water.
Rolling my boulder is saying light rays can be parallel if the distance is far. I don't know why I don't understand what he's talking about his math. But how can they not, like light rays are going out? How can they? Anyways,
It didn't make any sense. Hey, Dustpan, can you hear me, bro?
the radius is way too small, man, and who knows why they made it that small?
Oh, and yeah, and Jesus loves
They
me
wrote all the
more than
stupid
everybody
books.
else.
I guess he's going to remain on mute.
Rolling my boulder. You want to jump on the mic, or you can't talk?
Yeah, get in here, Boulder. Is Boulder chat skanking?
Yeah, it's
Oh, Boulder, come on, bro.
It doesn't make any sense, man. Like I don't understand how light rays can be parallel. Like when you're under a tree and the light comes through the leaves, right? You see how, I mean they're still doing their thing, like angles. No matter what, no matter what it goes through, when your eye sees it, it's going to be angles. And then there's the clouds, with the crepuscular rays, the clouds, the sun. Stars. You know how when you were little, when I draw stars, you just drew these lines that go outwards, right? And the more lines you draw out, the more star it looks, like the asterisk sign.
You mean the pentagram?
The asterisk on your keyboard, on your that thing, right? See how the angles? Yeah. So how can you write some math and then say, oh, they'll eventually be parallel? They're going different directions. One's going to be over there, and the other one's going to be all the way over there. Of the globe. And that we don't understand light. Where's the curvature?
Hey, Bong, you know how when you drink too much soda, like too fast, and maybe you had some candy or something in your stomach, and you really get the urge to burp, and you open your mouth and you let it out, but it doesn't come out?
Yeah.
That's what stars are like. Big gas clouds, like all pushed together, and for some reason the gas doesn't fill the available space.
Gaslit. Smokeless fire.
I'm gaslighting you, bro.
I keep forgetting what gaslighting means. What does it mean again?
So it's kind of like when someone says, the sky is never blue, you crazy mother. Why would you say something like that? You're crazy. You're a conspiracy theorist to say that the sky is sometimes blue.
I don't get it. Sorry, man.
Is that related to like apples aren't even red? It's just light being reflected.
It's like you see your girlfriend in the bed with another dude, and she said, it's not what it looks like. Well, what the fuck is it? It looks like you're getting...
Oh, okay.
Looks like you're getting
I do. Man, that idea of gaslighting, I'm still trying. It's been years. It's like that word, planned adolescence. See, I'm just remembering the words. You know, it's one of those brain farts.
adolescence. Planned Parenthood? What are you talking about?
You know how you have to buy a new phone every time because it breaks. You know, like the light bulb instead of light bulbs that last, light bulbs that don't last.
Oh, so that they keep selling.
It's to keep the economy. It's to keep people needing, things, buying things, working and make money, and.
Well, everything except for ideas, those are controlled.
Hey, calm down there, buddy. Calm down. Talk. Hey, we're talking about money here. Sorry, I'm just kidding. That's how that's how angry they'd get about it, right? Like, I'm trying to bring some ideas to help. Just like, hey.
Well, you bring it up all the time, Bong. The arrogance thing. They have all the answers of the universe, but we're the arrogant one. Incredible.
Yes. Oh, okay.
Yeah. How can you measure Earth curvature? The Earth is so big. Oh, okay. How'd you measure it then?
Yeah.
Got him. Got him.
Okay. I'm getting it. These
You can't trust your eyes, but we have observational science. But you can't trust your eyes.
Line of sight is curved.
I'm looking. Yeah. What kind of eyes do you need to observe shadows, though? Those are good enough, though, right?
Yeah, but there is no straight line of sight. That's a huge problem.
Gippy gets talked about this before. Accuracy of certain machines.
Linear encoders. Yeah.
I guess we couldn't trust our senses when we built those. So, I mean, I guess those machines are useless.
Yeah.
Because I thought.
These linear encoders they use at Airbus factory. They used to print large carbon fiber structures for the aerospace industry, like airplane wings and internal structure, And these printers, they are 200-meter long. That head is moving on a track, on a very precisely straight track.
Did you call it a printer?
Which is, it's a printer, 3D printer, yes.
Gotcha.
And it has these tracks. They are not like train railways, and those are not precise. These are linear bearings, precision. Like the surface where those balls are rolling are polished. They are micron precision. And they use these linear encoders to accurately position the printing head because it's moving 200 meters from 0 to 200 meters. And they need to install a band strip with very, very thin lines, like a ruler has lines, yeah. And these lines are, if I'm not mistaken, in picometers size.
So, in other words, the absolute smallest amount that we can measure.
Yeah. That line, it's laser engraved, and when you look at it, it looks like the surface of a CD. You can see rainbow in it, you know. But actually, you see it like that because those are very, very thin lines, one after another, you know. And this linear encoder reads that, and it's capable to move and position itself with a precision grade of 65 nanometers tolerance in 200 meters. Now, this magnitude of precision, it's mind-blowing. If there was like a divergency in the down vector, you could detect like the slightest angle, you know. And at both ends of this 3D printer, they use
How does that work with like seismic activity?
They use two plumb tools because the plumb tools at both ends are perfectly parallel. So they measure the distance between the plumb tools at the bottom and at the top. And that's how they know that this track, which this printer has been installed, has been perfectly straight positioned, you know, very straight. And yeah, you don't want, I mean, when you print these large, big size carbon fiber structures, you are laying down micron size carbon fiber, and you want them each one specifically aligned, and on top of that, then it comes a layer of resin, then another layer of carbon fiber, you know, and you weave it, you make it like a textile.
What is out
You know,
there?
you lay it in very precise patterns. So you achieve the best structural resistance, you know. There's no playing around here. These machines are ultra precise, and those two plumb tools in 200 meters, you know, according to the 8-inch per mile square curvature, yeah, that means in 100 meters you have almost 8 millimeters curvature, yeah, at the ball of the ball. And this means that your down vector has changed. So it means the head of this machine is actually tilted. You know, it will be against that down vector. It will pull it on a side. It will be like the Tower of Pisa. You know.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't detect that. You know, they actually build inside that building a perfect rectangle. You know, with the floor and the ceiling. And yeah, the down vector is perfectly parallel. If there was like a 1 picosecond, you know, in the of a degree in the down vector, there will be huge problems. They will be building totally different this machine. They wouldn't be using plumb tools then. You know?
Hey, rolling my boulder, you there, bro?
Oh, biblical.
No, he's in there. He's in here.
And guess what? The company that's
Congrats
producing
as
this
well, Hank.
linear.
Congrats
Hey,
on
Crack.
the. Why is the Jin muted? Is he hot micing? Yo, get. I just wanted to say, congratulations, Hank, on that forced onto you moderation.
Yeah,
No, I
is
think
Hank a mod too?
He is
Congratulations.
now.
Thank you. Yeah, it's
Forced
my
on his
pleasure to serve. You know, I really, you know, I'm sweating my ass over here, muting Dustpan because he's not paying attention. Hey, Dustpan, can you hear me, bro?
You made a good move, though. 1 second, sorry. You made a good move as well. You know what else you did? You forced the hand as well a little bit to make a decision that was going to happen anyway. Happen extra quick. So well done there. I fucking love what you did there. That was good. Dustpan's been
Can't
muted.
wait. Can't wait to
Dustpan's
see you
been
swing that
muted.
hammer. Swing that hammer.
Did you want to? Dustpan's been muted. Do you want me to unmute him?
Down on her head.
Wow.
I'll unmute Dustpan quickly.
Why does
I'm
nobody think I'm
having
funny
such a
anymore?
beautiful sunrise.
I didn't hear you, bro.
I
Yo,
have
Dustpan. 1 second, get. Dustpan. Hank Hill's trying to address you.
Everybody else's meal is $8. Yeah.
Dustpan!
Does you want something to drink?
This is why he's been muted.
Yeah. And rolling my boulder, he's kind of shy. I don't think he likes talk on the mic a lot. But he's worth talking to, in my opinion. He's a pretty solid dude.
Well, if you would like to speak, and maybe not so much in the live stream, it's probably maybe what the issue might be. Maybe he wants to go down to a different room, like FE Beginners or something. I don't know.
Yeah, he talks off air.
Well, there seems to not be much going on here, but what was I going to say to who is it? Rolling my boulder. If you did want to have a conversation about flat Earth, or if you was to go down to the FE Beginners channel where it's not being recorded in there, someone I'm sure will follow you down. And yeah, there'll probably be no problem with that. I wonder what I'd unmute Jin a second and see if he's okay.
Yeah, man. Nice one, man. What's up?
Yeah, Jen, I just thought I'd unmute you. I don't know why it was that you were muted. You may have had a hot mic or something.
Yeah, nice one, man.
Yeah, I think it was the other night.
So I thought I'd just check.
Know about flat Earth truth?
Flat Earth truth, my man.
So yeah, it seems like a pretty quiet Saturdays. Well, Friday, but Saturday night.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that laser data, but the amount of air scatter in the light must be taken into account. But obviously, divergence of the ray and diffraction of the ray, the divergent ray beam coming out of it would have been taken into consideration if you read the actual FE core thing. And obviously, yeah, air near the ground will scatter light faster than air up at the summit of Mount Everest. Okay. This is why I keep trying to tell everybody if we want to do an accurate laser test, the best way to do so would be to do a laser test over a ice, and I mean an ice lake, because then we'll have a frozen surface that is assumed by us as flat earthers and measured by us as being basically flat, right? And then when you use a chemical laser, where we would use something like, it's military grade stuff. Really, that's the only issue. That's the problem. A chemical laser, an array of them. So you would have like 6 of them in a circle that would be in a circle around the center point of the main laser that you would want to do your test with. You would leave them on for as long as you could, right? Basically, which would effectively almost like, I guess, a reason to do this would be to burn through the atmosphere, because chemical lasers offer catching planes on fire and stuff like that off the sides of ships. You can do this in a more scaled down version over a shorter space, or base over a shorter space. So it would remove the atmosphere in a sense, right? And you could do this over a much longer distance with chemical lasers, because they're more powerful, because it's not a normal diode of light that's being used, it's a chemical that's being burnt. And then that burnt hot point, like magnesium, for instance, could be used, is then the thing that's concentrated through the crystal or the laser. So, and then obviously having an array of like maybe even just 3 of them, like a triangle, that create almost like a circle, to have those going for a long while just before. Obviously, we have the issue there of removing gases with entropy. But the thing is we do this at a lake where it's cold and all the air around it is cold. It's a lot harder to get higher to lower pressure movement, because this would be the higher pressure. The place where the 3 lasers in a triangle are would be where the gases in that line would be hotter than the gases around them. So it's more likely that we would end up with, again, a triangle space that actually has little to zero gas in it almost altogether. And then just as you turn off those 3 lasers, and you can film the whole process, because those 3 lasers would be perfect for a laser test too. But then just at that point where you needed to, you could turn off those 3 lasers, fire off the main one. And then my point would be to film this from the perspective of where the laser is, all the way to the target, right? And then also to use drones to create an orthographical view of this from 2 different locations, so that you could see that the laser itself was traveling in a straight line from an orthographical view, from a few miles away, right? And you'd be able to see this from a few miles away also, with the backdrop of a white lake underneath it in the night sky especially. And it would be really a brilliant way of doing it for us guys. And I feel like some of these lasers, they hit things at, a very long distance, and you're going to get a laser test that would be over 100 miles doing something like this. It would just be difficult to do. But to set up, and if done correctly, I can't get into FE beginners. Sorry, man. You can be dragged into that, but rolling my body. Why are they so often used in these experiments? The reason why lasers are important is because it gives us the ability to have a straight line, right? And the point in which would be interesting for this one, the reason why I say use a chemical laser is because the target that we would have at the end of this chemical laser, basic test would be that the proof would be in the pudding of the fact that I would want the target to be destroyed by the chemical laser also. Because if you're talking about a divergent or diffracted laser beam that becomes too weak, that doesn't have a focal point, right? It wouldn't be able to do its job. So we could first show that it wouldn't be able to do its job. We could show that if it was a refracted laser beam that was refracted, let's say, through sugar water, it would start to maybe melt through the glass and then heat up the sugar water. But then where it exits out the back of the sugar water, it probably wouldn't set a piece of wood on fire, for instance, right? So we take that analogous idea of medium that you guys like to keep applying, right? And we show that it wouldn't. We would try and create an analogous thing to the idea of refracting a laser beam over great distances, and how that then would make the chemical laser not have a heat point hot enough to do its job as a chemical laser as a weapon. So thus, if we then did 100-mile laser test over a lake, but then our laser did still catch on fire a large piece of wood or burn a massive hole into a large piece of wood, for instance, it would then be very difficult seeing it from an orthographical position, not bending whatsoever or warping and completely firing straight, at the same time as it not hitting a hump of earth curve in between, which it would start to burn into. If it was refracted away from it, obviously that would be different. But then if it's refracted when it hits the target, then it's a refracted laser beam hitting the target. Well, this laser would no longer serve the purpose to destroy the thing, which would then again be something extremely, it'd be extremely good proof. And then I believe to wrap that up with it would be to get some form of a very powerful long distance rifle, something like a finished 20mm Lati or something along the lines of this, because then we would do the physical test of the laser, right? Or even a recoilless rifle, that like a 73mm recoilless rifle, something like this, so that we could do a straight line of sight shot at a target, and then do it with 3 or 4 different. The idea is that the bullet and the laser would follow the same straight line. Not necessarily, right? The bullet always will have an arcing path, right? But if you get always a slight arcing path. But if you do the test to where it would be so far for the bullet to land and hit its target that the Earth's curve would be in its way, no matter what, for it to hit this target or for it to even go anywhere near the target, for instance, you would have to then assert that the drop rate of the bullet adhered to the Earth's curvature perfectly. So then we would then have to then do it with maybe about 5 or 6 different firearms, prove the straight line of sight shot that does hit the target, somehow different weighted shells, different velocities at the muzzle, and different, basically lots and lots and lots and lots of different aspects about the energy used and the amount of the energy used, to then suggest that every single one of these things adheres to the Earth's curvature due to gravity would be ridiculous. So you could show that physically refraction is not what is causing us to see the target, because it's physically hit, and it's being seen next to these lasers that are firing, because you would shoot this bullet basically in between these lasers, right, or next to these lasers. You would have a physical thing that shows that on that straight line of path, it does hit the thing, and it doesn't hit a lump of earth curve in the middle that is apparently no longer there because it's been refracted away from that site backwards, and it's just optical. Then we would have an orthographical view of the same thing, and it would just basically really nail down that there is no lump of earth curve or geometric horizon whatsoever. Yes, most people have already admitted to the fact that there is no geometric curve. Most people admit it's an apparent horizon, but still there needs to be a Sagittarius leading out of the sphere that adheres. We're talking about spherical trigonometry at this point. It needs to adhere to the formula of 1.225 times the square of the observer's height in feet. It has to. If it does not, then there is a problem with the ball. The ball has to either be bigger, right? Or if we're seeing it smaller, then it's smaller, but the ball needs to be bigger. If the ball is bigger, it does it. Well, remember, it is a hard shot to make, of course. It doesn't matter how hard the shot is to actually make, to be quite honest. It really wouldn't matter how hard, because the target would be, you'd make it bigger, the target, and
Well, we've just destroyed the globe again, haven't we? With that idea, that suggestion. Use that chemical laser kind of thing. Beautiful. I mean, what chance do they have now?
Well, everything we've always done has been on the flat Earth. So imagine how hard it would be to come up with some ball ideas.
Yeah, absolutely. And then they say we mustn't use our senses because they're no good. Oh, really? You know, everybody uses their senses every second they're awake. Yeah. Yeah. Absurd.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we use our senses by default. And yes, there are times when your senses can fail you, but that is such a rare thing that, you know, even though they fail you, you still use them to regain your senses. I mean, come on. It's amazing, isn't it? Oh, fuck. They really don't know what they're talking about. Yeah, I think I was muted. Perhaps there was an echo going through, and they did that. Sometimes when I leave my mic open, it does echo. Causes an echo for people sometimes.
Don't know,
More
mate.
often than not. Echo.
You sure it was you?
Not sure if it was me or not, but it might have been sometimes.
Probably.
It muted me sometimes. Yeah.
Well, rolling my boulder, the point is that there are many firearms out there that people don't actually have a clue about. You can easily make like there are scopes now that take into consideration wind, drop, weight of round, barrel bend, all of these different things. And you basically can quite easily have the apparatus for this. Basically, can be used for lots of different sized rounds. Right, it could be placed on a few different types, and for a question so big as this of spherosity, it would be good to look at the M1777 howitzer, for instance, right? If you've ever heard of this thing, right, made of titanium, it's really lightweight, right? Because it's so lightweight, it can do indirect fire, but it can also do direct fire, right? So that means it can do that means it can do straight line of sight means basically it's like a tank does straight line of sight, right? Because this thing's so light as a howitzer, but it fires 150mm rounds, but it also fires Excalibur rounds, yeah? And Excalibur rounds are basically accurate enough to be able to sort of put through somebody's window from miles and miles, right?
Well, isn't the whole house refracted? How
It has this uses arcing, right? And this is the other problem, right? Is that forward observers, for instance, that are like 5 miles away, sometimes looking at things, called in artillery, looking at refracted images of houses, apparently, that they shouldn't be able to see. And artillery, for some reason, still hits. And, you know, the military stuff is really to me, the thing that really makes it impossible. Because the moment that you start to make guns that fire at faster, have faster velocities than that of big bore guns going back to just 1900, basically 1900, 1910 to 1920. The moment you go past 1920, you start to make guns effectively that would be less accurate because the muzzle velocities of these guns are so much faster. They effectively, under the heliocentric model, now start to go so fast that guess what happens? Coriolis effect, as they name it, and as they purport to be in their narrative, starts to affect these rounds much, much more. Why is this?
Well, what about the railgun? You know, at Mark 7.
Well, no, I'm just 1 second. I'll finish this little tyrant, and we'll go to railgun. So, point is that the faster the round goes, right, it defeats the atmospheric spin even more so, and becomes something under its own propulsion, right? It doesn't have its own propulsion. It's something that left propulsion, right? Came from a single source of propulsion and is now in flight. And in doing so, the faster something goes, right, the worse the Coriolis effect that they're spinning underneath it is worse. So yes, it's got a faster muzzle velocity, it's much quicker to get to the target. But when you add speeds in of 1,000 miles per hour, for instance, if you were firing south to north or north to south, and then again, if you were firing northwest, for instance, you don't just have the Earth rotating underneath it nearly 1,000 miles per hour. Then you also have the Earth rotating underneath it. And it's not necessarily perfectly 1,000 miles an hour. It may be more like the higher the speed of the round, the more of the atmosphere is going to defeat, like the atmospheric spin. Basically is the point. It's because they say that everything stays in lockstep using the atmosphere, right? But everything still is slightly affected by the Coriolis effect. Ever so slightly, the Earth will spin underneath things, but the atmospheric spin helps keep them in lockstep at the same time as the gravitational force of the Earth. Well, things that obviously are flying through the sky that fast, that have clearly defeated gravity at that point, haven't they? Yes. They've clearly defeated gravity. So what is the atmospheric spin of the Earth? Well, it can't be any faster than the actual spin of the actual Earth itself. So the moment this thing goes fast enough to where they purport that the atmospheric spin would no longer affect it, and the Coriolis effect is now in fact affecting these sniper rifle rounds or these big howitzers, we now have a massive conundrum. We need all of the data that would say because remember the muzzle velocity of each of these things, they have a muzzle velocity, then they have the round speed changing as it goes also. So you also need to know as it's going how much Coriolis is going to affect it, not just like where it lands, but when it starts, halfway through, and also at the end. And based on the directionality in which of the Earth is spinning and where you're firing to, right? Because as it slows down the round, it then thus has less spin of the Earth underneath it. So, and eventually, if it goes so slow because it's such a long distance shot, eventually it might get locked back into lockstep of the Earth's rotation altogether. And basically, now the Earth's not rotating underneath it nearly at all. So, this really affects more the long range howitzers and stuff like this that go 70, 80, 90, 100 miles. 60 miles is like on the, even them 177 howitzer, it does like, 24, 24. So, go back to the ray gun, for instance, and that does, what was it? The Mach. Did you say Mach 5? It is Mach 5, right? Rockets are a little bit different because it's like a rocket could technically make sure it maintains its own straight path no matter what, because it has finials on it which control its ability to negate any form of movement right up the Earth by adhering to that. But then we would need to see the data that they plugged into the thing proves that it actually has flight systems that allow it to counteract for Coriolis. Otherwise, then we need to speak about some of these high speed, Mark 10 rockets, and stuff like that as well. But yeah, like the railgun shooting over 100 miles, for instance, right? That's a long distance, and how fast the railgun's round goes, right? This thing would be less accurate because of the fact that it's shooting over 100 miles, unless you plug in all of the data for the Earth and the Coriolis effect. And assuming that the Earth's Coriolis effect data needs to be plugged into it, and we assume it will because of what it is, and that's what they would need to happen. They either do it or they don't. If they don't do it, then I would love to see what happened if we did a false computation of a Coriolis effect, pretending the Earth is doing 1,039 miles per hour at the equator, and then compute for how fast the Earth would be spinning on the tangential ring as we travel 100 miles, going all the way to the target, going northwest, for instance, right? Shooting northwest. Because then, again, like I said before, we would have the Earth rotating underneath it, and we also have the actual bullet going over parts of the Earth's shape that are different, or bands of the ellipsoid that are effectively different in their width size if you do it on the equator, especially. So for it to travel northwest, and then for it to hit its target, first with how they do it traditionally, then I'd love to see someone plug in all of the sort of stuff that you need to plug in for Coriolis, and then it exists, and see where it lands. I would love to see that. Because my point would be is that I think it would tell it to basically shoot. So if it was going northwest, with the Earth rotating east to west, so shooting north to west, I think it would tell it to shoot basically and hold over this thing a little bit, but make it shoot to the left of the target a lot more. You'd point at the target and you'd be told to aim to the left so that this thing can rotate into the path that once there's time and it got there. And you plug in all the other stuff to do with wind speed, everything like that. I just have a weird feeling that it would just shoot way far to the left every time. Go ahead, Jen.
Yeah, no, I'm going to go to the shop now anyway, so I'll talk about the Rogan when I get back, right?
Yeah, mate. Yeah.
Nice, man. Nice. I've got to go to the shop now, so I'll be back in about half an hour. Bye.
Right, mate. I might not be here then, but...
Good morning, all you beautiful flat earthers.
All right, brother. You just watched me go a massive monologue. No one will stop me, so... Everyone's too tired, so... Little monologue. About how you would account for the Coriolis effect, how I'd love to see them plug the Coriolis effect into a railgun and shoot over 100 miles or 100 miles. And just if we were, well, perceiving and pretending there is one, love to see it shoot northwest, and have it, compute how far because the faster a round goes, effectively more the Coriolis effect affects the faster rounds even more, because those faster rounds are effectively, not just defeating gravity in a much higher sense. The faster they're going, the less likely they are to drop. The ones that go in longer distances, they're defeating gravity for longer, but at the same time, not only defeating gravity for longer, they're defeating the atmospheric spin of the Earth at the same time. they're completely becoming separate entities. And in their model, apparently the Earth's rotation underneath them would be far greater than that of a football. For instance, this is going to be almost as if the Earth's rotation underneath it would be able to go at speeds similar to what it actually rotates. It might only be about half or whatever, but maybe 500 miles per hour even, of something going left over 100 miles at a time, and at that you would have to time that. You'd be told to hold to the left to an equivalence of something basically 100 miles away. So that's 100 miles away that's traveling at a speed of like 500 miles an hour. The holdover to the left would be so great with a railgun, firing northwest. That I think it would miss every time. Just shooting far too left every time of the target. I don't think the target's ever going to rotate into it, so it'd be cool to be able to test something like that. What do you think, Stola? Stola's got nothing to say, I guess. Anyway, Rookie, what are you trying to slag these tin cans off for?
What happened?
Well, I said, why are you slagging these tin cans off?
Because they're so fun. They're so fun to play with.
Look at them. They look like that last one you just posted. That looks like an Indian treat, mate.
It looks like Godzilla.
They actually, if you know, we always say it's not rocket science. Do you think that was to reify the idea that rocket science, obviously, is stupidly hard because they know it's not exactly that difficult of a thing?
Because it's not real. That's why it's so hard to understand, because it can't be understood.
Well, it is real. Rockets are real.
Yes, certain types are, but sending a rocket that weighs that many millions of pounds and expecting it to go anywhere is pretty crazy.
Well, the first ideas and conceptions of rockets, brilliant.
Besides
So
that,
to
why
get the thing
would you want to
going,
send something like that to space? Why? Why would you want to?
right? So listen to this: to the bigger rockets at first, right? Get them going. They never used to use just propulsion or fuel from fuel cells to launch. They needed to get this thing to go fast enough, right? Before it started turning on in its fuel. So they used to hold them on top of these gantries, and they would fire the rocket out of a hydrogen cannon first, just to get it to go fast.
Right. Hmm? Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I've seen it before.
Yeah.
It's like inside of a big ass when it fires out of it, so that way it gets going really fast before it takes off the ground.
Turns on its engines, exactly, right? Because
and how come the rockets take off to the west, so that they would go against the Coriolis spin, so that they've already got 1,000 miles per hour acceleration to help the rocket reach its escape velocity to be able to break the Coriolis effect and all that bullshit. It's like they should be using that force all the time if it was there.
Of course, they should instantly think that it would be the normative thing to do, wouldn't it? You would really utilize the army. In fact, in battles, would always set up their lines, right? So if you could have so every battle from World War One onwards, they would have been fights over being able to fight from a position using your cannons and everything like that. And even your snipers, your machine gun firers, you would have always wanted to shoot with the spin of the earth at your favor every time. That would have been something you would have sought out every time. And for some reason, we don't see it.
And do you remember that wise saying that says, always position yourself eastward of your target to achieve Coriolis acceleration? Not get the high ground. It's always position yourself eastward. Do you remember? Remember that famous saying?
Yeah, I remember that famous saying. Like it's so famous. It's a military fact that's very well known, little spoken about, but it's something amongst the boys is very well known. always it goes like this. Always position oneself east of the target, so thus the quarry will be able to help you hit the quarry. That's how it goes in England. That's how we say it here. It's like yeah.
Oh, glory hole effect.
We see a rabbit in England, like running northwest, right? For instance, we just don't bother even shooting at it. There's no point. Waste of round. If a bear was stood still, for instance, and he effectively, was, and he was west, we wouldn't even bother to shoot at the bear. I was gonna say if he was north, sorry, that was wrong. I said that wrong. If he was north, we wouldn't even shoot him, or if he was south, we wouldn't shoot at him. Even if he was stood still in hunting season, or a moose, 'cause it's just a waste of round. Going back to before we had the ability, so.
It's chin strap. I mean, whatever the hell that means.
Rookie, you remember that time we went out hunting and we worked out the wind speed, everything like that, and we forgot the spin of the earth, and then eventually we realised we had to put that in, and basically, like, it was quite funny because I had shot around, and as I shot the round, I shot it like about 4 miles off to the left of the deer, because the deer, it was with about 50 cal, it's a long mile shot. And we couldn't figure out for the life of us why, and so I shot about 5 minutes to the left of the animal, right? And the animal proceeded to effectively rotate into the path of the bullet, right? It was brilliant.
How we weren't supposed to tell anybody about that?
We weren't going to tell anyone about it, but it was such a good day, dude.
You're saying that a rabbit rotated into the target?
No,
spinning on its
I'm
axis.
crazy. A deer. Yeah.
But you just don't understand, Crack. The Coriolis is real. You can only the only way you can see it is in the mathematics. Like a plane taking off backwards at 800 miles per hour. That's where the Coriolis effect is. It's in the maths, bro.
800? Wow.
Well, they say conservation of motion based upon that's why I take it as far as they do with the rounds, because it makes it worse because you have more parameters and actually more things you have to account for. Right. So when it comes to the rounds, they say the reason why things don't just look, they appear to be in a sense of relativity, and they're in lockstep with the Earth, right? And the rotation of the Earth. Coriolis still affects them, but it's ever so slight, right? But because they say also there's a conservation of motion of it being launched off from the Earth, that helps throw it at the right speed, right? Then they also say, right, which puts it into a relative motion, that then once it's up in the air, now the atmospheric spin of the Earth, right, that also is something it would need to fight against, right? Because the atmosphere is spinning with the Earth. So it almost relativizes and it doesn't feel like it's fighting against it. But what if something goes fast enough to fight against that? Well, that's what they say happens to bullets. Okay, cool, great. So how do you aim bullets now knowing this? Because at one point when they come out of the muzzle with a high velocity, guess what? They're going, fast enough at that moment to defeat the atmosphere. Then they start to actually speed up after the muzzle velocity slightly a little bit. So now they're going even faster, which means it changes it changes how fast the Earth rotates underneath the bullet again. Then the bullet now from this point slowly but surely comes down in its curvature path. And the more the bullet goes forward, losing velocity, right? The less the Earth spins underneath it, and the more the gravity grabs onto it and effectively causing it to drop more rapidly. So the point really comes to the point where it's like there are so many more variables now. When you plug into that as well, shooting in the right direction, the Coriolis effect, and then you add into this also the Magnus effect, meaning you want to basically be able to, compute the spin of the bullet itself, the corkscrewing effect over distance by rifling inside of the actual rifle. The rifling might be spinning to the right, spinning the bullet to the right or to the left, anti-clockwise or clockwise, and that will create a corkscrewing effect over long distance. And you've got so many different things you have to account for now. It's unreal. I'm asking in chat. I'm not the best talker. Okay, where are they?
Chinster or whatever it is. He has a question, I guess. I told him to come in here and ask it.
But technically, that bullet, if you fired westward, before it left the barrel of the gun, that bullet was, and then by shooting it westward, the bullet.
You broke in and out.
Don't be afraid to talk. We were scared too.
It's just in the mathematics, crack.
Ask your question, bro.
So easy to be a glober.
Are you guys saying you don't believe in the Coriolis?
Oh, here we go.
What did you say, Sasha? Did you say, do we believe in the Coriolis?
Yeah, like, do you guys believe in the Coriolis?
Okay, so here's the answer. Yes, we believe in the Coriolis effect. You can demonstrate it by putting children on a merry-go-round or a roundabout and throwing a ball back and forth. But the real question I think he meant to ask is, do we believe in Earth-based Coriolis effects?
Mm-hmm.
And the answer would be no, because you can't demonstrate it. So if Coriolis effect is demonstrable, right, then you don't have to ask us if we believe in it, right? Because it's demonstrable. We can see it happening. But Earth-based Coriolis effect is a myth, because nobody can demonstrate it. Although there are people who do believe in it, like Neil deGrasse Tyson, who claimed that a field goal was missed by an inch because of the Coriolis effect.
Yep.
So he believes in it.
It's kind of ridiculous because that's the opposite of what I've heard all of them say, which is that things that are that slow, such as a football, wouldn't be able to be affected by the Coriolis effect at all because of the Earth's, basically the Earth's atmospheric spin keeps things such as that in lockstep with them. And then as they're thrown off of the Earth, also there's conservation of motion that the Earth at the exact speed as well. The Earth is spinning, so that keeps it almost going at the speed needed. This is why longer pathed, faster weapons becomes a problem, because faster the weapon, the more the Earth rotates underneath it. So higher muzzle velocity weapons are a terrible problem for the globe. And then not only that, as well, obviously, it's not just the faster the thing goes, the more it rotates underneath it. It's also the longer it goes, there's more of a time differential for more of the Earth's spin underneath it to go underneath it faster as well. Kristen, what is your question? Please reiterate it. And we to be honest, we do sort of keep the chat here for the relevance of what's spoken in life, like supportive citations, and images, for instance, and stuff like that. This isn't like a place where you come and sort of debate the people in the live stream and ask questions to people in the live stream, really. in chat so that they reply to it, because it doesn't really work for the live stream. Do you see what I mean? It doesn't really sound like there's a conversation going on. It just sounds like people are just saying random things. There's more than a diagram explaining the sun for the flat Earth, but not the model. And that in and of itself is a model, but we don't really believe in any models here. There is yet to be a model created.
Well, you realize even saying that the Earth is flat, even though that's simple, it's still a model.
It's not. It's a descriptor of the surface. A model.
Well,
I can
it's
model.
a model. It's just
I can model water being flat. I can model water being flat. Exactly right. I can just pour water into a glass and just then I've what I'm claiming when I talk about Earth. What I'm saying, we know there's topography, land masses that basically somewhat could effectively not even adhere to this at all. So yeah.
Hello?
Hello.
What's up, dude? All right. So you seem like a pretty level-headed dude, so I'll unmute my mic. Okay. My question is so I live in Alaska, so I'm pretty high up north.
Oh, sweet. I'd love to live there.
Dude, it's insane up here. Just moved up here. But in the summer, you get, 16 hours of daylight. In the winter, you get 16 hours of darkness. I'm just curious. I'm just curious how the sun works with your guys' beliefs. How
the sun works the exact same way. The sun works in the exact same manner. So
it revolves around the floating plane?
Well, we don't believe in a floating plane. That's flat Earth society. No one believes in a floating disk in space that rises up 9.8 meters per second, or 9.8 meters per second, whichever way you prefer to say that. No one believes in that here whatsoever. That's ridiculous.
So is there a sunrise and a sunset then?
Well, the sunrise and sunset basically works on a very simple system that's been understood for a long time, which is that things as they come toward you, effectively are able to be seen, and as they go away from you, you stop being able to see them. You can't just see forever, right? We see too far for us to live on a globe already. We know that, but everyone likes to always point upwards towards the things that we cannot empirically prove or test because they're all the way up there, and they're things that we can't really touch and understand. The celestial bodies above our heads in the sky just do what they do. But it is nice to point to those, I suppose, when we talk about the Earth, because it gets us away from the claims of the actual globe, which would be, things such as proportions should present themselves when thinking of an actual globe with a radius of 3959 and 5,000 miles. There's certain things that we just shouldn't be able to see. There are certain things that should just be a certain way. For instance, if I'm looking out, from the south of England, I should never see France when I'm on the beaches of England. France from the south of England, I shouldn't be able to see it. I shouldn't be able to see Ireland 19.7 miles away from, a 1 foot observer height, because the Earth, if we do some basic spherical trigonometry, it's easy to work out that the higher you increase your angle to resolve things, obviously the further the leading edge of the sphere, the sagitta, a lump of Earth curve that should be blocking your vision would be technically. So there's a formula that you can Google. How can I measure the distance to the horizon? And it will come up roughly with a formula that says 1.225 times the square root of the observer feet. This is based upon the spherical trigonometry formulas that are based on the numbers of the radius of 3959. And what that tells us then is that, okay, so if I'm at 1 foot, I should never basically see any further than 1.2 miles away. That's where the horizon, where the sky appears to me the ground should be. If I'm 8 feet off the ground, then it should never be any further than 3.48 miles away. We know that's not true. Everyone who's honest with themselves knows they've looked out to sea, they've looked across lots of pieces of land, and been, as in, 6 foot men, anywhere between 1 and 8 feet in between those distances. It should be no more than 3.48 at the highest, no more than 1.2 at the lowest. We all know that the horizon doesn't adhere to this idea, as men that are nearly 6 feet, just slightly above or slightly below. The horizon's 3 miles away when we're on the beach. It needs to be, and it needs to be a physical sagittal, a physical lump of earth curve that would block our vision from anything from behind that point, just based on our eye. So, again, that's really where we should be looking, right? But again, why you would experience the sun for longer periods of time would be to do with the path of the sun and how far the rotation of the sun's path is that day. We still have basically a sun that orbits around our plane of existence. Orbit just means a circular path. That's all it means. So, say in the same way that west to east is still west to east on a flat Earth. It's just that west to east at the same time, effectively, this comes towards, in a sense of a circumnavigation of an orbital star, such as the sun, going west to east, rising in the west, setting in the east. I might be wrong. I'm really tired at 7:50 in the morning. Yeah, but the point is that its path, it slowly, as it goes throughout the year, because we can practice and we can know this for sure, it basically does, like if you think of a spirograph or a spiralizer that draws a circle around a point, you draw one circle, then you draw another circle, and the pin that you're holding at the middle point also rotates, which I guess slowly changes the circles to be like a spirograph, right, that makes other circles. And depending on where you are on and depending on what the sun is doing on that day, this is the only reason that we can sort of explain it at the same time. When, like, some images were also posted here, which obviously we know the antecedent relationship to gas pressure is containment. It's not that we have a container to protect us from the vacuum of space, right? It's just that we have gas pressure, so therefore, antecedent relationship, gas pressure is containment. So, ipso facto, we can safely say we have a container. Unless someone posted a meme there, saying you live under, a firmament, right? The firmament itself, how high it is, and where, in conjunction to the sun, firmament is in any one given place on any one given day, that too could affect ambient light effect. Because what I've noticed is that the days that are longer in Alaska is that it's more ambient light in which light seems to be around. And also understand that if the sun is, let's say, lower and it charges up the gas particles with with the medium range of the light spectrum throughout the day, and they get more charged, for instance, and they're in a different atmospheric zone that allows for a different ability to charge of these gas particles, hold on to some of the solar light or some of the spectrum of the light. Like argon gases, for instance, hold a purple glow. Neon, for instance, will hold different colors also. It is true that we have an ambient light even after the sun itself disappears past the point of the horizon. So it's kind of like, all of the variables that would be involved in you, for instance, having a longer day than somebody else could just be the fact that the sun was in your sky for slightly longer based on its path on that day, and that also where you live is in a place where this adherence of excitement to the gas particles, an adherent of any form of color that would create ambient light past the point of the sun's disappearance, could be more permeable on that in those specific places based on atmospheric conditions. So there's lots of different variables that could be. This is a speculation at the same time, but I would prefer to give you a slight answer and at least try and answer it a little bit. But it's just speculatory. There are things that haven't completely been looked into as to why this is. But again, it's pretty hard to explain why a lot of the stuff. Go ahead.
No, I appreciate it. Every time I go online and try to find answers, it's always like people that are trying to troll and stuff like that. So it's interesting to hear an actual perspective. Now, I was seeing this one thing online, and it was taking like flight times. It was saying that if the Earth was flat, a flight time from, I don't know. Let me find that chart. Hold on.
Would it be from like Chile to?
Yeah, something that if it was a sphere, that would be the only explanation for why the flight time would be longer. You know what I mean? It lists the example. Obviously, I didn't come prepared here.
It's fine. The only issue with flight times, what I find is that, for instance, it would be easier to fly with the Earth's rotation than against it. Most flights would always take place going with the Earth's rotation instead of against it. Obviously, we know that the atmospheric spin of the Earth apparently keeps these things in lockstep with the Earth, but they still want to say that the Earth rotates underneath these things at the same time, so they need to make up their mind there. But what I would also state is that planes are always flying, if on a globe, in a curved line, obviously, because it's on a globe, right? But we don't really see this. It's like the pendulous vanes that were added to the gyroscope, for instance, would stop possession of the rings clunking as the angle was changed. And plain as it flies, its angle continually changes. But we never ever actually see a change of gyroscopes being needed to be changed until effectively what we get is planes that do more aerial, crazy aerial sort of maneuvers where the angle would change very rapidly, and thus in doing so, that rapid change of angle would effectively make the precession and mess up the precession of the gyroscope, and it would clunk. So then they come in with these vacuum-esque pendulous vanes that create an antidote to the precessional issue of the gyroscope with a quick change of angle. But the problem is that the plane's angle is always changing already, and that in and of itself means that, that already means that effectively the precession, the angle change, and we've looked into how many degrees of angle would need to change before the precession would be knocked out and messed up. And it's not very many. The faster planes go, the worse this is, because the faster they go, the more ground they travel, the more angle that they change as well. And they say that these vanes react to, again, gravity. So the center of gravity, the faster you go, changes quicker on a plane that goes faster, because the vector of gravity is going to change the higher you go up. So these pendulous vane things effectively were invented almost for no reason, it seems. And when they were invented, it would almost seem that, I guess, they basically, it makes no sense as to why they were created, is my point. Pendulous vanes for the gyroscope. They would have been needed before, basically, anyway. People use gyroscopes beforehand and they work perfectly fine. Now, actually, the pendulous vanes, the people say gyroscopes are affected by the Earth's gravitational force, but that would then thus render the pendulous vanes basically pointless, because they would constantly be having to fight against the vector of the gravity of the Earth. The pendulous vanes were there created in order to stop the clunking effect of the precession of the gyroscope from angular change. It's just a little point I was trying to make. The point, anyway, as well, is that with planes, there are so many different variables when it comes to flight times. Like the idea is that you can't prove, and they effectively treat the Earth as if it's a non-rotating centric plane. They always treat the Earth that way when they're flying. You can go and look this up in any flight manual, okay? And then not only do they treat it as if they're on a flat plane in terms of the way that they fly in these planes, there's also the fact that flight times, planes can effectively change their speed at any given time also. Most of them are on paths towards where they're going that are on automated systems now, especially with passenger flights, and they have to change their speed they're going for lots of different reasons all the time. For instance, side winds and all these different types of things, hot air thermals, whatever it is. So the flight time itself can be affected ever so much by all these different variables. So you can sort of have flight times that are ambiguous at best anyway, based upon a preponderance of different reasons that actually would be fully accepted straight away as to why the flight times don't even make sense or would make sense for it.
Does that mean that? So, are you saying that pilots know, and they're just not telling? You know what I mean?
Some pilots do know. But remember, it wouldn't necessarily be that. It would be the way the apparatus in terms of the way the plane was built. It would be like, right, you're going on a flight that goes to a place where it should be, let's say, it's an hour quicker that you should get there than going somewhere else of the same distance, but you should get there an hour quicker. For instance, because you're on a globe, right? Well, two different distances. It's quite easy to make it to where the pilot's not even questioning why the flight times are different, right? Because he could get his instruments on his computer could quite easily turn around and say, well, okay, based on the GPS locations is where they are, and the locations of where they're going to, and to reify the idea of the globe. Remember, Columbus was navigating the Earth using a globe on the top of a table before the Americans were even on it. It's a very good way of locking off land that is yet to be discovered. And it's a brilliant way of looking at maps as well, globes are, right? Because 12 men can stand around a table and look at a map. It won't fall over when it's on attached to a stick there. But again, my point is it's very easy to tell through his instruments, the instruments are being programmed. They're programmed potentially to say, oh, okay, slow down, this amount for this amount of time based upon this side wind. Do this, this, or this, or this, or this, or this. There are lots of different things. And then thus the flight times all make sense. Or sometimes they make no sense at all.
Well,
do you get what I'm trying to say? This is actually what we see as well, that sometimes flight times make sense, sometimes they don't make sense at all. That's actually what we experience and see. It's not like we see these flights that apparently would be quicker are always quicker, right?
Well, assuming everything's computerized and programmed to throw everything off on purpose, like back in...
I'm not even saying it's done to be on purpose. I'm saying that there are real reasons as to why flight times actually don't necessarily always match up to what we would expect. There are genuine reasons why someone would have to slow down. Do you get what I'm trying to say? It doesn't necessarily...
I'm talking like flight time differences of 10 hours, you know what I mean? Like, if you fly from... Again, I'll have to pull up the chart, but it's like if you fly from Australia to the US, it takes 24 hours. But if you're on a flat plane, it would take 12 hours. You know what I mean? So it's not like a little change in time. It's a pretty big difference. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but if you were trying to reify the idea that you're on a globe and trying to hide pieces of land, you're not going to allow for straight lines of flight to these places either, would you? And the pilots don't necessarily have to be in on this. It's just that their instruments tell them which way to fly, and it's that simple. A pilot could feel like he's flying in a straight line to somewhere, which he might not be doing, because there are so many reasons as to why you have to correct your nose and your yaw and your pitch every now and again anyway, right? Due to winds and all these different things. So you feel like you're going straight. And anyway, if the north, let's say, is the middle and that's the magnet in which you are following yourself on to carry on, let's say, going west, you're only doing it in relation to north, which is the only cardinal direction of truth. It's the only one that we truly know. But so if we change what the actual idea of what north is altogether, it being the center of an earth that we circumnavigate around on a flat plane instead, and then again, these people are taught to fly based upon the units of maps that they have already, then yeah, these flight times would make no sense and would be quicker. Maybe they would be quicker, but why would they allow people to go and do that? Well, because things haven't been mapped out in that way, have they yet? To where we are going to do that. So it makes no sense that these things would even be a problem in someone's mind or a pilot's mind as to why isn't it I just go there this much time and this much faster? Well, that's just not going to be something that comes up because he's being taught to navigate and to fly on a globe that he treats as if is a flat plane. So his flight route is charted out for him. And open air looks like open air, and open sea looks like open sea. If there were land, pieces of land the whole way on these journeys, I'm pretty sure at one point a pilot would go, "Whoa, this looks weird." But this has happened. I know of a couple of pilots. I know one personally that has said this. It says it's fucking ridiculous, and has took flights himself. He's a commercial pilot, and it's actually proven that he can cut a couple of hours off of flight times and stuff like this. And it's shown that the Earth is flat at 40,000 feet all day, every day. That none of it makes any sense. And there are a few whistleblowers in this light. In fact, we know people that work for NASA. In fact, are whistleblowers on this also. The globe itself hasn't actually stood the test of time at all. It wasn't 80 years ago that they were still teaching in my town that the Earth was flat in schools. 80 years ago. And the globe, as a majorative thing that people believe, was only 100 to 150 years ago, and it was only 200 years ago that it really hit the mainstream. And now we have a mass amount of people that are blowing a whistle on the heliocentric model as a whole, saying that, oh, yeah, something here doesn't quite make sense.
Now, I asked this earlier. Now, what do you think? What's the reason that this would be? Why would people try to cover up the flat Earth? You know what I mean? Because I heard it was government trying to control people, stuff like that. But I mean, there would have to be so many people to hide that.
That's not entirely true. That's not entirely true. Remember, there were no Americas on the globes that Columbus navigated on. So people just might not have they could have kept that to themselves if they found it and kept the globes that Columbus used to the other rest of the Western world, kept showing those people those globes. No one would have ever knew about America at all. That's just not what happened. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
So because you can lock off land very easily that way. So we don't really, and when we look at the divergent paths of, let's say, the toroidal field of the Earth, they don't add up like they do the rest of them. The rest of them add up to the land masses that we have, but there's a huge gap missing at one certain point in these fields, and the divergent points in these fields, it appears there is missing land that we're yet to know of. So there are hints towards that, but the idea that lots of people would have to lie is completely ridiculous. There's something from departmentalization and compartmentalization.
So are you saying there are parts of the map that we don't know, or are you saying we know every part of our world and there's a wall that is the Antarctic?
No, I'm saying that we've been told what we've been told, right? Okay.
Yeah.
We've got mapped out what we've got mapped out currently. I'm saying the toroidal field, the electromagnetic field of the Earth, right, appears a certain way and makes sense with the land masses that they've told us. There's a portion of that toroidal field that has a divergence to it that makes no sense in its pattern. It's almost as if there is a piece of land missing due to that missing part of that toroidal field and the divergence therein of it. So I'm just saying that I'm not even claiming that there is an ice wall that goes all the way around the Earth, even, for instance. Because I don't know. We haven't mapped this all out. We haven't tested all of this. We haven't had the ability to do so. We've only just started whistleblowing on this stuff, really. Let's face it, right?
Yeah.
But what we can do is empirically test the surface of the Earth.
When you say we, correct. When you say we, do you mean we, the flat earthers, or you mean the powers that shouldn't be in that? I mean, because they may know. They may know the layout, but we just don't know.
Yeah. Well, when I say we, I just mean the collective us lot of flat earthers. I don't necessarily mean people that know a lot more than us that have hidden this. There are people that have hidden this 100%. I feel like people believing they live on a spinning water ball, flying, hurtling through space with absolutely, no real, I guess, reason for them being there. A mere chance, merely born out of a thing of chance and just random happenstance, and basically via the laws of chance. And the idea as well, there are lots of different things that are ridiculous about the heliocentric model. Everything relies upon another God, right? This little g, this omnipotent, omnipresent thing that holds everything to this ball that has no way of defining or being defined, and we cannot show where it comes from, but yet it holds us to the ball, and it's the savior of all. And it's got your gravity, it's your God, and without it, you would all die. And effectively be sucked off into the void, the privation of the thing that you need to live and to have life, which would be gas, and that would be the same effect as going to hell. And when we realise that the actual chronological story of the Earth's development and the idea of where we got our molten iron core from and why it hasn't burnt out yet was because it was replenished by Athea, the wayward planet, which is the same planet that crashed into us, that deposited its molten iron core in the proper perfect time in order for us to still have an atmosphere and us to have a gravitationally held in atmosphere, which is an open and closed system, a second law of thermodynamics violation. I don't know how we can have gas pressure adjacent to a 10 to the 17 negative torque vacuum where the higher pressure of gas in here would seek to fill the lower pressure volume of a privation outside there in that vacuum. But yet again, we're supposed to believe this. And Athea, the wayward planet that also crashed into us, that replenished our molten iron core 4.5 billion years ago, in which, remember, we have no evidence for this event. We rely upon this event completely to exist and live now in the way that we do, with an atmosphere that we can breathe in. And again, the moon's creation happened from that same course collision with Athea, the wayward planet, because the actual remnants and the debris left from the crashing of that planet into ours is the debris that apparently, using mass attracting mass, which has been superseded anyway by Newton, from Newton to Einsteinian warping and bending of space-time. The mass attracting mass of the debris coalesced it into a ball slowly on the side of the Earth, that eventually the Earth threw it out away from the Earth, defeating the Earth's actual gravitational force somehow. Once it was on here, which we've never heard of things floating away from Earth, but somehow this ball formed and did so. The same ball that came from the debris from the original ball that hit this ball that replaced the molten iron ore ball in the middle that was about to burn out. It gives us life. And then eventually that ball that was cast away. One second, I'm nearly finished. I'm nearly finished. No, I'm nearly finished.
Blimey, okay, go on.
Right, so, and then that ball that was thrown away, which was the moon, became the moon, which is exactly 400 times the size distance ratio needed for us to experience eclipses. And I know I've just went on a bit, and I'm sorry to say no, just I had to finish the story. But you see how ridiculous this really sounds.
Yeah, okay, hang on. Have you finished? Not yet?
Yeah, I finished 100%.
Okay, let's get in there now. I was just going to say, and all that is happening while the universe is supposed to be expanding whilst that's all going on. So how, I don't get it. I don't get how it's all expanding, and yet you can still have mass attracting mass whilst it's all expanding away from each other. Would that be able to happen?
And Jenny, what the question he asked as well was, why would they lie? Have you got an answer for that?
Oh, yeah. Why would they lie? I feel that, it's clearly obvious. One is ego, and the other is like they're controlling the human race, of course, under their fucking slavery net. So we have Amelia Earhart proving flat Earth anyway. That's why she was taken out. Poor woman. Amelia Earhart, back in the 1930s, she was breaking aviation records. Remember her?
Yeah.
Her story.
I love her.
Yeah, do you remember her story?
Jin,
First woman to fly across the
yeah.
Atlantic solo. Yeah?
Yeah, go through it, Jin. Please do, buddy.
Sorry, yeah, her story is plagued with sabotage upon sabotage upon sabotage, you know. And she was saying that the land masses and the routes she was taking, they didn't match her maps. So she was advised to make her maps flat maps.
Sorry.
And on her way to breaking that record, her manifold broke. A world cracked on the manifold, right? So the engine performance was hampered. So she was struggling to get there. But she said in an interview she could see Ireland from halfway across the Atlantic. Now the distance she flew was about 2,026 miles, and so around about 1,000 miles she could see Ireland. 2 miles of curvature should be there. That was missing. Amazing, isn't it?
Well, yeah, it's like me on the southwest
Without
coast of England. I can see Wales, Ireland, and France all at the same time in 3 different locations. What's the refractive model that would explain as to why I could see 3 different bodies of lands of masses all at the same time in perfect vision, as if I was on a flat plane when one thing was 50 miles away, one was 25, and the other was another 40 miles away, all at the same time. I've seen this on multiple different occasions, on multiple different types of light as well. In terms of when I say light, I mean light. The lighting of the day. The type of
sunlight.
time of year as well. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, bro. It becomes almost laughable at some point to conceive that they want to keep pointing towards the stars and the sky and saying, well, how do you explain this? How do you explain that? Knowing that those are furthest away from us on the earth, like obviously going to be the hardest thing for us to explain. And it's like, again, it's like if we don't have an explanation for something, are we stupid? No, because the Aztecians knew all about most of the movements of the celestial bodies to a higher degree than what they know of now. And they did so just via observation, right? And they did so quite accurately, quite brilliantly, and I would say to a more accurate extent than what we know now, because this isn't prediction based on a globe model. This is post-diction based on a cyclic thing that continues to occur millennia after millennia.
Yeah. Talking of the globe and the circumnavigation of the globe, back in 1924, the Americans were first to circumnavigate the globe, right? And ever since then, it's always been east-west, or west-east even. But you never hear of the north-south circumnavigation of the Earth, you know?
Yeah, how come what's the guy's name we were speaking to? I'm glad that you could come in this morning because, like you said, the only people you ever get to really speak to are probably trolls and stuff like that on the internet. You really have come to the one of the only places that has a big community, and we probably are all of the serious flat earthers in one place because we've coalesced. We're the true mass attracting mass. We're the only form of gravity that really exists. Is servers like ourselves, where we've dealt with the bullshit fake flat earthers out there that want to add a huge burden to what we have to prove, and we're yet to really start moving right, like on our feet, truly at all. So, Chinster, just to ask very quickly, like, have you got any evidence for the globe and for the Earth, in fact, being a globe?
No, I mean it's one of those things. You're taught it growing up, so you just kind of regurgitate it. I haven't done any research on it, but you hear something like, "Oh, hey, the Earth is flat." Oh, like I'm gonna hop in that Discord, see what that's all about. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's interesting. And if the Earth is flat, it's one of those things. It's gonna be hard to change my mindset just because it's ingrained in you. But
oh, not really. It shouldn't be. Hang on, let me get in there. No, it shouldn't be. Hang on, let me get in there. It shouldn't be difficult for you to change your mind because at this point, you're carrying a belief of the globe, which you haven't proved or established to exist. You're going on what you learned from your school days, what's been reinforced through movies, films, popular culture, music, the news, and the occasional Earth-like planet discovered at so-so in the universe, But you yourself haven't verified anything they've said. You're taking it as a given, a belief. But when you see the facts, when you go out and you take the dimensions they've given you of the Earth, 24,901 miles in circumference, radius 3,959, and then you do your observations, preferably over the ocean, because it's uninterrupted and it's an expanse, and you're seeing distances of like 60 miles, 100 miles, 120 miles, 200 miles. Then we have technology, radars, that can see 1,000 miles, okay, where if there was curvature, that wouldn't happen. You begin to see that what NASA, the astrophysicists, theoretical physicists, scientists, and professors tell you are completely wrong. Anomalies abound. Not to mention the fact that they didn't go to the moon. How do we know this? I won't go technical. I'll just tell you, Stanley Kubrick, the best film director that ever lived, told us. You see? He told us that they never went. Not to mention Mother Nature not allowing it. Second law of thermodynamics violation, as my man Craig Billen just told you. So when you look at the evidence and you see the evidence fits the life you live through measurements, bringing the highest technology to bear, it's not subject to you changing your mind. It becomes you're denying the truth. That's what it becomes.
Yeah. No, I hear you.
Yeah.
No, and I appreciate the insight from you guys.
All right.
So,
if you want to live real,
it's a lot more British. It's a lot more British or English, European, I should say, right now than it was when I was on earlier today. So.
Oh yeah. Well, that's how it is. Sometimes we British come in and expel the truth, if you will, or decimate the truth. But usually it's the Americans. We also have Australian contingents and some Europeans as well. So it's nice. It's a nice mix. I'm looking forward to hearing some South African, Brazilians, Argentinians. I really want to hear them because
we've got a South African now.
My last point. And South African. You're correct. We got South African. Thank you very much. Yes, we do have a very strong South African contingent, very intelligent bunch of people there. Now, last month in Brazil, 2 channels started up thanks to friends of Flat Earth Banjo, who is the expert on the flight paths on a globe, don't work, but work on a AE map. Now, his friends started up 2 channels, and they've instantly got like 900,000 new flat earthers. 900,000 last month. And then here in Japan.
It's Brazil.
Yeah, that's in Brazil.
They're all flat earthers. In Brazil, it's basically been taught, the flat earth's been taught as the truth going back since before the globe. The globe hasn't really stood the test of time. That's what I was trying to explain to him earlier. It's only been 200 years that it was like entered into the mainstream, 150 that it was nearly accepted in the mainstream, and it was 80 years ago in my small town where they were still teaching the Earth was flat in schools.
There you go.
It really hasn't been around that long, and it hasn't really stood the test of time that long. But the difference between an education and an indoctrination is what? Choice. It's the ability to choose in between those two things, right? And like
I would say it's demonstration.
Yeah, of course, but just to make the point, and what I'm saying is the difference between indoctrination, right, is that with indoctrination, it's the opposite of an education. Something that's suggested to you, it's something that's rammed down your throat. It's something that you will hold on to it eventually, like brainwashing. You will hold on to it as as a form of a truth, regardless if someone shows you evidence that says something to the contrary. So that's what he's admitted a second ago, that he would go into cognitive dissonance almost, even if we would prove the Earth was flat, he would still struggle to accept it because of the conditioning from school that he received, which proves it wasn't an education, but more like an indoctrination.
American education isn't much of an education.
Sorry, carry on. I didn't realize you were going to get in there. I was just going to say, especially as you learn this at an age where you're unable to critically think at 6 years old. You're more into trusting your education because that's the default. You're learning from your parents. Your parents have sent you to the school. So now the teachers become your parents and guiders until you go back home. So you're not thinking they're not teaching you the truth. Then it's being reinforced through your cartoons, your music, your films, posters, and news. So it becomes ingrained, okay, as you get older, because you are not checking it. That's the thing you've got to remember. You yourself are not checking it. It's when you begin to look at it properly and put it under the microscope, scrutinize it, that's when you see that nothing exists as in the way of an oblate spheroid spinning in the vacuum of space. We can't go there. Satellites don't exist the way you think they are. Machines with solar panels being deployed, geostationary, geo-orbiting, these things don't happen at all. Not in the sense you think. There might be on Saturns, but not.
You and me ain't nothing but mammals, but we can do it how we do on the Discovery Channel. So, I mean, it's everywhere, bro.
Yeah. So you've got to say to yourself, how do I discern? Because it is possible to know the Earth isn't a globe. What shape the Earth is, that's going to be very difficult because we need to leave Earth to see it from a greater distance. We can't do that. We don't have that technology. We are unable to do that.
What kind of simple test could I do from home to support a flat Earth?
Water.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Water rise level, doesn't it?
Yeah, so the one that I would do would be prove to yourself wait 1 sec. Just prove to yourself how perspective works first and do the research based on how things should appear based upon optical phenomena and how optics work all together and how optics reify the idea of a globe. And then go out and test versus that how things appear to be and how they should appear to be on the globe. So, how far away should the horizon be? If it isn't as far away as it should be from your altitude, then that's a problem. And you should start to look that because it's a globe and it's a solid object, it should have a very stagnant horizontal distance based upon different heights. Each height it should be the same distance every time. If it isn't, then they would then say that would be atmospheric. If it's atmospheric and the horizon's 10 times farther away than what it's meant to be, 12 times, 5 times, 2 times, well then there's a problem because the way they derive the geometry for the Earth in order for them to get the radius and the circumference of the Earth in the first place was by looking optically out at the horizon and using dip angles, using things like sextants, which sextants actually rely on a 90-degree angle also for it to be able to have an ability to measure dip angles so that they could compute for the dip angles to the horizon to measure the distance to it, to do a reverse calculation to find how far the center of the Earth was to establish the circumference and the radii. So the problem is again, even the apparatus they used in order to establish the so-called geometric horizon, the equipment it used even requires a flat plane in order to do so. So then, at that point, when you say the horizon is not geometric, it's an optical phenomena, well then how did they measure it to be a geometric horizon 2,000 years ago when they claimed to do so? And before we left the Earth, before they say we did anyway, we wouldn't have had any sort of form of ability to measure it from the outside with lasers or anything of that such. That's also another problem. So if we don't have that possibility, because they would have needed the radius and the circumference before they did that, because they would need it to be plugged in to beat the atmosphere, to beat the gravitational force of the Earth in order to slingshot out away from it for fuel and for thrust and all of these calculations. It was needed. It was, if you look into the data, it was needed, the radius and the circumference. It was vital to have it. So then that becomes a problem, right? And then sticks and shadows, people will say that gives you the ability to know that we're on a globe because, the shadow Alexandria versus Cyan and the distance between, which I don't know how he managed to map out the distance between those two locations at such rudimentary time, Eratosthenes. Well, again,
what you recommend him?
Well, it assumed, I'll finish because I'm monologue the fuck then. It assumes a distant sun at the same as assuming a curved surface in order that there are and assumes parallel light rays due to a distant sun, and then assumes that because there are different heights or lengths to the shadows with these sticks, it assumes that must be as a result of the Earth being a curved surface, when you can get the same result with a more localized light source, right? With a corpuscular form of light rays and the Earth's surface being flat. And corpuscular light rays definitely exist, and we've seen them exist, so they can't say the light rays are parallel as we experience them here on the atmosphere, because every form of light that hits our atmosphere diverges, changes its speed. This is explained in Snell's law. And not only that, as it hits through different layers of the atmosphere with different densities, does the same thing again, changing any form of parallel light that could come here anyway. So they've been debunked on the assumption of the parallel light rays. So it's what more likely to be every form of way they've apparently just given us a circumference or anything like that is based either on an assumption, and they admit this themselves now. They admit it, and we can give you the citations for this. There is no measurement of the Earth.
Rax, sorry to interrupt you, but I'm curious. Yeah, he asked something, and I kind of forgot his question. Can you repeat the question again, please?
He wanted to know what experiments they could do at home to ascertain the Earth being flat.
Good. So, I can tell you something which is very, very fun. It will be very fun to do. Are you interested?
Okay. Sure, let's do it.
Okay. Have you heard of heliographs communication?
I have not. Let me look it up right now.
Yeah. Search that. It's a tool, very easy. It's an instrument for long distance communication using light, sunlight, and a simple mirror with a hole in it.
Okay. Is it going to cost him any money?
With a friend.
Hang on, Biget. Is it going to cost him money? Is he going to need to spend money?
To buy one little mirror. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, can he not use a mirror from the house?
Yeah, why not? I mean, if your girlfriend has, those makeup mirrors, that's just good. It's perfect.
Okay, good. So that's it. You don't. So he doesn't have to spend any money then.
Yeah.
Okay. Will kill me if I steal the mirror to do flat Earth experiments.
Yeah. And using this mirror, you can, with a friend together, you go far away one from another and try to shine that light towards each other so you can see. And you use Morse code for communication.
Yeah, I know that. That's the sunlight signal.
Those cosmetic mirrors. Those cosmetic mirrors are magnifying too. Some of them, so you'll get a tighter beam.
Yeah. Even better.
Yeah, use a form of a magnifying glass is the best way to do so. Oh, Indio's here. Brilliant. This is awesome. We've just had... This is a new guy in here by the name of Chinster. Extremely good guy. Cordial. We've fired pretty much flat Earth, stuff at him. Bomb, 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 bomb. Just really smacked him. Because he seems to have the ability to understand this stuff and take it in that quickly. So... Any words of wisdom you've got for him to really drive the point home, India, if you're capable of doing so, would be great, because I've just done so for about an hour. Monologuing's my specialty, and obviously I just used it then. That was all. But my voice.
Well, if I could just carry on
from where you left off.
Oh, go ahead then.
No, I was just going to say, if I hear anything, I'll put my 2 cents in.
Okay, yeah. Well,
really, the easiest thing you can do. I was going to say the easiest thing you can do is what he's doing. Like, go get a mirror, man, and find a friend and just test it yourself. There's half a dozen curve calculators. You just do the calculation, get your elevation, and that's all you got to do.
Yeah. And then I was going to mention the fact that it's come to light, and you can get these documents yourself, that the Navy, the Air Force, the military, the Army research labs, the KGB, CIA, NASA, they all have these documents where they're saying if they're flying rockets or firing projectiles, missiles or flying aircrafts, they need, or doing maths calculations to targets, they need to consider Earth a flat stationary plane, or a flat Earth, or ideally a flat motionless Earth. These are all what's said in these documents. Okay? And then the question would be, why would I need to think Earth stationary and flat if I'm living on an oblate spheroid spinning? Spheroid spinning. Why would I need to consider that? I would need to consider the spin and the curvature, would I not? But no, I don't have to. I can just imagine or consider the Earth to be flat and motionless. Doesn't that sound strange in official documents from said aforementioned organizations? You see, speaks volumes, doesn't it?
No, yeah, that makes sense.
Right.
Also, another advice for that mirror thing, you can go in a store and search for bathroom magnifying glass, like those little mirrors for bathroom magnifying glass is very easy, and they are very good. They are concave.
Yeah, it's like a concave one, right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. You can buy the nail magnifying glasses for, I believe, about £10 to £20 as well, and it's a magnifying glass that's got like an arm on it where you can attach it to the side of a table, right? And it is, it basically is like the size of both of your hands held together, and they work pretty well. You can see quite far with those. Another one is and I think this is a really cool one, is for you and your friend to both have a camera with a timer on it, right? And go, let's say, if you can do it on the water, it's the best. Like on a kayak, the kayak is one of the best ones. And you place it on the side of the kayak or the front of the kayak, right? And you both have your cameras on there, right? Aiming forward, looking at one another. And you basically, go out to a distance to where you should no longer be able to see any of the kayak or any of your own body. And then you film each other from both perspectives at the same time. And the reason why that's important is because someone could try and assert that refraction is as to why you see your friend, but they can't assert as to why your friend sees you as refraction, though, then, can they? Because you've got a refractive model that allows for you to see your friend from your perspective, but that would mean the bending of light from the position looming you up over the horizon to him and moving the horizon back behind you at the same time. But then for that to happen in the same exact line of sight and field of view, the other way around for your friend would be impossible. So that's another way to do so also.
Yeah.
We'll check it out.
As you can see, proving the globe is going to be very difficult indeed. This is a serious undertaking that hasn't been proven. Everything's you're just carrying a belief at this point because you haven't really checked. You've taken it as a given, and now we're saying to you, go and check it. Bring forth the globe if you can.
If I could see, like, with my own eyes, some tangible evidence of a flat Earth, I think I would be more open-minded to it. You know what I mean? Because you guys are saying a lot of scientific words, and it's, I'm American. It bounces right off my head. So
yeah,
if I could do an experiment, see for myself, I'd be more inclined to believe it.
Yeah, these are observations you're going to be making, not really experiments, but more tests, looking for curvature. And if you can see over a given distance, which the curvature would not allow you to see, then you know that there's no curvature there. What is there? And remember, water, wherever you see it, is always lies level. In your bathroom, in a cup, on a lake, in a pond, the ocean. Yeah, you've never seen a water conform to the exterior of a ball anywhere, have you? Usually it just rolls off because the surface of the ball is not level. It's curving, so the water just rolls off and accumulates at the bottom of the ball. Yeah? On a table, it will sit. You pour some water on a table, it will level out, won't it? And sit comfortably.
All these methods like heliographs, laser tests over large bodies of water, they all use light, visible stuff. Globers like to invoke refraction, despite the fact that they have no clue what refraction is. And on top of this, we have to ignore the technological achievements of mankind today, modern mankind. We have to be completely blind to all the technological achievements that we have today. I'm curious if you are into mechatronics, robotics, stuff like this.
Some degree.
Okay, then do you know what a linear encoder is?
Dude, you guys are making me look fucking stupid. Yeah, no, I don't.
No, not really. No. It's an occupation knowledge. So if you don't really work in the industry, you're not going to know. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, do not
That's not the
feel
point.
stupid.
We're
I
not
don't
here
know.
to make you look silly. We're here to help you come to an understanding. Not because you're not an expert. That's not the idea. We don't
Do you
do
want me to help
that.
you out a bit?
Yeah.
Like, some of the words I say are quite big and all that sort of stuff, but I don't have a bloody clue what it is that he just said either. So don't worry.
Come on, Biget. Let's have it. Let's have Biget tell us.
You see, the company Airbus and also Boeing, most modern aerospace factories, brands, they are now using large-scale 3D printers. If you have an basic understanding of 3D printing, then you know that you need to have a flat table and some special rail tracks, guides for that printing head to be moving, and everything has to be precisely positioned, aligned. So, because you want to build stuff which is symmetrical. Any wrong assembly of this machine and your end part will not be what you actually design on the computer. And yeah, Airbus is printing large carbon fiber structures, which are tens of meters long. They use this 3D printer. It's in a big warehouse, like big building.
Like an aircraft hangar. Like an aircraft hangar.
Yeah, exactly. And it's 200 meters long. And that printing head is moving inside that building. Yeah, it's a closed system environment, control environment, everything precise. Constant temperature. Yeah. And in 100 meters, according to the globe curvature and the downward gravity vector, in the globe model, the downward vector is convergent to the center of the ball. This means you do not have two down vectors which are parallel. So every time you move your position on the Earth, your down vector is at an angle
all the time
in comparison to the previous position. Yeah.
That would depend more on the foundation of the building, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but that you would still need to take Earth's curvature into consideration, wouldn't you? Even to build that building to be that size, wouldn't you? You would have to.
We build the building, the floor, the foundation flat, level. We build it. Okay. It's not natural. It's man-made, perfect, flat.
That's right.
But now, this downwards vector, you cannot change it. So in one position, you have a down vector. And now when you move on X or Y axis, your down vector will be at an angle, converging to the center of the ball. These down vectors will not be parallel.
You have to keep accounting and allowing for it all the time. But when you set up, you don't. Yeah, you don't when you're setting up.
So in 100 meters distance, according to the globe Earth numbers which they give us, the 3,959 miles radius, we have an arc curvature, overall arc curvature of 8 inches per mile squared. That means about 8 millimeters in 100 meters. But we don't have this curvature inside this building because we built the floor perfect flat. But the down vector, it changes. It's not the same. You cannot manipulate that. So in first location, I have a plumb tool pointing me the down vector. And at the end of this building, I have another plumb tool, which is pointing me the down vector. And now with a 200-meter long linear encoder, which is measuring that distance with a precision of 65 nanometers. 1 nanometer, you have about 160 gold atoms in 1 nanometer. So 65 nanometers, you have a few thousands of gold atoms distance. So that's the margin of error you get. And 65 nanometers, if you buy a computer which was made before 2015 or 2010, most definitely the microchip inside had 120, 140 nanometers technology. So it wasn't that precise, small.
So I got you. Yeah. So again, basically, what?
And we are measuring the distance between the plumb tools at the bottom and then at the top, making a perfect rectangle. With this precision grade of 65 nanometers in 200-meter distance. So whenever that printing head is moving, it's always perpendicular to that flat surface.
Yeah, that horizontal surface,
Yeah. If the down vector angle will change, as it goes to the other side of the building, that machine is about 4 meters tall, that printing head. And it's very heavy machine. it's designed to be used perfectly perpendicular. If you use it tilted, then all the components that make it, the z-axis, yeah, shafts and ball screw bearings, they will be the tension, yeah, stress, yeah, like bending.
Yeah, exactly. Because of the mass of the thing, and then having to take in the curvature, right, and those angles would put a stress on the equipment, and performance would be hampered. And once again, it's another nightmare. So, even these equipment that you're using proves it's required to work on a horizontal plane,
exactly.
not on a globe. You see.
Yeah.
And we're talking nano, but even though we're talking nano, that's the level of precision that is required for his job.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's laying down a carbon fiber fiber, which is probably less than a micron in thickness.
That's to tell you how precise the machine is.
Yeah.
Man, that's nuts.
Yeah. So we have to ignore all these technological achievements and blindly believe that it's a globe, and this imaginary gravity force exists everywhere, and it makes everything into a ball. Where is it? Because it's not in
not in our nature, mate. It's not in our
technology.
So are you saying that people that, architects and civil engineers, are you saying that they know and they're hiding it? Or are you saying that they just don't think about it? You know what I mean?
They're not aware. They're not aware. I've spoken to such people who are doing like building roads, right, and laying foundations, and I've asked them whether they take the curvature of the earth into consideration, and they don't, and they looked at me weird. Okay, like I asked a weird question, as if to say, "What are you talking about? We never do that,"
They looked at you weird because they haven't thought about it before. This was like settled in kindergarten, You were told in kindergarten that's how it was, right? And you believed it, just like the dinosaurs, right? So you don't question dinosaurs, do you?
I don't.
Okay, not yet, right?
Should I?
Because were there giant lizards in the past? Probably. Does that mean everything they say about them is true? You might want to look into it, Dragons, yeah, that's another good, did they exist? There was twice as much atmosphere back in the day when we get through the amber and test the atmosphere, right? So I think it's also the bubbles and the ice drillings they do too, right? It shows there's a lot more atmosphere. Well, if there was more fuel, couldn't you make larger beasts, right? It's kind of like how much diesel and oxygen you want to pump through this baby, You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I gotcha. I've heard civil engineers, like, I don't know, people that build bridges, I heard they had to take curvature into consideration. I'd be interested in asking one of them their take.
No, they didn't. Those people were telling you lies just to account for the curvature, but they didn't, because when you look underneath that bridge, the water is dead level. But yet they've got these suspended bridge suspensions angled off, so it looks like they're taking the curvature, but underneath that bridge, the water is dead level. You could put a spirit level to it. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Nature doesn't lie, but man will. So that's all you got to do is look at the bridge, look at the surface of the water, and see if the bridge is following that it's dead level. And no degree of curvature there.
Just a quick question: where are you from, Get?
I'm Romanian.
Romanian?
He's not. He's lying.
Yeah. Yes, so you say. No, your English is awesome, dude.
Yeah, it is.
Thank you.
I've said that to him all the time. Yeah, I say that to him all the time. That his English is excellent for a Romanian. Yeah, definitely.
And do you guys? I don't know if you're from England or what, but you guys learn second languages over there?
Yeah, in England, you have the opportunity. When I was at school, you could learn French, German,
Spanish,
Italian, Greek if you were lucky.
Latin.
They're pretty common for you guys.
And even Japanese as well now, because they do Japanese now in certain schools. Yeah,
that's where Jin lives. That's where Jin lives, by the way. Jin lives in Japan.
Yeah, I'm talking to you from Japan, so I can speak Japanese to you if you want.
How'd you end up over there?
Well, I married my wife.
The sunrise country.
He accidentally woke up in a Japanese woman's bed.
A Japanese woman that woke up in my bed accidentally.
You speak Japanese?
Yeah, it was that way around.
Yeah, he does speak.
Yes, I can. Yeah.
That's awesome. Here in America, it's like they teach you Spanish in school, and then just everyone forgets it. So I know that's a common diss on America. We don't know any languages. So
Yeah, either though. We don't remember ours. I don't remember. I did German 5 years. All I can tell you is I've got a big penis in my trousers. That's it.
Damn, I wish I had that.
So yes.
I watched this.
So I live in Japan, so I have to use Japanese, you see.
What do you think? Sorry. If I can just add something to the language thing.
Who's the reverb coming from? Solar, mute yourself. Good lad. Guys,
What do you think? What do you think about flat Earth and flat Earthers now?
Yeah, Ginsta. What's your opinion now? I know we've said a lot. Take your time, and we give you. You can have a monologue for like 5 whole minutes or more.
But dude, I can't hold a monologue for that long.
Well, okay. Well, just explain yourself. Express yourself in as many words as you like.
As far as what I think about you guys, no, I think you're very informed. You're a lot more informed than anyone else I've talked to on the matter. So it's interesting. I'll have to look more into it, do my own research. But yeah, I don't know. I was in here earlier. A lot of the people were pretty rude, but you guys seem normal about it. So it's off-putting when you come into this and you start asking questions, but then people they kind of push back and kind of get angry. It's like I'm just trying to see where you guys are coming from. You know what I mean? I'm not. If you can convince me and I can do my own research and come to the same conclusion, cool. But there's no reason to be hostile towards people. But you guys are super.
The people that are probably rude to you, they've probably been asked the question so many times for so long, and they get a bit stressed out. A lot of the time, people feel like we're constantly being trolled. I don't take that tact. I wasn't invested in the globe model at all. I wasn't brought up a glober. I was brought up a geocentricist, right? So I'm not invested. I don't feel like I was really lied to, even though I was. Like I was lied to massively. I just don't feel like I was because I didn't buy into it that much, So I wasn't really invested. No cat. Get out of here. And but the difference is, seriously, you're actually joking. I don't want to play with you right now, mate.
You know what?
All I was going to say was, all I was going to really say was, aside to because of the bloody cat, is that they were probably have maybe dealt with a couple trolls already that night. Who knows? Yeah. And then again, that's some people's style. But I feel like it's better for us to be respectful to the people that we're talking to, because then when you're speaking to me 20 minutes later, like, you're going to trust what I say a little bit more anyway, because you're going to believe I've not got necessarily so much of an agenda behind what I'm saying to you. Guess why? Because I was cordial with you. Like, it's more likely that someone wants to deceive you that seemingly hates you. And it's like,
it's obvious that, like, the Nazis, for instance, would have been more likely to lie to the Jews. Why would that be? Because, well, they hated them, right? So it's, you know, it's just that, so they hid their hatred for them. So it's like sometimes we get the reverse of that, which is like brutal honesty. Then that tells the person that I'm not at least lying to them, because if I was going to lie to them, I would, you know, soften up to them and be real nice, you know. So maybe if I'm like, maybe that's a psychosomatic subconscious thing that people are doing. That, like, if I'm brutally honest, they'll believe me more in the long run, because, you know, that way they'll think that, you know, oh, well, they weren't trying to indoctrinate me because they were being bloody nasty to me, type thing. At the same time, sometimes people are doing it because they only care about what the audience see, and they're not really doing it for you. They're doing it for the other flat earthers that are watching as entertainment for flat earthers. There are people and characters that are more in the game of bolstering, like making arguments that are good for us flat earthers to watch on YouTube channels, and that's more their game and their job. Whereas there are some people like myself, for instance, where I actually want to speak to people like you, get good information across to you, and then have you absorb it, and at the same time have mutual respect between us, so that my opinion comes across as something that actually is trustworthy, at least a little bit. But, like, you know, I want it to be cordial because that's the best way for it to be, you know, like this sort of just smacking people about and calling them fucking stupid for not knowing something that you yourself probably didn't know a few years ago anyway is ridiculous. How are these people supposed to ever want to actually understand what it is your point of view is anyway? You know, like, why would you want to? And then you're instantly pushing someone into the position of having to defend the position. Like, why should I make you defend the position that you might not even know that well? And by doing so, putting you up as my enemy straight away makes it to where you have to front off and face off against me. You're never going to accept my side because I've made you the opposite of what I am already being as my enemy. You know,
exactly.
So I'd like to take the opportunity to apologise on behalf of the server. If you had a rough ride earlier, please accept the apology, and thank you for your perseverance and persistence in still coming back. That shows fortitude. Thank you very much indeed, okay?
Yeah.
Indeed.
Right.
What can I say?
Yeah.
No,
You are very welcome here.
I keep getting notifications, and I'm like, I got to go back to that server. I want to talk to the
So
This must
you are rolling my folder.
This must all be my fault. I'm sorry, guys.
I'm going to add some roles to you, like, so space influenza I'm going to get rid of, alright? Because that makes it seem like you're a troll. Anyway, so someone did that on purpose to be a dick. It would have been one of the mods. Bloody you naughty mods. Right, so seems sincere. You seem sincere to me, so
To me too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well done.
But the one thing I will say, Jinsta, is that you've got to be honest if you want to know where you're living. That's the one thing you owe yourself. To carry a belief in something you haven't proved, that's wrong when it's provable. Okay? It is. You don't need to be a scientist. You don't need to have a PhD, master's degree, a professorship. That's not what's required. Flat Earth is literally child's play, and I mean that very much so. It's child's play. Children can understand it, okay? All right.
I also want to say we like to speculate sometimes here. We talk open to each other, but most of the time when we address to people who are new to the flat earth paradigm, or if they are globe believers, we actually keep it very scientific. They have to distinguish between knowledge and belief. Science is not a system of beliefs. Yeah. The word belief is like blasphemy for science, you know.
Yeah. We adhere to the scientific method. So you'll often say that what the heliocentrists are displaying is cognitive dissonance, with pseudoscience on top of that, or with my latest one is separation anxiety disorder. SAD, it's called. It's a psychological. It's actually a psychological disorder where they can't separate from the globe. Okay, separation anxiety disorder. SAD.
And
many things get
all the
convoluted as well.
sciences, you see, when you study this religion, the heliocentrism, they provide you with answers to all the questions out there in the world. But actually, when you go to real science, genetics, for example, is one of the hardest sciences in the world.
But it's repeatable.
The most rigorously studied. And this science actually explains that mankind, we do not have all the answers in the study of life. So science admits that we can have questions that we do not have an answer, but to have a question, to have an answer to some questions, which this answer you cannot question it, investigate it, test it, that is not science, you know. Because this is what they do with the heliocentric thing. They tell us about the sun, they tell us about the stars, celestial bodies, all the celestial bodies. They tell us everything. They tell us even about the things that we do not see in the sky with our eyes or even with telescopes. We do not see black holes. We do not see dark matter. We do not see dark energy. Those are just wild speculation, guesses, fortune telling. They are stories, pure fiction.
Yeah.
And there is no empirical proof for them. There is no means to prove it, that they exist.
Okay.
You can make all the fire in the world. You can boil all the water in the world. You will never get a black hole. You can detonate whatever bomb you want. You can do whatever. You don't find them.
Yeah. The black hole is the space budget. That's the black hole.
Yeah. Yeah.
But Jinste, if you've got any questions, far away anyway, because really, we're here for you. We've said quite a lot, but we're still not getting any much from you, and I'd like to hear what you've got to say.
Ridiculous. No, I'm just sorry. I'm playing New World, listening to what you guys are saying. No, I don't know. I'll just have to. I'll stick around in the Discord and listen along, and try to do some of my own research. Okay, I have a question. Is this a religious thing?
Sure.
Like, is there?
Because
I've heard people refer to Christianity and stuff.
Well,
people. There are Christians are here. There are Muslims here. Jews are here. All sorts are here. But none of us are claiming flat Earth as a religious thing. But some of us may refer to the Bible for some of the evidence, but biblical evidence. But we mainly follow the scientific method and the evidence that we can prove repeatable, testable. That thing. Okay.
Yeah.
But it's not a religious movement. It's the reality. That's it. It's what it is. It's not heliocentrist. Is pseudoscience gone wild. Okay, flat Earth is the truth. You might hear me.
I tell you what.
Sorry, let me just finish. You might hear me say this when I'm in other servers. When I'm in servers where they have a lot of globers, you might hear me say this: flat Earth is the way. Flat Earth is the truth. Flat Earth is uplifting. Flat Earth truth. But I'm saying that to wind them up. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It might come across religious, but I'm doing that deliberately. That's a deliberate chant to wind them up. But flat Earth is the reality. It's what we experience. It's what we live. And that's what the creator created. He didn't create an oblate spheroid. Beget, sorry.
Yeah, we do have religious channels in the server, but this server is not for religion. Is belief in a creator, God creator. This is the only accepted belief in the server. We accept it. We don't lie without, we accept it without empirical proof. This is the only belief that we accept from people. But if they say, oh, there is black holes in the sky, I want you to prove that, to demonstrate it. If you cannot, they say the space is infinite vacuum, 10 to the minus 17 torr. This number is so small that actually technologically we are not capable to measure that kind of low pressure. There are no physical sensor, pressure sensor, barometers, manometers, whatever you want. We don't have this kind of instruments to actually measure this kind of low pressure. 10 to the minus 17 torr is much, much bigger than 10 to the minus 12. 10 to the minus 12 would be like a trillionth part of 1 psi. No, of 1 torr, I'm sorry. And this means that you add another 5 zeros. But to understand how much a trillion is, like a trillion seconds is 31,000 years. This number is incomprehensible for any kind of man. No man can count this number. Yeah. No man can truly quantify anything that is a trillion. You know, we don't have the time to do that.
Yeah, we're currently moving at 622 miles per second through the universe as we speak. Covering 622 miles in 1 second, and we don't notice it.
And for example, in vacuum chambers, we have industrial vacuum chambers for sale and stuff, and the lowest, the most performant vacuum chamber, NASA claims they have one, and scientific laboratories and stuff, they reach 10 to the minus 6 torr. And that's like 1 millionth.
But the construction is so big, isn't it? The construction, massive.
Yeah. Those vacuum pumps and installation, they are very expensive. They are the most performant devices we have. They cost tens of thousands of dollars.
Millions and millions.
Yeah. But NASA, by claiming that the vacuum of space is 10 to the minus 17 torr, they need to show us the instrument that they used to measure that pressure. Because what they did, they just went on wild calculations, irrational calculations. this is how mathematic calculus is. Yeah, you can stick to reality, like count the apples in a tree. Yeah, but then I can imagine that tree has, if I keep counting apples which are not there, but I'm imagining they are there, I can make that tree have an infinite number of apples. And this is what NASA is doing. you know?
True.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I hear you. Sorry, I don't have much to add. I'm just
That's fine. It makes logical sense what you're doing, because at the end of the day, you're gathering intel, gathering information. You'll go back, revise all that, have a look at it, and then try to apply it to your real world. It will take a while. Some people, a matter of days. Others, months, depending on their lifestyle and how much time they wanted to dedicate to do that. But the one thing is, you owe it to yourself to know what this earth is, because it's possible to know what it isn't. That's the first thing. That's definitely provable there. And once you understand that, you're going to look at life a lot more differently. You're going to start to look at your world, what you live in, and where you live, your government, education, everything's going to take you're going to look at it and scrutinize it more, is what I'm trying to say. And then you'll come to a better understanding as to what you want to be in life, what you're going to do in life, and etc., etc. Okay?
Yeah. Also, this is a very important point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is the gift of
Like
life.
some people ask, what does it matter if it's a globe or flat? How does this knowledge affect my own life?
Right. Good question.
And it's a silly question, actually.
Well, hang on a second. Hang on a second. Forget. It might be silly to you, but to other people, it's not. It's a serious question that they ask because they don't understand, you see. So indeed, it's a good question, really, because now you can really get to them. Go for it.
Yeah, what I mean, it is a question of huge importance. Yeah, it actually shows a very unpleasing reality by saying that, by believing that we live on a spinning ball, which they teach us. Yeah. So let's take it this way. They teach. We know now that the heliocentric model is a lie. But children, they don't know. So these people teach the children that they live on a spinning wet ball. Yeah, they become adults and they believe they live on a spinning wet ball. Now the government knows that they are lying to these children. And now the government knows that these children have no clue where they live. So if they don't know the place where they live, it means that that place it's not yours. It's not theirs.
Yeah, it's just controlled by them.
So the government takes ownership of this world, yeah, this realm, which it was created for us. All the animal kingdom is under our dominion. We dominate everything, and everything in nature fears of man. All the animals. Now, yeah, when we lose, when we switch from this knowledge, we lose our state, which has been given to us, and by dropping
Nailed it on
it,
the
yeah,
head.
they take over us. They enslave us.
Yeah, exactly. That's why it's important. Let me just finish this off. That's why it's so important, because it's unfair. I feel it's unfair that children yet to be born are being born into the debt of the lie that we are allowing to continue. So becoming a flat earther means that you stop buying into space. You don't take your children, if you've got kids, you don't take them to the space museums and that, because, you know, it's just rubbish. So the sooner that happens, and the sooner people wake up, the quicker we can stop the space agencies taking 22 billion or 23 billion or 27 billion a year budget. You know, $67 million a day. That's a waste of money. We don't go anywhere. We're not going to these places. Like Biget said, these black holes are just lies. But look at the money, the expenditure on that lie alone. And children not yet born are going to be paying that debt, plus the military debt and everything else.
It's
Sorry?
not even lawful money. It's like a fictitious money we're just fucking passing around too. It
Well,
gets
there you go. There's the other angle, exactly. So
What
it's just
what they
unfair.
created,
Yeah.
what they created is homelessness. By being born in this world, it means that this world is big enough to welcome you, to receive you,
Yeah.
and you have a right to have a home, to build your own home. But the government does not allow you to go choose a place and build your home as you like. You have to go and bow down to the government and work for the government, and then
And die
maybe
for the
you
governments,
will make
die
it
for the
to
royal
own a
families.
home.
Right.
But you will own it only for 100 years maximum,
Yeah.
So
Yeah. If you're lucky.
that means that your whole family is doomed. Your children's they will be homeless.
Terrible.
Usury.
Yeah. Can you see how it's important now?
Usury.
Now you know why they lie to control the human race and enslave it for their ends, means to an end. And that's why we need to break this. Part of that breaking it is waking up to the fact that the earth is not a spinning ball. That's the number one key there. That opens the Pandora's box to all the other problems that are out there.
Look, I look, for example, at my Romanian ancient culture, the Dacians, and these guys, their money was solid gold coins, the kosons. One of these coins today is worth $2,500, and I am 100% that in United States there are many people who want to have a job which is paid $2,500 a month.
No doubt about it.
And the funny thing is that these ancient people, when they worked, and they were getting paid, they were given a little bag with a couple of those coins inside. So today you barely get the money value for one coin for working 1 month, but 5,000 years ago, this is how people were paying each other. A couple of those gold coins, and who knows, maybe for 1 week of work.
It's indebted servitude. It's impossible to pay off. It's crazy too because they made like this dollar that's debt based. So like you're passing around a bunch of debt that you can't legitimately pay off. There's these ways they talk about, but you pretty much gave over your labor, all of your labor for your lifetime, to this government. And like they have these treasury accounts set up that they discharge all this debt off to. And you're just kind of, it's like all prepaid, but like you're in this illusion, this corporate illusion. And you go through this like liaison, which is your name.
Yeah.
It's fucked up.
Yeah. I mean, it's looking like Russia might be starting a war, maybe. The language is looking like it's moving towards that. Now, that would be totally unacceptable that the powers that be are creating more mayhem. Because it's not the people. The people aren't. The people are not doing anything, are they? Look at the citizens on both sides of those countries. They're not armed to the teeth, are they? Armed to the teeth on the border. It's the military and it's the government that's doing this. Like chess. Can you see how stupid this is? Yeah? You know.
And like, I wasn't even old enough to go into a binding contract with the government at like when I was born. What a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly.
I mean, give me a break. Like, you're born into a fucking fictitious entity. Like, give me a break.
This is why you should be always assertive when you meet authority. Always. Let them know you know they're bastards, cunts and scum. Let them know. Let the police officers know that they work for you. They are beholding to you. You are their boss from the minute. Why have you stopped me? What do you want? Not, yes, sir, how can I help you? You ask them what they want with you. What do you want? Why have you stopped me?
How can you help me?
That's how it's always been. That's how.
How can you help me?
Well, we're supposed to be the beneficiaries of all this trash. I mean, the government's supposed to be like the settlers of debt, but they don't act like that, and they don't tell you about it.
No, because you're a slave. That's why. So and Crack Villain got it right. How can you help me? Perfect. I'm going to use that one.
I guess now would not be a good time to tell you guys I'm in the military.
Yes,
that's fine.
That's fine.
Listen, municipalities are needed, all right? I have no problem with someone being in the military. You're following orders at the end of the day, yes. If you're ever given any tyrannical orders, I would strongly suggest that you do not follow the tyrannical orders. If they tell you to start shooting American people in the head, do not fucking do so. If they tell you to go and shoot people in the head in England, well, English men come to America and shoot American civilians in the head, and it looks like a civilian swap war. Don't involve yourself. You know, there are certain things that need to exist. Municipalities, unfortunately, need to exist in some semblance of it, because if they do not, then if you do not have a strong enough army to stop an onslaught of men toward you that are armed to the teeth ready to fight you, then guess what? If you get rid of your military, the one that doesn't will take over the world. We understand this, like, we get it.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is this though: whilst you're in the military, you don't give up your rights to think for yourself. You don't give up your right to have integrity and honour. So you've got to think about the orders you're given. Yeah, because you do have the right to say no. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You don't just obey orders blindly to go and kill people innocently. Okay, because that's wrong. Yeah. Question those orders. That's your right. Otherwise, it's war crimes. You're committing a war crime not to do so.
And have you realized everything you do is the government is all about collecting your signature, your autograph. That's what they're all about. That's all they want. You go to the bank, you need a loan. All they want in exchange is your signature. You go to the military, what do they want? Your signature. Very bizarre stuff.
Yeah, it's because you got a birth certificate. That's about applying the first contract that they created. It's about you making sure you sign on the dotted line, mate.
And that's that's how they do it. They get you in these promises and you contract with them, and that contract law takes precedence.
So I understand that you're in the military. That's fine. Do your training. Do it well.
You like the military guys, aren't you?
Yeah, I was in the Royal Engineers and the Army Cadets. 3 years.
Some of our top moderators are all of our top mods are ex-mil.
So that Dandelion lady said she was in the military.
Yeah, there you go. so she knows what she's talking about, and she would tell you, you know, think before you pull that trigger, because who are you? Why would you go and kill someone that's not threatening your country whatsoever?
Well, they've
Can I
made
ask
it
what
where
you're
you're behind
involved
like
in?
a video game now.
Trust
You know,
me,
they made it comfortable to kill people now. You're like on a joystick behind a screen.
it's the weirdest thing because, you know, I work for the government, but most of the people I work with are they hate the government. So it's like this weird.
Yeah. That's the way it should be. That's the way it should be. The government is there to serve you, right? Okay? You're not there to worship them, right?
Exactly,
That's the way
yeah.
it should be.
And no one there
Everyone who
does,
works for the
guarantee it.
government should be extremely questioning of it at all times.
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah. So what's happening in Ukraine doesn't look pretty good at the moment.
Thing is, these big bankers have rigged the entire, you know, lawful process. They've got all the judges in their pockets. You can't really go and fight a case that's legitimate because you're just going to get whipped by these lawyers. It's
Yeah.
fucked.
Yeah, you're right. Unless you know your legalese. If you know
Even
it,
if you
then
know
you
your
might be able to play the
legalese,
game.
even if you know it, the judge can just overrule. I mean, unless of course you somehow separate jurisdiction, but you have to somehow invoke that. And these guys are slippery. Like,
Yeah, you got to know the language. You see, that's the problem. Knowing all the legal terms and
Your pig's Latin and your black's law.
I'm gonna go ahead and get off. It's pretty late here, so I'll talk to you guys later.
Yeah,
Later, brother.
appreciate that, man. Good luck.
see you, dude.
Appreciate it.
Thanks for
Thanks
letting
for
us
your
run it, yeah.
perseverance.
All right, have a good night, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, brilliant. That was
Right,
nice.
you didn't have much to say, but you all right.
Yeah, nice.
Just a good little flat. Like, we just flat smacked the life out of him. That's all.
Well, I felt we uplifted him. I felt.
Yeah, no, in a good way. Flat smacking isn't a bad thing.
Yeah.
He seemed
we
interested
flat
at the
smacked
very
him. We
least, you
definitely
know,
flat smacked
interest.
him. Well,
Say that again.
Yeah.
Sorry,
I said he seemed
one
interested.
sec, Jim. Someone else is I think someone else is. Is that someone new
Yeah.
or?
Yeah, there is someone there. My apologies. Carry on.
I just couldn't hear if it. I hadn't heard
Yeah,
their
there was
voice.
someone else trying to get in. There was. Please come in and speak. Sorry.
I thought it was why am I talking then, but I could be wrong.
Oh, was that me? I just said he seemed interested. He seemed like he was interested in
Yeah, that's what I hear.
hearing perspective.
Yeah. Because he was taking an onslaught earlier on, a few hours back. He was being hammered, but and I mean hammered, right? But he still came back. So
That's a good sign when they come back.
Yeah.
Who was it that hammered him? Was it QE?
No, it wasn't Q. It was just the others. You know, the other bunch that were there, a right mix. But then again, he was acting a little bit like a troll, a little bit blasé, to say the least. And then if you're going to be blasé, then they're going to, you know, the other bunch, they're going to feed off of that and think, well, you know, what's going on here? You know, you're not taking it seriously, you know. And then one thing leads to another. You know how it gets.
Yeah,
And now he's
in the
on the
grips of Todd
defense.
Diss. I mean, he's in
having
it.
to defend
you know,
himself.
He's in the grip.
Yeah. Whereas Crack Villain kind of like spoke to him amicably, laid it down, you know, and he kind of, like you said, understood. And then he was asking questions, so he was receptive, and that was good. I added my piece, Biget added his piece, my man who just spoke added his piece, and it was good. Even Indio added a little bit. So he was quite happy with the way it was going. So.
Yeah, you get a better flat smack, believe it or not, when it's like that, because he actually listens to you.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens when he comes back. He'll leave. He'll get reprogrammed by the outside world. We'll see how he acts when he comes back. You know how that works.
Yeah,
man.
Yeah, but I did say to him, though, he's got to be honest to himself. It's just the gift of life. You've got to check it to be real. Otherwise, what's the point? What do you mean? What are you doing, you know, carrying beliefs when it's provable? Come on, how real do you want to be?
Honestly, like, what are you even doing?
I enjoyed
Like,
Biget's
it's too obvious. We're all here
what was it he called
genuinely
it?
asking.
Nanometer, man. That was good, that was. With his
I didn't hear it.
Yeah, that was brilliant, that was, you know.
I didn't hear it. I had something that distracted me, and I had to like run into the other room and that.
Yeah, he did a nice little number on his job and how the importance of his laser printer and how they work to precisions of a nanometer, and the building is like as big as an aircraft hangar, and none of the actual construction takes in curvature of the Earth or gravity or anything. For if it were to do so, the machines would be stressed out because they'd have to count out every angle and everything. And, you know, bearings, rotors, everything's going to be stressed. It works on a horizontal plane only.
Nice.
Yeah.
And there are no instruments that can measure the negative whatever it is torr. Like, I like that point.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good point. Cause even if the world was hard, I don't know what to do. I want to watch like a video.
You guys ever look
What's
at
the video? What
Go
kind?
Of anything really, I might go down to a different channel and something on stream it.
Hey, Crack, have you ever seen or heard about the idea of a nanobot? What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think that it's fucking crazy, and I think it's 100% real. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude.
I think it's how they make circuit sets for the M1777 howitzer Excalibur round because the GPS unit would break. I feel like it either uses genetic circuitry or biogenetic circuitry, meaning that it uses a frequency that can be played like you make a very, very, very strong speaker quite easily, right? But a GPS unit will break, and you can have it so that it's like cymatics, right? Creates like a pattern, and that pattern connects all the different bits together, you know. Of the nanobots, black hole ion filing is mixed in with the nanobots, and it's like a liquid. So it's like it takes off, it gets disturbed, and then once it's flying in normal flight, ground's able to turn on its cymatic frequency, the bit that doesn't get broken, and that frequency allows for the circuit to be reconnected. Instead of having wires in there that would all get pulled apart and destroyed on takeoff because it's coming out of a howitzer. You know?
Even on that level? On a level of, I mean, microscopic level?
What?
Nanobots.
A nanobot. It's on a microscopic level, correct?
Yeah, of course. They're on a microscopic level, yeah.
How do you even interact and manipulate something like that?
Yeah.
With a field, with an electromagnetic field.
5G.
I get that it can maybe interact with, like you said, a field, and maybe it can react to something, but in terms of engineering it, like, what?
Yeah, it's pretty hard to fathom. Definitely.
Well, they're years ahead in technology. Years ahead. Always have been, right?
That inner space stuff is almost as hard to believe as the outer space stuff. If you
Yo, bro.
Morning.
You good, brother?
All good, Crack. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, my G. I actually really like Flatty. I think Flatty's a fucking right gangster. Flatty, mate. You're getting fucking rolled up today, mate. I'm rolling you up, you cunt.
Nice one, you fuck.
We can get rid of that seem sincere roll. Just give him the valued roll instead.
Nice
one. Yeah. Well done, man. There you go.
Thanks, Jen. Nice one.
You Wally, you're getting yourself up now. You're coming up.
Oh,
You're on the
getting rolled up, mate.
It's getting hard.
Hey. Well done.
You'll be valued for a year now. Don't worry about it.
You know, Crack, what you said about cymatics, I actually think I got a theory that certain elements actually exist due to the frequency that is around them. So, like, if you pass through a high voltage charge, like through water, and you pass through a charge through it, and you can, obviously make it, amplify it, and bring it down. Like, you can literally, I don't know, you can maybe change the state in which an element is in. Maybe it flips into a different.
Mic check.
Yes, I can hear you, man.
Hi, Mike.
I just wanted to say about the 10 to the negative 17 tall, that is still a positive number. It just means that it's a 0 followed by 17 zeros and then a 1. So even though the minus basically shows you which side of the decimal place you're adding the zeros, but it's still a positive number. Even 10 to the minus 17 tall is still a positive number.
It's a positive number, but it's because it's a vacuum, isn't it? That's why they use that. They're not. It's sucking.
So it's not measuring negative pressure. It's still measuring a positive pressure. It's just described as minus 17.
Prove it. Exactly. Coming in here with your baseless claims? Nah, yeah, he's completely right, guys. Of course he is. Of course he is.
How did they arrive at this number? How did they arrive at negative 000 Tor?
Oh, they pulled it out of their ass, didn't they?
No, literally.
Part of the fantasy they created for us. They pulled out the globe.
You pull out of anywhere, everything that they pull out of, out of our pocket.
100,000 feet.
Right,
And that they sort of measured this thinning, and I think they might have just extrapolated where they think that thinning should go to. But I don't think they've measured 10 to the minus 17.
No, they haven't. They can't. They haven't got the apparatus to even do it.
Yeah, they can't.
It's just some mathematics rounded off to, I guess they got there through math somehow.
I don't even know how, because if the vacuum is expanding, then, how could that measurement should be changing, shouldn't it? Shouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it should be constantly dropping. Because as volume increases, pressure goes down. So if it's expanding, volume is increasing, pressure must go down.
That's just from Freddie Mercury said. Pressure pushing down on me, pushing down on me of my soul. Oh, it's pressure.
People on the street.
It's a damn good song.
Has anyone ever gotten an actual citation showing that gravity is the container? Because these globers always assert, no, gravity is the container. And I've asked about 5 of them to provide just one citation indicating that gravity can be a container.
Makes no sense anyway, because gas molecules seemingly have no effect with gravity closer to the vector of gravity. The gases are seemingly unaffected by gravity whatsoever. They move rapidly upwardly in almost like a crepuscular fashion. That's why we've got a gas pressure gradient.
These globe heads, man.
That's why we've got a gas pressure gradient as well, because if you shoot a shotgun in the air, right, with birdshot, the pellets that leave the barrel at first are going to be almost in a fist-like shape, right? And they're going to expand, and the proximity in which between each pellet, the higher it goes in altitude, will become far greater. So this is sort of how I like to look at the idea of our gradient almost as well, right? The gases are produced locally down here. Some of them are recycled and siphoned off quicker. Some micro states of entropy as well. Energy input, so switching out and changing of the gases themselves based on either cooling areas that will allow the gases to become less excited, which makes them lower pressure. even though there's a similar amount of gas still there. And then the higher pressure gases that are heated by the sun rapidly expand into there, leaving a privation slightly of gas behind, and we have the same go on and on. That's when they say how do tornadoes happen? And I go, well, basically, the sun does cycle in a circular path, right? And every fucking bit of ice we seem to see is in a ring. And I don't just mean a ring, I mean even, the idea of the northern hemisphere and the north of the northern hemisphere, the icy hemisphere. And all those, cold islands, the north of Russia, Alaska, Canada, all of these places are seemingly cold in like a ring, and then we have the sun being the warmer part here. So it's almost like we have a ring that's next to a cooling place, and that would create vortexes of microstates of entropy on the path of the moon, on the path of the sun as it goes around, next to this cooler place, eating them up, getting more excited, and they seek to go across to where the cooler place is. That place becomes slightly higher pressure, the place behind it becomes slightly lower pressure, and then we have a switching down as well and up because of the gradient of pressure down to the place that's left from the gases where from whence they came, the gases that left to go to the lower pressure place over there, the higher pressure gases that are slightly warmer lower down go up to the lower pressure place up there. And then eventually it's like a column, and then it does this exact same reverse effect after the column's created going up. It's pretty simple if you ask me when you end up, if you think about it enough, it's simple how some of these things can occur. Like mega storms.
Have you ever heard the idea that the moon is a reflection of the Earth?
Yeah, like a Chinese mirror.
Yeah. What do you think about that?
I like that idea, and what I've looked into that is that some people think you can see like the reflection of Earth in like a small part of the moon. So, given the idea that there's more land than we know of.
Yeah, it's some type of reflection. I don't
I don't know what to think about that one, mate. I'll be honest. That's my opinion.
It's a bit out there. I'm not saying I believe it. It's just something I've come across in my journey of knowledge.
All me knowledge. Yeah, I don't know if I believe it, but yeah. No, I'd have to look into it more.
Yeah, it's some kind of idea that we're like a reflection. I don't really know, but that's what these guys are positing.
Fuck off. Yeah. Been a long stick.
Like
I think as flat earthers, we've got to be very specific when we're speculating and when we're talking about something that's definitive. Yeah. Looking at a moon reflection, I've seen that video by, what's his name, Iwa or whatever, and he sort of made a lot of leaps of logic, saying, okay, well, look, this kind of looks like this, and we do know that we get X-rays from the moonlight, and we do know, and then connected 5 or 6 dots. So if we assume that all those 5, 6 dots are correct, then we can go on to assume that maybe that is a reflection and there could be more continents. But then also just ignore that none of the continents on the moon actually look like the continents of Earth. And then you've just got to kind of adjust the continents a little bit and stretch it here and there to try and make it fit.
That's what I thought, right?
Then we're starting to fall into the global. Then we're starting to fall into the global logic of that we want this to be true, so therefore we're now trying to make evidence fit it. Whereas I think something that's always sat with me is the known world, that they talk about the known world. So what's the unknown world? And therefore there must be more continents, or there must be more land that's classified as the unknown world. And therefore then it does start to hold merit. But basically we've got a single data point now. There are those shapes on the moon. Now we need to gather more data points. And if more data points all start pointing towards that, then I would say, okay, now we're onto something.
Did you see the part where they he puts it to where it fits into basically we're just like this piece of a clock, and it's fucking pretty cool. I thought that was really cool. He somehow compares it to the Zodiac, and it it's interesting. It's a leap, but it's interesting.
Yeah, that's the history of the flat Earth, and that's pretty good. That was, yeah.
And it's fun to go down some of these these thought tunnels. They're kind of interesting. It's
definitely.
Yeah.
And like that clock thing, that was definitely very interesting. Why would the clock have a smaller circle in the center? Well, again, that's like, okay, so we have two small circles inside a large circle. So we've drawn one on the moon and we have one on a clock. Doesn't necessarily mean that they're related, but it does create that curious, like you say, that
it's
thought experiment.
Yeah, it does.
And it's sometimes fun to get provoked a little bit because, like at least there's people out there trying to come up with, they're trying to expand the idea out, and that's always kind of cool.
Yeah.
Has anyone ever?
And they're not using millions and millions of dollars, billions of dollars to do it either. That's the other thing,
Has anyone ever entertained the idea that we could be in some kind of clock machine, some kind of time mechanism thing? No, you ever entertained that idea?
I've thought about it. I have.
Wanting
to go back and have a look.
I mean, we essentially are like some kind of a bizarre phenomena, bizarre electronic. We are electric, so it really does get wild. I mean, it does get pretty wild.
The passage of time, wave, rage, entropy.
Our brain is electric.
We all live in a yellow submarine. Yeah, maybe we do. Yellow above, water's above. Submarine. We're in a submarine, breathing air, breathing gas, passing time.
Yeah.
Seems like it's a possibility.
Hey. I like to listen to things that, aren't.
Never be too caught up in your beliefs. I mean, it's okay to have beliefs, of course, and faith and all that crack. That's brilliant. That's good. But never be so open-minded that you're closed-minded, or so closed-minded that you can't be open-minded or something. You've got to entertain every fucking idea. Because nobody knows for a fact what's going on here. If you do, let me... Totally. And this is the reason why people are so susceptible to being led by the ear, the nose. People like Jim Jones come out of the closets, and they make people go and drink Kool-Aids, and people just follow up and say Heaven's Gate and all these cults and maybe the Mormons. I don't know, but the world is rife with these people wanting to follow something, to believe in something, to feel like they belong to something. We're very, very easy to be led.
Led, isn't it? Yeah, very easy to be led. It would seem.
And we just have to look at the earth. It's not. We obviously.
I made sense of that. I made sense of this idea of being here and not having the exact answers. I mean, if you think about it, if you were to be here and have all the answers, that takes away the mystery and the interest. If you see what I'm saying, it almost takes away from the mystery of what you're saying. It almost defeats the point if we were just handed the reason or the exactitudes of what you are. I don't know.
How many people would accept that? So anyway, what was I going to say? Yeah, the mystery. Maybe we might all be very, very brave beings. We're so, who knows, ethereal region that they come from, when they go, listen, we're going to put you back in there, and you're going to have to go through this again and do something else, and maybe change something, or get out of there, or escape, or find a way, or truth, or whatever. And you're like, yeah, okay, let's go, and you do it again. So you just don't know.
There is a part of me that hopes there is an ascension process. Like, there is a part of me that hopes that that's kind of cracking. I mean, you know.
Yeah, me too.
Or something along the lines. Like, you don't, I mean, just to be doing this every single time gets crazy.
There's a reason for this madness. Because it is madness, if you look at it.
It's almost like a place to like ponder for 70 years, and you better figure some shit out.
Goes by in the blink of an eye.
Like a timeout with it'd be a cool timeout if there wasn't this this like machine mechanism that's holding us in debt slavery. It would be a pretty awesome little place to be if that was like
Who's getting their nails done?
What
was that?
Someone sounds like they're getting their nails did.
What you talking about, Willis?
What you talking about, Willis? It sounds like someone's getting their nails done. Like filing? I don't know.
Oh, sorry, might be my poker fucking thing going on?
No, it's fine. It's not actually annoying. I'm just saying someone sounds like they're getting their nails done. Sorry, I stifled that conversation then.
You derailed that just a little bit, bro. Thanks, sir. Sorry. We're used to you.
It's hard to listen with the filing, that was all.
Somebody else was screaming in your ear there. You were screaming at somebody. A dog or something. Shut up!
Cat. Yeah, because the cat was moving near my door and I couldn't think straight.
So you couldn't think straight? What the hell, man?
What kind of cat do you have, Crack?
The type that's a little wanker. He's a right prick. He's a chocolate tabby, which means he's black all over with some brown lines on him. But all cats are technically tabbies. If they're not, if they haven't got the stripes, that's just because the genes recessed.
Oh, what did I hear the other day? All ginger cats are males. Is one or the other? You never get a female ginger cat.
That's no lies. That is bollocks.
No, calico cat's female. Calicos are females, I think.
I've personally known ginger cats. So that's bollocks. A fucking girl.
Well, it's one or the other. You never an albino and a tortoiseshell. Tortoiseshells are always females or something.
They also say wolves can't play fetch.
Bollocks as well.
This guy debunks it. He has a little wolf and he plays fetch, and the scientists are like, "What a discovery!"
We used to play Hera all the time when I was young. She was a timber.
Play what? Sorry.
Fetch with Hera all the time when I was a kid. She was a Timberwolf.
Oh, Timberwolf. Okay, I didn't know what you were talking about when you said Hera. I said, who the fuck's Hera? Right. You had a Timberwolf as a pet?
My friend had a Timberwolf. Yeah.
A Timberwolf? How big are those?
Massive.
Very.
Aren't they from where are they from? A Timberwolf.
I posted the pictures of it in here before I'm sat on my couch.
Northern Canada, isn't it?
Look up my post, my photo. I haven't done that many posts.
A wolf? Up in Yellowstone or something?
Mm.
I don't know. There's some shenanigans going on with the this whole idea of domesticating animals. There's some serious shenanigans.
Yeah.
Ask Carol Baskin.
Everybody, fucking Carol Baskin, bitch. Everybody's turning vegan.
Somebody said we didn't climb up the evolutionary ladder to eat leaves.
Yeah.
I thought that was funny. Obviously, there's no evolutionary ladder, but whatever.
Lies, yeah.
Fuck evolution. Fuck your face.
Let me ask you guys something. What is radiation? I heard it's the ionization. I get it. That charges the ions. But they love to use that word radiation poisoning. Whereas, if you go into a microwave, that's just like another way of cooking something, right? But
Radiation are waves that are radio waves that are extremely penetrative to the body. Almost cook you from the inside out. But they do.
Well, that's the mainstream narrative. But there's also some interesting sort of research that's coming to light where everyone's walking around with Geiger counters and trying to measure radioactivity of 5G towers and all these various other things in our lives. That what they've discovered now is that the amount of electrostatic also registers as radiation. So if you were wearing a gown and you were in your fluffy slippers and then you go to touch the doorknob, just before it shocks you, you would actually register as like radioactive.
Dude,
once
I knew
you
there was something
discharged,
to this.
so the mainstream narrative, yes, microwaves, like Crack was saying, is spot on. Microwaves will destroy you. It does cause excitation of the molecules inside you. Same way your microwave heats up the food, it's going to heat you up as well on the inside. But what they're starting to realize now is that there is a static electricity relationship with it, that it's not as clean cut as here's a piece of uranium, I stand next to it for 10 minutes and I will die because of this much radiation exposure.
That's what I wanted to hear. Very interesting. Have you heard of this thing called tower? It's called tower destroying or tower breaking. Listen to this. Apparently, this guy went out, and I don't know how he's doing tower busting. And the idea is, and the idea is you go up and somehow interfere with this tower. And he was saying it like fixed the weather, and the skies were 100% more blue. What a trip. So, what do you think's going on there? It's kind of an interesting idea.
Have you ever heard of Wilhelm Reich and the Orgone machine? Orgone energy.
Oh, I've heard of it. I forget what it was about, the Orgone, and there's some type of... Go ahead.
Yeah, so he showed multiple demonstrations throughout the early 1900s that using copper and using organic mixed with inorganic compounds can create disruptions in whatever field we're in. So he created these things called cloud busters, where you take 5 to 7 copper rods, you embed them into a mixture of epoxy resin and metal filings. And literally where you put this cloud buster, it busts a hole in a cloud. So you place this object, and within the next hour, the cloud will actually start to open up to make a hole above you. And conversely, he was able to do ones that brought rain. So he could make clouds form or make clouds disappear based on simply directing maybe ambient energy towards a point in the sky. His experiments were all confiscated because he started curing cancer, where people would sit inside this little box, he'd direct this energy at the person, and then when they went back to the doctor, they were miraculously healed. And then the government said that would be
A waste of money they'd funded as well.
And false expectations that how dare you tell someone that you can cure them if you can't scientifically prove that you have cured them. Because maybe it's just coincidence that 100 people all got cured by this one man. But the government basically shut him down, saying he cannot do his pseudoscience. I think I'll heal you by pointing this piece of copper at you. But with the rain experiments and he was actually someone, I can't remember the exact details, but they offered him money to produce rain in an area that hadn't had rain for 10 years. And then he went, and later that afternoon, he got it to rain.
Like cloud seeding.
Not even. That,
no, like
maybe.
Listen, like cloud seeding, but from the ground. But it's different because you eliminate so many clouds and so you create pattern. I know exactly what you're talking about. I know the exact thing and the exact guy you're on about. I know what you're talking about. It's awesome stuff.
Like seeding it with ions rather than seeding it with a physical molecule dropped from the sky. So one of my friends who's also a flat earther, he went deep into this and he went and bought all of these orgone devices, cloud busters, ones that you connect to your electrical incoming supply, and you put them all over your house. And the moment he did that, he said that his telephone signals dropped by 1 bar. So you could normally get full reception inside the house. And the moment he placed these copper rods and stuff all around the extremities of the property, then effectively that he lost 1 bar instantly. And that, to me, was peculiar enough to actually look into it and start buying some orgone stones myself, placing them on any electrical devices or your incoming electricity supply. But the fact that they could generate rain or prevent rain in the early 1900s, and then people still think that that's impossible. Like, how could your government cause floods?
It's like saying gold can't conduct electricity or silver can't do things. They're minerals at the end of the day, let's face it.
So wait, they've set up some type of web, like some type of web Wi-Fi type radio, some type of signals that are like encasing us. Is this the idea?
Like a mesh system.
So I think it's more along the idea that we're in a field, kind of like an etheric field, and that by doing certain things, you can manipulate the field to cause different outcomes. But they don't want to acknowledge the field. So therefore, thinking on a particle level, how could that copper rod actually affect anything? It's not shooting off particles. So therefore, it cannot be effective because it's not particle based.
Sure.
But when you think about the same way that there's this voltage that's inherent to the earth, that every meter you go up, it's another 100 volts, up until I think it's over 50 kilometers that you're up in the millions of volts. But the fact that you're standing means that you've bridged the earth. So your voltage potential from your toes to your head is equal. So the field actually just bends around you, like drawing a little mountain. The field just kind of lifts to encapsulate you entirely in that band. And it's the same thing that when we bring in magnets are affecting the field. A magnet is not in its own right something magic that's causing attraction.
Exactly.
Effectively, it's like if you think about a wind tunnel, how you tilt the wing of the aeroplane and it starts to create these distorted patterns behind the wing. That's like when you place a magnet inside of a field, it starts to distort the inherent pattern of the field. And then you get this attraction occurring. And you can demonstrate this by cutting a magnet up into 1,000 pieces. You don't get 500 pieces that are north and 500 pieces that are south magnets. You get 1,000 brand new magnets that are both north and south aligned. No matter how you try and cut up a magnet, you will always end up with a north and south end to it. And that's got to do with the field that it's in and how that magnetite is basically impacting the field and then causing the effect that we see as magnetism.
Right.
So it's the same with the orgon. If they are affecting the field and causing the field to do something else, you can see why science wouldn't want to acknowledge it.
Like
when you create a bit of steel and turn it into a magnet by rubbing it with a magnet, people think you're changing it on a granular level, the steel's actual structure. You're not. You can't. That's impossible. All it is that you're aligning it to have a flow rate of the field around it, the medium it's in, for that to be permeable now to it and for it to be able to flow through it for a positive and minus effect, the way the magnet did. You just made it react. Yeah, it's hard to explain.
I look at that. I look at that as aligning the particles. So in that piece of steel before, you might have had vectors going in all directions, but by running the magnet, which has a very strong north-south alignment already present in itself, over another piece of metal, it sort of starts to align the charges in the existing metal to be more north-south. The moment that those charges are aligned north-south, it'll start being influenced by the field the same way that a magnet is influenced by the field.
Exactly.
Very cool. So, I was melting aluminum tin, and tin is magnetic, and just by, bringing the temperature up to a very hot point, I can actually take the magnetism out of tin, which is a trip.
Obviously, yeah. What do we call that? Do you know the name for it?
It's called aluminium, not aluminum.
No. The effect of heating up a metal so much that it loses its.
Is it diamagnetism or dia something?
No.
Well, go ahead.
I was asking you.
I don't know.
Anyone want to give it a shot?
Well, the point at which it loses its magnetism is the Curie point. But I don't know what you're saying in terms of what the actual name of deconstructing a magnet.
No, I'm on about the Curie point of when you heat up a magnet so much it demagnetizes.
100 points to that, man.
I was doing it as like it's something that actually we blacksmiths use as a way of, it's like when the magnet doesn't stick, when the Curie point is met, that's when you can hammer.
Can you make me a samurai sword?
Yeah, I could. I could actually. Oh, wait. So it's paramagnetic, right? That's when. Well, at least.
I don't know. Blackstone is a blacksmith.
I do small bits of it, yeah.
What is the word you were going to tell us, Crack?
The Curie point, that's all it is.
It's a Curie
point.
Our South African friend got it there.
I thought that's interesting how you could take away you're actually transforming the metal as far as I'm concerned. As far as I'm concerned, you're transforming the metal to some extent by taking the magnetism out of it.
Yeah, of course you are.
Right? Like you're not like.
That's the whole reason you heat it up to that point, to the way you take the magnetism out. Think about it, it takes the magnetism out, and that takes away the field. The field is now gone, and now the thing is now malleable. Wow. Is it because it's really hot, or is it because it's no longer magnetized while it's really, really malleable? Or is it a combination of both in tandem? These are questions we have to ask ourselves. When we quench a blade, if you quench the blade in warmed oil, facing with the tip of the blade facing magnetic north, with a strong electromagnet as well, rarely will you get a warp in a blade or a sword.
You're going to get a warped blade, you said?
You rarely ever get a warped blade.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because
I see what you're saying. You're aligning it, right?
But it's not that you're taking magnetism out per se. There is no magnetism. It's the alignment of the molecules. So when that substance gets heated, those vectors are now fluctuating because there's energy imparted into the object. So if you think about all the vectors pointing north and south, as you start to heat it, they start to drift east and west. And then suddenly you no longer have a coherent north-south alignment in the object. So it shows very little magnetism. But then as the object starts to cool, it then realigns back to the north-south alignment. And then you'll see the magnetism appear to reoccur or to start to resurface. But it's not that the molecules actually have any inherent magnetism per se in inverted commas. It's just their field alignment. Right. And their field alignment is determined by the etheric field alignment. So if it's out of that alignment with the main field, the north-south field that we're dwelling in, then it'll have no effect like you see something that doesn't appear to be magnetic. Like it's the heating is not removing any magnetism. It's just changing all that north-south alignment.
Yeah, exactly.
That's fucking cool to think about it like that.
And the same thing when you heat it, that's what you do is you affect the grains as well in the actual steel. You're changing the grains. When you heat up steel, what you're really doing is changing the grains inside. Forge welding steel together, you're changing the size of the grains of the steel side of the steel, which makes sense with the alignment thing as well. That while they're so hot and to the point of where they're in change, how could they even have an alignment?
That's actually a cool ass thought. I hadn't thought about that.
It is pretty cool, bro.
Nah, that's fucking awesome because I've been doing a lot of melting and stuff. So, like, you know, I've been trying to think about it, and the way you just said it makes perfect sense.
The thing that really blows my mind is electromagnetism. It was an experiment I did probably 2010. I was playing around with magnets because my friend and I were talking about over unity and trying to find this motor that can generate power indefinitely. And we were playing with ring magnets and bar magnets and anything that we could do to try and figure out how to get this thing to rotate indefinitely. And then I took a steel plate, a 5mm steel plate, and I took another piece of steel that we bent into the shape of like a horseshoe, and then ran copper cable around the horseshoe part. So neither part of these things were magnetic. I just wrapped coils around the handle part, the horseshoe shape, ran an electric current through it and attached it to this piece of steel. When I stopped the electric flow, that handle and the steel stayed stuck together. And I left that on one of my tool sheds for probably 4 years. And every time I picked it up, that handle was still stuck to the metal as though it was almost bonded to the metal magnetically. Then eventually I wanted to see how much strength in the charge was still remaining. Tugged on this thing until eventually it broke the connection or the contact point. And after that, it wouldn't go back. It wasn't magnetic. So neither parts were magnetic, but by simply passing a current through one piece of metal that made it magnetic enough to attract another piece of metal, those two pieces of metal stayed stuck together for over 4 years.
Really? That's fucking cool, man.
And still to this day, nothing satisfies, even understanding the alignments and all that kind of thing. How the fuck can something stick to something else for 4 years if neither one was magnetic? You know,
I created like this little levitation thing. I watched that video. What was it called? It was called like the River of Magnetism or something. It's like one of those 1970s lectures. Anyways, I kind of just copied the same idea this guy was up to, but it was by placing the magnets in a certain geometric position, and like the shit just hovers right over it. You know, I had to have a buffer, but ultimately it was hovering there. It was fucking awesome. You know, it's like levitating. And that was all based on where you positioned, I guess, the fucking... And you can, I guess, amplify that based on whatever metal you stick in there. So when you're saying they bonded, that is fucking cool. Because I was looking at some stuff that you're talking about, the electromagnetism. That stuff is wild. And there's no doubt that you can get just, like, I was looking at a flywheel battery kind of incorporates some of these ideas. Yeah.
Who's scratching on the mic?
Yeah. I don't know. But it's like it appeared to be bonded, but wasn't bonded, because I could once I separated them, it was simple. So there wasn't actually any chemical bond that occurred, but yet this thing was stuck almost the same as one of my neodymium magnets, like one of my large...
Neodymium magnets are badass, huh? That's what I used to make it levitate.
Yeah. And you can also do levitation with a battery and a magnet and a copper coil. And you place the battery on top of the magnet, and then you coil the copper coil so that it's suspended just above the magnet portion, but that it's touching the top positive terminal of the battery. And that little copper coil will spin until it becomes off center.
Right. I've seen this.
It just spins and spins and spins.
Yeah,
and
it's fucking gnarly.
that to me was also it's going according to the right-hand rule. And that's also something that's very peculiar. We get taught about the right-hand rule in school, but more like it's just a convention and quite a nice thing to know. But the right-hand rule is basically the way that the etheric field rotates. It's why we have east to west rotation of the sky. Everything is this right-hand rule.
That vortex thing.
Yeah.
Interesting. I love this topic because it's just not explored, really. You know, it's like these fucks have like taken this topic out of curriculum of anywhere. It's like magnetism is like pseudoscience to these quacks.
Fuck them.
Fucking love this idea. I was reading the Soviet Union study. Okay, I don't know how legitimate it was, but the idea was if you know about plating, like plating metals to each other. Have you ever heard of that? This idea of plating. So like I can plate.
You create a charge on one and a charge on the other, and then they bond chemically, or not chemically. It's one of the forces. What's it? It's not the nuclear force. It's
I don't know.
It's one of the other four forces.
Something's happening, and yeah, you know that idea is pretty gnarly, right? That just plating is pretty gnarly idea. How it attracts, it kind of is like the idea you're talking about, but you did it without any kind of solution, right? That's kind of what you're saying. You, I guess, bonded these two metals without a solution. You just passed a charge. But, well, you could kind of say in the atmosphere it isn't some type of solution because the atmosphere is a vapory liquid. I mean, it's a watery, you can pass charges through it. So it's kind of the same thing in a way, right?
Yeah, actually, exactly the same.
Right?
Because it was like I was electroplating the one onto the other,
right?
Changing the charge potential. Yeah.
Swear to God. And okay, so I swear to God, it's the same thing. So, anyways, the Soviet Union study was saying as you amplify the current as it passes through, they said in their test that they were able to flip from one element into another. Like as they brought it up, like I kind of forget the study, but it was something like that, where they up the amp, the amount of electricity that's passing through, and it does something to the metal, to the actual element. Sounds wild. I never done it, but it sounds feasible. Honestly, like you guys were saying, it aligns. Something's going on. I could see it actually transforming and flipping into another element that they define, on the table. I could see that.
It's all really interesting, though, isn't it?
It really is. And I really want to fucking do that. I really just want to, get enough, power to be able to pass through and be able to just control the amount of power that goes through the water and try that out. That'd be very interesting. I think you need some kind of DC. Oh, I don't know. It's interesting. I don't know all the details.
First thing they want you to believe, though, is do anything. They want you to believe that you wouldn't be able to discover things.
Say that again?
They want us to believe that we wouldn't be able to discover things.
I swear.
Huh?
I swear. That's what it is. They try to set us up where we can't discover anything.
They want us to believe that we can as well, though.
Right?
Yeah.
And they keep it on the back shelf. I'm pretty sure they've got all sorts of shit already figured out, and they just roll it out. And it's been figured out forever. Yeah. And they roll it out.
Sorry, 1 second. And this is something that I often say to people is we think that wisdom is contained in books. Where do you think that wisdom that's written in a book came from in the first place?
Somebody.
Somebody's mind.
Somebody.
So, even with Adam and Eve, people often say, well, how did God communicate with them? Well, he spoke to them in their hearts. How is it that man discovered all these wonderful things that we have? Is that someone was curious, started investigating, and then discovered it and put it down in a book. And then later on, people get all upset, because we're going to burn the books, or they are burning the books. Well, that information came from a human in the first place. Do we still have humans? Yes. Okay, great. Well, then we haven't really lost the source of that creativity. And technically, it means then that you should entertain your thoughts. You should try and figure out things about your nature and your reality that you live in, because you might just be the guy who changes it for the next 100,000 years or next 100 years, blah, blah, blah. But people think, no, once it's in a book and you had a title, now all of a sudden it's credible. Whereas the person who discovered it had to discover it first. He obviously told people who all laughed at him. Then he put it in a book, and 100 years later it became the current understanding, say like Maxwell with magnetism, or Einstein with his special theory of general relativity. It's like those things were never anything before till a man thought about it, put it in a book, and suddenly it's considered wisdom. But yet when men think about things, everyone laughs and says, oh, you're just a conspiracy theorist. And why do you...
It's peer-reviewed by other fucking great people with great imaginations.
They do try to say it's all conspiracy. If you just try to explore your environment, what you're in, just mess around and experiment. Just anything you're trying to do with magnetism, you're some quack conspiracy theorist. It's like, wow, dude.
I'm just asking a question, bro. I was just
honestly,
asking why are you so? Why you want to kill me and my whole family? I'm just asking.
As if they're upset that you're trying this and that you think that you're this genius. It's crazy how they've gotten people into this idea that it's such a narcissistic negative, you haven't gone to this technical school to know about this. What makes you think you can learn? It's like, wow, dude.
Yeah, I hear you. Like Brian Cox is sitting with a whole pile of glitter behind him, and he's talking about flat earthers, and he's talking about it's the most ridiculous thing he's ever heard, blah 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 blah. And then he comes on TV, and they ask him what is the one reason why you believe the Earth is a ball? and he talks about, honest to God, on mainstream TV, ships going over the horizon.
That's their number one piece of evidence. It's been number one evidence. And even though people come on here and act like it isn't, that's still the one they cite the most I've seen. Like, I'm telling you.
Easily disproven. Easily, without hand wave dismissal. And I don't even care if people call it a hand wave dismissal, because it fucking is. It's easily disprovable. And that's what
They use that argument for a reason, because the masses are so in such a stupefied level of thinking about that topic that it's easy to understand for, say, just, you're out of fucking fourth grade, you've never thought about this idea. Oh, that makes sense. You know what I mean?
That's what I was going to say. My next thing I was going to say is because it is the amongst the brainwashing and the mind melding and everything else is going on, there's something must be underlying there that it triggers them to take great offense at a simple question. There's, do you know what I mean? The mind control is so deep that it's almost like, play Misty from, what do you call that, Rosebud. There's just a word that people use, and the mind control kicks in, and suddenly they lose their shit.
That's what I think about when people hear the term flat earth. They actually are being put into some type of linguistic hypnotism.
Yeah.
Linguistic hypnotism. I swear to God, that's the term. I just think that's...
I believe that. That is an actual term, linguistic hypnotism.
It is?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, that's what's going on, because that's what it seems like.
Yeah, you see it in everyday life.
Like a trigger word that throws them into like a state of...
yeah, pure fucking zombification. Yeah, Rosebud.
Very interesting how that has been orchestrated. Like, there has to be some like really smart secret society dudes out there that have mastered illusions and brainwashing to such a point where,
Nah.
Because hold
on. There's no secret societies. Nah, there's nobody. Nobody's doing that. What are you talking about?
So, to the point where people they watch it on TV, they watch Ancient Aliens, and they watch all this crap, this shit, to the point where they actually, they think that they're looking at people wearing tinfoil hats without realizing that they're actually in a fucking tinfoil hat society. They're actually themselves captivated by this, whatever it is they're fucking using on people. Do you know what I mean?
Totally. And it's effective. I even was hearing about how even like Black's Law Dictionary, going into a court, you're being summoned into a court. It's like a literal, some type of witchery fucking words, bro. Like, like the whole thing's been some kind of spell type of ordeal that we're dealing with.
Exactly.
I had to jump in because you guys were talking about the magnets and free energy and some of these things. And what you're talking about now with the way the spells work, and a lot of it's a asserted effort to put like a flat Earth society on a lot of these things, and put out people like with the free energy. Like, how many free energy videos are there out there that are purposely false, so that people get the idea that it's just impossible, right?
Totally.
Yeah.
They pump them out.
Right. There's one I wanted to ask, especially Flat Earth Solar or anybody else. There's a guy named Nigel Cooper that is being linked by a couple of respectable flat earthers. But he's talking about reversing the LED lights to be like solar panels and getting free energy from them. You guys seen his videos at all?
Yeah.
I have not. What's up with it?
Not specifically his videos, but because I work in solar energy, this is something that they've been talking about since 2017. So light emitting diodes, LEDs, can also be light capturing diodes. So they are testing solar panels made out of just LEDs that can capture even low light levels. So which means you can produce power at night through starlight.
Yeah, right.
And not only needing sunlight or direct intensive light on the panel, but in terms of the research setting, they're still getting very comparable amounts. So if you're putting 10 newtons of power and you're getting 9 point something out, you're not quite getting to the point where it's justifying. It's not like you're using 10 newtons and getting 100. So therefore, there's this massive increase or jump in power potential. But the LEDs are incredibly light sensitive, the same way that you can make an LED have like maybe 50 different power settings that an LED can light up with almost no current. And then at full current, you can get the LED to pop. It's the same way that the LED can receive light at various levels. But this is all, well, the way I understand it is that it's still very much in a testing laboratory type setting where they're trying to figure out either different types of LEDs or different amounts of light or other ways to create focal points. Something that I've been asking for years is that the solar panel generates power on direct light. So you want perpendicular rays to your panel. And that's why on the larger projects, you have things called axis trackers, where the panels actually move like a sunflower, that the solar panel is always perpendicular to wherever the sun is in the sky. And you get either single axis trackers or double axis trackers that can rotate on the x-axis and the y-axis to be able to position this panel always perpendicular to the sun. Then when it comes to prisms, a prism refracts light back to perpendicular. So if I have a triangular prism, it doesn't matter which way the light is entering the prism, out the bottom of the prism, it's always perpendicular. And then I went to a couple of manufacturers and started talking to them about how can we get a prismatic film put onto a solar panel so that it doesn't matter which orientation the panel's in, the light is always then redirected back to perpendicular.
That's cool.
Now they're creating a spray-on prismatic film, and they've created a prismatic film that can be layered on top of the panel. But it just comes with a question, you know? It starts where someone thinks about something, like, and for me, the prism thing was more about when I got into flat Earth, and we were looking about refraction of light and all that kind of thing. Suddenly one day I'm thinking, why has no one ever implemented this when light is what we're harvesting? We want
No
that
doubt
light
they
perpendicular.
They have, but it's been whipped away, you know, for sure, right?
Correct. It's always hidden. Then you go back, you look through the development of solar energy. The first factory that ever ran on solar power was in 1792. 1790. They boiled steam, so they used the sun to heat water, and they ran the entire factory on steam. And then for the next 100 years, all your Rockefellers and all your big oil magnates found a way to place an incredible tax on aluminium so that no one wanted to use aluminium anymore. And then they subsidized the oil with like the rise of Henry Ford and all of those things. So right from the 1790s, guys were already removing things that could make you run for free and trying to give you a low-cost alternative that you would have to pay for. And
you know,
people fell for it.
They say they found aluminum in like the 1800s. I'm pretty sure. So it's just funny. They always fuck up with their, you know, with their narrative.
Anyway,
because there was a,
so you
there was a
haven't
tax
seen
on that from the late 1700s. So funny.
Very cool. And where was that at?
I think it was in Europe. I think it was in France, 1790. I want to say 1792.
What were they taxing?
What were they?
Taxing? Sorry, was there a tax?
They were taxing on aluminium and aluminium byproducts. So the exportation of aluminium basically got squashed because aluminium was one of the things that they were using to harness the power of the sun. It's just the same way that they hid away water, that you can actually run an engine on water, on hydrogen.
Yeah.
They've hidden that for over 100 years already. So
And
they cut themselves in shells.
This is why I think the period table is like a fucking legitimate. It's a ruse. It's designed to basically lead you astray to some extent.
Sorry, I'm just interested. What was the guy bringing up the videos? The guy who brought up this whole.
It's New Perspective. What's up, Solar? How are you?
Yeah, liking you, bud.
What's up, bud? I've been gone for a while. I was without internet for a couple of months, so hello to everybody. Whammer, good to see you back. What's up, everybody?
Yo, bro.
Welcome back.
How did you survive?
Hey. I know. Real withdrawals from the live streams are the worst part about having no reception out in the woods. I was in the backwoods in Northern California, next to a river where I was looking for a lot of different rocks. I ended up finding some jade. So if anybody knows about jade, let me know. Jade boulders.
We need to change your name from New Perspective to New Prospector.
Is it white jade or green jade?
You do know about it. Okay, we'll have to DM about it. I'll send you some pictures.
Jade makes lots of money, yeah.
There's lots of different types. Finding a cellar is where I'm at right now. I found so much of that and other rocks that I ended up renting. I took a train up there, and then I ended up renting a U-Haul to bring it all back down.
Did you have to get permissions to go onto that land?
No, I was staying with a friend who was on property he was allowed to be on, and it was all good. It was a remote river where hardly anyone had ever tread.
Is jade like a type of diamond?
Jeez, it could be diamonds and gold in them balls, bro.
Jade's worth about what gold is. It depends on the type and the quality. Could be worth more.
Really, dude?
Yeah, they do that on Discovery Channel. That's jade.
I whipped up some synthetic rubies.
But jade is typically it's a very shattered rock.
The Chinese
it's hard to find pure jade, like a big block of green jade without any inclusions or any kind of breaks in the stone. It's very difficult to find, but you often find really large jades, whereby the mass actually makes up for most of the sale of the rock if it's kept in its raw form.
But this is where I think. But this is where
there's an American called Dan Hurd.
Yeah, Dan Hurd. Okay.
Dan Hurd, Hurd. He's from a thing called Dan Hurd Prospecting, and he goes all up and down various rivers throughout America, showing you where to find dolomite, where to find jades, where to find quartz, how to find crystals, gold, and he sort of shows you the different bedrock layers and how to become a prospector. And I found him very interesting.
Cool. I'll look him up. Is he on YouTube?
Yeah.
You guys
awesome.
Looked into
I thought you might be the person to ask.
You guys know anything about lapidary, like actually cutting the stones?
Yeah, I've been looking at lapidaries to try to see if someone can give me some advice on how to get rid of or where to go to sell some of this. There's only one type of real jade, supposedly, that comes. It comes from Burma or Burmese mountains in China, I guess. Or there's a certain type of jade. There's jadeite and there's nephrite jade. I've been looking into all of this, and there's different types of, colors and different qualities of jade. I'll post a picture of what I found. A little bit of what I found.
Yes,
I know it's how they cut them. Like literally, they've got some kind of control over the market on how they're cutting these.
Yeah, they do. Yeah,
it is so criminal. It's not even funny.
And they're shaving off big pieces of the stones to keep.
Totally, dude. And it's like they have secret ways in which they cut them to make it. I mean, dude, it's just like lapidary is not an easy process either. Like
Yeah, and there's no guarantee. If they split your stone or shatter your stone,
No guarantee at all. Yep.
And they set the value on it also. They've already agreed that most of the diamonds out there are synthetic. However, they don't care that it's already been fucking validated that synthetics are the same thing as an organic diamond. The only difference is whatever how they cut them and what they say. Certain little
inclusions.
yeah, those little things. I mean, they just add this bullshit nonsense. You would 99%. Most people, there's no way to know these things. It's just they have the big markets, they have the big boxes, and where to sell them from, the big stores, and they could put a value on them. Whereas your nice piece of ruby or whatever, good luck.
You guys, what was the name of that prospector again?
Wait, what was that?
The YouTube guy, Kurt,
Dan, Dan, Hurd, Hurd. Dan Hurd prospecting thing.
Hey, do you guys say you must have seen the opal hunters in Australia as well? The opal hunters. Man, that's making a ton of.
Yeah.
Dude, and they find.
All right, I posted.
Man.
Well, that's where my interest sort of started. I'll go look there now, new perspective. Here in South Africa, we're considered one of the largest gold belts and diamonds and various other gems and stuff. But it's deep. It's like sort of underground deposits. So very challenging to get to. But I was sort of looking around the country to see where are places that you can go and prospect. Go find your own gold or go find your own diamonds and that sort of thing. And then going on to the opal hunters in Australia and the gold hunters or the gold, what do they call them? Gold diggers or gold rush.
Gold diggers, I think gold, something like that, yeah. But the opals are making as much as the gold.
You can pump out opal as well, I mean.
Probably more than the gold.
Exactly.
When they find a pure vein, that perfect color.
Oh, mate, it's beautiful, isn't it, when you find it, when you see him find it.
Yeah, you're so happy for them. You're like, yeah, man. Yeah.
Anytime you're happy for someone that makes more money than you.
Yeah,
no, I'm joking. Not the only time.
But there's an element of there's skill to it. You still have to find it.
Yeah, man.
I think that's probably the biggest Easter egg hunt that adults can still do is, could it be behind this rock or in this seam? Or should I go just another 10 meters deeper? Or it's but then something that I've also wondered a lot about is the replenishing gold fields. The same thing that we're finding with oil. Yeah. When they tap oil and they say it's finished, and then suddenly it's refilled 5 years later, and they're all scratching their head.
That's called a rework. I'm in the oil business, and we would literally go and do reworks, and oil would literally show back up in a tapped well.
Yeah. We're moving in a different direction here.
So now, I don't know if you guys have looked into the whole petrification side of things, where it shows how organic matter can petrify into rock and often gemstone.
Yeah,
and
that's
how
interesting. Giant possibly, right?
Correct, yeah. And the iron seams that we find could have been the iron in the blood. And when you start to look at an iron seam, it's red, orange, and it's really rich in iron, and it kind of branches off like veins. We call them veins and seams. So what's peculiar is that the petrification process can be very, very quick, sometimes in a matter of a few short years. There's petrification wells in the UK where you can go hang a teddy bear under this well, and you come back 6 months later and your teddy bear is turned to rock.
Wait,
and it's completely...
So there's a lot to this idea.
So when you start to look and when you take certain trees that were petrified, type in the gemstone petrified trees, and you'll see all over America, there's these giant, I don't know if they're the redwoods or some other type of giant tree, but as they petrified, they turned into red gems and blue gems, and various parts of the trunk turned into different colors as it petrified. And then you look at how stalactites grow from the ceiling and how stalagmites grow from the ground. And then our current narrative is that takes 10,000 years to grow 1
10
centimeter
years,
or
I
whatever.
saw one make a column. So 10 years, I saw one make a column.
Correct. There was a documentary where they went down, dug a tunnel, and then they went back, I think it was 2 or 3 years later, and the stalactites and stalagmites had grown all the way from floor to ceiling and ceiling to floor. And scientists again scratched their head in
how long was
bewilderment.
this?
2
It was
years.
a matter of 2 or 3 years.
The Earth is a self-sustaining, reforming itself, making thingy. The oil is probably not fossil fuel.
Also, they've admitted that, haven't they?
Yeah, no, they're telling everybody to scare everybody. They're limited resources on this little planet, and we're gonna fuck ourselves. Nah, this world is just constantly fucking regenerating whatever it needs, constantly. Anybody tells you we're a limited resource thing is talking bullshit.
So these minerals and these metals and all this stuff are literally like plants growing in the ground. That's what I've come to.
Well, this is what I thought about, right? And just listen to me now, really quickly. I'll be finished in about 5 seconds or 10 seconds. Plants actually rule the world because everything, all the drugs and everything we get from the world are plants. Have you seen the way plants behave? There's plants that they go up, they spawn, and they give out nicotine so that a certain insect will land on it and makes the insect kind of crazy and fucks up its feeding process until it gets to another plant and then it regerminates. Plants, to me, I know it sounds crazy, but to me, it's almost as if they have a life of their own. People don't realize it. But if you look around today, everybody is dependent on plants because that's where all the medicines come from.
And these plants, like Miracle Grow is like full of metals. If you actually look at what's in Miracle Grow, it's like a bunch of metals.
The British Geographical Society sent out people into the Far East, to the Far West to look for plants because plants.
Why?
Because they make a lot of money for people. They're medicines. They just do everything for everybody today. Even the coffee is a plant. I mean, who can live without coffee? I think plants are the actual real rulers of this world. And we don't know it yet.
You're right. I think you're right about that. I heard you saying this a while back, like a month or two ago. You're like plants rule, and I was like, he's right. Everything is plants. Everything's plants.
It's all plant-based, bro.
Yeah.
They also say like mushrooms are too. Like mushrooms have their own. Create these massive veins underground that like span the entire countryside.
If you want the truth, and somebody says, listen, I want the truth. Eventually somebody reveals the truth to you and they lead you into a big throne room. There's probably a big plant sitting there going, hello, boys, I'm in charge. It's a plant. It's a thing with big fucking leaves.
You had to take it there, hey, P-Mac.
I'm sorry.
No, I think there's something biologists are starting to wake up now in terms of their deeper understanding of the chemical. I can't think of the exact term, but it's like you have verbal communication and non-verbal communication, but you also have chemo communication or chemical-based communication. And what they've started to find is that as certain animals feed on plants, the plants send off communications in the form of chemical messages to other plants around them. And then the other plants around them can become more bitter or start to close their leaves. Exactly. So the plants are talking to one another in a way that humans have never really tried to understand because it's pheromonal or chemical or some other type of communication which we don't think really matters.
Exactly.
And like you were saying, that mycorrhiza, that fungus that exists in the soil, like this is also something that's mind-blowing. A plant cannot take nutrients out the ground. It cannot uptake magnesium on its own. It cannot uptake sodium on its own. When they started to study it deeper, there's a fungal relationship that the fungus that's present in the soil breaks down the molecules and then feeds the plant the specific molecules that the plant needs. And often when you're repotting, it's advised to add a mycorrhiza, which is a fungus, to the soil to help the new roots, which are now going to be weaker because they're not established and not uptaking what they need properly. So when you look, it's the fungal relationship in the soil to the plant that allows the plant to actually grow. And that's why we grow different crops in different areas of the world based on the location, whether it's north facing, south facing, etc., but also very specifically based on the fungal content in the soil that allows that type of, whether it's a citrus or whether it's a fruit or whether it's a vegetable, how they're going to each need different funguses. And that fungus network under the soil is communicating at faster than our fiber communication.
Well,
so when you watch the movie Avatar and they kind of show how the plants are all talking under the ground and they send like those little light signals, look like fiber optics.
But they do.
It is that.
They do.
So
That's
it's just on a level, the largest organism on the planet, well, as the fact says, is a mushroom, like a fungus that grows across an entire continent.
As soon as a certain insect lands on a certain part of the plant and it starts eating away at the plant, the cactus or the butterfly, the caterpillar starts eating, it sends a message out, and they've watched it and they've seen it fucking spread. There's some kind of a nervous system, and the rest of the plants know that they need to start producing nicotine or something to stop these bastards from eating them. Now, and we think that nicotine is something that we're addicted to. We're addicted to it. That's why we grow them. The plants are going, yeah, hey, you like nicotine? Grow me. It's amazing how plants work.
No, it is. I even heard that large trees share water.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's almost like they have a life of their own that we're not aware of. But
They definitely do. I mean, there's some type of interaction going on.
Yeah.
That's what acid made me see. It made me see that these things are fucking alive and they mean business.
Business? They fucking rule the world, bro.
They mean business, dude. If you go walk a golf course, you're like on this living entity that's breathing. And you're just in it, dude. You better be cool with it.
Just think about this. You go anywhere on this earth, look around, what do you see? If there's nothing, what do you see? There's always a plant.
Well, what do you mean? We're running out of trees, Bill Gates says.
Trees won't allow that.
Global warming, man.
Oh, that's shout fucking fallacy. Bullshit. Fucking nonsense.
I don't think the infinite plane has to worry about that.
No.
Yeah, no, I
don't think you can pollute this place either. I don't think man can actually, I think it all gets filtered. There's some cycle. And I mean, yeah, you could pollute like a local area. Sure, you can, make it a big ass pollution, but it somehow filters that shit, dude.
I'm telling you, the plants are our overlords. People are looking for aliens. It's the fucking plants. I'm just kidding.
If pollution was like that legit, this place would be a shithole. But this realm literally, like for instance, I was out there whipping up. I threw some aluminum into some hydrochloric acid, and some rough stuff comes up if you inhale it. But if you stand like 5 feet back, it's getting filtered out by the atmosphere. Literally, I mean, it's cool.
Yeah, we couldn't survive without plants, right? No plants, no fucking us, right? No us, no plants, no plants, no us. What was that, Ben?
I was going to say, I just, more to your point. I know that, or at least I believe that some of these trees and plants can communicate like pheromonally with other insects. Like that's how they form these like alliances or deals, I guess, with various ant colonies.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's pretty incredible.
It is. You see like an ant colony working in tandem, fucking running the floor of a jungle, and they mean business. When they come out of their hole, you better get out of the way. Some of these ants, those
and
large bullet ants. I mean,
But everything lives to serve the plants.
Yeah, and they'll have these sort of like deals where if the ants sort of nibble any sprout around the base that grows near this tree to death, or if they protect the tree from say birds or other things
Hornets,
nesting inside
yeah.
its trunk, it'll like release fruits or little special food for the ants.
It'll bring
But
another
if the
predator
ants like shirk
that'll
their
kill.
duty,
Yeah, they'll release another little thing that'll bring another predator. That'll kill the fucking predator that's trying to eat the plant.
right.
like
If the ants don't do their duty, then they don't release the food for them. It's incredible.
they are the natural controllers. Like if you look at the dynamics of a jungle, like there's like a control mechanism going on, and it does come from the plants. Like
there we go. I'm going to start a new religion.
I mean, this is why they like have demonized the worship of nature, right? I mean, isn't that what is it? Gnosticism is, or I forget, but it's some kind of worship of nature that's been demonized.
Yeah, and that's normally the fallacy is when you worship the creation and not the thing that created it. But this interrelationship between plants and animals is so well designed. Even Darwin, when he went to the islands, he would see a specific flower and then he would postulate that there would be some hummingbird or something that would have a beak similar to that flower. And then he would see that bird with its beak exactly the shape needed to get this deep inside the flower to get the nectar from that specific
flower wanted it that way. Yeah.
And then there's a bird that flies through the Arizona desert, and there's a specific cactus that only flowers for one night a year, and it happens to be right at the time where those birds are basically migrating for the summer or the winter. And on the night that they all arrive at these large cacti, that cacti is flowering on that one night. And if they came one day late, they would not get the sustenance needed to make the rest of the trip across the desert, and the entire bird population would die.
Yeah, and
it's
there's
like,
also
now, how the fuck can the bird know? I think it's called the night something, night jay, but there's this relationship that if they didn't arrive at exactly the right day, they would basically all die out over this journey across the desert.
Because that's the plant is their masters.
You think they're on some kind of magnetic? They're somehow on some type of, I don't know, some energy that they follow instinctively, and it has to do with this realm is emitting this thing, and I guess birds like just fall in line.
What do most people like to do? Live forever. How long do fucking trees live? There's an actual cacti also in Arizona that lives for like 10,000 years, and it's very good at hibernating. It uses minimal water, but it lives for, so they say, right? We don't know how to do it, but it's thousands of years. Like, I'd rather be a plant, bro.
It is interesting, these ideas.
It's scary interesting. The plant world is very, very interesting.
It's like when you die, you're like nutrient. You're like
you give your nutrients to the plants, right?
Yeah, you just get absorbed back into
Earth.
That's become one again. What a trip.
Plants are our overlords. We just don't know it yet.
So it's almost like we're experiencing this illusionary, independent, like, moment of existence.
Yeah, why do you think they want everybody to eat plants so we can fucking colonize the bastards?
Yeah, maybe they created us so we could spread their seeds around globally or across the plane.
That's exactly what they're doing. And you can see it coming to fruition.
We're the host, and they're the, they're just riding along. I mean,
Well,
there's always the idea that we're part plant as well. You know.
Yeah, they made it so that we need them to live for the oxygen.
It's symbiotic. Right. We depend on each other.
What is the atmosphere supposedly? Like, what is the actual elements they say is in the atmosphere? I know they say oxygen,
nitrogen.
But like, what else is there? I think there's a whole bunch of shit.
What we breathe is mostly nitrogen.
Yeah, 75%.
But why you ask that?
What we breathe out is what the plants live on. What we breathe out, out, they live on, right?
They just like to say it's
right. That's what Bill Gates wants to get rid of.
Yeah.
But could they survive? I wonder if just like other animals' oxygen, or is it just the mass quantity of humans that they need?
Yeah, probably also. That's it, bro. They need us, we need them.
Maybe they don't need us though. Maybe they just need all the other animals.
Yeah, like cows give out a lot of methane, right?
But there's definitely a hidden element or a hidden ether or a hidden energy that's part of this thing that, like, pisses me off that they're keeping secret, basically. But, like, you brushed on it. We've brushed on it briefly here in our chat here. But, like, I wish it could just be, like, identified better.
That was a bit of a tangent.
Total tangent, dude.
So branching out there, bro.
I'm on tangent mode, dude.
So, aliens, bro. It's fucking aliens.
My buddy showed me a video tonight of a nanobot, dude. That, I mean, looks like it's under a microscope. Like under a microscope. Yeah, scope. And
yeah, I heard of that.
Yeah. And it's fucking like, I gotta tell you, just looking under a microscope at germs and seeing those things that got claws and everything, like, it's a trip. It's a trip. Like,
yeah, the microbiotic world. That's crazy, bro. Every bed you lie in is full of thousands of mites, eh? Little things just eating your skin.
It is like a living, it's like alive. Like, everywhere you sit is like full of these microscopic entities. And what is the science to, soap, right? And this idea of soap. I mean, is soap, like, is it really that revolutionary? Sometimes, like, I'm curious about did it really make that much of an impact towards, I mean, okay, hygiene, but, like, is it really good to be, like, soaping up all the time and just, like, killing germs on your hands at all moments of your life? I mean,
I don't think so. I think it's best to avoid all kinds of soap.
Well, like natural soap.
Just pouring fat in your body, bro.
There's just so many psyops, like, on every detail of life that they've fucking filled us with.
Yeah.
I wonder if natural soap is antibacterial, or is that just because of the shit that they add to it all?
I don't fucking I don't know a lot of shit. I'm basically fucking dumb, deaf, and blind in this reality, trying to figure some basic shit out. We got this psyop overlord that's just pounding us every day, trying to sell me Febreze or the fucking Verizon. It's like, dude, I'm already signed up. Like, how many more ads? Like, just stop.
No, man. Fuck off, bro. Ad after ad after ad. It's the same thing over and over again. It's like fucking Groundhog Day. So here's Halloween. Oh, next fucking Thanksgiving. Oh, it's Christmas again. Whoa, Jesus Christ! It feels like
I swear to God, dude. These holidays are never ending. There's a holiday every fucking 2 weeks. It's amazing how it's just like a fucking holiday all the time.
and it's so it's so what do I call it? Monodic. It's so fucking again
monotonous.
But not monodic. Listen to me. Yeah, monotonous. Thank you, Perspective.
So brings on these ideas of like, yeah, there's pressure involved in holidays, isn't there? And there's this whole thing going on. It's just never ending. Dude.
Yeah, all our holidays here are based on consumerism.
And like we were talking earlier, like, or we caught the time machine, and I think yes, we fucking are, because the fucking thing is, it keeps repeating itself, doing the same old thing, saying the same old thing, year after year, month after month, day after fucking day. You know, can we not just like fucking do something else for a change? Like forget that Halloween exists, or Thanksgiving, or Christmas, and just go out and fucking catch some fish or something and fucking eat a plant. No, you've got to live in this world that has been created and constructed for you, that is like living Groundhog Day year after year after year.
Well, yeah, that's the beauty of where we're at right now, is we can disconnect from it and realize that that's just a psyop. You know, all of the holidays are.
Well, that's it. Yeah, disconnect is correct. Yeah, good show.
We're not going to get the majority there, though.
I don't get you a present. Don't get bitter. You fuck.
It's all rituals, man. All psyop rituals.
Exactly. Once you're in the majority, you know you're fucking wrong, bro.
We can't even get the people to listen to like basic information about the health of wearing a mask. You know, I mean, come on. We're not going to get them to stop celebrating Halloween and Christmas. That's for sure.
All that snot and that nasty shit you breathe into that fucking.
I can't believe it. I can't believe that there's not like more professionals out there going, wait, just. I mean, there are probably, but the fact that they're able to keep most people wearing and forcing kids to wear them. I mean, it's just unbelievable. It's enough to drive you crazy. Just that alone.
And even wearing them when they're alone.
Yeah, people are wearing them all over the place. Yeah,
it's insane.
It's unbelievable.
It's just
the epitome. That's the epitome of mind control.
They sit in their own car alone, and you're like, "What are you doing?"
Dude, and they're breathing it in, they're fucking sneezing, and it's fucking green on the inside of their fucking
cover. And kids can hardly keep their own clothes on at school, you know? They have to keep this snotty mask on all day long, and they're required to, and getting tested on a weekly basis.
It's
it's insane.
What the fuck is that if you're a kid right now? Jeez.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
Try to make it appear like we're in a radiation zone, and you need to, you know, wash down your suit because you're in space and you just came in from the vacuum and you gotta desalinate or cleanse yourself. It's so stupid, dude. It's like you gotta.
And they completely politicized it. It's amazing.
Yeah. The fact that they're politicizing it should be a big clue to everybody. You know, the fact that they would even dare to politicize something when you're talking about your health,
so
making it a political issue, right there as a crime. Even if it was real, that would be a crime.
It's schizophrenic, isn't it? It's a hypochondriac level of lunacy. It's like these guys have lost it when they're putting their masks on their gloves and they love to walk out and like look at themselves in a mask. I don't know what they're thinking. They think they're like
doing the right thing.
Well, it was beautiful the way that they did it. I mean, not beautiful, but brilliant the way that they did it. with the Trump, everything being associated with Trump, and then making him the evil guy. And then any doubt about this psyop is totally, that means you're supporting Trump. It means you're a terrorist.
It was brilliant. I can't help but be amazed by the audacity and the fact that it somehow works for a lot of people. It's just amazing.
Oh, most people, yeah.
It seems to be
even some Trump supporters are wearing masks. That's the other thing.
They've turned everything around. Everything they said that Trump was going to do, Biden is now doing. He's destroying America.
It's amazing.
But at the time Trump was in, he's like, "Oh, he's a racist. Oh, you're fucking gonna kill America. Oh, that's fucking crazy." Oh. And America got better. But now, since Biden, America is in a fucking mess, sir.
You're dealing with outer space level crime, like top shelf crime. Like, this is crime on such a level that you don't even know how to respond to.
I mean, how does Hunter Biden get away with his laptop being discovered and him smoking crack and him? Wait a minute now.
That off like willy-nilly, no biggie.
His wife died. He slept with his wife's best friend. He went with her. He got married to her.
Oh yeah, dude, smoking crack and Asian hand jobs or foot jobs.
Dated his brother's widow, right?
Yeah, he slept with her. He put a baby in a prostitute.
Yeah. Around his knees, nude all the time.
That guy was up to
crazy.
Biden showering with his granddaughter.
Dude.
Oh, sniffy Biden, showing that 1970 something, telling people how much he was like top 3 in his class, and he had so many degrees, and the news just came out.
It's a joke. It's a
you finished bottom 3, and you just about made it. That's the president of the United States, and now he's talking about. Oh my God!
If ever there's any doubt that the illusion of choice, it has to be pretty much cemented now. I mean, there's no way.
You would hope.
This world is fucked. There it is, right there. If there's something fucking strange going on, something is not quite right. Listen, this world is too serious to not fucking laugh at it. You have to laugh at it, because how the fuck did Biden come into presidency?
Yeah.
The man's not a plagiarizer.
Legal votes, and he got elected by the people, for the people, and of the people, man.
I don't know if he did, bro. I don't know if he did now. I don't know.
America, what a bunch of crap.
Yeah, and now they're all concerned about fucking Ukraine's borders and the sovereignty of Ukraine, and you've got fucking all these South Americans traveling up through the southern border, trains of this and trains of that. What the fuck, bro? So we have to defend the Ukraine border. I mean, I know I sound a bit like Fox News right now. I know it's sort of fucking fugazi, but
they're all actors. It's not like the president really makes his own choices anyway.
Yeah, that's exactly. They're all fucking connected, man.
Dude, Ukraine. I mean, what in the fuck, dude?
Well, we have to protect their borders now. We're not going to send Americans there. By the way, you sent 300 yesterday. Well, but we're not going to send them. Hey, there's 600 there now. What?
They're trying. I mean, they're trying to push it.
They're trying to push it. Do they want a culling again? Do they want another World War III without nuclear weapons?
I feel like they got a
level war right now, dude.
They have to blame something on the economy collapsing.
It has to be those dirty Russians. You know, they're trying to destabilize their government. This is why all this shit happened. They need a scapegoat, and they need to kill a bunch of people. This is what they like to do.
Yep.
There's too many of us pulling pensions now. They need to get rid of us. They send us all over to some fucking trench in fucking Ukraine to die.
Jeez, dude. You know, I was looking at all the vaccines I was given when I was born, and there was like 15 of them, dude.
Measles, mumps, chickenpox. Fuck, the list goes on and on.
I'm so fucked up. I think I got all fucked up.
Polio.
I got all these autoimmune issues, I think, from all that shit, dude. They pumped me like a damn...
Yeah, put a little mercury in there. That's going to make me feel better. Put a little mercury in that fucking vaccine, bro. They put mercury in vaccines, seriously.
Mercury is dangerous at all. I play with mercury all the time. It's pretty chill.
Chinese emperor.
It's like anything. I wouldn't just eat super glue. I'm not going to just eat mercury. That's what they make it appear like. Like, you know, oh, you know, it's fucking poisonous, dangerous, dude. Shut the fuck. It's not like
Yet they stick it in everyone's mouth and.
Yeah.
You know why I'm so glad I didn't take it? I have people telling me now they're double vaxxed. They're like, I'm actually sorry I did it.
Yeah. I've been hearing a lot of that lately.
Have you? Yeah, me too, bro.
We got it.
Just wait a couple of years. What it does is it goes in, it finds the blood mortality or whatever that fucking mortality thing is they're talking about, and it emphasizes it. There's people dying left, right, and center. They're talking about here in the National Health about people dying in droves more than people ever have. And these are all 67-year-olds that got the vaccines. I don't know, man. They just wanted.
My buddy's dad just went paralyzed. Now he's like half paraplegic right now because of that shit.
Yeah. My buddy, the guy I work with, his dad, he got the second jab, and then suddenly he had a stroke, and bang, he's dead. Unfortunately, my dad got the jab, and he lost his mind. He ended up in a mental hospital. He's out now. I'm looking after him, sorting out his meds, but. They're sending him messages. You have to get your second vaccine.
I'm sorry, man. That sucks.
No, that's okay. I can handle it. But it's just, it's just like it does something to people, and people just aren't realizing it yet. But in a couple of years, they will. I'm absolutely unvaxxed. I have not touched, and there's no way they're going to put that shit in my body, bro, because there's something in it. I don't know what it is. I know I've seen it. I know you don't know what YouTube is, but there was a nurse, there was a doctor.
Graphene oxide?
Yeah, that thing that almost had a life of its own. That doctor, sorry, she got a vial of the jab, and she looked into it, and she microscoped it, and whatever, and she was like, that's all. That's just crazy, man.
You saw that graphene oxide fucking nanobot?
Yeah, standing up, hind legs, looking at you, going, "What you looking at, bro?"
Yeah, that magnet stuff was real.
No, it's hard for me to believe that they have this stuff, that's microscopic and it could self.
That's hard to believe. They're years ahead of us, bro.
It's fearful, right? They love the fear stuff. I'm not saying it's not real. I'm just saying it's hard to. It's so like a self-assembling microscopic fucking creature that lays eggs. I mean, dude, it germinates. Wow.
I mean, there's a passage, if you remember, from Trump when he started off. He says something like, and this always stuck with me. He says, "We will find them because the technology we have today, you can't even imagine." That's all he said. Obviously they're fucking 20, 30, 60, 100 years ahead of us, bro. What the human populace knows as technology, the government's way ahead. We know that. They got their black ops going there.
I know, dude. And we're paying for it. We're funding it, dude.
Yeah, isn't that great? We're paying for our own demise.
These guys are good. They fucking pulled the MacGyver on us, dude. We're funding all this shit.
MacGyver.
I mean, you've never heard of some shit.
They're laughing their fucking asses off at us. So stupid.
And you can't even pull your money or you go to jail for tax evasion.
Yeah, but if you're rich, you pay a little fine and never spend a day in jail. But if you do it, you're in jail the next day, bro, for 10 years.
Money laundering, terrorism.
Oh, plus, you have to pay for the privilege of dying. The government's got their greedy little hands and everything. You can't just let...
Such a limited time we're here to be alive. It's like, guys, just chill a little bit. I mean...
You can't let my dad work for 60 years and leave us a little something. No, you have to put your grubby little hands in and take fucking 20%.
Oh, they got their dirty little mittens all in there. Your asshole.
Your dirty little mittens. Jesus, blueberries are nice until you rub them across your asshole and they taste like shit.
At least buy me dinner first.
Or you fuck a me, you bastard.
And they love pushing out that line. The only two things in life that are a matter of fact is death and taxes. They
Now
love.
there's three, bro. Here's my line. There's only three things. There's only three things in life that are sure: death, taxes, and death taxes.
What a.
And they tax
Jesus
everything.
tells you to pay your taxes.
Oh yeah, hallelujah.
All I know is, all the bank wants from you is your damn signature.
Or your house if they can get it off you. That's crazy. It's fucked up, bro. And they tax the drink, they tax the fags, they tax the food, they tax the petrol, they tax everything, and then they cry poverty.
Can you separate yourself from this legal fiction? I hear about it. I just, it's like, fuck. How do you even go about it? I mean, is it like, what's the deal? Have you heard some shit?
No, I have. I said to my manager the other night, I says, listen, bro, he's all into it. I said, listen, I can't talk politics with you because it just fucking depresses me. I'm an anarchist. I'm not a bad anarchist or whatever, but I just don't believe in governments at all. I think they're ripping their arse out of us. I think they're fucking, where's all that money going? I think you should give the power to the people, not this fucking centralized shit. And as soon as you mention that, it's like another trigger for flat Earth. As soon as they say flat Earth, as soon as you mention decentralized government, anarchists, some kind of anarchy, which means self-rule, people lose their shit. But, I think it can happen. I think it can happen. I mean, I don't believe in this fucking defund the police shit. And people walking out with bags on their backs, just fucking stealing shit from places. I mean, what has happened to...
If the cops weren't out there fucking acting like car salesmen and, hitting their quotas every second, I mean, I understand, but look, the cops themselves don't know what the fuck they're dealing with, what they're serving.
What's going on?
So, we're just like, we're just kind of in this thing, dude, and nobody they just are a cog and they accept it. I don't know. I have to hope, or at least think, that there is this route out of the economic, the fiscal, the financial matrix. Okay, there's a route out of the financial. Don't get me wrong; it's fraught with traps and God knows what. But like, there has to be some kind of route that liberates you from. And maybe there's not. Maybe that's the gag. You just are bonded up, and you're literally a bond.
That's but defeatist stuff. I don't agree with that. There has to be, bro. Don't be defeatist.
Flat Earth is the route.
Yeah, that's the one. There we go.
Flat Earth is the route.
There we go. They opens a whole other can of worms. That's what it's done for me.
Isn't it amazing how music can change the whole reality? Like, just music itself is like a light in the middle of a bunch of like a dark room. It's like this state that can take you up and out of, it like mentally can transport you somewhere. It's very bizarre how vibrations, sound waves have such an impact. And it just goes to show you that there's so much that one man can do. I mean, there has to be, right? There's so much, there has to be a power that we have to overcome and outwit. Because at the same time, I guess we're, whatever jail we're in, it's somehow self-created. Is that the idea?
It's like an escape room. Are we worthy?
And it's all just focused around money, 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 dude. Jesus Christ. I am so sick of thinking about money. I can't even tell you. And like sitting in an office, working it off, even if you're doing a job you like, but like, you know, you have to show up and do it. Like there's something limiting to that. Like there's just something limiting to it. You know, there's something that tells you you can't leave this or else, you know, it's
Yeah.
like the ultimate blackmail.
Yeah. Man, I'd hate to be tied down to the same thing, man. Year after year, time after time. Property. I don't understand it. I don't understand it, man. I mean, I understand that people want security and something to pass on to their children. But once you go down that road, that's you. You're fucked. You're there for the next 50 year or 25 year or ever fucking long you live. That's you, bro. You're done. You can't go nowhere else. You have to do that job. You have to pay that mortgage. You're tied in. Fuck that, man. You need to live more free than that. Be like a plant. Just
It's
grow.
almost like there's some big top dog, angry narcissist scumbag at the top of this whole thing that just hates
us.
People. And some low life epic scumbag like you, just greasing the wheels up there that just hates other people being happy.
You see what you just said there? I have thought of that many times, bro.
All those who's down in Whoville.
They just don't like us, man.
Yeah, guys like David Icke trying to tell us it's reptiles and trying to tell us it's some fucking dinosaur entity. I mean, maybe, but like, dude, it's a dude. All right. And he's up there just slurping the cream, and he's probably a killer. He's got kill teams out there. He's a scumbag, dude. And like, yeah, that's what he does. There's killers running this place. It's not like good, happy people. It's like killers running the place, you know, legitimate killers.
Like the Grinch watching them all like singing and being happy, and he's just pissed about it.
Shining, happy people holding hands, eh? Not really.
Just Social Security. What a fraud that is. You work your life and they give you that lousy $1,500 to live on as an old elder. You can't even pay your bills. I mean, it's amazing how they've swindled the entire population into it.
Yeah, I agree.
Swindle. To be taken, to be robbed. You know, we're actually, I'm pretty sure we've been deemed lost at sea. That's what I was reading. We've been deemed lost at sea. Too stupid to deal with our own affairs. So therefore, you know, the corporate.
But we got the key, right? Or at least at least we got the map. Like that's what we're here for, I think, right? Us here.
You would think, but you know these guys have prepared for, you know, truth slipping out, and they've got fail safes and fucking protocol, you know, and maybe we're just dealing with a protocol.
Like on the Illuminati cards. Yeah, you do. You do.
Huh?
You have to believe that we can win because it's kind of defeatist to believe that we can't.
Well, I've been here for 4 or 5 years hanging around in this Discord. You know, yeah, 4 or 5 years. And I gotta tell you, the world went into lockdown.
Only 2 weeks, bro. 2 weeks. Wear your mask for 2 weeks. 2 fucking years now.
Flatten the
Flatten the, whatever. Margarine.
Boy, how blatant is it too? Once you get aware of just some of this basic shit, and you see flatten the curve, and just the laughing at anyone who's awake, they're just laughing. I mean, they got Omicron fucking island up there in Antarctica. They got Delta Island. I mean, give me a break, dude.
That's what we're trying to do, right? Flatten the curve.
Flatten the curve, dude. And talk about a set of circumstances that, like, they've capitalized on, where the sun appears to look like it's It's setting. It kind of looks like it's going over something. I mean, it's just what a Weasley are. You know what I mean? Like really snakish. It's like wow. It's so deceptive.
It's beyond human.
It may very well be beyond human. I've come to that idea. It has to be. There's no way.
Yeah. Beyond human. I have to go get a drink now, but hold on to that thought, because I'll be back with more right after this break.
It has to be beyond human, right, dude? There's just no way, dude.
Yeah, the scope is too far. It's too well thought out. It's like
right? It's too well thought out. It's too pumped out. Maybe they got some supercomputer that does it, but even then, getting all the people to fall into line with it and actually enact the protocols, maybe it's just if you're the one with the biggest pocket, everyone's forced to follow your lead or they're going to lose funding. So they go ahead and promote it. I mean, it makes sense, right? I mean, it does kind of. Just shows you money. I mean, or I don't even know if it's money at certain. Yeah, I don't know. And these celebrities coming out and saying these things, it's like, wow, dude. Oh, fuck is wrong with them?
It's like all these systems were they weren't like infiltrated, like they were set up to do this from the beginning. Sort of feels
right? Like a program, literal Matrix type shit. Like fucking, you got to deal with the real Oprah, and she's a fucking some type of android bot bitch that fucking barks at people and talks about you on the soap. Right? There's like armies of layers. Like it is set up at such an extent to where it's like Jesus. I mean, we need Jesus to cruise back and fucking wreck shop. We need a godly dude to show up and just handle business. It's money, dude. That's why people are stuck, dude. It's those golden cuffs. If they didn't have their financial fucking things that they gotta take care of, they would be able to, afford to think about other shit and do other shit. They would be able to afford to do these things. The fact that
yes,
that's what it comes down to. They can't afford to do something, therefore they promote the nonsense.
Yeah, that's the distraction. That's the distraction, really.
Let's say that again.
I'm saying you're right. Like that's the distraction, is the occupation, the job.
It's true, dude. It's true, and it just shows you how many people are tied down to something. Even the celebrity, like they don't want to lose their position. That's their job. So guess what? They're gonna bark out whatever marching orders they get.
Yeah, once they put themselves out there and get that fame, then they're addicted to it.
Totally. And it's real easy to sit back and act like, you wouldn't do this if you were in that situation. But when you're in that situation and it means your livelihood, right? And you've got to, and there's a lot of, things you get with fame and power and stuff. I mean, you do get access. You do get to eat you get to experience a lot of shit that people don't get to experience, right? Which, I mean, you can understand, like, they themselves are in a conundrum.
Yeah, nobody likes a pay cut.
Just a flat out, getting fired, bringing in the new dick that will fucking handle the job.
But it's very liberating when you no longer have any fear. I think fear is a very powerful word. When you have no more fear about the death of your body or where you make your next fucking income from or something. Once you realize that the world is a fugazi, they're lying to you about everything. There's no such thing as fucking spinning balls in outer space and all this shit. And when you lose a couple of people here and there, and you've got nothing to lose, and you're just kind of, well, all right. It's actually, hang on a minute, let me think about this in your consciousness. Life is actually a fucking piece of shit. Not really a piece of shit, but it's not something to be worried about. It's really not something to be worried about. And once you lose that worry and you lose that fear, you start to enjoy it, and you start to see the magic and the.
You start losing your teeth and you need to go to the dentist. You think really quick, like, okay, I better go get some cash, or you know what, this is gonna hurt like a motherfucker.
Bro, don't talk to me about fucking dentists.
Did you hear what I'm saying? It's like these things that, like, unbelievable, but it's just what it is. It's like you're cuffed up by just physical hygiene, and money is
I suppose what I'm saying is, if you put life into perspective and how long your life has been and how long it's gonna be, who knows? Is it really worth worrying about? If you spend your whole life worrying, or you spend your whole life just being fucking happy,
of course.
What's the difference? Well, the difference is that you fucking enjoyed your life, and the other person fucking.
But hold on, enjoyment, right? How do you enjoy your life without being able to fund your life? So part of the enjoyment.
You realize that it's not really life; it's just a experience, just something you're going through. It's not real.
Right? Don't you want to have a decent experience though, like go on a trip and I don't know, live by the beach, live on some water rather than some shithole with the thugs fucking running through your spot up your ass. I mean, dude.
Yeah, I don't want to be stuck down to a.
The cops got you and they're beating you back behind some cage. They toss you, and I mean, dude, this is rough stuff.
Yeah, but if you put it in perspective, the amount of people who live on a beach.
I get the idea. Go ahead.
It's not really important, is it?
I mean, ultimately, you're right, but in the moment, I'm not. I don't know. I don't know. I catch myself going after the cash, or it gets too crazy. Like, I'm not trying to live on the street, dude. Can't do it. I'm not doing it. Fuck that.
Yeah, well, I have to agree with you there.
I would agree with you if finance wasn't an issue, but it's like finance is always kind of an issue.
Oh yeah. You have two choices: finances or the street.
Fuck the street, dude. The street is so brutal. I'm pretty sure they got these kill squads that cruise around and just throw you in a van, take you to some fucking chamber, and hog tie you.
Wow. Okay, that's
I'm surprised.
Holy shit, bruh.
I mean, am I wrong? I mean, can you imagine?
I wouldn't be surprised.
I wouldn't. I'm telling you. Where are all the homeless people? Some of these streets are pretty cleaned up. A little too clean. What is... It's not funny. It's fucked up.
I'm just laughing because you're laughing, okay?
I mean, it is funny. Like, it's not... You know what I mean, bro?
So you're laughing because he's laughing.
Yes.
Correct.
Laughing at something that is just fucking dismal. No one wants to go through. It appears that there's something going on that
You know how this server is flat Earth server, right? Is there any 24/7 globe Earth?
Well, say something. Since you're the beacon of flat Earth, go ahead, bring up an argument.
Most other servers are 24/7.
No, I said, is there a 24/7 globe Earth server?
Oh, he's got a point. Hang on, I search one of them.
Okay, enough of that, dude.
Nope.
Honestly, if anyone who wants to talk flat Earth, go for it. I'm not holding you back. I'm just talking.
Wait, somebody
So,
very global there because Agent Smith's based in. Oh, okay. I can see why he was muted.
These people love to come in here and say, "Is there a 24-hour flat Earth server?" It's like, dude, give me a.
It's right here, man. Let's talk about it.
Go ahead, 1-1. Go ahead. Yes, it's called the NASA server. You know, the one where all them things go up into space and then they fucking kind of do a parabellum and then they land in the sea somewhere near the Bermuda Triangle. Somewhere around there, bro.
Let's hear this fucking guy's question. Hold on.
This question. I'm fucking intrigued now, bro. Hey, by the way, it's plants, bro.
Hey, I was very rudely muted, but I have the
What's the question, dude?
Salam alaikum.
Who's asking?
Me.
Okay, so how do gravity work on a flat plane?
With
balls. Gravity doesn't exist. That means cannot work in any case.
So how does gravity not exist? What is pulling you to fall on the ground?
How something what is never proven can exist?
How Isaac Newton discovered?
Isaac Newton was
discovered.
listen. Isaac Newton wrote a letter and said, "I don't want to have anything with gravity."
Where?
Where? Where?
So you're just saying this out your mouth, and you expect me to believe everything you say as truth. So you say he wrote on his letter. Can anybody in his VC confirm that that is true? Can anybody in his VC confirm what he said is true?
Listen this.
Yeah, it is true.
It's true.
What he said?
It is
What
true.
he said? What he said?
Listen. Hey, hello. How something what is never proven can exist?
1-on-1.
Yes.
Yes. Is the theory proof?
Hello.
Is a theory?
Yeah.
Yes.
It is.
Oh.
Please explain.
Yes.
Okay, so a theory.
Do you know what a theory is?
Yes.
Okay.
What is a theory? Define the word theory.
Begin your sentence with hypothesis.
It is not 100% proof, no, but it is proof.
It is not even 1% proof.
Then what? How do you know flat Earth theory is true then?
Flat Earth is not a theory.
Yes, it
flat
is.
Earth is flat Earth. You came here and you do not know where you came. You think you know what flat Earth is, but you have no clue about
then
it.
Tell me.
Well, we will demonstrate you that you barely know the heliocentric model.
Okay, teach me the basic because I am confused, okay?
Yeah. The story about gravity, of Isaac Newton has been debunked and superseded more than 100 years ago. So you are very, very far outdated.
Really?
Yeah.
Who debunked them?
Einstein.
Me.
But Einstein said there is black hole.
I'm not going there. Einstein replaced Newton's theory of gravity, with relative gravity, which is the bending and warping of space-time. But Einstein also did not provide any experiment for his theory. So all his work remains a story, a nice story, which it looks like it's working mathematically, but it has no connection with reality.
Are you falling asleep on me?
Gep against sounds like it sometimes, yeah. No, he's really laid back, cool dude.
Yes, yeah, that is actually, it makes sense to me. The relativity, because I heard him talk about that before.
Where you
Well, if relative gravity theory makes sense to you, then
No, it makes no sense. No.
Yeah,
so you don't believe in Einstein's gravity?
No.
Neither do we.
Because
that's
his theory is that mass attract mass, right?
Yep.
No, that is Newton.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
That is Newton's gravity.
Master Chief, I'm not talking to you, am I?
Ooh, we got a
No,
rude
you're
one
not
here.
talking to Master Chief. No.
Oh, you did that on purpose.
Biget, what did you say?
To trigger my ticks.
Give me a moment, please.
Okay.
So, Newton's theory of gravity is that mass. Enoch, you're hot micing.
Ah.
Yes, please, somebody mute PMAC.
You can't mute PMAC.
Why not?
Because I'm
Are you interested in muting people or you're interested in issues?
I'm trying to hear what you are going to say, but you are not saying nothing.
Take your time. So, listen. Einstein's theory, Newton's theory of gravity is that mass attracts mass.
So is it
And
Einstein or Newton's theory?
His theory of gravity and laws of motion, yeah, they are fallacious. Quantum mechanics shows that they are not true, valid.
What?
Yeah, quantum mechanics shows that Newton's laws of motion, that for every action there is an equal and opposite reaction, yeah,
is a bullshit.
They are not valid.
For every reaction is equal and opposite reaction to the both are right.
Yeah, okay. The other way around. And also his laws of conservation.
Right.
Yeah, they are fallacious. They are not to be found. They cannot be proven that they exist.
One equal one. Can I ask a question?
Yes.
How this conversation, let's say, about gravity will form the shape of the Earth?
What?
How this gravity thing will form the shape of the Earth?
I did not ask that. You are putting word in my mouth. I just asked how gravity works on a flat Earth. I'm just asking how it works on a flat Earth.
Great. I'm asking you now, how that what will not work on flat Earth will shape the Earth? How that gravity what will not work on flat Earth shape the Earth?
To be honest, guys, I think he's honestly trolling you, Sasha, and get just giving you heads up.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a troll. Let's face the fact.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think he's wasting your guys' time, bro.
That's what I thought.
He was very rude and disrespectful. Like,
just obvious with it.
Yeah,
you know?
definitely.
Yeah. He's not.
Hey, get that.
You could tell that he was trying to get Sasha, bro. He was definitely trying to get Sasha off.
No. Listen, how gravity works on the globe?
No, Einstein believes in black hole.
Einstein believes in black hole. I believe in white hole.
Black hole, Einstein. Einstein, black hole.
Sasha white hole.
This is his argument. Einstein, black hole.
Sasha white hole.
And then he's gonna tell us that's not Einstein's theory. That's not Newton's theory, bruh.
That's not it. Okay, explain to me.
Okay, if Einstein said that the black hole there, Earth is a globe.
Earth is globe. Newton, right?
Newton's right. Einstein is right. Earth is globe. Is that true?
Earth is globe.
He gonna come in here with trying to fake his accent.
Newton is right. Earth is globe. Is that? Is that
just so moron?
He thinks he can come in here and try to troll us, bruh, but
God, too. Get that. Get that nano stuff.
At least it is not. Get it on break. He's drinking coffee now.
Yeah.
I'm still.
That stuff is crazy that you're showing me, bro.
Man, I need some coffee. It's a good morning, this one.
1 was born by a nanobot. Hello, Sasha.
Hello,
100%.
Yeah.
Salud, come fate?
Salud.
How water works on flat Earth? How water works on flat Earth?
It flows, it evaporates, then it condensates and it rains, it goes into the ground, and it gets
why water curving on flat Earth? Why water is curving on flat Earth?
Water is not curving, no.
But how?
What is this gravity they talk about? The massive tract mass.
But why water is not curving on flat Earth?
because the downward vectors are parallel to each other.
In which case water is curving?
Surface tension, a droplet of water, yeah, it's curved.
No, I'm speaking about oceans.
Oh, oceans.
Yeah.
Well, you have a small kind of curvature, like waves.
Why we call sea level? Why we don't call sea level? Where is sea level? Which sea is level?
At the sea level.
What sea? One sea or all seas?
Why is it called sea level, right?
Is the Adriatic Sea leveled, or how to say, Black Sea? It leveled?
Well,
or
the Black Sea is actually the lowest level. All other seas and oceans, they are higher than the Black Sea.
I think the Dead Sea is the highest level of the seas.
No.
Yes, because you float. You float in the Dead Sea.
I don't know.
Maybe that's because of the salt, mineral content.
But where say sea level is?
Wait. The Dead Sea actually does not have such a high salinity like we have in Romania one of the most saline lakes in the world. And when you swim in that lake, it's very hard to dive in it, you know. When you go, you just float.
I went to the Dead Sea once and I floated on it you can't dive.
I mean,
it's
the same thing with the Dead Sea.
Exactly. Yeah, you can't.
It's these people who don't know to swim. If they go in this lake, lake, they can still easily float. They will not sink below the lake.
Is it a bunch of salt? Is it just salt?
Oh, I thought it was the mineral content in general.
What is the salinity? Like what exactly is in it?
It's very high. I tasted it.
That's in the lake that's keeping them afloat.
It really makes your guts come out.
How you can have salty oceans on the flat Earth?
How can you have oceans and
Yeah.
salt in the flat Earth?
Don't ask me that. I'm not God.
Why rivers are not salty on flat Earth? Right.
Because you need to drink water. Yeah.
But nobody can answer my questions. That's the point.
No, Sasha, you will
answer the simple question.
Sasha, you will not be alive if all the water in the world was salty. You would not live.
Why
Nobody would
waterfalls
be
go
alive.
upward in flat Earth?
So
are you saying that salty water is not drinkable?
Yeah, living beings need water to live. Mammals and
Why waterfalls not flow uphill on flat Earth?
But why oceans are salty and it's not raining salty water? And it's 4.5 billion years raining, and still it's salty.
Well, it doesn't rain salty water, but it can rain acid.
But that's acidic. That's acidic. It's just acidic, correct?
Yeah, it's only added by the oceans.
What level of acidity can it get to?
Why not rain lava on flat Earth?
Can it get to like a 2 or a 1? Can it get there?
You cannot have volcanoes on flat Earth. That's impossible.
Acid rain? Can it get there?
Volcanoes, therefore, ball Earth, bro.
Can it rain like hydrochloric acid?
Not on flat Earth.
Not sulfuric acid.
What is it?
Sulfuric acid.
It can rain sulfuric acid.
Yeah.
Do you know?
It can actually do that?
Maybe not. When the whole thing started, there was people coming out going, listen, I've been on an airplane. I've seen the curvature of the Earth from an airplane. I'm like, no, you didn't. Or maybe the windows are a little bit fucked up.
It actually is sulfuric acid. That's crazy.
There are these hot geysers, which
geysers are old men.
Geysers.
Raining geysers.
So yeah, and sometimes you shoot a lot of this vapor rich in sulfur. And yeah, they say in the atmosphere it turns into acid, and it can create acidic rains.
Wow, it does sulfuric and nitric acid? I had no idea that it rains nitric acid.
No, I didn't say nitric. I didn't say nitric.
No, I'm just looking it up. Google says sulfuric and nitric acid.
Okay.
Yeah, but
nitric acid literally it literally melts, or not melts, but like disintegrates copper.
But only the area in the vicinity of those geysers are affected. So they don't reach us.
Geysers prove globe.
Volcanoes prove globe.
Dude, if you get caught in a nitric acid rainfall, you're gonna get burned to death.
Do you know there's some plants that actually?
Yeah, you're gonna.
I'm scared.
That sucks.
You won't be burning to death. You gonna get some light skin burns, but yeah, if you expose yourself, you can get serious injuries and stuff.
Did you hear they found water on Mars?
Well, I mean, if you were to stay out in the rain like the acid rain like that the entire time, I'm pretty sure it'll eventually like kill you.
Oh, for
How
sure.
to find the globe? To prove the globe, listen. To prove the globe is the most simple.
What if we're dead already?
All you need is go to Saudi Arabia, where they still have camels, and buy one magic camel, and then you walk the distance between two cities on that camel, and then you will know exactly how many kilometers you walked, and then you can calculate. Yeah, you put a stick in the ground and you measure the shadow.
Where I can find this camel.
And you will know you walked on a curve.
Erasto camels.
Yeah, the magic camel. Aristo camel.
No, somebody was clever, very clever. Or Eratosthenes himself, or camels, or slaves, or whoever was,
Yeah.
Because today, in human history, nobody can go 10 kilometers in straight line, but he did like 800. That's great. Without, any equipment. Today, maybe, but even with some laser, you can go straight, 10 kilometers, and that's it. But 2,000 years ago, 800 kilometers with camels. How much time you need to put for 800 kilometers? How much time you need?
Month.
Let's say with camel. Month.
A month.
Well, let's say 10 days. It's okay.
2 weeks, 10 months.
80 kilometers a day on a camel. It's much. It's very much.
It cannot go. It can go 10 kilometers per hour. I think not faster.
Yeah, I will say 50 kilometers, but yeah, you have to feed and give water to the camel.
You cannot run with camels through the desert like with the horse.
Exactly.
Yeah, you are going, let's say, 10 kilometers per hour. That means 800 hours. Divide 24. It's my God.
I told you easily.
1 month. 1 month.
Calculating the math.
With a month, I was even very generous.
Okay, great. That means we have conclusion. Eratosthenes put a stick A in the ground, and he goes somewhere for 1 month, and then he put the stick number 2, and he measured the shadow. Great.
And in the same time, I mean, when he measured the shadow in Alexandria, in that time he measured the shadow in Syene also. At the same time.
Yeah.
800 kilometers far away.
And listen this. No, people could say, but that was on straight line on the map.
But the problem is, only a couple hundred years ago, the American Indians invented the long distance communication with smoke signals.
Oh yeah.
Didn't they have birds?
Oh, no. Look at this. This is getting back. He put the sticks. He went 1 month. Then he measured the shadow from that stick. And then he come back.
Yeah.
And then he calculate. I don't know. He didn't have walkie-talkie. He could not say, okay, tell me. He could not have communication, and in the same moment to know which shadow is what is doing in that point. Right.
It's going to be how birds fly on flat Earth.
Sasha, have you seen movies with cowboys and Indians?
Of course.
Yeah, and what time did those stories happen? Like 1700, 1800, something like that.
Yeah, 1800s,
And
even in the 90s,
yeah,
beginning of 90s.
and you remember that the Indians were communicating with smoke signals.
Yeah.
They invented it.
Yeah, but for that
So
also you have
that's
the
new
ice between.
technology.
But that is not more than 50 miles, man. That smoke thing.
Well, now, yeah, every 50 miles he had for
Not 400 miles, man.
no, in those 500 miles, you know, he had like 10 stations every 50 miles away, you know, and one was sending signal to the other all the way to Sain.
Yeah, but how they send signal? How they understand what is the signal? What that mean? What cloud mean? What that smoke mean?
Well, yeah, that's you know, decoding, yeah, the Morse code.
But listen, this if it was a refraction in the how they fucking realize what signal is.
Come on, man, you are a heretic. You don't want to believe.
No, man, you know, hot and cold air, and they were sending that smoke in the air, in the atmosphere, you know, and that with the refraction that is changing, you know, I think that they missed all messages. Was
Imagine if there was a cloud in the sky.
they was writing,
Like that.
they was writing. So help us, help us, cowboys attacking us, and other Indians was like, look at them, fucking, they kill all cowboys, you know.
Yeah, actually, probably they had some sort of algorithm, and they used that like quantum. Is this
What British use?
thing?
Let's go
Is this new thing in the internet when you have loss of information? You know, there is a process in quantum computers, so it remakes that information, that lost information. You know.
Words are hard, bro.
Yeah.
I know story. I know story during the Second World War. Hitler decided to attack British, you know, across the sea.
Yeah.
And that day it was summer, 1943, and it was so hot, man. It was incredibly. It was moisture, everything, you know. And it was like 30 ships, German ships, and they started, you know. And in one moment, Hitler calling and saying, "Come on, people, come back because the refraction is too big, too extreme. You will not shut anything. Let's go back because they cannot fight." And they didn't, and they decided, and they never attacked. You know, after they tried again, and but always was refraction. And they said, "Let's wait that all this refraction finish, and then we will make some battles on the sea."
They knew they didn't had good visibility. Yeah.
They didn't shot anything, man. Everything was mirage. You know, the guy was look at that ship. No, don't shoot. That is mirage. Shoot 10 miles behind that point, and you will get it. How battle on the sea works on the globe Earth?
What?
How the battle of ship, battle of the
battleship. Yeah.
Yeah, how that works on the globe Earth? I'm not speaking about battleship pirates, you know, and they are fighting 30 meters, you know, against each other.
Well,
I'm saying when you have submarine and you take it out, that how you call that optical, how is the name? When you take it out from the water that you see what is out. Periscope. Yeah.
Periscope, yeah.
Yeah. What the fuck you need periscope in? How tall is periscope? 200 meters?
Oh, it can go like 128 feet.
Wow.
128,000 feet, yeah.
Or
like
some
the
feet.
weather balloons.
Or some feet, like maybe 20, 30, not more. And
no, they don't get to 20. I would say like something like 2 meters.
Above the, let's say, but even if it's 10 meters, that's, that's not enough.
No, the periscopes, those periscopes are not, they don't come out very much from the water.
What they are doing?
Well, they come above the water, but only 1, 2, 3, 4 feet, something like that. I don't think they stick them up to 2 meters from the sea level.
I need to look into it to see how much periscope can also see. How much?
Yeah, you can detect them. I think they stick them up above the water level. Just according to the height of the waves. So if there are no waves on the ocean, then they will stick it like a couple of centimeters, if the water is calm. But if you have waves like half meter waves or 1 meter waves, yeah, they will pull it up like 1 meter, above the water level.
Today on Flat Earth Discord, old geezers that don't speak English try to argue in English.
Oh, have I missed a good flat smacking?
What is that
We can
creepy
change
ass
language.
googly ear eyes? It's not really.
Yeah, in this time period, be aware, be careful on romance scams. It's a common
From
practice.
experience, huh?
Romance?
Yeah, it's a common practice in this month. Yeah. Superstores will try to deceive you, seduce you to buy products which you don't need. Not even your beloved ones don't need them. Yeah, but they will push it to you. They will
Push it
say
real good.
Yeah. They will push it peeled.
Salt and pepper, salt and pepper.
Yeah, first time when I was singing that song, I thought it was saying push it peeled good.
I'm now reading. Question is how far can a submarine periscope see about water? And Guy is answering this. This is pretty far if you surface. It is simple geometry. Listen to this. You have a right triangle, and the distance is short enough. You don't have to figure in the Earth's curvature. What that mean? Like you don't need to account on curvature if you are near.
Near. Yeah, it's such a precise location distance. Yeah.
And then others answering something like with the globe math, 1.2 times the square root of the height of the 80 feet. Answer in nautical miles, and this to distance from the other ship to the horizon. So if periscope is 4 feet above water and the ship is 100 feet high, the answer is 14.4 nautical miles.
Yeah, you see,
It's only explanation, like a math, and that's it,
Yeah, the periscope comes like 1 meter and 30 centimeters. So yeah, that's what mostly the waves are on the ocean, like 1 meter height. And they only need like 1 foot above that. So that's why it will be very hard to see a periscope.
On the globe.
In the ocean, not the globe. There is no fucking globe.
And
do you think you live on a lambada ball, Sasha?
Lambada ball?
Yeah. It's spinning on a tilted axis, so it's wobbling like in lambada dance.
Oh yeah. On and who measured that axis?
Oh yeah.
Who I think this is the best question. How you can know that Earth is 20
Sasha, just
tilted?
have a little patience. Only a little patience. 2 weeks ago, Sasha, 2 weeks ago, I dropped the bomb in Gem Panda. The curved axis of spin. They will take on this soon. They will say, yeah, this is the new globe proof.
Irv adjacent. The fuck?
You're going there. You're going there. I was there like for 1 hour, and I never ever went there anymore.
Yeah, I know.
I got spherical triangle. Spherical triangles I got, and I went up.
Spherical triangle. Yeah, that's a good one too. Yeah.
Oh, they asked me, "Do you know what is spherical triangle?" And I said, "Oh, this is enough. This is enough." I know what they mean. I know what they mean, but yeah.
Yeah.
I think that is not the name, spherical triangle. That is something what you can make some parabolic, but they're not straight lines. that we know
It's a Euclidean shape. Three curved lines joined. That's not a triangle.
And the guy was Romanian there. There you have there one Romanian guy who is
I know that guy. Oh my God,
military in Kosovo, blah blah blah. He was accounting on Coriolis with his weapon
bullshit.
and blah blah blah.
He was accounting.
Yeah.
Accounting is a job for this business woman.
And then they attacked me, they ad hoc on the chat everywhere. Look at this dump. Man, I was there. Not even who was there. Kimo was there.
The person that counts money.
And Kimo was asking questions, but I know Kimo, and they was attacking Kimo, and blah blah blah. And I said, "What? This is enough. I cannot stay anymore here." But what the fuck?
Yeah. I know you. I know Jean, and another couple of guys from here that go over there. And when I see them, I recognize you. But when I go there, it's very hard for me to distinguish who's a glober, who's a flat earther. Some of them, they are globers and they pretend to be like flat earthers. They approach you like they are flat earthers,
Because
and they switch.
Where's this?
Yeah, anti-flat earthers, like full of them. They're not even global. No. After Nathan's show, man, for 3 years I was there. I didn't. You so many persons that you cannot. You don't want to. No, you don't want to spend 1 hour. But I was listening. After them, I could say the best flat earth crew is listening to them.
Yeah.
Because what I heard from them, that was like I said so many times. Monty Python was not anymore interesting for me. I was starting to listen to these people because this was like, my God, how can this come out from the mouth? What is the common sense was like? I lost in my mind. What is fucking common sense? What that mean?
Yeah. I actually had that Romanian guy you said. That one, he threatened me like last summer.
Oh my God! Yeah, because
Gem Panda. And Gem Panda was there too, and I just tried to tell him, man, what's this? I mean, it's a threat, in a server. So yeah, if I'm gonna apply to Discord and all this, I can cause problems to your server. I mean, you have moderators, you have this stuff. There's no server on Discord where people can directly threaten someone, and just be like that.
What do you mean? You mean threaten the server?
No, he threatened me. And then I asked him, is this a threat? Are you threatening me? And he confirmed in the live stream, in the debate chat box they have. So it was an official threat.
Man, that place is sick, I can tell you.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Yeah, it is. And I didn't want, to ban him. I didn't want Gem Panda to ban him or whatever. But I asked him, dude, are you just going to let him mumbo jumbo speak here, mumbo jumbo in your server, I mean, mute him for 10, 15 minutes like a punishment or whatever, just so you show me that, yeah, you are people in here and you behave, civilized. And no, he didn't, and he said, oh, did you feel threatened? And, okay, I don't care, but yeah, this was officially done, committed. You know, Sasha, what I mean. If you are on the street, have an argument with someone, and there's a policeman between you and that guy, and you threaten that person,
Yeah.
and the police hears you threatening him, he's not gonna just stay there and look at the two of you.
Oh,
he can immediately arrest for making
if
a threat.
policeman knows that guy, it will.
Yeah.
It will not do anything. If he knows him very well, maybe. He will say, oh, it's all right, That guy, man, when he said I was in Kosovo, like, I knew it, everything. Okay, great. You don't need to continue. I was on another part, but I was not. I was also there, but not on Kosovo. I was. I don't want to tell you.
Yeah, no problem, no problem.
But I know at which point these guys who was also military or NATO, soldier or that, or UN maybe he was UN soldier, blah blah blah. Yeah. From that perspective, I know them also.
Yeah.
UN soldiers was shooting on fucking in a war. They was shooting, also, and they didn't have how to say right. They only would do that if they was attacked. They didn't was attacked. They did that for the fun. Some of them together. It depends on the part where they was,
No, when Romania joined NATO, actually, we were fourth, but it was made to look like, wow, we have been so privileged, to be accepted in the NATO.
But listen,
I didn't want to. I know in that year, in 2002, that I don't want Romania to join NATO. I don't want us to be part of it, because for me, it meant that they will give laws for against hacking. Until 2001, there were no laws for hacking in Romania. But in 2001, with the 9/11, they just rushed the process of integration, and it was planned for 2002 that we join, and they already had this pack of laws prepared in 2001, and all the politicians, they voted for it, and they passed it. And from that day, it became illegal to hack, and I hated that shit. I didn't want it to happen.
I only want to tell you something. Romania was in bad economical situation all that years. You know that very well.
And we still are worse.
Yeah. And the opportunity for people, especially who went in the military, to go to to the KFOR in Kosovo was fucking paradise, because I think they was paid so much that for people that was
for
like,
embargo,
okay,
embargo. Yeah.
Let's go there because it's paid. Italians went, so many of them, you know.
Yeah.
But, okay, that doesn't happen.
The Serbians were not poor people, you know.
Well, in the 90s, yes, because of war and everything what happened, you know, and embargo and blah blah blah.
The war changed it, everything, yeah. But I know in the 90s, I had friend in school. I was like elementary school, 7th grade, and my friend, my colleague from school, was transporting gas over Danube River to Serbia on a improvised boat, you know. And he told me, "Come on, Alex, come with me. I have these, you know, those tubes for oxyacetylene welding, the oxygen tube."
Yeah.
Yeah. He was putting one of those in the boat and smashing the end of it, you know, and it will just be like a rocket, you know. It propels you in 1 minute. You cross the Danube. Like
stories. 1992, my town didn't have
the police.
In one moment,
the
didn't have
police
rules.
Could not catch you. Yeah.
So, what's going on, fellas?
How oceans can be so flat?
Or not? Yeah.
God made it.
What's going on, guys?
Yeah, we're talking about flat Earth, flat oceans, flat rivers, flat land.
How something what is never proven is working somewhere.
It's a lot of flat.
And
flat being discussed.
The higher mountain you climb, the more flat you see spread across around you.
Now, problem is two mountains. You have one mountain here and one mountain on 50 miles.
Yeah.
And now, how you measure this mountain and how you measure that mountain 50 miles away?
Well, you have to look at the sunlight falling on the moon, being reflected from the moon. It's coming parallel. Yeah? You get me?
Yeah.
That's
and then you get high.
That's it. Yeah. There's no other way to measure a mountain but to look for a black hole in the sky. And then you can measure the mountain, you know.
Because if I measure a mountain is like 2 miles high. And now I go 50 miles away and there is 1 mile high mountain, you know. But the sea level was...
I don't think I've actually been in the live stream chat for a while now.
Welcome back.
Yeah. I'm in here now. Is this more or less how it is? What's going on?
Not much.
Different.
Saturday. Saturday in the Family with capital FE from Flat Earth.
Oh yeah, man.
Yeah. Are you a glober? Do you believe you live on a spinning wet ball?
Yeah. More or less.
Yeah. Oh my god.
I'm the globe earther in the flat earth live stream. Yeah.
Why?
How come? What makes you believe in the globe?
I think personally, I think flat Earth is it's good in the sense that it'll kind of bring people to this position of I don't trust the government, I don't trust academia, and I think that's a good thing.
No, you see, academia is okay. But
No,
I'm not saying that. Listen, no, I haven't finished. I'm not saying that these pseudo fanatic scientists, they have infiltrated in
That's
the
what I
academia,
mean when I say academia.
and they are working hard to push, superimpose their fanatic beliefs, but it's still not working. It's still not
there's a
working.
science, and then there's like
Okay,
there's a
man,
science that
There is science, and then there is Bill Gates, for example.
sorry.
Go
When you
ahead.
say
Go ahead.
science, I have scientists at home. What you mean with that science? My wife is biochemist. She's scientist. I want to know what you mean with science.
what I'm saying is it's easy to tell someone in academia that you can't talk about a certain topic, or unless you lose your fucking job.
Oh, that's
You know
true.
what I
Also.
mean?
Yeah.
Because that's what happens. Like you will
They
lose
have to protect the
your job
narrative.
if you talk about a certain topic in academia that they don't want you to talk about.
Yeah, but you see, the academia which I'm referring is where the academicians are, not the school teachers. Those are not academicians. Those
I'm talking about the people that influence the youth of the world. People.
Well, those are the teachers.
You have
Yeah.
kids. You have kids growing up in this world.
It could be everyone get big ass. It could be really everyone. It could be some secretary. It could be secretary in office. Doesn't matter, you know.
Yeah.
Because if secretary start to speak in office about flat earth, it maybe could happen that that secretary will not work anymore in that office.
The science academia purpose was to fence, known facts, knowledge actually, knowledge itself, and not allow it to be infiltrated by anything that is unproven. Theories, nice stories, nice calculus. Yeah. This was the purpose of scientific academicians. But from, I would say, the First World War, these heliocentric priests started infiltrating in these science academia positions. They became academicians, you know, and then they pushed their own ideologies, kind of reinforced by using
Yes, that's
the
the exact thing
position.
we disagree upon. It's I don't.
Yeah, but it has
I
been corrupted.
agree with you
Listen this.
on
Listen.
this is
Listen. Listen this. Whatever
what
they do. For example, John Kennedy. Who killed John Kennedy? It was four in a car. It was 16 in a car. It was in a car. That was John Kennedy. It was not John Kennedy. We have this story. We have that story. I cannot know. I don't care. I don't really know. But I know one thing. One thing what I really can really check. And this is like distance. I can check this. And this is not real. And it should be real. Whatever academic finishing, you know. But this earth must curve, you know. And I can
well,
check
that's
that.
the
And it's not
thing. Like,
moving.
I mean, this is the thing I don't agree on because we agree on like
What you are not
they
agree? The
fucking
earth curve, are you
they
saying
lie
it?
to you about this shit, but they're
Okay,
not.
great.
They
No,
don't
man,
need
man,
flat
man,
Earth to get
man,
this
listen to me.
across to you.
Man, listen, I know they lied to me even before they when I found out about flat Earth, you know.
Okay,
And
that's fine. I'm just saying they
yeah,
don't
and
need
I
flat
had
Earth
more
for this.
experience in life about evil than this evil. I didn't know that this is more evil than it is. But if it is like this, it is, you know, because you will know that it is. You know why we will know? Because Earth is not curving. That's the problem, you know. Whatever is happening, you know. What we have now, does we have freedom in this moment? Is it beautiful life of solidarity, democracy, peace, and love in this moment?
Yeah, man.
No, we have chaos, okay, and we had all the all human history showing you where fucking we have all wars, we celebrating wars, we don't have all national holidays are
They
connected.
don't like they literally they don't care. They don't need flat Earth for any of this.
Yeah, but only think
Is
what you
what
can
I'm
prove
saying.
for yourself. Only
Like,
think what you
they don't
can
need it
do.
at all. No, they don't. The reason why they need flat Earth is because it distracts people from what really matters.
What really matters?
What
To
really
bring peace,
matters?
where is the war?
The fact that
Is it that does matter?
the fact that
Listen,
these
is it
people lie to you is what
no?
really matters.
Is this matter that will bring the peace? Where is the war?
What if I tell you that these people
No,
actually rape
please.
children
Is this
and they
matter? Let's
rape the
bring.
minds of the children?
Is this important? Let's bring the peace. Where is the war? Can we do that?
There's gonna be no peace. You have to kill, dude.
Oh,
There's
really?
going to be
Oh,
death.
really?
There's
No, oh,
going to
really?
be
Man,
violence.
man, I was there, and I choose to not do that, and I'm still alive. I'm here, and I was there in that situation. Yeah, to kill and to be killed, and I was the same like I'm now. I
Yeah,
was
but
fighting for fucking
you
peace.
understand these people will use you
Of
to
course, but
perform that violence,
these
right?
people also will not use me. These people also will share something with me. These people.
They'll use you like all they fucking
Hey,
want
knock,
to do
knock,
is
knock, knock,
fucking
knock,
use you,
knock.
dude.
In what house you are now? Knock, knock. Are you somewhere with some other people or with these people? Because I'm with these people now.
What?
I'm with these people in this house now. And I feel very good and very safe.
Yeah.
Even if we are so small, and I was very small, even smaller than this, because it's nothing falling from it's not nobody killing nobody,
I
nobody's
mean,
dying around me. But
yeah,
I had that
maybe.
also. People was dying around me very fast and very killing, blah, 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 doesn't matter. I'm telling you, this is okay. Why is okay? Because Earth is not curving, only that. Do you have any proof that Earth is curving?
It doesn't
Maybe
matter.
we are. It doesn't matter.
Doesn't.
What's matter?
No.
Okay, what matter then?
What matters is that there are people who control the world governance, and they fuck kids, and they fuck you personally. You personally, they do that.
Yeah.
How are you not a flat earther?
You know what that's due to, right?
How are you not a flat earther yet?
Hold on, B-Man.
My bad.
You know why they can fuck us in our face?
Because they fucking own you. That's exactly that's exactly what the fucking flat Earth, the entirety of the flat Earth is about.
Well, that's not. That's actually. I mean, they could flex their power and do it like by force, but that's not how they do it. So they do it by way of mental instability. What I mean by that is people's cognitive skills are very low. So when you have questions like, how can you have an Earth with no curve being ball? People can't really answer that question. Things like that.
Well, they do it. They also do it with the flat Earth thing because it's. I've talked about this many times, and it's been a while since I've been. It's been a while since I've been in the flat Earth VC live stream shit. But there's this thing called limited hangouts. It's a term coined by the CIA, and it's when there's a truth that is you really can't keep from the population, and it's going to get leaked eventually somehow. So you take that truth and you put it in a group. Let's say maybe you make live stream 2.0. Like you make live stream 2.0 and you put the fucking truth in that group. So the truth in the group is associated with whatever else this group believes in. And in this case it's like flat Earth. So it's
You are talking about beliefs. These are religious systems. Yeah. They are not science.
What I'm saying is, I'm fairly certain
You are talking about religions, and
fairly
here,
certain this is a CIA psyop.
The whole thing.
And Nito, what shall I do now? When you know all this stuff, what shall I do? What shall I do? Please tell me. Help me.
I don't fucking know, dude. Like,
what's
I'm
funny?
fairly certain you guys are getting this is definitely a psyop by the CIA.
He's on to something. I just don't know in what context he means, because in the sense that the term flat Earth itself, which is not something I would have come up with, because I would have come up with what we already experience and accept, like the Earth is a level plane. And they have to say, well, it's level locally, but, which tacks on to them, which illustrates the claim that they have versus flat Earth. All of these questions that we're stuck answering I think that part is the science. And yes, limited hangouts, that makes a lot of sense. How it just sounds like the same kinds of person comes in here, almost like we're being like babysat in a sense. Because I'm always asking, why haven't we gone to the professors? Why haven't we, just done something that's
put a camera on the moon? Why is it
So
okay?
no one went to the moon. No one went to the moon. I'm just saying it's very likely that flat Earth in and of itself is a CIA psyop.
Do you agree with what is what I'm saying? Kind of lining up with what you're trying to say.
I'm just saying, like the entire flat Earth thing is probably a government psyop.
Right.
Even though it is.
For what purpose?
Even though it is a plan. Yeah. As far as we can tell.
What's the purpose?
Why do they lie?
Shut up. So why are they? Where millions of people?
No, wait. You said all story about what government's doing and what they are doing bad, and now you are asking that question. This is for me. So, what is going on?
Why did they lie, dude? I mean, me and you we're trying to discover the truth.
They are lying to you.
You said that they're killing children,
our fucking trouble is figuring out what is true and what is not. We have to dive through all this shit and figure out what's real and what's not.
Deep dive.
And,
well, if you were listening to people here,
flat Earth,
you could learn to discern.
Infowars, shit like that. Like, yeah,
man,
some of it is gonna be government psyops.
Of course, yeah.
So you gotta.
You don't sound like a fucking Glober to me, bro.
Yeah,
He's not.
A lot of people would agree with you. Yeah.
You find that funny? What did I say?
But that's the thing. We already know the infrastructure was set up for exactly what he's saying. It's called Flat Earth Society. They were already here, when a lot of us started questioning things. So, it's not.
It does sound like somebody who's breaking through the conditioning, though. I think
it's not far-fetched.
Is he breaking through the conditioning?
It's not far-fetched to think that we're corralled and controlled by these interactions that we see as meaningful.
Well, the thing is, I look at I like the idea of flat Earth, and the only reason for that is because it gives people a reason to believe that they don't they look at what the government tells them, and they don't believe it.
Nino,
we don't believe. We stick with what we know for a fact.
My God,
what we do not know
facts.
for a
it's not
fact.
Facts, though. You can't.
I'm
you can't,
talking.
You can't
I
have
haven't
facts.
finished.
You can't have facts here.
I haven't finished talking. Did I?
Yep.
Go ahead and finish, dude.
I thought you were finished there. Oh, he wasn't finished.
Flat Earth, we are sticking with what we know. And what we know is that has proof, is consistent with fact.
But you can't.
Everything outside of that, everything that is a belief, it belongs to religious systems, which we do not accept them.
But you're talking about you can't have people who believe in this shit and
we don't need people to believe in flat Earth. They either learn to
and
know
even if
it,
they did, and they had like a PhD, they had like a college education, anything like that,
I don't care.
You're not allowed. You're not allowed to fucking
exactly
abide by this.
Exactly.
Dude, fuck the PhD. fuck anything. Like, fuck the appeal to authority. Fuck the appeal to education.
Now you're getting it, bro.
Yeah, you're not gonna have.
I think you should drink some water, man. I think you've had a little too much drink, dude.
Am I wrong?
No, you're 100% right, bro. Fuck the appeal to authority. Fuck them.
Dude, that's the main thing I fucking hate around here. It's like,
so you're
I'm a globe earther, right? And like, I see people coming in here and they're like, well, I'll only believe in it if someone who with a PhD approves of it. And it's like, fuck your PhD, dude. You know no one's going to fucking, like, that's not going to happen ever.
Refute. Nito, you know, bro. Why you not a fucking flat earther, bro? What's wrong with that?
So, are you playing Agent?
I can hear the tone of your voice, bro.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like it's very easy to have a good conversation, and you guys are just focused on
spitballing,
making him accept a term that comes with all of these connotations that none of us really understand.
No.
Can I ask a question to Nito?
Oh, he's a flat earther.
So you mentioned limited hangout. So if this flat Earth kind of idea is a limited hangout, what do you think are the truths that they're dropping in?
I think there's a lot of truths in that. I've heard a lot of people talk about Hermeticism and how the world is kind of based on
things and shit.
Numbers that kind of relate to that. So I'd agree with that.
Oh, if it's satanic, you like it. Yeah,
I mean, not quite, but
these religions, they go along, heliocentrism,
it's a fucking satanic world, dude.
Satanism,
you know what I mean?
Etc.
It's a satanic world.
Jewism.
Is that a reason to perpetuate the satanic world? Is that a reason why? Because you find yourself in a satanic world, now suddenly you must fucking try with all of your being to make it so? That's great. That's great.
Make it so.
Oh no!
It so happens that a bunch of satanic pedophiles, rule the world around me.
That's crazy, man. Hey,
it doesn't bother you.
That sounds like a good place to be. Do you want your kids to grow up in a place like that?
Fuck no, dude.
Fuck no, right?
You get the money.
So you need to change that.
10 minutes ago, you were telling us how they are lying to us, and then you are asking why, and also how they are effing you.
It was
and then why would they lie? Oh, obviously, they lie to you to take your feelings away, to make you senseless, numb, so you don't feel anything, spiritually or physically. And then they F you, and you have no clue that they are doing it to you.
Do you ever get arrested for talking about flat Earth? You don't, do you?
Nito, now I
never get arrested. There's certain things you get arrested for.
Sorry, Nito.
You can't talk about like
you don't like Joe Biden?
Nito, are you scared?
You don't like Joe Biden? I'll fucking arrest you, bro.
No, I mean you can't talk about like
you can't say Joe Biden is a president.
Well, maybe what was the Holocaust really about? Like, yeah, if you fucking ask that, you're gonna get arrested.
Yeah, this is not a hollow blah blah server.
It's a Jewish question. Oh shit!
It's not a hollow blah blah.
You're a white supremacist.
Why not?
Okay.
Conversation now. Because it's flat server. Because I can speak about my war, what's happened to me and my conflict, Serbs and Croats, and that's not the point.
People get put in jail for this shit.
Man, I was near to die every day almost, but that doesn't matter. This point is this server, it's flat earth. And if you are scared to speak about flat earth, that's your problem. That's all right.
I'm not talking about me being scared to speak about flat earth. I'm talking about people being like you will literally get put in jail.
Man, listen this. When you was living some life, I was young and people were dying around me, and I could not believe why everybody killing each other, around me.
Sorry, bro. That's not nice, man. Sorry about that.
It's all right, because it's speaking like that. It's
no, but he's not.
Everything is dangerous now. Say CIA is around the corner. They will kill me. If that's also real life, that will happen to you, and that's it. And you will die, and CIA will kill you, and that's it.
Neighbor will turn against neighbor, and kinds of crazy shit will happen, right? Yeah, listen, bro. I'm sorry about that. But this is about flat Earth, right?
I mean, it's literally just about which, what you fucking believe in. What's your most
deepest, darkest belief? Yeah, but it's not about belief, is it? It's no longer about belief. We're not here. I'm not here because of belief. I mean, I like to believe in a lot of things, but I'm not here because of belief. I haven't been here for 6 years because I believe in something. I'm here for 6 years. I know something. Okay. You understand?
It's not a religious server.
There's something. There's shit.
Why did you came to this server when you want to talk about religion, belief systems?
There's shit beyond the flat Earth.
Yeah, what's that?
You can't stay stuck on one topic. I feel.
You know what? You know what? You're fucking 100% right, bro. You're 100% right. Because in order to get the truth, you have to go through a couple of different topics to get to the actual truth.
That's right.
That's 100% correct.
The thing that I like flat Earth for is that it kind of it brings people to the realization that their government lies to them.
The whole thing is a fugazi.
I think he's been blackpilled really hard, and this is the closest he can get to kind of like-minded people. I think he's real deep in the black pill.
I think he's correct though. I understand him. I know what he's saying, and I 100% believe in what he's saying. It takes a couple of fucking nudges to tell you what the truth is.
That we are controlled.
No, whatever, right? But I think what Nito was saying is 100% correct, and I actually believe in that wholeheartedly.
Mac, yeah, okay, but I'd say we should be more careful with mischievous people who come here, and they open subjects which are illegal in vast majority of the countries in the world. I haven't finished.
Dude, this is what I mean. This is what I'm fucking talking about, bro.
Harm the server.
This is what I'm fucking talking about. Is that like some of this shit you can't talk about, and it's not flat Earth.
You don't fuck.
You can, Nito. You can. This is live stream. You can go down, and you can everything. What you can go to Chile, go to learning curve, and you can say whatever you want, everything, but not here on live stream.
I'm gonna do that, bro.
Yeah, we have some rules.
See what he says? I understand you have some rules, right? But you see what he says? You have to open up your mind to some kinds of other fucking things that people might say or think about. It's not about.
There's a reason.
Yeah, open mind
There's
fallacy.
a reason this shit can't be talked about. And it's like, it's like you come here, I come here, and I expect people to be like, okay, like, yeah, we're being fucking lied to. But when you hit a certain topic, it's just like,
automatic.
I can't talk about that.
Shut up, you motherfucker.
Oh no. and it's
come on, man.
God, dude.
And this server though has been recorded and live streamed to YouTube. We just don't want that to be taken down, just because there's certain topics that YouTube won't allow. So you can go into a different server on here and discuss whatever you want, but just not on this particular
What's
one.
more important? Like finding, like actually looking for the fucking truth, or like
Nito, it's more important. It's more important that so many people realize that there is no curvature in reality. That is more important than anything.
It's more important that people just fucking calm the fuck down, bro. Just chill out, bro.
I guess. Like,
I'm sorry to be a fucking bummer, but just chill out, man. Okay, it's fine. It's not that important, right? Suddenly I hit the crux of the matter. I found the answer to the universe. I should have shut up. Just chill, bro. It's a server. Yeah. You know, we could talk about the ouchie Fauci. We can talk about the shape of the Earth. Just shoot the breeze, bro.
You can't do it, dude. Like I mean, it's literally like what I've fucking come together like from being in here is like you can't. You know, everyone's all free speech, but
there's no free speech.
There is no free speech. When the hell did you thought there is free speech in this world?
Like, you can't talk about
every man will pay for everything he speaks.
Anything I want to, until somebody moves me.
Hang on now. Nito has been in chill chat with Bozo and with Crack Villain, and they've talked about all kinds of stuff. I don't know what you mean. That some stuff isn't discussed yet.
Well, yeah, down there is different.
That's fine. That's fine. Can I keep talking about?
Yeah, that room is not live streamed on YouTube.
Like I get what you're saying. You want to maintain the live stream because it's, you know, it's governed by how YouTube operates. I get that.
And the Discord server also. You can't talk anything you want on Discord server.
Yeah? Free speech.
Yeah.
What did you get? Did you just say that?
Let me see you go on Twitter and talk about subjects like this, post tweets and stuff, and let's see what happens with your account.
I'm not that fucking self-absorbed to have a Twitter account, bro. I don't have a Twitter account. That's useless.
Facebook, MySpace, whatever.
I do have a Facebook account. Looking rather handsome from time to time.
Yeah, but not about Hollywood.
Hollow Earth? Fucking Hollow Earth?
I don't even want to pronounce that word, you know.
Hollow Earth?
No. It's a word he said before. Yeah.
What we're talking about here?
The gas chambers.
Holocaust. That's good. So, there we go. Yeah,
that's extremely sensitive subject, and it will leave us with no server in no time.
Wow, I would never say anything stupid like that.
Yeah.
No, that's fine. Listen, it happened to 6 million Jews.
Yeah. Yeah, let's not talk about that, P-Mac. Don't push it.
Push it. Real good.
Real good.
I don't know what do you think Mel Gibson thinks? Everybody knows what Mel Gibson thinks.
Who's that?
Mel Gibson? It's just
Yeah.
buddy.
Is that guy?
Ricky Gervais. Yeah.
Yeah, he had the Union flag on his face. Fought in a war, in a U.S. war. Huh? The American hero.
The Ricky Gervais.
The founding father of America.
Oh, that was fucking George H. Washington bastard.
Oh, he was.
What you mean you had fucking slaves, you bastard?
Yeah.
Come on, man. Come on.
The world is full of slaves even today.
It's made up. It's pure full of fucking shit. The best thing you could do is not take it seriously. Trust me.
But today,
have a laugh.
B-Mac.
What?
Today the slaves are so good and trained that they don't even dare to call themselves or even believe that they are slaves.
It's a fucking ball, bro. What's wrong with you, man? It's a ball.
Yeah. Highly trained.
It's a fucking ball.
Yeah. Ballistic.
Ballistic. They have a ballistic approach to everything. The fucking ball bags. Right. Anyway,
when I hear the word balls now, I think of those Chinese balls you spin them in your hand.
Yeah, big ball baggy.
Listen,
Give me
at the end of the day, the conversation about whether the earth is what you experience it as or whether it's not what you experience it as because of quote unquote science, but let's call it pseudoscience because it's trancing around as science and it's actually not. So I think I'm roboting right now. Am I? No, you are very good, Elijah. Go ahead.
Trust my universe.
So the bottom line is this conversation, like I said, about your experience or it being something other than what you experience because some space priest tells you, well, this is this and this is this. Look at the numbers. This is the equation, this, that, and the third. That is a measure of how cognitively dissonant people are. That is a measure of people's cognitive health, their ability to think critically, which is why when they're inundated by the news system and the social medias and all of this and then the third with how to have conversation, they're taught what questions to ask and what questions not to ask, what questions are valid and what questions are not valid.
I'm not
specifically
really.
when we say
Elijah.
I was almost done. I don't know why the fuck you're talking.
Sorry.
So,
because again.
So what was I saying? It's been like I can't remember. Thank you very much.
You were talking about social media training people on what they can ask and what they cannot ask, what they can talk about and what they can't talk about.
Right. Because it's not what you can talk about and what you it kind of is, but here's a perfect example. Okay, what's the claim? The claim is that there's a geometric shape to this Earth specifically, and that has geometric limitation. That limitation is governed by the mathematical
big fucking ball.
Basically, the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles.
And so that equates to an equation 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height will give you the distance to the horizon, the geometric obstruction at a specific distance based on the shape that you're living on. That's what it boils down to. That's the claim. As simple as it is, everybody wants to talk about other things. What about the moon? What about sunsets? What about this? What about this? Very hard to talk through you.
Can I talk about cats?
It's very hard to talk through you.
Yeah, PMAC, you're making no sense interrupting Elijah just out of the blue. Come on, man.
I think he's a bit drunk.
Yeah.
Yeah. He is, but I don't know. He's fine. He's usually. Anyway, so the bottom line is that's the claim. All the other stuff is that CIA shit you were talking about. Red herrings that as babysat children we take on anyway, even though we really shouldn't have. Like, because we came out with reasonable questions. Hey, why don't I experience the movement of Earth? Because we're moving at different vectors, but mainly because we're rotating. That's an acceleration. Or if you can't accept that, fine. We're orbiting the sun. That is an acceleration, not a constant speed. So
constant acceleration, yes.
So that being the case, when we ask, why don't we feel it? Or why don't we see the Coriolis, which they claim that you do see the Coriolis, except every time we bring up the topic, they say, well, you don't experience it. Why would you expect to experience it? So whenever we ask the right questions, there are people who just happen to be around saying, well, that's the wrong question. The right question is this one. And that would be the wrong question that they try to give you as the legitimate question. And it's so basically it's a measure of how cognitively broken people are. That's the point of what the shape of the earth conversation is about. So that's the true psyop. When actually you can just accept it as how you experience it. And if you have nothing else to go on, guess what? You have nothing else to go on. You can't get an answer to something, guess what? You don't have the resources to get an answer to something. If I don't have $1 million to utilize resources to get a specific detail or a specific thing done, guess what? I just don't have it. Now, if I wanted to model my life behind someone, I could say, okay, well, what has someone who's actually experienced and done this, what have they done so that I can do that and try to get the same outcome or somewhere around about the same outcome? Feedback.
What? I'm just jumping in, bro. You said a few things.
Okay, I'm
Please
almost
allow me
done.
to say.
I'm almost done though.
All right. So, are we dead or are we alive?
I'm almost done, feedback.
Fair enough.
Like, your opportunity was the last time I took a break.
No, my opportunity was before you said that. Are we dead or alive?
You know what I'm saying?
Are we dead or alive? Are we dead or alive?
I don't know. I'm giving you a warning though, PMAC, because I don't know what it is, and
just asking a question, bro.
I might have to mute you. Yeah, because you're asking questions in the middle of when someone's speaking.
Okay, guess that. Fine. Go ahead.
Well, I don't remember now because you've ruined it. But I'm just letting you know from this point on, say what you want. But if you do it again because I'm telling you that I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna mute you at some point. But you're good to go now. Well, I'm just stop interrupting.
So can I ask a question?
No, hell yes.
No, okay, shut up.
Go ahead, bring it out, PMAC, now.
So, at what point do you think that this whole life is? Are you actually alive or dead? Where do you think we are?
Before we answer this
What
question,
question is
how is it?
this?
Before we answer the question, how is it relevant?
Well, apparently to life's questions, are we alive or dead?
Yeah, but we weren't discussing about life. We weren't having a
Maybe not.
conversation
All
about
right.
life.
Cheers. Thank you. Good night. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. We were talking about how the news media is twisting the plot.
Is there a possibility that you are dead?
No. When I'm alive, I'm obviously not dead.
Why not? Seriously?
Because I eat, I work, I go sleep, and I wake up and I repeat. And this means animated.
So those four things to you make you feel alive. You think that's what?
Because
Alive.
because this is
work. That's it.
because this is the experience.
So if I tell you that you something, what?
PMAC, Elijah was trying to give you an answer. You asked a question and Elijah was trying to answer you, but you speak over him. Come on, man. So this is what we experience. We've labeled it alive. Yeah. What other experience do we have to go on to suggest something else? Why would we even suggest something else? Like it's just a description of what's going on right now.
Because
it's not conjecture. It's not me making things up. It's I woke up today because that's what happened. I woke up today.
True story. That's true story. Sorry. Did I say something? That's a true story. I woke up today. Bang! I woke up. Good luck with that. I'm just asking, what makes you think that you're alive?
Yeah, I don't know. I might have to meet you, feedback. You're making this an unproductive conversation.
Shit. Really?
Yeah.
I'm just asking a question, bro.
I answered it, and you can't understand the response I gave, and it's like if this is gonna keep happening, I don't know. You're gonna have to chill out because you're drunk.
Well, drunk
you already know what it is.
Can do, yeah.
Yeah, good. No hard feelings. But anyway, what do you think about what I said? Other. All right. That's it. Just the moment you start talking, that's when you start also. It's so funny. So, anyway, other guy. Do you remember what I even said before people? If you're even still here.
No, I think he's gone, dude.
That was a conscious conversation that could have been very interesting.
Yeah, man, that potential.
Because I'm not here to force people to accept reality. I'm here like everyone else to pass the time in a place that I enjoy. Could have been Chuck E. Cheese, but it's here. And my only purpose while I'm here is to figure out what people want from me, so that I know whether I'm capable of helping them or giving them what they want.
It's not to get them to admit, hey, I guess it must be a plane, or I guess it must be flat, or whatever the case. Because if they don't want to, they're not gonna anyway. You know. But if they ask me why am I here, I can tell them why I'm here. Just like last night, the other guy, when who was it? Was it Sasha? Asked the guy, you didn't ask anyone why they're here. Why do you think they're here? And he said, for religious reasons. This is the only answer he would come up with. For religious reasons. And it's like, guys like that are the reason that I'm here. Anybody coming in having any preconceived notions about what we're doing here and what the conversation actually is about, that's what we're here for. Because people obviously have the social media washed and mainstream media washed impression of who we are. And who are we? Well, we're people who found contradictions or lack of evidence for certain claims. So contradictions in the model or lack of evidence for right out claims. That's the only reason we're here. We're not here to point out that there's lack of evidence, therefore we must know more. I've said this before. Picture me telling someone, after telling them, well, I've been on a 6-month journey and I've been trying to get down to the fundamental nature of all of this information. Where does it come from? Where does it originate? Okay, where's the actual evidence that the Earth is a globe of these dimensions? What was the method for establishing this? And you get to the bottom of it and it's like, oh, there's no answer because it's bullshit. And then people go, well, then what's the sky then? What's a this? What's a that? And it's like, so I've told you about my story about how long I've researched to come to the conclusion that there is no answer and I didn't really find anything in my search because there was nothing to find. Your response to that is for me to give you more information from the standpoint of finding out that I actually don't have the information I believe to be there. That's silly.
That's it. Long distance observations, laser test, infrared, high altitude balloons. And this goes on. But sadly, I don't, most of the globers won't thoroughly examine all that stuff. They learn what to think, because, when it comes to, if it's not a globe, then what is it? Like, it's like they can't accept another explanation. But whatever, it's their problem. What's crazy is the people, like Bob the Science, the pseudoscience guy, and all the rest, they've looked at it and everything and still defend the globe and stuff. I know, it's like not accepting either other. It's just, I guess, considering both options. Like they would even consider both options. Because when it comes to the infrared and long distance, and they just yell refraction, they don't know. It's not like they know every detail of that observation, of the heat and the atmospheric density and all that. So.
Do you think there's characters that the pseudoscientist kind of people? Do you think there's actual ones that truly know the Earth is flat, but they just do it for the money? their whole audience is like globe Earth things, or
It's a good. I always ask myself that. It's like, well, what are they doing it for? Do they know, or are they ignorant? Or, I don't know.
Yeah, because it's easy to think that they've been through a schooling system brainwashed to believe the official narrative, and so they just want to debunk flat Earth because they truly believe they're on a ball. But there's got to be some kind of people who the other way around and just doing it to kind of make money off people.
I think it's both ways. Like, it goes either either. Just people are ignorant, or they know and they're shills or whatever.
Yeah, that's to me just. I could never be like that. Sounds evil,
Yeah, but when someone's like intellectually dishonest, like that's what frustrates me.
Yeah, me too, man. Yeah.
It's a crazy world. Yeah, all you can do is sit back and watch the show.
The show must go on.
That's it. I think. I don't know. It's just going to keep continuing. Like, it's just going to be this battle. Like, what? It's been like this for hundreds, if not thousands of years.
Because we're under a mental slave system, and I don't know if that's outside of us or if we've at some point figured out how to manipulate people. But that's the problem. The problem is the mental slavery. People understand what slavery is, well, because they've seen it on TV for pretty much all their lives. When it comes to politics, there's always this, oh yeah, what about the black people? Well, fuck the black people. Don't the black people deserve a voice? Blah 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 blah. And sure, disenfranchised people probably could use a little help in the what's that in the loud voice department, because that's kind of where we are, right? We're a minority within a minority, being controlled by a minority. And what I mean by that is, well, we are the people who will come out and say, no, that's actually not true. Where have you heard that about flat earthers from? Okay, this is what the skinny is, right? That's us within another paradigm that was made up, which is the flat earth society that none of us stand by, blah 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 blah. And it's super annoying, but that's where we are. We're in this space where our voices are very small.
Yeah, I kind of give it up to them.
But people, I'm sorry. But so back to the point, because I just came out with the black this and black. But what I mean is the slavery bit. We don't think we're enslaved because we're inundated with what slavery specifically is. So it's not this, it's something else that's probably going on somewhere else in the world right now, but not here specifically, so we're fine.
Yeah,
we have freedom, but we actually are mentally enslaved. And I think that's the true truth of it all. Because again, logical fallacies, it's the one thing people don't want to accept, even flat earthers, even our friends, the people we love, like they just will not accept you pointing out where their reasoning is lacking. No one wants to talk about that, but that's the main problem.
Elijah.
I think what we're dealing with, is highly sophisticated people, who understand human behavior, human psychology, like groupthink, how to control the masses, and I kind of give it up to them because they have billions of dollars and create all these space agencies and all this fakery, and so we're dealing with very sophisticated people.
Sir, your background noise makes it very hard to understand you. And Elijah, have you ever seen a documentary called Human Slaving? I meant, it's called Human Farming. Sorry, a documentary called Human Farming. Have you ever seen that?
I don't think I have.
I think it would answer your question about mental slavery and whatnot. Like just the first like half. I can't remember if it's like half or 3/4. After that, it gets a bit out there. But I think it makes very valid points about like how we are mentally enslaved and believe that we're free.
I said, you told me about this the other day. Did you say it was hard to find? I haven't looked for it yet, but did you say it was hard to find, or was that the one that's easy?
Yeah, it's hard to find, or it used to be hard to find. I haven't tried looking for it like on BitChute or anything. I haven't saved it on my computer.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, but it's called Human Farming, and that's what it talks about. It talks about how they realized that like even with animals, not even humans, but just even farm animals, that if they allow them to range free, that they're more productive than if they're in a cage or forced to do something.
Yep.
And it talks about, the states, how it's a state of mind. That's all it is, because it has arbitrary borders. But I can't explain it like the documentary does. It's Stephen Molyneux from years and years ago, and somebody else.
Yeah, I watched one. Good. Oh, sorry.
No, I was just saying, it sounds on point.
Yeah, I just watched one where it's like the dude was saying human farming and saying, you can't shout at a chicken to produce more eggs, but you can threaten a human, to give over those eggs.
That's exactly what it talks about in the documentary.
Does he talk about the 100 million victim of black slavery also?
I don't remember. I haven't watched it in years.
Yeah. That's how many victims it caused. And it lasted 1,000 years.
Really?
Probably more.
I mean, it's very. I mean, they're anomalies. Another topic that's devised to be very uncomfortable for people to talk about, right? But I mean, what the fuck is a Klansman doing, inviting a black guy, his best friend, to barbecues? You know what I mean?